In her previous life, Xie Qingyao married her childhood sweetheart, dedicating 3 years to managing their home and honoring her in-laws. Unexpectedly, her husband returned one day with a pregnant woman, claiming it was a remedy for misfortune. He entered their home, seized their possessions, and caused the death of her unborn child, ultimately subjecting her to a brutal death. In this life, Xie Qingyao resolved to repay grievances with vengeance, dismissing any notions of love. However, she was unprepared for the fact that the man who had once silenced the cries of children now bowed to her. Chapter 1. I will make him suffer. As the year-end approached, a sudden snowstorm blanketed the capital. Xie Qingyao stood beneath the eaves, observing the sorrowful expressions of those before her. Yao Yao, I know this is unfair to you, but there is no other choice, Qin spoke, wringing her handkerchief, tears streaming down her face. Nian is gravely injured and unconscious. The fortune-teller said, he can only awaken with a remedy for misfortune. Have pity on your mother. Do not make me bury my child before my time. He Guomao's expression was grave. This matter has imposed a burden upon you. Once this woman enters our home, we shall ensure she is placed in the side courtyard. Although she will be regarded as a concubine, it will not affect your relationship with Nian. The couple lowered their stance, elevating Xie Qingyao's status. Behind them stood a beautiful, gentle-looking woman, her head bowed, yet her eyes revealed an undeniable ambition. Xie Qingyao felt a daze wash over her. In her previous life, on the night of their wedding, He Guanyin was suddenly called to the battlefield. She waited patiently at home for 3 years, only to receive news of her husband's uncertain fate. Overwhelmed, she fainted, only to awaken to the sight of this very scene. Her in-laws had found a woman, claiming her destiny aligned with Xie Qingyang's, asserting that once she married in, he would surely awaken. Still in a haze, Xie Qingyao hesitated but eventually acquiesced. After all, she and Xie Qingyang had grown up together. No stranger could sway their bond. Little did she know, this so-called remedy bride was none other than the woman Xie Qingyang had brought back, already 3 months pregnant. Entering the household as a concubine, Xie Qingyang miraculously awakened that very night. The entire household celebrated the arrival of the fortunate concubine and liner, who was soon moved to the closest courtyard. They treated her as the legitimate mistress, showering her with delicacies and treasures. Though Xie Qingyao felt discomfort, she resolved to treat her well, only to be met with disdain from the very person she tried to befriend. You brainless fool! How dare you compete with me? A fiery pain surged through her cheeks, and hatred bubbled to the surface. Her fingertips trembled at her sides, and anger flared in her eyes. She suddenly lifted her gaze, her voice tinged with desperation. No, I refuse to believe it. How could Xingnian be in such a condition? You must be deceiving me. He was merely joking with me yesterday. I will go find him now. With that, Xie Qingyao hurriedly lifted her skirt and dashed toward Qingtong Garden. Hey Yao Yao, Your Highness, please slow down. A group of attendants followed behind her, but Xie Qingyao paid them no heed, racing toward Qingtong Garden. Upon reaching the entrance, a frightened servant rushed forward to greet her. Young madam, step aside. Xie Qingyao pushed him aside, interrupting his attempt to alert others. She flung open the door and rushed to the bedside. Xingnian. She called out to the man lying unconscious, her voice hoarse as she caught sight of the scattered boots at the foot of the bed, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. He truly believed he could fool her, lacking even the patience to pretend in bed. Her gaze shifted to Xie Qingyang's face. After 3 years of war, he appeared more mature, his features marked by the ruthlessness of battle. In her past life, seeing this face filled her with joy. She would willingly cook for him, tolerate his concubines, and even petition her uncle for his promotion. Yet, in the end, those meals were cast aside, and the concubine reigned over her. As the renowned General Xie Qingyang, he framed her for infidelity, imprisoning her in a dungeon where he personally inflicted a torturous death. Over 3,000 cuts, each deliberate and unrelenting, took both her life and that of the child she never had. Now, seeing his face, only hatred remained in her heart. She pinched her thigh, forcing out 2 tears, then lunged at Xie Qingyang, pounding his chest. Xingnian, awaken. Please awaken. Father and mother said you were gravely injured and unconscious, but I refuse to believe it. You must be joking, right? Xingnian, please wake up. Xie Qingyao's fists were powerless, wishing only to beat this scoundrel to death. Xie Qingyang, caught off guard, nearly struggled for breath as he clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead. Qin hurried over, alarmed by her actions. She rushed forward to intervene. Yao Yao, don't do this. If Nian finds out, it will only hurt him. Xie Qingyao pushed her aside, gripping Xingnian's garments, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Then let him feel the pain. I will make him suffer." Before he left, he promised me he would return safely, yet now he lies here like this. He will surely face retribution for breaking his word. Guomao felt a pang in his chest, instinctively reprimanding her. Absurd. How can you curse him like this? Xie Qingyao's eyes brimmed with tears. Who told him to break his promise? He swore he would return to celebrate the new year with me, she lamented, tears streaming down her face. Qin, moved by her plight, acknowledged their shortcomings toward their daughter-in-law. Just as she was about to step forward, a sharp slap echoed through the room as Xie Qingyao suddenly struck Xingnian across the face, and before Qin could react, she seemed to lose herself in a frenzy, delivering several more strikes. Wake up. Why won't you wake up? Good heavens, her son. Qin rushed to shield Xingnian. Yao Yao, ah. Before she could finish, she received a slap herself, the stinging pain nearly bringing her to tears. How could this fragile girl possess such strength? Mother, are you alright? Xie Qingyao was momentarily taken aback. She hurried over to check on her, but Qin waved her hand. It's fine, you were merely caught up in the moment. Though she winced in pain, she remained focused. You saw Nian's condition. We must hasten to find a concubine to remedy this. The old fool, still dazed from the slap, couldn't think straight. Xie Qingyao smirked inwardly, regretting not delivering more slaps while she had the chance. She lowered her gaze, as if coming to terms with reality. Is that woman truly of good lineage? Does her destiny genuinely align with Xingnian's? What if Xingnian doesn't awaken? Seeing hope, Qin quickly assured her, she is of good family, and the destinies align. As for the rest, let her marry in first, and we will see. If it doesn't work out, we can always give her a sum of money to leave. After all, Nian was merely pretending to be unconscious. Whether he awakened or not was entirely within their control. Chapter 2. Aren't men in ancient times expected to have multiple wives? Xie Qingyao staggered and collapsed beside the bed, as if she had heard something utterly unacceptable, helplessly murmuring, but. Unable to continue, she covered her face and began to sob. Qin and Guomao exchanged glances, eager to seize the moment, when suddenly a servant's voice called from outside, "Master, Madam, someone from the palace has arrived, sent by the Empress Dowager to visit the general." They froze, anxiously realizing the timing of this visitor was far from ideal. Xie Qingyao felt an unexpected lightness in her heart. The one she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Guomao and Qin Shi hurriedly walked out, but just as they reached the door, they seemed to remember something and turned back. Yao Yao, someone from the palace has come. You should come with us, Qin Shi urged. Good child, do not cry. Seeing you like this pains your mother. Xie Qingyao appeared to just realize, taking a few steps out with Qin Shi, but then she hesitated and looked back at Xingnian. I want to stay and accompany my husband. Qin Shi dared not let her stay, fearing it would bring trouble to her son. Mother knows you are worried for Nianer, she comforted, but it is indeed wise to meet the people from the palace. With a half-hearted pull, she led Xie Qingyao out of the room. And Liner, waiting outside, instinctively approached, but was silenced by a glance from Xie Qingyao. You wait in the courtyard. We will speak after we finish our business in the front. And Liner was taken aback and felt a surge of anger. Why did Xie Qingyao insist on clinging to her identity as a concubine? In ancient times, were not men allowed multiple wives? She stomped her foot in frustration, silently marking this down against Xie Qingyao. As Xie Qingyao entered the front hall with Qin Shi, her eyes immediately fell upon Granny Yu, who stood within. Dressed in a dark blue palace gown, her appearance was simple, though her figure appeared slightly more hunched than 3 years prior, which stirred a wave of warmth in Xie Qingyao's heart. In her previous life, under Liner's relentless pursuit, she had become a figure despised throughout the capital. The Empress Dowager had sent Granny Yu to her side in an effort to assist her. Yet, tragically, on the day she was framed for infidelity, she met her demise at the hands of Xingnian, who used her supposed negligence as an excuse.
And you.
Xie Qingyao's voice trembled. Granny Yu turned at the sound, and upon seeing Xie Qingyao, a flicker of excitement crossed her eyes. Princess, she stepped closer, examining her carefully. You've lost weight and look weary. You have suffered these past years. Having lost her parents at a young age, Xie Qingyao was brought to the Empress Dowager's side after being granted the title of princess. Granny Yu had watched her grow from a chubby little girl into her present self, akin to a mother. Thinking of her princess marrying into the He family only to have her husband leave for war on their wedding day and now returning gravely injured, filled Granny Yu with a deep sorrow. Rest assured, my princess, I have brought a physician to treat General He. Xie Qingyao felt a pang of guilt. I have troubled grandmother once more. Granny Yu replied softly, the Empress Dowager always thinks of you. These past 2 years, she has had no one by her side. It has been quite lonely. If you care, you should visit the palace often. But back then, my princess, you worry too much. You know the Empress Dowager's temperament. She has long regretted it. Granny Yu earnestly advised. After a moment's hesitation, Xie Qingyao gritted her teeth and said, then after the physician examines him, I will accompany you to the palace to express my gratitude. In her previous life, Xie Qingyao had rejected Granny Yu's suggestion, partly out of anger over past events and partly because she was preoccupied with thoughts of He Qingyao, leaving her no inclination to visit the palace. But this time, she would not be so foolish. Seeing her finally come to her senses, Granny Yu was overjoyed. However, Qin Shi's expression darkened. Xie Qingyao was easily deceived, but the Empress Dowager was another matter entirely. It was widely known throughout the capital that the Empress Dowager favored the Roman princess, and although there had been some unknown falling out between them, it was uncertain whether she would support Xie Qingyao. In that moment, Qin Shi contemplated intervening, but was restrained by He Guomao, who subtly shook his head, signaling her to refrain from acting rashly. This was the Empress Dowager's wish to see her granddaughter, and they could not obstruct it. At most, they could offer a few warnings before her royal visit. Xie Qingyao caught a glimpse of their exchange and couldn't help but smirk internally. Once the physician returned, she immediately approached him. Physician, how is Shengmian's condition? The physician's expression was grave. Your Highness, General He is severely weakened and has sustained grave injuries. I fear. For now, I can only prescribe some restorative herbs and will devise a further plan when I return to the Imperial Hospital. Oh, my son! Qin Shi cried out immediately. Xie Qingyao staggered back in disbelief, nearly collapsing, appearing as though she could not bear the blow. Yet only she knew that the physician's diagnosis stemmed from He Qingyao having taken a weakening potion ahead of time. In her previous life, Xie Qingyao, unwilling to allow Enliner to marry into the family and not believing that no one could heal He Qingyang's wounds, had summoned all the physicians in the capital for their opinions, yet all had delivered the same grim conclusion. Xie Qingyao had lost all hope and began preparing for the matter of taking a concubine, only to learn before her death that during He Qingyang's military campaigns, he had inadvertently acquired a pill that induced a death-like state without harming the body. Seeing Xie Qingyao's pale countenance, Granny Yu felt a deep pang of sympathy. My princess, do not despair. There are many skilled healers in this world. Perhaps we will find someone capable of treating General He. Xie Qingyao clutched her hand, her entire being on the verge of collapse. Granny Yu insisted, my princess, the priority is to take care of your own health. We will handle the rest. You should rest at home today. You can visit the palace later when you feel better. Upon hearing this, Xie Qingyao seemed to snap back to reality, forcing herself to say, that cannot be. I have already troubled grandmother with my worries. I am fine. Saying this, she instructed her maid to assist her back to her room to change. Xie Qingyao donned a pale green gown, with only a white jade hairpin adorning her simple hairstyle. Her carefully applied makeup lent her a somewhat pallid appearance, as though she were deeply troubled by He Qingyang's situation. As she exited the courtyard, Qin Shi awaited her outside. Good child, when you enter the palace this time, do spend time with the Empress Dowager. Let her not worry about matters at home. She is advanced in age. If she were to fall ill worrying for Nienner, I would have to atone with my life. Moreover, the Empress Dowager may not agree, but right now, Nienner is in dire straits, and I am left with no choice. As she spoke, she pretended to wipe away tears. Xie Qingyao listened to her words, identical to those from her past life, and felt a cold smile form within her heart. Qin Shi was not worried about her mother. She feared saying something inappropriate that would complicate the matter of taking a concubine. Realizing this, Xie Qingyao nodded in agreement. However, once she stepped into the carriage, she turned to Granny Yu, who wore a worried expression and slowly smiled. Aunt Yu, do not fret. He Qingyao will be fine. Chapter 3. Aunt Yu what? Aunt Yu was momentarily taken aback, doubting her own hearing. General, he is fine?
How could that be?
Just moments ago, the imperial physician had personally diagnosed him, and the He couple was on the verge of tears, not to mention the distraught expression of the princess. Xie Qingyao swept away her sorrowful demeanor and spoke in a calm tone. Xie Qingyao had been away for 3 years and had taken a new lover, who was now 3 months pregnant. He staged this charade to bring her into the residence under the guise of bringing good fortune. After all, Xie Qingyao had once sworn before the Empress Dowager that he would be with Xie Qingyao for eternity. Thus, his desire to take a concubine was utterly absurd. This was also why Qin had specifically advised her not to speak too much before the Empress Dowager. If the matriarch found out, even if he were truly on the brink of death, the matter of taking a concubine would never come to fruition. What? Aunt Yu was furious. How dare he humiliate you so? I shall confront them at once. Xie Qingyao grasped Aunt Yu's hand, urging her to pause. She gazed into the void, recalling the events of her past life, and declared, I shall handle this matter personally. She desired the complete downfall of the He family, to strip Xie Qingyao of everything, and to exact blood for blood from Enlin, princess. Aunt Yu sensed the seething hatred radiating from her and worriedly grasped her hand. What had the princess endured during her time with the He family? Xie Qingyao composed herself and gently shook her head at Aunt Yu. The carriage soon halted before the palace gates, and Xie Qingyao declined the shoulder litter Aunt Yu had prepared, steadfastly walking towards Xingyang Palace despite her faltering body. She stated that since she had married into the He family, she must adhere to the rules. Aunt Yu, filled with concern, followed closely behind, wiping her tears. In the depths of the inner palace, secrets were scarce. Within moments, news of Xie Qingyao's entrance spread throughout the entire imperial palace. Her disheveled appearance, reminiscent of one who had just recovered from a severe illness, reached the ears of various noble ladies. With the recent return of the gravely injured Xie Qingyao, suspicions began to arise. Upon reaching Xingyang Palace, the attendants had been waiting outside for some time. They looked upon Xie Qingyao as haggard form and could not help but shed tears. In her previous days at Xingyang Palace, she had been treated like royalty, never having to endure such hardships. Xie Qingyao smiled at Mama Qin. Mama Qin, where is grandmother? Mama Qin replied softly, the Empress Dowager is resting inside. However, she is actually sulking over your absence. Once you enter, please console her a bit. Stepping aside, she pushed the door open and added with concern. Speak kindly to the Empress Dowager. Do not act as you did in previous years. She still cares for you deeply. 3 years prior, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Xie Qingyao had suddenly been reprimanded by the Empress Dowager and ordered to reflect in solitude. In a fit of anger, she had quarreled with the Empress Dowager, declaring she would no longer require her guidance. The Empress Dowager, infuriated, fell ill that very night, and during her recovery, the emperor had unexpectedly arranged a marriage between Xie Qingyao and Xie Qingyao. While they had been childhood sweethearts and the union was viewed as a match made in heaven, the Empress Dowager had never approved of this marriage. Thus, Xie Qingyao had pleaded with the emperor to keep it a secret. By the time the Empress Dowager learned of the marriage, it was already finalized, and she was furious, completely alienating Xie Qingyao thereafter. People in the capital whispered that Xie Qingyao had fallen out of favor, but only she knew that in her past life, her grandmother had protected her until her dying breath. Xie Qingyao felt as though an invisible hand gripped her heart. Mama, do not worry, I understand. She spoke softly before gently pushing the door open. Inside, the room was filled with the soothing aroma of calming incense, curling smoke rising gently. Xie Qingyao quickly spotted the Empress Dowager resting on the couch, appearing older and wearier than before, her eyes reflecting fatigue. Xie Qingyao approached and slowly knelt, resting her head against the Empress Dowager's arm. Grandmother. At that moment, the torrent of hatred and resentment within Xie Qingyao transformed into deep-seated grievance, and tears streamed down her face. Yao is unfilial. I have returned to see you. The Empress Dowager, who had been feigning sleep, quietly opened her eyes. She had already heard the news of Xie Qingyao's return. Having missed her for years, she had not truly been able to rest, and her irritation with the girl's stubbornness had led her to pretend to sleep. However, the warmth of Xie Qingyao's tears on her hand pierced her heart. You heartless child, you still remember to return to the palace. The Empress Dowager choked out, scolding her. Xie Qingyao bowed her head in acknowledgement of her faults. The Empress Dowager gazed at the once cherubic girl who now appeared frail and emaciated. She could no longer find the words to reprimand her. Taking Xie Qingyao's hand, she reassured her, do not worry. I will issue an edict to summon renowned physicians from across the realm. They shall surely heal your husband. Hearing her grandmother's concern for her even in this moment, Xie Qingyao's heart twisted painfully. She shook her head and briefly recounted the events regarding the He family, igniting the Empress Dowager's fury, who nearly ordered the immediate execution of the treacherous couple. After much persuasion, Xie Qingyao managed to calm her down. However, before leaving the palace, she requested that Mama Yu accompany her. Having served the Empress Dowager for many years, Mama Yu is not only skilled in managing affairs but also knowledgeable in medicine, making her indispensable for the plans ahead. The Empress Dowager had no reason to refuse and, moreover, generously bestowed a wealth of gold and jewels. Once the news spread, everyone would know that Xie Qingyao had regained favor. What others thought was of no concern to Xie Qingyao. Upon exiting Xinang Palace, she promptly made her way to the imperial study to pay her respects to the emperor. After spending about a quarter of an hour inside, she finally took her leave. Returning to the He residence just as dusk fell, Qin, anxious, called for her to come over, ready to inquire whether she had said anything inappropriate. However, upon seeing Mama Yu behind her, she faltered. Yao, why has Mama Yu returned with you? She sensed that things were spiraling out of control. Mama Yu stepped forward to explain. General, he is gravely injured and unconscious. The Empress Dowager, concerned for the princess, has specially commanded me to accompany her from now on. Qin had not anticipated such a turn of events. However, as Mama Yu was an emissary of the Empress Dowager, she dared not voice her objections, only forcing a smile and saying, Mama Yu, you are too kind. The Empress Dowager's concern for Yao is indeed a blessing for us. Mama Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile, though her eyes revealed little emotion. I have heard that the residence plans to bring in a concubine for General He to bring good fortune? Qin's head buzzed, and her face turned pale as she looked up, shocked. She had not expected Xie Qingyao to inform the Empress Dowager about this matter. Given her temperament, she should have been worried about the Empress Dowager blaming Xie Qingyao for keeping it a secret. What was she thinking? Had her head been kicked by a donkey? Chapter 4. Although angry Mama, this matter. Madam, do not fret. The Empress Dowager understands that your actions are to save a life. While she is angry, she can also comprehend. Mama Yu interrupted Qin's words, smiling as she continued. Thus, I have come today to assess the young woman. If she truly possesses a fortuitous destiny, there would be no harm in bringing her into the residence, as long as she does not intrude upon the princess's space and cause her distress. Qin had not anticipated such a fortunate turn of events. Overjoyed, she quickly sent a maid to summon Enlin. However, after a while of waiting, the maid still had not returned with Enlin. Qin, puzzled, was suddenly alerted by the anxious voice of a maid outside. Madam, something is wrong. That young lady has fallen and is unable to rise. What? Qin was taken aback. Instinctively, she sprang to her feet and rushed outside. Enlin was with child, having been told by a doctor just days prior that she was expecting a boy. Filled with thoughts of her future grandson, Qin hurried to the scene of the incident, and upon arrival, she saw Enlin lying in a pool of blood. What has happened? Qin's vision blurred. Enlin in immense pain from the fall, cried out as soon as she saw Qin. Madam, my stomach hurts so badly. Quickly, call for a doctor. Qin's mind buzzed as she rushed over, intending to assist Enlin when her wrist was suddenly grasped by someone. Instinctively, she turned around. Upon seeing Granny Yu, her wandering thoughts swiftly returned, and a chill sweat broke out on her back. If the news of her pregnancy were to be discovered. Granny Yu, what brings you here? She forced a smile, hoping to dismiss her. I can handle this matter. You should return and rest. Granny Yu's smile did not reach her eyes. This young lady is undoubtedly connected to our county princess's husband. I must express my concern. As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards Enlin, and her expression shifted abruptly. She swept Qin aside and seized Enlin's wrist to take her pulse. The Shaoyin is active, the flow is smooth, and the pulse is round and smooth, like beads rolling on a plate. This is clearly a sign of pregnancy. Granny Yu shot a cold glance at Qin. Do you dare deceive the princess? Qin felt as if she had been struck in the head, her mind momentarily blank. She had never anticipated that Enlin's pregnancy would be uncovered so effortlessly. It was over. Everything was over. Enlin's face also darkened. She had discussed the implications with Xie Qingyao and knew that the matter of her pregnancy had to be kept under wraps at all costs. Yet, who could have foreseen that she would fall while on the road? She clutched the maid beside her, whispering urgently, Quickly, Go find the general. Hurry. Xie Qingyao, upon hearing Granny Yu's words, seemed struck by lightning, collapsing into the maid's arms. Granny, what did you say? She is pregnant? Granny Yu nodded gravely, realizing something. Xie Qingyao abruptly turned to Qin. Mother, have you deceived me? She staggered towards Qin, gripping her collar and shouting, Is she carrying Xingnian's child? Are you conspiring against me? Is Xingnian unharmed? Qin, shaken and dizzy from the force of Xie Qingyao's grip, found no chance to defend herself. Yet, Xie Qingyao seemed to read something in her silence. No, I do not believe you. I will confront him now. If this is true, I shall go to the palace tomorrow to seek justice from grandmother. In a state of chaotic thoughts, Qin quickly resolved in her heart. She thought, she is merely a woman. In the future, Nianer can find whatever she desires. But this matter must not reach the Empress Dowager's ears. She stumbled to her feet, rushing to firmly grasp Xie Qingyao's hand. Listen to your mother. When the news spread yesterday that Nianer returned to the capital but was unconscious, a wandering Taoist came to advise us that she had attracted an evil spirit and needed to be calmed. He provided us with the birth details of the one who would bring her luck. Your father and I, desperate for a remedy, sought out this young lady based on those details. We acted in haste and forgot to investigate her background. This was clearly a scheme against the He family. The truth of the matter was that He Guozhao and Qin had arranged for the Taoist and witnesses in advance to avoid any mistakes, and now they could conveniently use them to cover their lies. And Liner was taken aback by Qin's words and was about to speak out, but Granny and had somehow appeared beside her, covering her mouth. Xie Qingyao stood stunned for a moment before murmuring, Is this true? Absolutely, Qin affirmed with a heavy nod, tears welling up. Yao Yao, it is my fault for not recognizing the malice around us, nearly causing you to suffer. Xie Qingyao let out a breath of relief, also tearfully saying, I knew it. You and father would not treat me this way. Ever since I married into the He family, I have been dutiful to my in-laws and managed the household. You and father are wise and discerning. How could you commit an act so deserving of divine retribution? Qin's lips twitched, feeling as though her daughter-in-law was subtly criticizing her. She chuckled lightly, repeatedly agreeing, Of course, of course. In this moment of maternal tenderness, Granny Yu suddenly interjected, Since this matter is the work of a malicious individual, I believe it would be best to eliminate her. Such a deceitful person, who attempts to confuse bloodlines, should not be allowed to live. Kill her? Qin internally lamented. She had witnessed how much Nianer cared for Enlinen. If she were to die at their hands, the bond between mother and child would surely shatter. Gritting her teeth, she replied, Although this woman is despicable, her crimes do not warrant death. Are you attempting to protect a villain? Granny Yu narrowed her eyes, exuding an unspoken pressure. She has committed such a heinous act, yet you refuse to hold her accountable. Could it be that you are in collusion? Of course not. Qin immediately denied. At this juncture, Enliner could not be allowed to remain. Gritting her teeth, she decisively stated, Granny Yu is correct. A woman like her cannot be spared.
And Ma?
Take her away and beat her to death with sticks.
Ah.
Enlinu's eyes widened in terror as she struggled desperately, attempting to scream. But her mouth was firmly covered. Her feeble resistance was akin to that of a flailing chick in the hands of the rough maid, who easily dragged her away. Overwhelmed by fear, Enliner trembled uncontrollably. No, I do not want to die. I am clearly the chosen one. I came here to be adored. But her thoughts were irrelevant now. The maid raised her stick high, ready to bring it down with force. At that critical moment, a sharp voice rang out, Stop. Chapter 5. Awakening. As the voice echoed, everyone present turned to look. To their astonishment, He Xingnian, who was supposed to be lying in bed, gravely injured and unconscious, had miraculously appeared before them, albeit pale and supported by a servant. Xie Qingyao, witnessing this, felt a cold laugh rise within her. He truly cared for Enliner. Upon hearing she was in trouble, he could no longer pretend to be unconscious. This was fortuitous. Only if He Xingnian truly cared would he feel enough sorrow when she sent Enliner to her demise. Nianer? Qin was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't they agreed to feign unconsciousness? Suddenly, she turned sharply to glare at Enliner, certain that this wretched girl had seized the opportunity to inform the maid. Enliner, having narrowly escaped death, was drenched in cold sweat. She instinctively looked to He Xingnian, wanting to call out, but he subtly stopped her with a glance. Biting her lip, she gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Xingnian, Xie Qingyao's exclamation broke their moment of eye contact. Xie Qingyao turned at the sound, spotting her standing a short distance away. Clad in a pale green gown that accentuated her slender figure, her tearful eyes piercing through to his heart. He had feelings for Xie Qingyao. Their bond from childhood could not simply vanish, yet he could not betray Linu either. After 3 years of battle, it was she who had stood by him, risking her life alongside him, even carrying his child. Thus, he would have to temporarily defer to Xie Qingyao's feelings. With this thought, Xie Qingyao smiled at Xie Qingyao. Yao Yao, I have returned. Xie Qingyao, sobbing, quickly approached Xie Qingyao but then halted. Qingyao, I thought you might never wake up. He smiled gently at her.
How could that be?
I promised you I would return to accompany you to Mingchun Tower for a performance. He reached out towards her. Xie Qingyao remained still, fearing that if she took another step, she might succumb to the hatred brewing within her, wishing to send him to the underworld in both this life and the next. She suppressed her emotions, relieved. Thank goodness you woke up in time. Otherwise, father and mother would have been completely deceived. On his way, Xie Qingyao had learned the entirety of the situation but feigned ignorance. What has happened? Granny Yu stepped forward and recounted the entire affair, then looked at Xie Qingyao with a calm demeanor. General He, this matter concerns the princess and the bloodline of the He family. You must know how to handle it. Xie Qingyao's heart tightened as he considered his options. While it was appropriate to deal with this woman severely, he shifted his stance. She has just entered the residence, and I have awakened from my coma. Perhaps she truly played a role in this. Upon hearing those words, Mrs. Qin instantly discerned her son's intentions and began to wrestle with the situation. Indeed, if that were the case, carelessly harming this woman could lead to unforeseen troubles for her son. Xie Qingyao insisted, however, that she had willfully concealed her pregnancy, a grave offense. He proposed that, for the time being, they should provide her with a dilapidated courtyard for her shelter, and once his health was assured, they would decide her fate. Mrs. Qin concurred, suggesting they assign a few individuals to keep watch, ensuring no complications arose. The mother and son harmonized their thoughts, directly tying Linu's fate to Xie Qingyao's well-being. At this moment, if Xie Qingyao were to insist on dealing with her, it would be utterly indefensible. Madame Yu's eyes flared with anger, and just as she was about to voice her objections, she was discreetly silenced by Xie Qingyao, who was visibly conflicted. Mother's reasoning is sound. We shall heed your advice and place her within the estate, she said. Mrs. Qin had not anticipated such smooth progress in the matter, and she sighed in relief, declaring, Very well, I shall handle this. You have had a long day, go and rest. Xie Qingyao, her weariness evident, nodded to Mrs. Qin before returning to her quarters with Madame Yu. As events unfolded that night, no one remembered that Xie Qingyao and Xie Qingyao were supposed to reside together. Mrs. Qin arranged for Enliner to stay in the most remote courtyard of the estate, which had long been uninhabited and was in a state of disrepair. Even after a hurried cleaning, it was barely fit for occupancy. Enliner was carried into the courtyard, and the estate's physician hurried over to assess her condition, ultimately shaking his head as he left. Lying on the bed, she caressed her flat abdomen, tears streaming down her cheeks. Anyan, our child, she lamented. Xie Qingyao sat at her bedside, his expression pained as he grasped her hand. There will be more children in the future. For now, the priority is to restore your health. Enliner, filled with indignation, attributed the current predicament to Xie Qingyao. If it weren't for that woman's meddling, I would have been able to nurture the child in peace, she cried. Anyan, we must seek vengeance for our child. Despite his reluctance, Xie Qingyao's heart softened at her anguish. Very well, I shall address this matter tomorrow, he promised, intending to impose a light punishment on Xie Qingyao that would not cause her significant harm but would placate Liner. The following day, Xie Qingyao indulged in a rare lion. As she began her morning routine, she heard faint commotion outside. Moments later, Madame Yu entered with a grave expression. My lady, there has been some trouble in the front courtyard, and they wish to summon you. Xie Qingyao smiled faintly, setting down her hairpin. Let us go and see what it is. Madame Yu suggested, why not delay a moment while I investigate further? There's no need, Xie Qingyao replied calmly. I am well aware of their intentions. If all goes as expected, it pertains to her dowry. In her previous life, when Xie Qingyao was still in the military, he had secretly misappropriated a significant sum from the soldiers' compensation funds as a bridal gift for Enliner, claiming that she was an orphan and deserved security. He had intended to repay the funds upon returning home, but he soon discovered that the He family had become a hollow shell, surviving solely on Xie Qingyao's dowry over the years. Left with no options, Xie Qingyao aimed to seize her dowry. He conspired with merchants to fabricate a false narrative of debt, claiming that urgent military matters necessitated the requisition of their grain, all while ensuring they bore no burden. He promised her, with a face full of remorse, that he would compensate her double once rewards were bestowed. In truth, her dowry had ultimately become an Linnu's possession. Xie Qingyao's eyes clouded with discontent as she approached the front hall. As soon as she arrived, Xie Qingyang's eyes brightened, and he rushed towards her. "Yao Yao, where is your dowry?" "I was just about to ask my husband for funds," Xie Qingyao replied, suppressing the darkness in her gaze. "These past few days, the entire household has relied on my gold and silver. Now." Her voice trailed off with a sigh. Xie Qingyao was momentarily taken aback. "How is that possible? When you married into the He family, your bridal procession was grand and opulent. The Empress has always favored you. How could she allow you to suffer?" "My husband knows that I had a falling out with my grandmother, and I have no one to rely on at home. My dowry was arranged almost entirely by her, and if she was unwilling to provide it, was I to forgo marrying you?" Xie Qingyao's reasoning was sound, her eyes glistening with a hint of grievance. Her delicate fingers clenched tightly, suppressing the fury that threatened to erupt within. "Dream on if you think you can calculate my dowry," she thought. The He family had squandered a considerable amount of her wealth over the years. She had considered it a sacrifice for their years together. Henceforth, this family of bloodsuckers would not extract a single coin from her. Of course not, but surely your bridal procession has left little behind? Xie Qingyao could no longer contain his facade, urgency creeping into his tone. He needed to provide Enliner with dignity, which required ample funds. Xie Qingyao hesitated. The grandeur of the bridal procession was merely superficial. Moreover, my parents have also spent a considerable amount over the years. She had been a princess, cherished and adored by the Empress since childhood. To put it plainly, her treatment had paralleled that of the Emperor's uncle. Yet since arriving here, her life had been less favorable than that of an ordinary noblewoman, forced to scrimp and save while ensuring the He family's elders received the best. In 3 years of marriage, Xie Qingyao had not once donned a new garment. Even the fabrics prepared by the Empress had been seized by Mrs. Qin for her own daughter. Even the jewelry had been borrowed without return. "Can you truly produce no silver at all?" Xie Qingyang's tone grew sharper, suspicion lacing his voice as his crimson eyes fixed on Xie Qingyao. Seeing his demeanor, Xie Qingyao cast her gaze downward, a cold smile playing on her lips as she feigned regret. After a moment, she said, "If my husband has no silver, I shall seek my grandmother for a loan." She skillfully wielded the Empress as a shield, leaving Xie Qingyao momentarily deflated. He pressed his lips together, his face flushed red from the humiliation. Losing the handsome visage he once had, though his expression now bore a certain resolve. Yet the calculating glint in his eyes made Xie Qingyao loathe him all the more. "There is no need. However, some merchants have come seeking debts, and I currently have no means to settle with them." Xie Qingyao sighed, continuing his lament. Just as his words fell silent, a sharp voice pierced through from outside. Without prior notice, a man clad in brown cloth strode in confidently, disregarding Xie Qingyang's dignity. He slammed the signed contract onto the table. "General He, you do not intend to default, do you?" Zhou Shuo remarked, casting a pitying glance at Xie Qingyao. Xie Qingyang's face turned increasingly awkward as he looked to Xie Qingyao for help. Surely, she possessed some valuable item she was reluctant to part with. But that did not mean he could not apply pressure. Intruders should be dealt with. "Someone, take this thief away." Xie Qingyao's eyes flickered, and she immediately devised the most effective course of action. "Dead men do not demand payment." Zhou Shuo's expression shifted, and Xie Qingyao swiftly gestured for the others to cease their actions, stating bitterly, "Qingyao, I do indeed owe them money. You have been away fighting, living in the military camp. What could you possibly need silver for?" Xie Qingyao inquired with an air of reason, adding, "Moreover, your salary has always been in your possession. We have not taken a single coin." The He family even occasionally supplemented Xie Qingyang's funds, and now he had the audacity to claim he had no money. The silver that Xie Qingyao had long pondered how to articulate, he hesitated before finally saying, "All that silver has been invested in the army. Had it not been for this, I would not have returned to see you so soon." As he spoke, Xie Qingyao grasped Xie Qingyao's hand, his dark pupils reflecting a hint of affection. His gaze lowered, and he noticed the exquisite Hetian jade bracelets adorning her wrist. Those bracelets were worth more than a myriad of gold taels. The covetous heat in his eyes stirred a sense of wariness within Xie Qingyao, who inwardly scoffed. Xie Qingyao saw only the value of the jade bracelets on her wrist, oblivious to her current emaciated form, her wrists having slimmed considerably. The bracelets that once fit snugly now hung loosely on her arm. "Since this is the case, let me think of a way," he said. "How much silver have you spent?" Xie Qingyao exhaled, and Zhou Shu eagerly presented the evidence before her. The written words were clear. Xie Qingyao had misappropriated a staggering 10,000 taels of gold under the guise of military supplies. The revelation deepened the shock in Xie Qingyao's eyes as she clutched the IOU tightly, declaring unapologetically, "You claim it is for military needs. Then let me present this IOU to the emperor." The imperial inspection of military supplies would involve the emperor himself, and both the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War would collaborate. In these politically clean times, even the corrupt officials were few and far between. Once this document reached the emperor, everything would be laid bare. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shu grew anxious and exclaimed, "This is a debt owed by the He family. After several refusals, we have been exceedingly patient. Now that we know the Grand General has returned and is recovering, we come to demand payment. And you still wish to use His Majesty as an excuse to refuse us. We are but common folk, earning meager silver through a year of hard work. Do you wish to drive us to our deaths?" As he spoke, he plopped down on the ground, wailing. The attendants who had followed him also began to weep, creating a scene that could be mistaken for a funeral. Xie Qingyao, disturbed by their clamoring, felt his heart sink. He shook his head, insisting, "No matter what, this matter must not reach the emperor. If he learns of my unauthorized use of military funds, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. But you are making these sacrifices for the court and the army. Do you not wish for others to know of your contributions?" Xie Qingyao pressed, disdain filling her heart. It was evident that he was attempting to rationalize his misdeeds with lofty excuses, utterly shameless. Chapter 7. The display of extravagance. Xie Qingyao's gaze faltered, his tone growing heavier. "Serving the country and its people is the responsibility of all. Why should I quibble over such minor sacrifices? But we have no silver left. Today it is Zhou Shu at our door. Tomorrow, and the day after, there will surely be more demanding payments. My husband, we cannot continue like this." Xie Qingyao expressed her growing concern. Her assertive words elicited a sense of profound despair in Zhou Shu, causing him to shed genuine tears. Preposterous. Xie Qingyao, a proud man, was loath to admit such a predicament. After a moment, he waved his sleeve dismissively, forcing a smile. "Qingyao, the general's residence is in a difficult position. If you could lend a hand, we would manage just fine, would we not?" Even now, he was calculating Xie Qingyao's dowry. What has happened to the general's residence that permits such unruliness? Mother Yu approached, her presence radiating authority. Her every movement conveyed a sense of pride, and her mere standing there imposed an immense pressure on those causing the disturbance. "Mother Yu, it is nothing of concern." Xie Qingyao's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily offered an evasive reply, casting a look at Xie Qingyao, urging her to dismiss Mother Yu. One must understand that Mother Yu was among the most valued figures close to the Empress Dowager. If this matter were to reach the palace, it would be no different than if the emperor himself knew. "I have saved some funds during my years in the palace. If the general's residence is truly in such dire straits, the princess could certainly request a supplement," Mother Yu stated, unfazed by Xie Qingyao's demeanor, her gaze now resting on Xie Qingyao. To Mother Yu, who had spent years in the palace, Xie Qingyao felt more like a beloved granddaughter, and she would gladly offer gold and jewels without hesitation. Xie Qingyao appeared oblivious to Xie Qingyao's signals, approaching Mother Yu with a bright smile, saying, "In that case, may I trouble you to withdraw 20,000 gold for us?" One portion was to secure the dowry for the other woman, while the remaining was to address the financial shortfall of the general's residence. Upon hearing this sum, Mother Yu's expression remained unchanged as she nodded slowly, as if it were a trifling amount, affectionately patting Xie Qingyao's head. "I thought it was a significant hardship. With such a minor issue, how could you be so calculative? If you were to reclaim the dowry from the Empress Dowager, there would be 200,000 gold available." As she spoke, she subtly cast a glance at Xie Qingyao. Indeed, the once hopeful gleam in Xie Qingyao's eyes was now tinged with a hint of fervor, as if he yearned to see Xie Qingyao's dowry at that very moment. "Grandmother, you are too kind." It is Qingyao who has been ungrateful, failing to appreciate your sincere affection. Xie Qingyao lowered her head in contrition. She realized she should have heeded the Empress Dowager's counsel and refrained from marrying Xie Qingyao, thus avoiding the years wasted and the news of his new romantic interests. The promises uttered by men are often ephemeral. She would rather devote her time to serving the Empress Dowager, fulfilling her duties as a granddaughter. Her time was limited, and she could only accomplish a few good deeds, hoping to repay the Empress Dowager's kindness and honor the bond they had shared over the years. It is sufficient that you now know to humble yourself. The Empress Dowager has always been forgiving, especially towards you. But your extravagant spending may lead her to hesitate in providing you with funds. Mother Yu subtly laid a trap. For Xie Qingyao, there was no reason to resist the bait. He firmly believed that Xie Qingyao still harbored feelings for him. Mother Yu is jesting. Qingyao. The general's residence has not yet fallen to the point of needing you to borrow money. This is merely a small inconvenience, Xie Qingyao responded, clearly entrapped. He took Xie Qingyao's hand, pulling her close, oblivious to her slight tension. She frowned in distaste, yet had to endure for the sake of their plan. My husband, all matters within the residence are well managed under Qingyao's guidance. I have reviewed the letters from my mother. Most commend her greatly. As expected from one who emerged from the palace of the Empress Dowager. As he spoke, Xie Qingyao affectionately tapped Xie Qingyao's brow, unabashedly expressing his fondness for her and praising her intelligence, as if his words were indeed true. Only Xie Qingyao understood that under her management, the general's residence was far from satisfactory. He was merely aiming to acquire the portion of her dowry held by the Empress Dowager. As she contemplated this, her heart grew colder, yet she leaned into Xie Qingyao's embrace like a small bird seeking comfort, winking at Mother Yu. Are these visitors here seeking gold and silver? Mother Yu inquired knowingly. Xie Qingyao inwardly cursed but quickly directed his servants. Take them to the treasury to withdraw silver. Other matters can wait. This last statement served as a reminder to Zhou Shu, who was there demanding payment. Even if they were to liquidate the general's residence's assets, it would be impossible to meet Zhou Shu's financial demands. If he were wise, he would leave, biding his time until he secured Xie Qingyao's dowry, ensuring he would not shortchange these individuals. Very well. The young servant, bearing a waist badge, escorted the group away from this place. At last, the hall fell silent, with Xie Qingyao leaning against Xie Qingyao's embrace. Perhaps due to the need for theatricality, Xie Qingyao showed no intention of releasing her. If the two could continue their affectionate relationship, the Empress Dowager would surely recognize her past mistakes in neglecting a pair of true lovers and would undoubtedly offer them support. Observing their display, Granny Yu chuckled, yet her eyes remained as cold as an ice cellar. A man who had mingled with other women dared to return and take advantage of their noble lady. What a scoundrel! Why would you say that? Since Qingyao has willingly cast aside everything to marry me, it is only right that I treat her well. Xie Qingyao hastily gestured, asserting that his affection bore no ulterior motive. Just then, Qin Shi approached, weeping and lamenting. How is it that there is not a single tael of silver left in our accounts? Who dares to take away our money? As she spoke, her gaze instinctively shot daggers at Xie Qingyao. Within the entire residence, only Xie Qingyao could barely contain her temper, having previously squandered the general's fortune. Fortunately, she had noticed in time and managed to sell off some belongings to mitigate the losses. Yet now, the accounts reflected a staggering shortfall of 10,000 taels. With such funds, countless good deeds could be accomplished, and that little wretch, Xie Qingyao, had the audacity to act in such a manner. Chapter 8. Putting on a bold front what? Granny Yu exclaimed, her expression one a shock upon hearing their words. She immediately pressed for answers, giving Xie Qingyao no chance to speak. How much silver is missing? If the amount is significant, we can report this to the authorities immediately. 10,000 gold. Qin Shi, oblivious to the trap, opened her mouth, glaring even more resentfully at Xie Qingyao, who was nestled in Xie Qingyang's arms. Granny Yu observed their reactions with a frigid gaze, laced with a hint of resentment. Their little lady had never worried about material wealth while in the palace. For those within the royal circle, silver was merely a number. If it could procure genuine happiness, then no sacrifice was too great. It was the merchants who came to withdraw funds at our request, Mother. Did they not follow my orders? Does the He family truly lack for silver? Xie Qingyao, exasperated, quickly interjected. The more they portrayed themselves as affluent, the more silver the Empress Dowager would be inclined to bestow upon them. If Qin Shi continued her relentless pursuit, They might not only fail to acquire funds from the Empress Dowager, but also end up incurring losses themselves. He never anticipated that Zhou would possess such audacity. He had already clarified matters, yet these petty individuals, solely focused on immediate gains, dared to come and take away money. Do we lack it? Qinshi paused for a moment before reluctantly voicing the question. The He household was riddled with issues. Previously, they could rely on Xie Qingyao's silver to stay afloat. But little did they know that her wealth was also limited, a mere facade. Of course not, Granny Yu interjected. Qingyao is feeling unwell. You should assist her back to rest. Xie Qingyao spoke promptly, pushing Xie Qingyao away. His casual gesture clearly indicated that he regarded her as an inconsequential object. Fortunately, Xie Qingyao was now entirely indifferent to his actions, her demeanor calm, yet proud as she turned and strode away. Granny Yu, since the general's residence is not in need of silver, let us go out and purchase some new jewelry and clothing. What I wear now is outdated. Xie Qingyao's voice echoed back. Qinshi, already feeling exasperated, was halted by her son's glance. Once they had distanced themselves, she could not contain her impatience. Are you out of your mind? Where is the silver in our residence? Those thieves have taken away 10,000 gold. If we do not replenish it soon, our entire family will soon be contemplating survival on the wind. Mother, the Empress Dowager has prepared a dowry of 200,000 gold for the noble lady, Xie Qingyao stated, a single remark that completely deflated Qinshi's frustrations. Her gloom lifted instantly, and her face brightened. Where is that silver? At this, Xie Qingyao appeared somewhat awkward, clearing his throat as he replied quietly. It remains in the Empress Dowager's palace. Things that have not been obtained cannot be considered ours. If you allow her to flaunt the general's name outside, how will we ever afford to pay for it? Qinshi's smile vanished completely, her inquiry sharp as a knife. Even if the Empress Dowager has prepared a gold mine for Xie Qingyao, it must yield gold to be of any use. Without funds, their promises are mere fabrications. In a few days, I will ensure the Empress Dowager returns these funds to us, Xie Qingyao retorted with a scoff, his words tinged with resolve. Upon hearing this, Qinshi was naturally reluctant to believe him. The Empress Dowager had navigated the treacherous waters of the palace for years to achieve her current status. Those women from her past were no fools. Now, the Empress Dowager's gaze was sharper than ever. It was said that even the emperor, when faced with insurmountable issues, sought her counsel. How could such a person easily part with silver for Xie Qingyao? She may not give it to me, but with Xie Qingyao present, there will be no issues, Xie Qingyao asserted, his dark eyes revealing a hint of confidence and a touch of disdain. In any case, the Empress Dowager had grown old. A soft heart would yield to Xie Qingyao's tears, tantrums, and charm. If you can achieve that, then do so. But what about the expenses of the residence during these days? Qinshi retorted, her voice laced with skepticism, placing the current crisis before them. Mother, please consider selling some of the dowry to tide us over for a few days. Once those funds arrive, I will certainly reimburse you double, Xie Qingyao replied with certainty, as if the money were already in his grasp. Having honed his skills on the battlefield and, with Linu's assistance, led his troops to victory multiple times, he pondered whether he could fall short of an old woman's cunning. Must I also contribute? Qinshi's expression shifted, revealing her displeasure. However, after a moment of contemplation, she reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, I shall sell a few of Xie Qingyao's ornaments. After all, she has no need for those trinkets. Meanwhile, Xie Qingyao had already arrived at the jewelry shop, where the dazzling array of items left her momentarily dazzled. Madam, why not come and take a look here? One of the shop attendants suggested with a smile, leading Xie Qingyao to another section. The brass hairpins appeared exquisitely crafted, yet they could never change their essence. Brass would never become gold. The attendant, well-meaning, noted that Xie Qingyao was dressed in outdated clothing, likely second-hand goods from previous years, diminishing their intrinsic value. Moreover, the jewelry she wore was not particularly precious. Only the pearl ornament in her hair hinted at any semblance of opulence. No need. Since I am here, I intend to purchase items from over there, Xie Qingyao replied with a wry smile, shaking her head to decline the attendant's kindness. She had followed them here, hoping to find something of worth. Once, while at the Empress Dowager's side, the finest treasures in the capital had been presented to her first. Her casual attire and jewelry had once set the trends for the city, with many vying to imitate her style. Who could have imagined that the once exalted daughter of fortune could fall to such depths? Aside from that frenzied shopping spree, Xie Qingyao had seldom ventured outside her residence, rarely attending the banquets hosted by the noble ladies of the capital. The connections with her former sisters gradually faded. The items there, even a single piece, could easily amount to several hundred taels of silver, with 1,000 taels being commonplace. A well-meaning maid attempted to explain. However, a sharp voice interjected, "Oh, our esteemed princess has now stooped to admiring this inferior merchandise?" Chapter 9. The princess's generosity. The speaker was Princess Fuguang, adorned with an extravagant array of jewels, resembling a walking jewelry display, yet her words were laced with biting sarcasm. Xie Qingyao did not lift her head but recalled their past confrontations. This princess was the emperor's legitimate eldest daughter, spoiled by the empress since childhood, and her tarnished reputation had prevented her from marrying for so long. Yet, she seemed unconcerned. After Xie Qingyao's marriage, she had been persistent in petitioning the empress for a place in the princess's residence, reportedly indulging in a few male favorites and living lavishly. Initially, the empress intended to keep a princess close by, and Fuguang was the most likely candidate. No one anticipated that Xie Qingyao would suddenly emerge as the empress's favored darling, becoming the most esteemed presence in the entire palace and trampling on Fuguang's dignity. Consequently, their encounters had always been fraught with tension. While Xie Qingyao enjoyed the empress's protection and faced little hardship, Fuguang suffered numerous humiliations, which only fueled her resentment towards Xie Qingyao. "Bring forth the finest jewelry here. No matter the cost, I shall purchase it all as a gift for Princess Rongan," Princess Fuguang proclaimed, eager to display her years of prosperity. With an entire region backing her, she had amassed considerable wealth through taxation alone. In the past, Xie Qingyao would have likely reacted with defiance and indulged in her own purchases. However, times had changed, and she truly lacked funds now. Smiling at the maid beside her, she decisively remarked, "Such generosity from the princess, then let us procure everything." Elderly matron Yu, observing Xie Qingyao's cunning demeanor, couldn't help but smirk. But Fuguang's eyes widened in disbelief. "You, how dare you be so shameless? Is this not a gift from the princess to me?" Xie Qingyao blinked innocently at Fuguang, then turned to matron Yu. "Did you not hear her?" At that moment, Fuguang finally noticed matron Yu. Her eyelids twitched, and memories of being overshadowed by Xie Qingyao's influence under the empress flooded back. Matron Yu nodded, clearly siding with Xie Qingyao. A gentleman's word is his bond. The princess's noble status surely dictates her adherence to promises. Matron Yu smiled, encouraging Xie Qingyao. "This poor child has been trapped in the general's residence for so many years. Now looking as frail as a kitten, it is rare to see her shine." As long as Xie Qingyao did not intend to buy out the entire shop, Fuguang could indeed afford such jewelry. "Are you certain?" The maid's gaze flickered cautiously towards Fuguang. Xie Qingyao, fully aware of her discomfort, smiled mischievously. "Well, I shan't burden the princess. After all, how could she possibly have so much silver?" The proud Fuguang detested being looked down upon, especially in front of Xie Qingyao. Without hesitation, she retorted, "Nonsense. Who does not know that I am the wealthiest in this capital? Is it not merely some jewelry? If you desire it, I shall have it wrapped and gifted to you." Truly, she had become a petty woman post-marriage, lacking even this modest sum. Surely, the general's residence had not consumed all her silver, had it? These words were rather harsh and struck a chord with Xie Qingyao. Reflecting on her dwindling treasures and the precious fabric she possessed, she forced a smile and gestured to the nearby items of little worth. "Do remember to gather those as well. Please send them to the general's residence later. I thank the princess for her generosity." She gritted her teeth in gratitude and turned away, leaving Fuguang behind. Yet, matron Yu did not rush to depart. She offered a half-bow, smiling as she reminded, "Princess, do not forget, a promise is invaluable. The empress particularly dislikes those who boast." Fuguang, initially thinking Xie Qingyao's departure would exempt her from payment, coughed heavily, begrudgingly offering some silver. "Do not worry, I have received ample tributes over the years. I am not short of this amount." Before long, various pieces of jewelry arrived at the general's residence. Upon receiving the news, Jean hurried over, her eyes nearly rolling back in shock at the sight of the exquisite items. Meanwhile, Xie Qingyao struggled to contain her excitement. Having just argued with Jean about not wanting to part with the precious jewelry, she eagerly exclaimed, "Mother, you said we had no money. So where do these come from?" That large red peony headdress, appearing simple, is crafted from the most precious colored glaze, with exquisite craftsmanship that seems to waft the faint scent of flowers. Who sent these over? The general's residence has not purchased these. Do not expect us to pay. Qin glared at Xie Qingyao, who was trying to adorn herself with the jewelry, and yanked her back, gritting her teeth in reproach. It must be that extravagant woman. How much deposit did she give you? Return it to me at once. We do not want these trinkets. Xie Qingyao, reluctant to part with the treasures, secretly contested with Qin, but ultimately succumbed to her mother's fervor and reluctantly set the items down. Whether we want them or not is not for you to decide. Xie Qingyao had not anticipated their swift arrival. Out of filial piety, she had reserved the best property for Qin, opting for a slightly lesser one for herself, which accounted for her slight delay. Indeed, I adore all these, you all. Be careful and place them in my room. Xie Qingyao assessed several pieces before nodding in satisfaction. Truly, the renowned Jinyu Pavilion was capable of presenting only the finest treasures. Even these displayed pieces were exquisite, likely to cause Princess Fuguang much heartache. With this thought, a broader smile graced Xie Qingyao's face, her long-burdened heart finally lightening. However, before she could continue her examination, the items she had just admired were rudely snatched away. Xie Qingyao collided with Xie Qingyao, causing her to stagger, but she skillfully steadied herself against a nearby table to avoid falling. Sister-in-law, you seldom go out. Lend me these items for a while. There is no need to send them to her little courtyard. Just bring them to my room, she declared, issuing her commands without hesitation. Qin, watching the scene unfold, felt her anger surge as she tugged at Xie Qingyao. Yao Yao, what time is it now? The general's residence is low on funds. How can you spend so freely? How much silver do you have left? You might as well bring it all out. I can help you store it. You young ladies who have never suffered do not understand the value of gold and silver. Her incessant chatter provided a convenient excuse to seize many of Xie Qingyao's prized possessions. Had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I had entrusted you with many items for safekeeping, and now I find myself in need of funds, Xie Qingyao replied, her eyes revealing a glimmer of innocent longing. It was her rightful claim to retrieve her belongings. Yet, she pondered if Qin would be able to return them. With this thought, her expression darkened, tinged with an undercurrent of aggression. When Qin's gaze fell upon her, those emotions were swiftly subdued. Your belongings are being carefully preserved, awaiting the day when they will be bestowed upon you or your offspring. Qin's expression appeared somewhat rigid, yet she swiftly regained her composure, diverting the conversation to topics that would undoubtedly cause the young girl to blush, all in an effort to redirect Xie Qingyao's thoughts. However, after enduring so much, Xie Qingyao had long since shed the guise of a delicate young lady. The matters of childbearing could no longer bind her. While the prospect of motherhood was still distant, she found herself in urgent need of silver, for these precious items were all bestowed by the princess. Xie Qingyao snatched the jewelry from Xie Qingyang's grasp, arranging them meticulously. Before discontent could mar her expression, she reprimanded, "These gifts were specifically given to me by Princess Fuguang. How dare you take them?" After Xie Qingyao faded into obscurity in the capital for Xie Qingyang's sake, no number of noble young ladies could rival the significance of a Princess Fuguang. She, being the daughter of the Empress, had been raised in an environment of utmost adoration and privilege, acting with impunity and disregarding the sentiments of others. In the past, a noble lady had her beauty ruined simply for donning a hairpiece identical to hers. Xie Qingyao trembled, retreating several paces. Understanding her misfortune in dealing with such treasures, she resolved to behave more cautiously. Otherwise, even Xie Qingyao could not guarantee her safety. Xie Qingyao's voice lowered, her dark eyes glinting with a hint of warning. Meanwhile, Qin's eyes darted about, betraying her concealed scheming. After all, their initial acceptance of Xie Qingyao was largely motivated by her status, which could elevate the general's residence to new heights. Should Princess Shang marry Xie Qingyao, his prospects for advancement would dwindle. Marrying this princess would not only earn the favor of the Empress, but also pave a path for continued ascendance, a most fortuitous circumstance. Yet, who could have anticipated that Xie Qingyao would seclude herself post-marriage, growing even more withdrawn after Xie Qingyao departed? Aside from the dowry she brought, the He family stood to gain little. This reality infuriated Qin, who desired to leverage the princess's influence to bolster her son's connections in the capital. Fortunately, Xie Qingyao had recently returned, and this once naive youth now understood the importance of currying favor with the Empress and engaging socially outside. Although somewhat late, It was still a welcome development. Yao Yao, you need not frighten your sister. If you have an invitation, take her out for a stroll. It might yield positive results. Qin said, suppressing her thoughts as she grasped Xie Qingyao's hand, her gaze softening with a hint of tenderness, clearly resolved to take her daughter along. Xie Qingyao huffed, her countenance sour, shaking her head in refusal. She had no desire to accompany Xie Qingyao, as each outing required her to exert herself socially, which was utterly exhausting. Even though she had made an effort to procure some valuable items, they were insignificant in the eyes of true nobility. All I possess are these plain garments, and my jewelry is merely commonplace. I have no face left to engage in social interactions, she lamented. Xie Qingyao understood Qin's intentions all too well. She nonchalantly tugged at her garment's hem and replied indifferently. You must remember that I was once the brightest star among the capital's elite. Yet after my marriage, I have not stepped outside. Perhaps I shall find some fine fabrics to craft new garments. With Xingyan's return, there are many matters that require your attention as the mistress. The mere thought of what she might need to relinquish caused Qin's heart to twist painfully, and a subtle resentment stirred within her. Yet, what she was doing now was merely returning what rightfully belonged to Xie Qingyao. Xie Qingyao reluctantly nodded. Ensure they are delivered to the silk workshop. The craftsmen there are truly skilled, and although I seldom venture out, I must present myself at my finest when I do. Qin's heart raced at the thought. The silk workshop was the finest in the capital, with artisans whose craftsmanship rivaled that of palace embroiderers, and it was said that their creations could fetch a king's ransom. If there's nothing pressing, I shall retire for now. I have felt unwell these past few days. Could it be that some ill-intentioned person has entered the household, causing conflict with me? Xie Qingyao feigned fatigue, pressing her fingers to her forehead, deliberately voicing such concerns. Given that Xie Qingyao had summoned Enlinu under the guise of supernatural intervention, she too could employ similar rhetoric. Qin gritted her teeth. But Xie Qingyao's words planted seeds of doubt in her mind. Since Enlinu had arrived, none of their plans had succeeded, and, to make matters worse, they had incurred significant expenses. The thought of these matters made Qin's heart quail. It seemed prudent to invite some sorcerers soon to exorcise any malevolent spirits. The well-being of the princess was paramount, and the old servant would assist her in returning to rest. Mama Yu promptly approached to support Xie Qingyao, her eyes betraying unmasked concern. The palace's grand sorcerers wielded profound powers. Their words were even believed by the emperor. I am fine, Xie Qingyao replied with a smile, shaking her head as they reached a secluded area. She raised an eyebrow at Enlinu's resting quarters, a neglected courtyard that had evidently seen little care. It should have been a solitary abode, yet numerous maidservants approached, laden with various precious items. They clearly had not anticipated encountering Xie Qingyao, hastily bowing their heads in greeting. Such a rare night pearl must surely be among the items in this princess's dowry, Xie Qingyao remarked coldly, devoid of any warmth as she picked one up. Forgive us, princess. We were merely following the old lady's orders to deliver these items, the maidservants chorused, kneeling in unison. Mama Yu's eyes flashed with displeasure. She had hoped to turn a blind eye, yet had not anticipated such audacity. To take the princess's belongings to adorn the faces of lowly courtesans was intolerable. She had seen the princess's quarters. There was scarcely anything of value left. What crime have you committed? Xie Qingyao's cold smile held no clarity as she regarded the brightly lit courtyard, her gaze chilling as she contemplated who among them dared to act with such impudence. Chapter 11. Teaching Enlinu a lesson with her words still hanging in the air, she strode into the secluded courtyard, flanked by Mama Yu. In the brief absence of a few days, the little courtyard had transformed dramatically, with various items arranged meticulously, evoking envy. Several plum trees had been transplanted, and lush bamboo adorned the corners, while a swing and exquisitely crafted stone benches and tables were all perfectly in place. Even the tea sets on the table were exquisite treasures from the palace. How dare that wretched girl have the audacity to send the princess's possessions here? Do you seek death? Mama Yu chastised fiercely, not forgetting to murmur to Xie Qingyao. In all my years in the palace, this is the first time I've witnessed such an affront. I shall inform the empress that she may have a hearty laugh at this folly. Xie Qingyao, who had spent the day with Enlinu, felt his body tense. Are you afraid of her? Enlinu sensed his unease and, with a hint of bitterness, grasped his hand, yet a disdain for Xie Qingyao brewed within her. She is merely a pampered noble lady, lacking culture and capability, relying solely on her status to bully others, no different from a debauched scion. As for Xie Qingyao, He felt a twinge of guilt for their years of childhood camaraderie. Regardless of the circumstances, Xie Qingyao had never erred during their years of marriage. No matter, I shall manage on my own. Do not let her discover your feelings, he cautioned, suppressing his own discontent. Xie Qingyao took the initiative to leave a kiss at the corner of her lips, declaring, I have always regarded you as a sister. Only you hold the position of my heart's sole occupant. Do not be overly concerned with a mere girl. He swiftly concealed himself, leaving behind a silent warning. Given the relationship between Xie Qingyao and the Empress Dowager, he wished to avoid bringing such matters to her attention. Otherwise, his military achievements might not suffice to shield him from her wrath. Furthermore, their bond, having blossomed over the years, was genuine. He privately acknowledged Xie Qingyao as his wife. And Liner gripped the bed sheet tightly, taking several deep breaths before managing to regain her composure. The door was opened by a maid outside, and a cold breeze rushed in, causing Liner to cough heavily. Nevertheless, she forced a smile and waved her hand, asking, Do you have something to discuss with me? Xie Qingyao remained silent, taking a few steps forward. Observing the scene, Granny Yu let out a cold laugh. Once they approached the bed, she unhesitatingly struck Liner. A woman of no status dared to flaunt possessions that did not belong to her in the general's residence. This slap served as a reminder of propriety. Although many turned a blind eye to such rules nowadays, Granny Yu had accompanied Xie Qingyao to the general's residence to establish authority. This decorum was the perfect pretext. And Liner stared wide-eyed, astonishment flooding her features as she struggled to comprehend. Though not raised in luxury at home, she had never been struck before. This was her first experience. Noticing the unmasked resentment in her eyes, Granny Yu prepared to strike again. However, Liner had endured the battlefield alongside Xie Qingyao and possessed a degree of reflex. She seized Granny Yu's hand, her face flushed as they struggled in a stalemate. How bold you are, Granny Yu exclaimed, infuriated by this unruly girl. Yet, Xie Qingyao acted swiftly, tugging at Liner's hair and pushing her down onto the bed, coldly instructing, Are there not enough dead outside? The commotion within was considerable, yet no one dared to enter. Perhaps someone had already given such orders. She discreetly surveyed the room and, following Liner's gaze, noticed a corner of clothing that could not be hidden. This garment was clearly one that only Xie Qingyao could wear. The maids rushed over, momentarily stunned upon seeing Liner restrained and crying out in pain. If you do not intend to take action, you might as well leave. Lest the household awaits your realization, Granny Yu warned coldly. The maids hastily approached and held Liner down. You have quite the audacity and lack of understanding of propriety. You shall first be taught how to face the princess, Granny Yu commanded the nearby maids. Many matters did not require her direct involvement, while Xie Qingyao calmly adjusted her dress and sat gracefully to the side. In contrast to her composure, Liner, dressed in thin garments and forcefully knelt on the ground, appeared increasingly disheveled. Upon encountering the princess, one must perform the act of kneeling. Miss, glaring at the princess in such anger is also a breach of decorum. One timid maid finally spoke up after a moment of hesitation. They had been instructed before coming that, regardless of the circumstances, they must take good care of Liner. Yet the princess was the head of the household, a figure of great importance. I will not kneel, even before the general. What is she to me?
Liner struggled fiercely, cursing vehemently.
She refused to bow like those antiquated individuals. She had received an education in equality. Moreover, in a marriage, a wife is subordinate to her husband. Even the princess, once wed, ranks below her spouse, and she would not kneel before Xie Qingyao either.
Slap.
Granny Yu, her expression icy, struck her again, her tone growing increasingly grave. The princess is of royal lineage, her status beyond measure. While the general may overlook your insolence, ancestral rights cannot be disregarded. Resentment surged within Liner, and she instinctively glared at the man she believed could be her support. Yet he merely remained hidden, showing no intention of speaking. Why should she be tamed by these rules? She too was a person with autonomy. You are the ones being unreasonable.
Liner,
am on the verge of entangling Xie Qingyao, but due to a prior miscarriage, my body falters and I faint. As her body crumpled to the ground, several maids, trembling in fear, placed their hands at her nose, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon sensing her breath. Princess, this young lady has fainted. Then place her on the bed. From now on, she shall not be allowed to use these overstepping items. The general has just returned, Let us not provide others with ammunition, Xie Qingyao said meaningfully, casting a glance at the place where Xie Qingyao was hiding, her eyes laced with subtle mockery. She did not believe Xie Qingyao could endure watching his precious one endure such humiliation. Chapter 12. Thieves in the night. The man who professed his love for Enlino lacked even the courage to stand up for her. Truly, the camaraderie of men is both foolish and laughable. Reflecting on how, in her past life, she had sacrificed everything for such a man, Xie Qingyao felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself. She should never have placed her hopes in a man. Fortune smiled upon her, granting her a second chance at life. Thus, she would seize this opportunity with unwavering resolve, thriving solely on her own merits. Once they had all departed, Xie Qingyao finally emerged, a spark of anger flickering in his eyes as he reprimanded the motionless servants nearby. Are you all dead? Do you not know to protect your master within the courtyard? His fury seemed directed at the servants, yet it was also a means to vent his frustrations at Xie Qingyao. Since his return, the gentle, smiling sister he remembered had vanished without a trace, leaving only this somewhat headstrong woman. He even questioned what had transpired to cause such a dramatic change in her character. The servants had failed in their duties, but who could have restrained the princess? Several young maids knelt, offering their apologies, albeit hesitantly voicing their excuse. Even Qin Shi would not dare stand against Xie Qingyao when she was truly enraged. Moreover, they were merely maids purchased by the He family, easily disposed of. Hurry and summon the physician. If anything happens to her, consider your skins, Xie Qingyao exclaimed in exasperation. The maids fled in a flurry, and after a while, Enliner slowly opened her eyes, roused by the physician's acupuncture. Pain flickered in her gaze, and upon seeing Xie Qingyao, her expression hardened, turning away defiantly. It is my inadequacy. I should not have allowed you to suffer under her hand. I should have confronted her directly, regardless of the consequences. Xie Qingyao lamented, raising his hand to slap his own face. The sharp sound caused Enliner to turn around, and upon seeing the red imprint on his cheek, she instinctively reached out to cover the mark. Xie Qingyao grasped her wrist and slapped his face again. I am a useless man. Even if defending you incurs the Empress Dowager's displeasure, I should not relent. Upon encountering Enliner, Xie Qingyang's heart softened, and he continued to expound upon the gravity of the situation. Offending the Empress Dowager would undoubtedly lead to a massacre of their entire family, and as the primary instigator, Enliner would certainly face dire consequences. As these words echoed, Enliner felt her heart soften, overwhelmed by an uncontrollable sense of pity. What nonsense was this? We are merely powerless against their formidable influence. Leaning against Xie Qingyao, her thoughts drifted to the child she had lost, her heart heavy with resentment. What could a princess or the Empress Dowager do? With all the knowledge she possessed, she would find a way to retaliate. I will endeavor to share all that I know with you. We shall never bow to those two again.
Enliner immediately pledged.
Upon hearing this, even Xie Qingyang's eyes sparkled with fervor. It is worth noting that Enliner possessed a sharp intellect, although she may not know much about the battlefield. The weapons she had contributed were indeed formidable. Their swift return was largely attributed to the indelible impact of those weapons Enliner had provided. Rest assured, once I achieve military merit, I shall earnestly petition His Majesty to dismiss that woman and take you as my wife. Xie Qingyao vowed solemnly. The sincerity that shimmered in his eyes stirred deep emotions within. Enliner was equally moved, nodding emphatically in response. As the two basked in their sweet intimacy, Xie Qingyao sat nearby, her eyes narrowed in contemplation, her dark gaze swirling with thoughts. If she wished to reclaim all the dowry she had lost, mere words would not suffice. She found herself perplexed. The wealth lay in others' hands, visible yet untouchable. Moreover, given the Qin family's character, it was likely that over the years, they had sold off the items, converting them into cash for safekeeping. Perhaps it would be prudent to enlist the Empress Dowager's assistance. With her command, no matter how formidable the adversaries, they would dare not act recklessly before the princess. Old Madame Yu remarked, a hint of confidence in her voice. If the Empress Dowager intervened, the He family would surely be held accountable. My grandmother has already expended great effort for my sake. Such trivial matters hardly warrant her involvement. Xie Qingyao quickly shook her head, silencing old Madame Yu's musings, her gaze imbued with seriousness. Just as she was about to speak further, a glinting blade pressed against her neck. Old Madame Yu, having served the Empress Dowager for many years, immediately issued a cold warning to the intruder. Should anything happen to the princess, you would be punished to the utmost extent. The assailant appeared rather youthful, and the scent surrounding him struck Xie Qingyao as oddly familiar. Laced with a faint metallic tang. If you were to truly kill me, with your injuries, you would never escape the general's residence alive. After taking a deep breath, Xie Qingyao cautiously shifted back slightly to avoid the blade from slicing her neck, speaking softly. Let her go, and I assure you she will reveal not a single word. Your wounds require dressing, or you will perish here first. Noticing the assailant's unyielding demeanor, Xie Qingyao reiterated her warning. Indeed, the blade that had been closing and halted momentarily. Refraining from further aggression, the man produced a dark pill from his sleeve and thrust it into Xie Qingyao's mouth. You must think carefully. If you do not possess my antidote, you will face certain death. With that, he released her, using his weapon to prop himself up, blood pouring forth. Old Madame you need not remain here. Leave at once and ensure no one enters. Xie Qingyao observed old Madame Yu's anxious expression, her tone light yet underscored with seriousness. As she dismissed her, although old Madame Yu was concerned for Xie Qingyao, she understood her decision and reluctantly departed with worry etched upon her face. I have placed the medical kit near the bed. I shall fetch it for you now, Xie Qingyao stated directly. Her calm demeanor easily earned her a moment of respect from the assailant, who silently permitted her to proceed. Chapter 13. An old friend. As Xie Qingyao approached, she turned to face him. This man had managed to infiltrate the heavily guarded general's residence with remarkable stealth, indicating exceptional capabilities. Moreover, his apparent severe injuries only heightened her interest. What is the princess observing? The man inquired softly, his demeanor exuding confidence in his toxic concoction. Xie Qingyao retrieved a small box filled with various medicinal supplies and meticulously tended to his wounds, her expression tinged with seriousness. Your wounds must not come into contact with water. You may remain here to recuperate. After all, she found herself incapable of eliminating this man. So it was wiser to devise a means to keep him here for the time being, planning to summon assistance later. The man's smile deepened, and he reached for Xie Qingyao's waist, only to be met with her poised hairpin, raised as a warning. I save you, but that does not grant you the liberty to treat this princess with disdain. Xianyuan Chen, observing Xie Qingyao's defiance, nodded appreciatively. If you are willing to leave the capital with me, I will gladly marry you. She was indeed a fiercely beautiful flower, deserving to bloom in the vast grasslands.
Ha!
Xie Qingyao remained noncommittal. For others, marriage might signify a new beginning, but with the Empress Dowager's favor, she merely needed to survive to ensure her life would surpass that of many. Truly a woman of wild spirit, Xianyuan Chen remarked. Xie Qingyao chose not to respond, instead stepping outside, where the moonlight shone brightly, casting a stark shadow in black. Having learned from her previous encounters, she observed the newcomer with calmness, her eyes widening slightly upon seeing the red string he held. The once youthful face that had tugged at her hair was now a distant memory. Yet the figure before her appeared even more handsome. The battle's dust had left no trace on him. He looked like a refined youth, though a trace of murderous intent betrayed his true identity. General Hua. Xie Qingyao greeted him gracefully, inhaling deeply as she began to comprehend his purpose for being here. Someone had come, fed me a pill, but I also prepared some sleeping medicine for him. He is likely asleep by now. Her words were casual, her tone aloof, as if they were strangers. Hua Xingzhou pressed his lips together, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. People claimed Xie Qingyao had changed, yet to him, she remained the same clever little sorceress who would not be easily trifled with. Thank you for your cooperation, princess. Hua Xingzhou spoke softly before swiftly making his way to Xie Qingyao's room. Once the door was locked, it was clear that Xianyuan Chen considered this space his own. Upon entering, they discovered a pool of blood on the floor, accompanied by chaotic blood writings. My lady truly possesses both courage and wisdom. In due time, I shall seek you out personally. His words carried an air of threat, and his demeanor suggested that the poison was not as frightening as it appeared. He also administered poison to me. Could you assist me in examining it? Upon detecting the scent of the poison, Xie Qingyao suspected it to be a common candy-like toxin sold in the market, though she could not be entirely certain. Nevertheless, in her previous life, there had not been so many complications, and since fate had granted her a second chance, she vowed to survive longer than before. Hua Xingzhou said nothing, instead gripping Xie Qingyao's wrist firmly, his hand encircling her with a force that could easily crush her bones. For Hua Xingzhou, His interactions with Xie Qingyao have taken on a new dimension. Her delicate, slender wrist, once nurtured in opulence, used to possess a hint of plumpness at the time of her marriage, embodying a rare elegance. However, as he mused over these thoughts, Xie Qingyao found himself momentarily lost in reverie, his gaze fixed upon her, inadvertently causing the previously self-assured Xie Qingyao to feel a twinge of anxiety. She raised an eyebrow at him, questioning if he perceived her as something toxic. "Not at all, my lady. Should you feel unwell, take this token and seek me at the Hor residence," he replied, sensing his distraction and hastily dropping the jade pendant before departing. Such an unusual demeanor only deepened the confusion in Xie Qingyao's eyes, prompting her to blink in surprise. Their relationship could be described as childhood friends, however. They had never quite seen eye to eye. The Hu family had suffered a tragic fate, leaving him as the sole survivor, cherished by the emperor and briefly educated in the palace. Yet, for Xie Qingyao, the battleground where his ancestors lay to rest felt like his true home. Thus, after a brief stay in the capital, he ventured beyond the borders. Xie Qingyao recalled that when she married Xie Qingyao, Xie Qingyao had sent gifts.
"You mama."
Increase the guards in the residence. If anyone dares to overstep, let the He family face the consequences, she commanded after shaking off her intrusive thoughts. In the general's household, many matters were beyond her control. It seemed imperative for her to devise a way back to the princess's estate. A shadow of determination crossed her brow. The following day, early in the morning, Qin Shi arrived with Xie Qingyao, accompanied by numerous servants bearing an array of gold and silver vessels, along with exquisite fabrics, all originally belonging to Xie Qingyao. "Yao Yao, these are treasures your mother specially retrieved for you," Qin Shi said, her face adorned with a touch of flattery. The benefits of forging a friendship between Xie Qingyao and a princess were not lost on them. "I recall that many years ago, the Empress Dowager bestowed upon me a golden phoenix crown, encrusted with rare pearls that even the Empress herself might not possess," Xie Qingyao remarked after glancing at the items. The crown was extraordinarily luxurious, something beyond the dreams of common folk. Upon hearing this, Xie Qingyang's eyes darted nervously, as she had previously used such treasures to compare with her peers. The exquisite pearls had been carelessly destroyed, and the intricately inlaid phoenix crown had been dismantled beyond recognition. It seemed she would need to summon the artisans from those days to recreate it. "Perhaps I misplaced it in some corner of the storeroom. Since you are not in haste to use it, why rush now?" Qin Shi quickly tugged at her daughter's sleeve, and they exchanged knowing glances. If they delayed, Xie Qingyao would likely forget about it. After all, with so many precious adornments at her disposal, how could she remember just one? Chapter 14. Seeking justice. I could overlook such trivialities, but the Empress Dowager recently mentioned that the crown has matching garments, and insisted that I present them to her. Xie Qingyao lightly deflected the matter onto the Empress Dowager. Having navigated the palace for years with the Dowager's support, she was well aware of how to wield the Dowager's influence against those who opposed her. The smile on Qin Shi's face vanished in an instant, and even Xie Qingyao appeared anxious, tugging at her mother's clothing. "I will go find it. You should change into these garments. In a few days, there will be a flower viewing banquet at the Duke's residence, and I thought you might take your sister along to broaden her horizons." After a moment's thought, Qin Shi reluctantly agreed. Even if she couldn't find it, she would exert herself to create a replica of Xie Qingyao's adornments. The invitation to the Duke's residence was not addressed to the He family, but to the princess. Previously, no one had extended an invitation to Xie Qingyao. However, with her departure from the He household and her visit to the Dowager, it was unmistakably a signal to the noble families of the capital. Xie Qingyao, no longer a child, sought to secure a more advantageous match, which would, in turn, benefit Xie Qingyao. "I appreciate your assistance," Xie Qingyao said with a smile, a glint of something darker flickering in her eyes. Xie Qingyao sat beside her, her gaze fixated on the precious ornaments, completely transfixed. At that moment, Xie Qingyao strode in, accompanied by the pale and delicate Enliner. Upon seeing the frail girl, Qin Shi felt a surge of irritation. "Why did you bring her out?" She was acutely aware of the feelings between Enliner and Xie Qingyao, but in the current chaotic political climate, could emotion sustain them? If Xie Qingyao were to regain the favor of the Dowager, the He family would need only to align themselves with her to ensure their success. "Mother, it was not my intention to bring her. Miss N's health is fragile," Xie Qingyao explained, bowing to Qin Shi as they exchanged formalities. He then turned his icy gaze towards Xie Qingyao, his brows furrowed. He could hardly fathom that the once innocent girl before him would exhibit such cold-hearted behavior. Regardless of any affection between Enliner and himself, she was a recently bereaved woman in need of care. Are you here to confront me over this lowly person? Xie Qingyao regarded him with clarity, a chilling smile gracing her lips, her eyes devoid of warmth. Feeling the weight of Xie Qingyao's gaze, Enliner instinctively lowered her head. Revealing her delicate neck, her fingers gripping Xie Qingyan's clothing as if seeking refuge, her body trembling slightly. This pitiable display could evoke sympathy in any man, and even Xie Qingyao felt an urge to embrace her and offer comfort. In the art of feigned fragility, Enliner had indeed reached a pinnacle. All beings should be treated equally. How can you speak so coldly to a grieving mother? Xie Qingyan, having already condemned Xie Qingyao in his heart, now looked at her with even greater disappointment. A woman carrying an unknown child seeks to enter the general's residence as a concubine. And you blame me for not investigating her background? Xie Qingyao merely spoke the truth. Had you mama remained by her side, the palace would have conducted a thorough investigation. The vast general's residence had endured for years. How could they remain ignorant of the rules? Some wished to feign ignorance, taking advantage of her limited understanding to forcibly usher people into the household. I believe she is not a malicious person. Cannot you extend a measure of compassion towards women? Xie Qingyan took her words as evidence of her unreasonable behavior, his expression icy as he questioned her. From the moment of our marriage, we had vowed that you would not take any other woman as your wife, a promise we shall not betray in this lifetime. Naturally, matters pertaining to life and death are of utmost importance to me, and I cannot overlook the details that warrant thorough investigation. Xie Qingyao took a deep breath, suppressing the surging anger within her, lowering her voice slightly as she glanced at the Qin family and others present. To engage in a quarrel myself would be beneath me. It is far more effective to let those who appear neutral speak on my behalf, thereby effectively quelling Xie Qingyan's arrogance. Indeed, dear brother, she is merely a woman. Why jeopardize the bond with our sister-in-law over her? Xie Qingting interjected, her expectation evident as she awaited Xie Qingyao to take her to the Grand Duke's banquet, hoping to elevate her status further. At this moment, Qin nodded, frowning as she regarded Enliner. Such a petty woman cannot possibly compare to the esteemed Xie Qingyao. A true princess. This woman has already been sullied, and is now with child. Who knows from whom this illegitimate offspring comes? Thankfully, I conducted an investigation. Otherwise, would you be burdened with raising someone else's child? Seeing that everyone stood by her side, Xie Qingyao finally took a sip of tea. Furthermore, is this woman's attire and lifestyle truly reflective of my standards? Upon hearing this, Qin immediately shook her head. They could not possibly mistreat Xie Qingyao. Moreover, although the Empress Dowager has not explicitly spoken, the Emperor has discreetly ensured that good things are sent over from time to time. This is clearly to care for the princess. It can be said that all that Xie Qingyao possesses is the best of the He family. Yet, she has always adhered to filial piety, willingly offering those fine things to Qin and the others. How could a lowly woman like Enliner ever hope to match the princess in terms of sustenance and luxury? I had thought it was my mother's intention. One day, I fortuitously passed by Miss N's courtyard and saw its furnishings surpassing even my own modest abode. As Xie Qingyao spoke, she clicked her tongue and slowly rose to her feet. Ignoring Xie Qingyan completely, she approached Enliner with a smile, inquiring, Miss N, do enlighten me. Which audacious servant dares to present you with such extravagant gifts? Chapter 15. The suspended blade. Enliner instinctively looked towards Xie Qingyan. Before she could utter a word, Xie Qingyao raised her delicate hand and decisively struck her across the face. Should you dare to spew slander, beware that I will flay your skin. My husband has grown up with me, well versed in the palace's various rules. How could he overstep for a wretched maid like you? Xie Qingyao cast a chilling glance at Xie Qingyan, silencing any words he might have offered in Enliner's defense. To know the law and yet break it is a crime worthy of further punishment. Xie Qingyan, having just returned to the capital, dared to commit such folly, effectively digging his own grave. Tears brimmed in Enliner's eyes. Having been pampered at home, she had seldom experienced such humiliation, let alone a slap. She instinctively looked to Xie Qingyan for help, but the man who had boldly brought her here remained silent. The empty hall echoed only with Enliner's sobs. Husband, are you truly going to uphold rules for this ignorant woman today? Xie Qingyao observed her pitiable, tear-streaked face, slowly lifting her gaze to meet Xie Qingyan's. Her words, devoid of warmth, sent a chill to the bone. Even Xie Qingyao, who had seen battle, now found himself intimidated by Xie Qingyao's formidable presence, rendered speechless. If there is nothing further, let's not provoke more trouble over this woman. Since she is a fortuitous star, she shall serve in my courtyard from now on. Old Mama Yu, well acquainted with the rules of the palace, is a formidable teacher. Those noble ladies who wish for her guidance find it difficult. Let her remain by Mama Yu's side. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Qingyao issued her command. She spoke with sincerity. If this woman is cunning enough to cling to Mama Yu, she may still have a chance to rise. However, given her petty nature, she would likely not last long under Mama Yu's tutelage. Considering this, the smile that crept onto Xie Qingyao's lips turned even colder. And Lin slowly raised her gaze, feeling a chill run down her spine, trembling involuntarily as she clutched Xie Qingyang's shoes. I refuse to serve here as a maid. Just before their return, Xie Qingyao had assured her that if she chose to stay, boundless wealth and splendor awaited her. Yet, today, not only had those riches vanished, but this cruel woman had also harmed the child she carried. Now, she was to serve as a servant. Xie Qingyang's lips moved as if to speak, but no words escaped. He could only watch in silence as the others departed. In the future, let there be no more disorderly women in our household. My temperament has never been lenient. The sight of any woman approaching you gives me a headache. Xie Qingyao approached Xie Qingyao slowly, boldly adjusting his collar. Her words were tinged with jealousy, yet Xie Qingyao dared not rebuke her. In the Empress Dowager's eyes, what Xie Qingyao said was law. Observing Xie Qingyang's stillness, Xie Qingyao found the moment rather dull and turned her attention to Qin and He Tingting. There is no need to mention financial matters. The Empress Dowager wishes to inventory my dowry and send over what has long been owed to me. All my treasures lie in your hands, but I have long since misplaced the dowry list. Perhaps Mama you still remembers some of it. As Xie Qingyao spoke, a flicker of uncertainty passed through her eyes as she looked towards Mama Yu. The old servant indeed recalled certain memories. Yet those items were no longer in the princess's chamber. Perhaps they resided within the storerooms of the general's mansion? Mama Yu bowed with respect and cautiously articulated this notion. No one understood the whereabouts of those items better than Qin. She managed a somewhat awkward smile, momentarily at a loss for words.
Mama Yu.
I do have a vague recollection of those items, but locating them will require some time. The Empress Dowager is not in haste, is she? Qin pressed herself to speak, her mind racing as she contemplated just how much of Xie Qingyao's dowry she had misappropriated. In those days, they had dared to act so recklessly, confident that the Empress Dowager would no longer favor Xie Qingyao. Who would have thought that the insufferable girl would humbly approach the Empress Dowager? Perhaps the Empress Dowager had softened with age, allowing her to return so easily and even willing to support Xie Qingyao. The palace was rife with trivial matters and naturally, accounting for the dowry was not a task that could be completed in a day or two. The old matriarch simply needed to retrieve the items as swiftly as possible. Mama Yu bowed once more, her smile devoid of warmth, offering a subtle reminder. This lack of a deadline hung over Qin's head like a sword. Should they falter in their vigilance, that sword would swiftly descend, severing her very existence. Contemplating this, Qin shuddered, nodding repeatedly, and hurriedly made her way outside. Chapter 16. The death of a maid. Xie Tingting exhibited a boldness greater than others. As one who had embezzled a significant portion of Xie Qingyao's dowry, she appeared remarkably composed. So much time has passed, sister-in-law. Some of your dowry may have already deteriorated. How shall we reckon that? She inquired, though a shadow flickered in her eyes. The items used by the princess were crafted from genuine gold and silver. Even if damaged, the original pieces should still be intact. This was the assurance Mama Yu provided in response. As long as the palace-made items are not utterly destroyed, there are ways to piece them back together. Do not worry. Young lady, just bring the items forth. The principle of seeing the living and the dead was likely applicable here. Xie Tingting had initially thought to compensate with gold and silver, but upon hearing this, her expression soured. Without uttering a word of farewell, she hastily departed. Thus, the hall remained occupied solely by Xie Qingyao and Xie Qingyao. Witnessing his somewhat cowardly demeanor ignited a surge of hatred within Xie Qingyao, a torrent nearly erupting. This man, seemingly weak, was actually climbing upwards on her shoulders. If it were possible, she would have loved to plunge a sword into him, ending his wretched life. Yao Yao. I feel that your attitude towards me has changed since my return, Xie Qingyao remarked, taking a deep breath as he approached her. He sought to grasp Xie Qingyao's hand, but she nimbly retreated a step. You casually brought an unknown woman into your life, and you expect me to greet you with a smile? You have betrayed the promise we made at our wedding, Xie Qingyao questioned, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She wiped away her tears, akin to one wounded by love, and hastily departed, lifting her skirts as she ran. Every moment spent alone with Xie Qingyao filled her with revulsion. If it were within her power, she wished for their separation to occur swiftly. The general ought to reflect on his treatment of the princess. Regardless of circumstances, he had made a commitment to her. And the Empress Dowager despised those who lacked fidelity. Mama Yu's words were pointed. Should the Empress Dowager take offense, it would be exceedingly difficult for any member of the He family to ascend thereafter. I assure you, I will cherish Yao Yao with all sincerity. I have never harbored thoughts of disappointing her. Xie Qingyao felt a surge of unbridled anger within, yet his expression remained somewhat tepid as he softly vowed. Mama Yu chose not to regard him further and left with an air of slight arrogance. Xie Qingyao did not linger either, promptly making his way to Qin's quarters. His eyes alight with urgency. And Linner had been expelled from that secluded courtyard, her hands tightly clasped around her sleeves. She looked disdainfully at the coarse garments presented to her. You have become a being detested by the princess. You are nothing but a lowly servant, no different from our status. If you further provoke the old matriarch's ire, you may very well be dragged out and beaten to death. Abandon your unrealistic dreams of becoming a concubine. A maid accompanying her sneered, admonishing her. As a newcomer to the residence, and Linner should have endeavored to please the senior maids before aspiring to rise in status. Those who fell out of favor with the princess would naturally not be kept close by the old matriarch. Most likely, and Linner was being treated as the lowest of the cleaning maids. I refuse to be a maid, and Linner exclaimed, tossing the garments aside with fervor. She had returned to the capital with Xie Qingyao to live a life of luxury, not to mention the various methods of altering weapons offered. Their value alone could warrant the emperor granting her the title of princess. Many protagonists in novels embark on their journeys in such a manner. Not be a maid? Do you truly believe that a mere semblance of beauty qualifies you to become a concubine? The maid, scolding her, furrowed her brow, grasped in Linner's ear, and pinched it with force. The higher-ups had not issued any orders, they had simply tossed Linner at her feet. Hence, she had the authority to discipline her, and should Linner commit any errors within the residence, she would share in the punishment. When Xie Qingyao arrived, he witnessed the scene.
Linner,
Tears streaming down her face, attempted to struggle, but her delicate skin could not withstand the roughness of the seasoned maid. Her ears flushed a bright red, presenting a pitiful sight. Xie Qingyao, already stoked with anger, could no longer contain himself and delivered a swift kick to the maid's abdomen. The maid, caught off guard, let out a sharp cry before collapsing to the ground. She had not yet had the chance to wail in pain before kneeling, bowing in submission. This servant ought not to have allowed the master to witness her reprimanding a maid, dirtying your eyes. Please, punish me, master. Upon witnessing the maid's humble demeanor, Linner lunged at her, frantically grasping her neck, as if to strangle her. You wretch, how dare you bully me? She screamed, her vision suddenly morphing the maid's ordinary face into that of Xie Qingyao. You are the lowly one. I am far more noble than you. You deserve to die. Go die now. Xie Qingyao observed Linner's frenzied state, but made no move to intervene. Only when the maid retaliated did he step in, crushing the small maid's hand underfoot, shattering her bones. After a prolonged struggle, the maid eventually succumbed, her breath extinguished.
And Linner's madness gradually dissipated,
replaced by a flicker of panic as she bit her lip and shook her head vigorously. I did not intend to kill, she murmured, clutching Xie Qingyao's hand and burying her face in his embrace, as if this act could erase the events that had transpired. A lowly maid, inconsequential. Her death held no significance. Xie Qingyao patted Linner's back, his expression vacant, yet he felt a flicker of satisfaction. Particularly as he witnessed the small maid perish in agony, the pent-up fury within him vanished without a trace. It was I who took her life, murmured Linner, her voice laced with a hint of remorse. It was her deep-seated disdain for Xie Qingyao that caused her to lose control. Yet it was also this maid's own fault. She was the one who made the first move. Later, I shall have someone dispose of the body. For now, stay close to my mother, and be cautious. Do not provoke her again, if you please. Xingyan grasped Enlinner's shoulders, urging her to regain her composure, calmly reminding her. Chapter 17. Ascending higher, am I the one who is provoking her, or is she relentlessly unwilling to let me go? Enlinner thought of her recent experiences, her voice rising in pitch as she glared at Xingyan. If it weren't for that vile Xie Qingyao, she would not be enduring such hardships in the general's residence. After all, she had come here with the ambition of becoming the general's wife. How dare an insignificant princess bully her? I know you have been harboring much grievance lately, but she is a princess, Xingyan asserted seriously, observing Enlinner's fervent discontent. A princess who has married down holds significant power. Moreover, for Xie Qingyao, extinguishing Enlinner would be as effortless as squashing an ant. The ease with which she could kill that maid reflects how easily she could obliterate you. She could even strip you of everything without lifting a finger. Linner, I do this to protect you. Do you not trust my sincerity? Xingyan pressed both hands firmly on Enlinner's shoulders, his tone tinged with an imperceptible gravity. The body before them still bore warmth, and his words doused Enlinner's fervor like a bucket of cold water. Her life was, after all, in the hands of the woman she despised. The Empress Dowager had always cherished her, treating her like a precious gem, though their bond had cooled over the years for various reasons. Xingyan continued to explain to Enlinner. A lack of interaction does not equate to a diminished affection. Otherwise, Mama Yu would not have appeared in the general's residence. As soon as Xie Qingyao lowered her head, the Empress Dowager sent her most capable old maid to her side. This was undoubtedly a public declaration to the entire capital. Regardless of how thoughtless Xie Qingyao may be, she is cherished by the Empress Dowager, a privilege that even the emperor does not enjoy. If I could attain a higher position. Enlinner murmured, lowering her gaze as she contemplated Xingyan's words. She gazed at her pale hands. Although she could not act overtly, the knowledge she possessed was far beyond the reach of these ancient individuals. She could certainly leverage her knowledge to achieve unparalleled honors. What if I were to share more weapon-making formulas with the emperor? Would he not bestow upon me the title of princess? Or even that of a queen? Enlinner spoke her thoughts aloud, her unguarded attitude and the ambition flickering in her eyes prompting Xingyan to grip her shoulders tightly. If a woman were to have the opportunity to meet the emperor and voice such extraordinary claims, they would likely consider her a menace. He could not allow Enlinner to claim these achievements for herself. Even if she sought to ascend higher, she must do so under his guidance. An uncontrollable Xie Qingyao was already proving to be a challenge. Another would only complicate matters further. Is that so? But I possess immense talent. If I could freely demonstrate it, I believe my accomplishments would rival any man's. Enlinner countered, her tone tinged with skepticism. To present these weapons as her own merit to the emperor would grant her the capability to confront Xie Qingyao in earnest. Must I truly wait until Xingyan marries me before he fights for me? Ascending from the status of a mere concubine, whether she could be legitimized was an uncertain endeavor. If you do not believe me, you may as well test it. However, should the emperor decree your execution, I can only do my utmost. Xingyan, observing her demeanor, merely raised this point. The once ambitious Enlinner now felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, her head bowed in silence. She found herself devoid of any further opportunities. I must ascend higher than her. Enlinner clenched her teeth, her words brimming with confidence. The Empress Dowager was already quite elderly. Surely her days were numbered. Xie Qingyao sneezed, rubbing her nose, casting a curious glance towards the residence of the Qin family. Surely, no one is speaking ill of her behind her back. Mama Yu promptly prepared a thick cloak for her. Shall we pay a visit to the palace? Xie Qingyao felt compelled to accompany the Empress Dowager. Princess, you must prioritize your own affairs. The Empress Dowager has spent many years in the palace and is no longer fearful of solitude, Mama Yu remarked earnestly, glancing at the modest courtyard. If the Empress Dowager were to learn of the hardships Xie Qingyao faced outside, she would undoubtedly feel heartbroken. Let's not inform grandmother. I can handle the He family myself. How much trouble could they truly cause? Xie Qingyao grasped Mama Yu's hand, tilting her head with a hint of pride, a trace of satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. In the palace, she often feigned delight to amuse the Empress Dowager. Mama Yu, observing the return of her former charm, couldn't help but reach out and lightly tap her nose twice. My dear princess, whatever you say shall be taken as truth. With Xie Qingyao's status, there was no need to present a formal request to enter the palace. Her carriage had been personally bestowed by the Empress Dowager, allowing her unhindered access to the palace, even directly to the gates of Xie Qingyao Palace. The Empress Dowager, who had been resting under the attendant's care, immediately opened her eyes upon hearing of Xie Qingyao's return. Disregarding any formalities, she hurried over, supporting Xie Qingyao with both hands. Grandmother. Xie Qingyao did not bow. Instead, she threw herself into the Empress Dowager's embrace. You look more emaciated, my dear. I can see you have not been happy these past few days. Perhaps I should issue a decree for you two to part ways? The Empress Dowager held Xie Qingyao's wrist, her grip tightening around the delicate arm, causing her eyes to well with tears. When had Xie Qingyao ever endured such grievances in the palace? Grandmother, do not worry. I can resolve these matters myself, Xie Qingyao quickly replied, shaking her head. If it were merely a separation, the He family would still covet my dowry. What I desire now is a divorce. Throughout history, no woman has succeeded in casting aside her husband. If so, I shall become the first in all the world. Should any matter require your intervention, do not hesitate. I am here to ensure that you can enjoy a good life, my dear. As the Empress Dowager spoke, she gently tidied Xie Qingyao's loose strands of hair. This somewhat indulgent yet heartwarming gesture brought more moisture to Xie Qingyao's eyes. In her past life, the Empress Dowager must have endured so much for her. Yet, for the sake of her so-called dignity, she had never once visited the Empress Dowager in the palace. Hearing that the Empress Dowager had been poisoned in the harem, those in the know were swiftly sent to the royal tomb. She hadn't even been able to see her grandmother one last time. Grandmother, I will protect you well and ensure you live a good life. Xie Qingyao's resolve strengthened. She would surely find those who had harmed her grandmother. Chapter 18. Disrupting the good fortune. Since we are here today, let us not rush to leave, but rather linger for a while longer to accompany grandmother, shall we? The Empress Dowager held Xie Qingyao's wrist, inquiring gently. Even in such moments, she remained respectful of Xie Qingyao's thoughts. Since I have returned, it is only natural for me to stay at home for a while longer. Even if my grandmother wished to send me away, she could not. Xie Qingyao held the Empress Dowager's arm, assisting her back indoors. Considering the time, it seemed that her grandmother had suddenly fallen ill in recent days. Confined to her sickbed, there was not even a comforting presence by her side. Perhaps during those long nights of her illness, she had called out for her name countless times. Just the thought of this brought tears to Xie Qingyao's eyes, which she quickly forced herself to suppress. The two had just returned to the palace and had not yet settled when a young eunuch hurriedly approached, his demeanor marked by a hint of nervousness. Your Majesty, Princess Yuan Zhao requests an audience. This Princess Yuan Zhao, typically as inconspicuous as a ghost within the palace, had suddenly been elevated to the rank of a grand princess, her status surpassing that of others. Moreover, her relationship with the new emperor was reportedly quite amicable, akin to a little princess born of a palace maid. Memories of past lives intertwined, and Xie Qingyao took some time to piece together the image of this princess in her mind. The Empress Dowager was generally pleased with those princesses who sought her protection, nodding with a smile and gesturing for her to enter. Soon, a young girl clad in a simple pink gown, her hair simply tied up, stepped in. Her dark eyes were calm and composed, exhibiting neither arrogance nor servility, unaffected by praise or blame. In contrast to the opulence of other princesses, she adorned her hair with a few rather old hairpins that clearly belonged to a bygone era. Such artifacts were unlikely to be presented to Xie Qingyao. Your imperial grandmother, Princess Yuan Zhao greeted softly, her expression calm yet resembling that of a startled rabbit. Please, do try my pastries and tea. Have you read anything interesting lately? The Empress Dowager engaged in casual conversation while holding Xie Qingyao's hand, a subtle indication of her differing affections. Princess Yuan Zhao did not linger long, for soon a palace servant brought news, appearing somewhat awkward. Your Majesty, General Hua has returned and wishes to express his gratitude for your teachings from years past. The young eunuch spoke cautiously, glancing anxiously at both Xie Qingyao and Princess Yuan Zhao. Simply have a screen place for modesty. He is not an outsider. Yao Yao has grown up alongside Xingzhou. The Empress Dowager said, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. In her original thoughts, it would have been a splendid match for Xie Qingyao to wed Hu Xingzhou. Unfortunately, she had stubbornly chosen to marry He Xingnian and had now suffered the consequences, finally realizing her mistake. Meanwhile, Hu Xingzhou had been stationed at the border for years, leaving one to wonder if he had found someone dear to him. As these thoughts crossed her mind, The Empress Dowager could not help but rub her temples, a look of helplessness in her eyes. The worries of children and familial grievances weighed heavily upon her. "Do not fret too much, grandmother. Our lives are going splendidly," Xie Qingyao said softly. When Xie first returned, he did not seek an audience with the Empress Dowager, but followed the emperor's orders to apprehend petty thieves in the city. It seemed his fortunes were on the rise. At this moment, Princess Yuanzhao sat beside Xie Qingyao, her small hands clenched into fists, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. It was evident that she harbored quite favorable feelings for Xie. Unfortunately, this princess, who had largely been overlooked in the palace, was not someone the emperor intended to marry off. Xie strode in with a commanding presence, greeting the Empress Dowager with a deep voice. Through the sheer fabric, he vaguely glimpsed Xie Qingyao's visage, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Princess Yuanzhao's face flushed even deeper, and in a fluster, she reached for a cup nearby. However, her hand trembled, and the cup fell to the ground, causing the Empress Dowager's previous smile to vanish. Yet, due to Xie's presence, she cleared her throat and instructed for new tea and pastries to be served. "The harsh winds and sands of the frontier have clearly taken their toll on you. My child, you seem to have reached the age for courtship. Since you have returned to the capital, have you considered addressing this matter?" The Empress Dowager's concern as an elder was evident. Xie was no longer young. Most men his age were already settling down, yet he remained solitary, appearing rather pitiful. "I have grown accustomed to solitude these years, and prefer not to have anyone impose restrictions upon me," Xie replied, feeling somewhat troubled by the Empress Dowager's words. His response devoid of any intention to consider marriage and family. However, his gaze instinctively flicked towards Xie Qingyao. After all, establishing a family is fundamental to one's standing. The Empress Dowager spoke earnestly, but kept her advice brief, refraining from further elaboration. She shared no deep ties with Xie, while he had once been under her care. Such matters ultimately required the emperor's decree. If Xie Qingyao remained unmarried, she might have the courage to issue a decree for them. But the thought left the Empress Dowager sighing, the atmosphere growing somewhat tense after their brief pleasantries. Xie seized the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretext of official duties, and Princess Yuanzhao quickly bowed and withdrew, her fingers pale as she took small, hurried steps to follow him. "Grandmother, I shall step out for some fresh air and return shortly," Xie Qingyao intended to comfort Princess Yuanzhao, hoping she could become an ally. A figure so overlooked in the palace could remain unguarded and more keenly observe the surrounding dynamics to protect the Empress Dowager. However, as she hurried after her, she noticed Princess Yuanzhao offering a sachet she had crafted herself. Though at a distance, Xie Qingyao, accustomed to fine things, immediately recognized that the material of the sachet was of far superior quality than that of Princess Yuanzhao's attire. Xie stood across from her, frowning. "I am grateful for the princess's kindness, but I truly have no intention of forming a bond with anyone." His cold and indifferent rejection exhibited no trace of softness, a demeanor that prompted Xie Qingyao to shake her head inwardly. Princess Yuanzhao had mustered considerable courage to speak, her eyes immediately reddening, resembling an adorable little rabbit. "Is it that you do not wish to accept my sachet, because your heart already belongs to another?" Chapter 19. Xie's unexpected enthusiasm. When Xie appeared in the Empress Dowager's palace, he was as cold as ice. Many women yearned for his closeness, yet he often rejected them with a stern expression. At that time, he still possessed a hint of youthful charm. Xie Qingyao was the only one unafraid of him, even daring to tease him. Princess Yuanzhao could only watch from a distance, her heart filled with bittersweet yearning. Over the years, Xie's reputation had grown increasingly formidable, said to have become a fearsome warrior on the battlefield. However, such rumors did not sway Princess Yuanzhao from her steadfast feelings. She awaited his return. "Indeed." Xie finally spoke after a long silence. Princess Yuanzhao's eyes grew even redder. A name floated in his mind, yet looking at his hardened profile, he lacked the courage to voice it. "I have met the princess," a palace maid passing by noticed Xie Qingyao furtive demeanor and, not daring to linger, proactively bowed. This sudden voice startled Princess Yuanzhao, who quickly tucked the sachet into her sleeve and turned to see where it came from. Xie Qingyao gazed at them with a face full of embarrassment. "The weather was splendid today. I merely took a casual stroll. If the princess and the general have anything to say, they may speak freely."
"Ah, speak freely."
She feigned nonchalance, waving her hand as if to dismiss the events that had transpired. However, Princess Yuanzhao's expression morphed into a more vivid display, shifting from red to white, and finally to a shade of ashen blue as she stamped her foot and ran away. The general, with his cold demeanor and lack of romantic sensibility, could indeed cause distress to young ladies. After dismissing the two palace maids, Xie Qingyao could no longer restrain herself from speaking to Xie Qingyao. At this point, only the two of them remained. A breeze swept by, and Xie Qingyao looked at the man before her, who appeared much more mature than she remembered, causing her to feel a momentary disorientation. Would the princess truly be troubled by the idle gossip of others? Xie Qingyao softly countered, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Just as Xie Qingyao attempted to discern his expression, the man reverted to his previous inscrutable demeanor. He was indeed as unlikable as he had been in their childhood, leaving one perplexed. Xie Qingyao rolled her eyes in secret and turned to leave. If it is merely baseless rumor that does not affect me, then there is no need to dwell on it. She had always been the apple of the Empress Dowager's eye, deeply entangled in the court's gossip. Countless eyes in the capital were fixated on her every move. If she were to concern herself with every piece of slander, she would have perished 1,000 times over. How could she maintain such grace today? Is the marriage between the princess and the He family still to proceed? Xie Qingyao took a step closer, inquiring about the matter. Since his return to the capital, he had been notably aloof, seldom engaging with the nobility, and had recently rejected Princess Yuanzhao rather harshly. His sudden interest in this topic made Xie Qingyao halt in her tracks, her eyes filled with confusion. I have heard some news within the military. That woman has been closely associated with General He, and their feelings run deep. This is no ordinary affair. Xie Qingyao revealed what he knew. People in the military are often reassigned over the years. Recently, a newly promoted officer had previously worked alongside Xie Qingyao and was privy to certain details about this woman. Xie Qingyao had always been an unremarkable figure. Even after leaving the capital, he could not shake off his hedonistic nature. Thus, he spent money to procure a woman coincidentally.
And Linnea.
Initially, she resisted fiercely, but after a near-drowning incident, she seemed to have an epiphany and became increasingly ardent in her relationship with Xie Qingyao. Subsequently, she frequently offered suggestions, leading to modifications in the military's weaponry. Although they were incomprehensible designs, the military craftsmen praised them highly and made adjustments accordingly. Before long, the military's equipment proved to be more effective than before. Since I have already married him, I shall bear the consequences. Xie Qingyao chuckled coldly, fully aware of her past. In her previous life, while she struggled against death, Unliner embraced Xie Qingyao, celebrating their sweet love. Their happiness was built upon her suffering. Having paid the ultimate price, she had learned to respond with indifference, and she was determined to impart a lesson to these two oblivious individuals. Just think it over. Xie Qingyao noticed her icy demeanor but refrained from broaching the subject of divorce, an inexplicable irritation surging within him as he turned and strode away. His abrupt change in expression puzzled Xie Qingyao, but she clearly did not take the matter to heart. She still intended to seek out Princess Yuanzhao. Although the prior events had been awkward, the safety of the Empress Dowager was paramount, and this minor embarrassment was of little consequence. Though she was not particularly favored, Princess Yuanzhao's chambers were quite lavish, with all manner of utensils neatly arranged, all bestowed by the emperor. "Why have you come?" Upon seeing Xie Qingyao, Princess Yuanzhao immediately stood and nervously attempted to hide her sachet of longing, her eyes filled with alarm. "I have come today merely to forge a genuine friendship with you." Xie Qingyao smiled calmly, speaking lightly. Yet Princess Yuanzhao appeared increasingly tense, slowly retreating, clearly disbelieving Xie Qingyao's words. "The last time you said you wanted to be friends, I ended up falling into the Imperial Gardens pond, suffering from a cold for several days." The more she spoke, the quieter her voice became, revealing a hint of fear towards Xie Qingyao. This remark forced Xie Qingyao to recall the related memories with some difficulty. The past could not be blamed solely on her. Back then, they were both young, eager to prove themselves as the best masters in the palace, necessitating numerous good friends. Princess Fuguang just needed one more vote, making Princess Yuanzhao a crucial figure. "I apologize for my actions in the past. Today, I genuinely wish to put aside our grievances." Xie Qingyao performed a deep bow to Princess Yuanzhao, startling her into jumping aside, shaking her head. Enough. If you have anything to say, just speak plainly. If I can help, I will do my utmost." The Empress Dowager is aging, and I cannot always be by her side, so I thought you might accompany her more and take care of her meals." Observing Princess Yuan Zhao's fearful demeanor, Xie Qingyao cleared her throat and, after a moment of hesitation, decided to lay her thoughts bare. If she spoke in gentle tones, she might frighten Princess Yuan Zhao to death. But was she truly that terrifying? Chapter 20. The foolhardy and linear every person in the palace would undoubtedly devote themselves to caring for the Empress Dowager. There is no need for the princess to worry excessively. Princess Yuan Zhao replied softly, resembling a little palace maid reciting her master's words. With the esteemed Princess Fuguang in the lead and Xie Qingyao, favored by the Empress Dowager, there were no other women in the palace who could overshadow them. "I only ask that you keep a closer watch," Xie Qingyao stated, her tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Many people flow through the palace. For Princess Yuan Zhao to rise above, she must possess her own abilities. Currently, she seems unremarkable, lost within the palace walls. But perhaps she is already beginning to accumulate her strength. Very well. Princess Yuan Zhao reluctantly nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with confusion. Once this matter was settled, Xie Qingyao finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the Empress Dowager's quarters, spending a few days in her company. And Lina seemed to have fully adapted to her life as a servant. She no longer shouted or screamed. Qin Shi, in her kindness, had not assigned her too many tasks, merely placing her beside Xie Qingyao for assistance. As for the son, he would occasionally visit his mother to pay his respects. But it was inappropriate for him to constantly seek out his sister. Meetings between Xie Qingyao and Liner had become somewhat challenging. When Xie Qingyao returned to the estate with Mama Yu, Qin Shi appeared somewhat distressed. The carriage within the courtyard had long been prepared. They could not afford to be late for the banquet at the Duke of the State's residence. Today was the day of the banquet at the Duke of the State's residence, and thankfully, you returned just in time. Had you been any later, I would have had to find a way to summon you from the palace. Qin Shi chided Xie Qingyao, swiftly bringing out some jewelry she had prepared. Quickly adorning Xie Qingyao. The title of the capital's most beautiful woman was indeed well-deserved. With only a simple embellishment, Xie Qingyao radiated an air of noble beauty. Though her figure appeared slightly slender, merely standing there drew the gaze of all around her. Xie Qingyao adorned herself with exquisite East pearl earrings, complemented by brilliantly shining ornaments in her hair, a weight of opulence beyond the reach of ordinary folk. And Liner stood beside her, head bowed, almost devoid of embellishments, resembling a typical maid. It was a rare occasion for her to see Xie Qingyao, and her eyes clearly reflected a hint of wooden detachment. Having recently suffered a miscarriage, she was compelled to serve others, and despite her inner reluctance, she wore a smile to greet them. On the surface, Xie Qingyao appeared gentle and harmless, embodying the ideal of an esteemed noble lady. However, beneath that facade lay a chilling indifference. Should Liner fail to meet her expectations in any regard, she would undoubtedly face severe rebuke. "Let us see," Xie Qingyao mused, grasping Yuesher's hand and shaking her head, unwilling to let her erupt in haste. It was essential for this group to reap the consequences of their actions before they could attain any semblance of composure. "My carriage awaits outside, so there is no need to send the family's horses out," Xie Qingyao remarked, observing Qin's eager demeanor and gesturing toward her opulent carriage. Some of its adornments were crafted from leftover materials of the Empress and the Emperor's palanquins. This distinctive favoritism was unparalleled throughout the capital. "How splendid! Your sister seldom attends such gatherings, and if she falters in any way, as her sister-in-law, you ought to guide her." Qin nodded repeatedly, smiling as she clasped Xie Qingyao's hand. Yet, Xie Qingyao quickly withdrew her hand, too indifferent to spare them even a glance, and ascended into her carriage, which swiftly departed from the He residence. It was Xie Qingyang's first experience with such a lavish carriage, and she held her head high, as if it already belonged to her. "Sister-in-law, if I wish to gather with the ladies in the future, may I borrow your carriage?" Xie Qingyao tentatively suggested to Xie Qingyao. "If the opportunity arises, of course, it is merely a means of transport," Xie Qingyao replied nonchalantly. Feeling remarkably stable within the vehicle as they soon arrived at the Duke of State's residence. The Zhao family had also painstakingly carved their status, through sheer effort, entirely comparable to the Hu family. The Hu family had dwindled to just Hu Xingzhou, which led the emperor to favor them even more. The princess's carriage naturally occupied the most prominent position. Although she was beside Princess Fuguang's carriage, none dared to underestimate her. As they all entered, Princess Fuguang had initially been surrounded like the moon among stars. However, upon seeing Xie Qingyao, the smile vanished from her face. She turned away with a huff. The entourage that had encircled Princess Fuguang gradually distanced themselves, well aware of the tension between the two. They certainly did not wish to become collateral damage should a confrontation arise. "Where do you come from, you lowly maid? How dare you flaunt such luxurious adornments upon your head?" Unsurprisingly, moments later, Princess Fuguang marched directly towards Xie Qingyao. She raised her hand and struck Xie Qingyao across the face, her tone dripping with disdain. The superior East pearls that Xie Qingyao wore likely surpassed even those found in the Empress's palace in quality. For someone of no rank or status, to wear such items was utterly presumptuous. Xie Qingyao screamed, collapsing to the ground, her eyes burning with resentment. Seemingly unable to believe she had been struck so casually. And Liner quickly helped Xie Qingyao up, deftly redirecting the blame towards Xie Qingyao. "Even if our young lady dresses flamboyantly, those are gifts from the princess. If the princess truly bears anger, why not direct it at the rightful owner?" As she spoke, Princess Fuguang's displeasure threatened to overflow, her cold laughter directed at Xie Qingyao. "Your grandmother dotes on you. It's one thing to keep such items for yourself, but to give them away to others, do you truly scorn the court so?" The heavy accusation caught Xie Qingyao off guard, causing her expression to waver slightly. And Liner continued to shield Xie Qingyao, carefully soothing her emotions. "It is all the princess's fault for not clarifying things beforehand. It seems she intends to humiliate you. I too am filled with questions. This East pearl should have been on my golden crown, kept by Qin. Why is it adorning your ears?" Xie Qingyao narrowed her eyes, as if only now noticing Xie Qingyang's decorations, and asked bluntly, "These were all given to me by my sister-in-law." Xie Qingyao, recalling in Liner's words, gritted her teeth, shifting all blame onto Xie Qingyao. The ornaments she now wore were unmatched by any noble lady in the capital. After today, her status would surely soar. "You must think carefully. If these items are indeed gifts from me, you will have to return them all," Xie Qingyao mused, stroking her chin. Her smile composed, yet concealing a trap for Xie Qingyao to fall into. "Indeed, they were given to me. Many maids witnessed it that day. Do you intend to go back on your word?" Xie Qingyao proclaimed with increasing fervor, her vanity momentarily fulfilled by the astonished glances surrounding her. From this day forth, she would stand unparalleled among the noble ladies of the capital. And Liner chimed in at the opportune moment. "Did you not say that the young lady should dismantle that crown for adornments?" The two worked seamlessly together, framing Xie Qingyao with their accusations. "Xie Qingyao, your actions have become excessively outrageous. I turned a blind eye to your previous transgressions, but this crown is a tribute." Princess Fuguang nearly pointed an accusatory finger at Xie Qingyao. Her eyes blazed with indignation, and Liner, witnessing this, couldn't suppress a smirk, thinking to herself that this woman's intellect was no match for hers. Xie Qingyao, however, merely smiled calmly and approached Xie Qingyao and Liner. Yuesher followed closely behind, delivering a slap to each of their faces. Xie Qingyao instinctively tilted her head back to retort, but Liner was more direct, shoving Yuesher away. "You are merely an old servant. How dare you treat me this way? Relying on your master's status, you act with such arrogance?" And Liner had not forgotten her own identity. She had come to the general's residence to take charge. What was Yuesher, after all? Even if she had served beside the Empress, she remained just an old servant. Today, should she be struck in front of everyone by a servant, she would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Princess Fuguang, initially focused on Xie Qingyao, now turned her attention to Liner, her eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Yuesher had been by the Empress's side since childhood, later released from the palace to marry and bear children, only to be summoned back by the Empress as she aged. Even the reigning emperor treated Yuesher with great respect. She was indeed the first to dare strike Yuesher. Fortunately, the incident did not escalate into a major calamity. Though Yuesher had grown older, she remained spry, steadying herself against a nearby flowering tree, though a subtle chill flickered in her eyes. Her children held significant positions within the court. While they were not extraordinarily distinguished, they had secured third-rank appointments owing to the Empress's favor. "You lot, seize this lowly maid and make her kneel beside us. Let her rise only when Yuesher forgives her." Princess Fuguang promptly issued a command, and the perceptive guards swiftly subdued Liner, pinning her to the ground. "You claim these valuables are gifts I wish to bestow upon you. After years of seclusion at the He residence, the jewelry you wear is nearly all mine, is it not?" Could I be so generous as to relinquish all my valuable possessions while retaining none for myself? Xie Qingyao elucidated with a sardonic smile. In aristocratic families, it is considered disgraceful to utilize a wife's dowry, yet the He family shamelessly seized everything, only to later feign innocence when the truth came to light, casting the blame upon Xie Qingyao. Such absurdity is unparalleled. If word of this spread, He Tingting would find it impossible to secure even a modest marriage, let alone a prestigious one. These deceitful wretches shall receive a fitting rebuke from this princess. Princess Fuguang, comprehending Xie Qingyao's insinuation, let out a cold laugh and commanded her attendants. An elderly maid immediately struck He Tingting and Enlinu across the face, the sharp slaps resounding and sending shivers down the spine of those present, soon drawing blood. How dare this wretched girl adorn herself with such extravagant jewels? Strip her of her garments and the jewels that adorn her head. Princess Fuguang ordered disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance at Xie Qingyao. In the past, this woman had been fierce when in the presence of the princess, yet now she appeared less formidable in this moment. To be trampled upon by such insignificant figures, Xie Qingyao's existence seemed utterly futile. Initially, He Tingting protested weakly, but soon she was struck into unconsciousness, while Enlinu fared little better, collapsing to the ground. From this day forth, they would be the laughingstock of the entire capital. I extend my gratitude to the princess for educating these two foolish girls, Xie Qingyao remarked lightly, not intending to harm Enlinu during this gathering. Yet, who could have anticipated that Enlinu would possess such audacity to display such reckless defiance? The presence of Grandma Yu, a representative of the Empress Dowager, rendered Enlinu's disrespect towards her tantamount to trampling upon the dignity of the imperial family. Should Princess Fuguang have been more ruthless, she could have ordered her execution without fear of reproach. Until the banquet concluded, the attendees continued to relish the incident as a source of amusement. Xie Qingyao commanded that Enlinu and He Tingting be dragged away together. Two fainted noble women instantly becoming the most disgraceful figures in the capital. Upon hearing the news, Xie Qingyao rushed over without delay. Enlinu lay there, her face swollen and bruised, eyes closed. He gazed at her for a long while, lacking the courage to acknowledge her. My Tingting, my beloved daughter, what torment have you endured? How could these people inflict such harm upon you? Qin Shi hurried over, witnessing her daughter in a state of unconsciousness. First sending for the imperial physician before weeping and wailing. Xie Qingyao sat calmly nearby, sipping her tea, an expression of innocent surprise in her eyes. Even when met with Qin Shi's furious glare, do you dare claim no responsibility for your sister's plight? You were present. Why did you not come to her defense? After a few shouts, Qin Shi approached Xie Qingyao, tearing at her garments and shaking her violently, her tone laced with despair. The prospect of her daughter's advantageous marriage was her source of pride, but now, thanks to Xie Qingyao, it was utterly ruined. Chapter 22. Overstepping boundaries, they brought this upon themselves. Even if I wished to protect them, should I confront the princess in front of everyone? Xie Qingyao lightly tossed the question back to Qin Shi. A mother who fails to educate her daughter has no right to utter such foolish words. Had it not been for Qin Shi's indulgence, He Tingting would not have dared to don such perilous adornments. The term overstepping itself is a grave offense. Upon hearing Xie Qingyao's words, Qin Shi collapsed to the ground, as if all strength had been drained from her, her eyes filled with despair. The atmosphere grew tense, and after a long while, the servant who had gone to summon the physician returned in a flurry, fear evident in their eyes. The physician declared that apart from the princess, he would no longer attend to the He family. The servant's voice trembled as they spoke. Why should we not summon the physician for our family? My son has also achieved merit on the battlefield. Qin Shi's voice rose in pitch, directing her ire towards Xie Qingyao. Seeing her calm demeanor only fueled Qin Shi's anger, and she assumed the role of a matriarch. Immediately use your invitation to summon the physician. It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that you all have shown disrespect to the imperial family. This is merely one of the punishments imposed by the emperor, Xie Qingyao replied, shaking her head, a hint of mockery in her expression as she regarded the assembly. You may not yet be aware of the situation. He Tingting flaunted her East Pearl in public, a treasure that only the empress is permitted to wear unless granted by the emperor. Enlinu was even bolder, directly confronting Grandma Yu. Being slapped is a mere leniency. Before departing, the princess ordered that further punishment be administered to Enlinu daily. Xie Qingyao sipped her tea again, knowing that Princess Fuguang had not specified Enlinu's punishment. Yet she would not hesitate to exploit the situation. After all, the He family would not dare to seek clarity from Princess Fuguang. Qin Shi's eyes widened in disbelief, her body trembling as she gazed at her daughter, who was unable to express her rage, and thus redirected all her fury towards the servant. You fools! If you cannot summon the physician, why not find the best doctor in the capital? Go at once, and spare no expense. The servant scurried away in a panic. Xie Qingyao observed Enliner with a heavy heart, yet he felt unworthy even to touch the beloved woman. My husband, I must say, she is merely an ordinary maidservant. Killing her would merely satisfy the palace's expectations. Do you wish for the entire He family to bear the stain of disrespect towards the emperor? Xie Qingyao teased. Noting Xie Qingyao's conflicted expression, her words dripped with irreverence, as if the decision at hand concerned not a life, but a mere animal to be slaughtered. In their past life, Xie Qingyao and Enliner had conspired together, ascending the social ladder by virtue of her noble status. In this life, would Enliner still possess such fortune? Between family and women, Xie Qingyao had already made his choice. He could abandon Xie Qingyao just as easily as he could forsake Enliner. To men, women are merely a means to ascend. The princess merely mentioned a need for punishment. She did not demand her life. She is a blessing to the household. Without her, how could I awaken? Xie Qingyao finally murmured after a long silence, evidently trying to absolve Enliner. Xie Qingyao had anticipated his reluctance and had no desire to compel him to slay the woman he loved. Such a monotonous game held no appeal for her. Xie Qingyao yearned for power and status. She would ensure that he never ascended to the pinnacle of success. Those two had colluded at the banquet of the Duke of State, slandering me, and perhaps it was she who incited Tingting to act so irrationally. As Qin Shi's piercing gaze turned towards her, Xie Qingyao quickly offered an explanation, innocently blinking her eyes. Though He Tingting had previously exhibited signs of madness, she would never engage in such ostentatious behavior. If not for the instigation of others, she would never have had such audacity. Most importantly, in the eyes of the Qin family, their daughter is the epitome of innocence. With her reputation in tatters, He Tingting could never hope to marry into a noble family again. It is likely that Qin would come to detest Enliner. Xie Qingyao was quite eager to witness this spectacle of infighting. An elderly physician hurriedly approached, placing a hand on Enliner. Judging by their expressions, it was evident that Enliner had sustained more severe injuries and appeared considerably weaker. After all, He Tingting was a lady of the official family, born of martial lineage, and possessed a slightly stronger constitution than Enliner. The old woman had held back somewhat during the beating. Forget about that wretched girl for now. Let us first see to my daughter's condition. I am willing to pay any sum necessary, provided her face remains unblemished. Qin warned through gritted teeth, observing Xie Qingyao's fists clenching tightly, showing no sign of softening. Even if Enliner were to die here today, it would be her own fault. And if she survived, Qin would have countless torturous methods to employ against her in the future. The young lady's face still has a chance of healing. But this back and forth has already delayed things significantly, and I cannot guarantee success. The physician dared not speak too definitively. At this moment, Qin was visibly agitated. Nearly adopting a predatory demeanor, no one would dare offer such a person any assurances. Regardless of the cost, we will pay it. Simply procure the finest medicinal materials. Qin decisively waved her hand, treating money as if it were worthless. Standing aside, Xie Qingyao remarked, "Not long ago, we had just settled my husband's debts using the funds from the treasury, and now we find ourselves so extravagant again. Surely, you must have prepared my dowry by now. The Empress Dowager will soon inquire about this matter, and Mama Yu is reluctant to cover for us any longer. After all, Enliner was the first to offend Mama Yu, and it is only reasonable that she would cease to assist the general's household." Upon hearing this, Qin felt overwhelmed. Who knew how much dowry Xie Qingyao had brought into the family? She began to meticulously check the list, only to discover that many items were missing from the storeroom. Chapter 23. Great Disrespect. She had no idea who had taken the recorded items. If she were to find that little thief, they would certainly regret their actions.
Fool.
We will deal with these matters later. The most pressing concern is your sister's health. Qin feigned ferocity and scolded. However, Xie Qingyao would no longer be so easily controlled as before. A glint of sharpness flashed in her eyes, a stark contrast to her previous submissive demeanor, as she regarded Qin with a calm intensity. Though she did not speak, the threat in her gaze instilled fear in Qin. "Do you intend to lay a hand on your mother-in-law?" Qin retorted defiantly, believing she had done no wrong. Regardless of her noble status as a princess, once married into the general's household, she must remember her position. She was first and foremost the mistress of the He family, not merely a figure of disorder on the outside. Xie Qingyao clicked her tongue. She did not need to give orders, for Mama Yu swiftly entered the room. Unharmed, she showed no mercy in confronting Qin. Many customs and regulations prevented Xie Qingyao from taking direct action, yet according to the rules, imperial authority was paramount. The status of a princess naturally superseded that of these women. Even though Qin held a title, she remained a subordinate in Xie Qingyao's presence.
Qin suddenly understood Anlin's frustrations.
She slammed her hand on the mahogany table, glaring at Xie Qingyao. Is this how you govern those around you? Daring to strike your mother-in-law? Do you not understand decorum and propriety? That question ought to be directed at you. After all, I am a princess bestowed by the emperor. Xie Qingyao replied with a cold laugh, calmly asserting her identity as she straightened her posture and approached the head seat. Seeing Xie Qingyao's audacity, Qin instinctively recoiled. I had previously turned a blind eye to your transgressions in hopes of amicable resolution, but that does not mean I am a soft target. You have devoured my dowry. Now you must return it. If you continue to owe me, I will not hesitate to inform the emperor. She had no desire to continue this charade. If they wished to avoid the Empress Dowager's wrath, they must return the money. Even if this matter escalated to the Golden Lawn Hall, Xie Qingyao would undoubtedly maintain the upper hand. She was not guilty and would not bow to these people. Qin trembled at her words, shocked by the transformation of the once compliant daughter-in-law. Yet soon, she sank to the ground and began to wail loudly. This tactic she had witnessed her concubine use countless times, always evoking her husband's sympathy. Though the circumstances were slightly different now, the essence remained the same. Xie Qingyao, leveraging her status as a princess, bullied her mother-in-law, and even if the emperor were to learn of this, he would not easily let her off the hook. Once you have finished crying, we must calmly assess the dowry. Should you go too far, we will have no choice but to seek the emperor's intervention. Mama Yu stated coldly, not sparing them an ounce of dignity. Outside, He heard the commotion and stepped inside, instinctively pausing at the sight of the chaotic scene. He still bore a faint scent of alcohol, having spent the last few days socializing with former comrades, utterly unaware of the turmoil that had unfolded within the household. General He had once been a capable figure in the court, held in high regard by the current emperor. Unfortunately, he had become a burden that could not be propped up. After several campaigns, he had failed to achieve military merit and later feigned injury to announce his retirement. Though the emperor had conferred rewards, the He family could hardly expect to regain their former glory in the court. It could be said that all their hopes now rested on Xie Qingyao. What is all this shouting? We are a prestigious family, a noble household, He exclaimed, swaying slightly as he clung to the door for support, directing his reproach at Qin without daring to meet Xie Qingyao's gaze. Regardless, he had experienced the battlefield and understood the core of the matter. The He family's current standing was not due to their own excellence, but because of the presence of this princess. Should Xie Qingyao become displeased, everything they possessed would vanish. I wish I were dead. This child has had me slapped in public. Where's the dignity in that? Qin lamented, throwing herself beside He and unable to restrain her tears. Though she was older, she still possessed a certain charm. He frowned, resembling his usual self as he attempted to speak a few words of reason. Why must you be so unyielding, Yao Yao? If you apologize to your mother, this matter can be resolved. You have no mother. However, since your marriage to the He family, Xingnian may not always be by your side. But your mother has treated you as her own daughter. He directly struck at Xie Qingyao's most painful memories, recounting the many kindnesses Qin had shown her. This seemingly inebriated man was, in fact, more clear-headed than one might assume, capable of rationally weighing gains and losses. Madame Yu, observing the situation, boldly approached and slapped He across the face. With a cold smile, she remarked, "Are you implying that Her Majesty the Empress treats the princess poorly?" Her frosty warning momentarily sobered He yet he remained defiant, unwilling to submit to the whims of a mere woman. Regardless of the Empress's affection for the princess, she was still an outsider. While the princess resided in the estate, it was our duty to care for her. Upon hearing these words, even Xie Qingyao could not hide her displeasure. She seized a nearby teapot and poured its contents over He face. The icy water sent a shiver through him, gradually awakening his senses. Open your eyes and behold clearly. I am the princess appointed by Her Majesty herself. No matter my relations with others, the Empress is my closest kin. To utter such disrespectful words is to invite disaster. If these words reach the palace and my grandmother learns of them, how many heads do you think, Lord, he possesses? Xie Qingyao scrutinized the clarity that briefly flickered in He Kuei's eyes, unhesitatingly interrogating him, embodying the regal demeanor of a princess. Chapter 24. Incitement. The He family was already in disarray, and Liner, who hardly deserved to be present at the banquet, had the audacity to stand beside He Qingting. Why not let the chaos continue to escalate? The more tumultuous, the more entertaining the spectacle. Wouldn't you agree? It was my momentary lapse that led to this offense. I beseech the princess for your leniency. He Kuei, realizing the gravity of his words, immediately knelt down. Beside him, Qin Shi, who had been wailing, now lacked the courage to even whimper, kneeling submissively. Yet, in her heart, dissatisfaction brewed. In the past, Xie Qingyao had tended to her with utmost care, executing the necessary courtesies without need for instruction. Now, this once subservient girl had the audacity to rise against her. Since it has come to this, you both shall kneel here for an hour, reflect upon your words, and then come to present your grievances. Xie Qingyao casually commanded someone to keep watch over them and retreated to her secluded courtyard. Madame Yu felt an uncontrollable satisfaction at Xie Qingyao's actions. The princess should have taken her stand long ago, teaching these disrespectful individuals a lesson. It was precisely because of her kindness that they thought her benevolent and easily manipulated. As she spoke, Madame Yu even took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Xie Qingyao. Regardless of her esteemed position within the palace or the title she would receive outside, she had never forgotten her place after so many years at the Empress's side. When her mistress was in need, she was merely a servant. Everyone in the world is but a servant to the imperial family, are they not? A small punishment serves as a reminder, and perhaps someone will come to their aid in due time. Xie Qingyao sipped her tea, a shadow of darkness fleeting across her eyes. He Qingting, having taken her medicine, lay in her courtyard, unlikely to seek her out. Meanwhile, Liner's situation was not so dire. If He Qingmian had any conscience and remembered to pay his respects, he might yet come to confront her. As time passed, Xie Qingyao sent a servant to announce that she had fallen asleep, without instructing the He couple to rise. Thus, they remained kneeling until dawn, their knees on the verge of collapse, yet dared not voice a single complaint. Princess, they are still kneeling. Would you care to check on them? Madame Yu, having assisted Xie Qingyao with her morning routine, finally broached the subject. Regardless, she should make her position known. Even if He Qingmian did not come, Xie Qingyao would not allow them to remain kneeling indefinitely. Truly, he was a heartless wolf, forsaking his wife and children for the sake of beauty. Xie Qingyao elegantly adorned herself with a hairpin and coldly remarked, "What a heartless creature." As she approached Qin Shi's quarters, she found the couple leaning against each other, nearly asleep, their faces a portrait of disarray, devoid of the previous day's bravado.
Princess,
The maidservant called out as she spotted Xie Qingyao, immediately bowing. At the sound of her voice, Qin Shi and He Kuei collided their heads together, jolting awake, struggling to shift their knees. The pain coursing through them revealed their discomfort, and they looked upon Xie Qingyao with expressions of distress, no longer daring to exhibit their former arrogance. Please rise. I only imposed an hour's penance. Is it necessary to kneel so sincerely for so long? Xie Qingyao feigned surprise, extending a hand to assist Qin Shi, allowing them to sit. Their faces were ashen. They felt as if their knees no longer belonged to them. I had thought that my husband would come to inquire about your well-being last night and would remind me of this matter. But did they not visit you? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of He Kuei and Qin Shi darkened further. The actions of Qingmian in recent days had gone too far. He Kuei struck his thigh heavily, causing pain to radiate from his nearly numb knee, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Even Qin Shi, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls, was taken aback by her son's infatuation with that woman.
enough.
You have risen now. Do not cast blame upon your husband. Xie Qingyao interjected kindly, attempting to defend He Qingmian. She regarded the now listless Qin Shi and offered a gentle reminder. Please ensure that my dowry is thoroughly accounted for. If any pieces are missing, every detail must be noted. After all, the entire He family resembled a bottomless pit, reliant on her dowry for sustenance. Expenses were inevitable. Even Xie Qingyao herself could not tally the silver she had spent, but those responsible for the expenditures would surely remember. Qin Shi, already at her breaking point, could no longer contain herself. After Xie Qingyao departed, she angrily overturned the nearby table. Why must I be concerned about my dowry? Who knows how that money was spent? All I have are some fine fabrics and jewelry. Perhaps I should just summon the Empress and let our family face annihilation. It would be better to die than to live like this. In that moment, Qin Shi vented her frustrations, while Xie Qingyau's gaze shifted uneasily elsewhere. Reflecting on the gold and silver he had expended, Xie Qingyao suppressed his guilt and attempted to placate Qin Shi's temper. Let us rest well. Do not speak in haste. Our son's future is bright. Having returned from the border, Xie Qingyao had already been appointed as a junior general, and the excellent weapons he provided were being promoted throughout the military. If this continued, Xie Qingyao was destined to carve out a path of success for himself. With that vixen around, all his thoughts are consumed by her. He clearly cares little for us. Qin Shi's ire flared at the mention of Xie Qingyao, and she rolled her eyes in exasperation. Were it not for his bringing back a vixen from abroad, Xie Qingyao would not dare to flaunt her luxurious possessions so boldly. Now, after being punished by the princess, she could forget about marrying into a good family. Even finding a suitable match would likely be a challenge. The weight of these thoughts left Qin Shi feeling suffocated, and she continued to breathe heavily. Chapter 25. The escalating conflict. It is indeed the young lady favored by Qingyao himself, and considering the matter of taking a concubine. Why should there be so many rules? Xie Qingyao spoke lightly, seemingly unconcerned about the matter at hand. A mere princess, after all, is not as noble as a true princess, and after several years in the residence, the multitude of rules seems rather out of place. You speak so carelessly. Yet you have not considered the significant price our family has paid for this. At this moment, Qin raised her hand and struck the table. She noticed a valuable jade ornament adorning Xie Qingyao, and a flicker of suspicion crossed her brow. How could you possess such wealth to afford these items? Xie Qingyao, sensing Qin's sudden proximity, instinctively stepped back 2 paces and hastily tucked the jade pendant into his clothing. Perhaps he had inadvertently taken it during casual conversations over the past few days? Since losing favor, Xie Qingyao had redirected all his efforts outside the court. He spent his days drinking and reveling with a circle of acquaintances. This lifestyle required considerable funds, and in the past, Qin had never harbored doubts, but today, especially after being cornered by Xie Qingyao, she could not help but question. Where do you have so much silver? Qin's tone sharpened as she grasped Xie Qingyau's clothing, refusing to let go. Have you sold off the valuable items in our household? Beyond that, Xie Qingyao could not possibly acquire such a sum. I would never do such a thing. Xie Qingyao quickly retorted, a fleeting panic flashing in his dark eyes. He glanced around, forcing a strained smile. Then where did this silver come from? Today, Qin was determined to get to the bottom of it. It was only during recent inspections that she discovered a significant shortfall in her funds. If he had moved Xie Qingyao's dowry, she thought, with a bit of grit, she might still find a way to make up for it. You women are always so fussy, asking questions about everything. Is there truly no one who voluntarily offers me silver to help with matters? Xie Qingyao, feeling discomfort from kneeling all night, pushed Qin aside. Caught off guard, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Xie Qingyao felt a twinge of guilt, but quickly straightened his back. Men have various responsibilities outside. Why should you concern yourself so deeply with every little matter? His accusatory words left Qin momentarily speechless. Was she not scheming and seeking Xie Qingyao's dowry for the sake of the entire He family? Once the dowry was in his grasp, she had not flaunted it. It was solely to mend her daughter as heart. Now, with Xie Qingyao flaunting her status as a princess before them, Qingyao should find a way to suppress her arrogance. Fine, I shall no longer concern myself with these matters. Let you and Qingyao worry about them. After all, I am older and cannot manage so much. Qin spoke plainly. With the help of several maidservants, she returned to her room to rest, closing the door to guests and even neglecting the matter of Xie Qingyao. When the news reached Xie Qingyao's courtyard, she was sitting there grooming herself. Glancing at her somewhat haggard reflection in the mirror, she shook her head, lamenting, had she known marriage would lead to such an outcome, she would not have chosen this path from the beginning. Regrettably, now that she wished to withdraw, there was no opportunity left. Only when she had firmly grasped Qingyau's weaknesses and presented him with a divorce letter would this farce come to an end. My lady, you are still young. There are many opportunities ahead. Whatever you desire, the Empress Dowager will surely assist you, said Mama Yu, attending to her with a smile. At worst, you could live as freely as Princess Fuguang. As the two chatted amiably, Sheng Nian strode in with purpose. He rarely ventured into this small courtyard, and this was his first visit since returning to the capital. The courtyard held few treasures and appeared somewhat desolate. Hesitating, Sheng Nian stepped forward, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Why has the general suddenly come here? Is there some important matter at hand? Xie Qingyao raised an eyebrow. Her smile faint, but tinged with a hint of coldness. The sharpness in her tone stirred an unbidden anger within Sheng Nian. The Xie Qingyao of the past would never have spoken to him in such a manner. What have you learned during your years in the capital? You can hardly speak in a proper way now. Yao Yao, how have you become so unfamiliar to me? Upon entering, Sheng Nian immediately shifted all blame onto Xie Qingyao. Indeed, as I gaze into the mirror, I see that my appearance has faded in comparison to years past. The most beautiful years of a woman have been squandered. Wasted on you. Xie Qingyao slowly shook her head, her voice laced with mockery. Had she followed the Empress Dowager's wishes from the start and chosen a fine man, she might now be cradling a child. Instead, her poor judgment led her to this unworthy man, wasting her time and altering her very essence. His words ignited a flicker of guilt within Sheng Nian, and his tone softened uncharacteristically. It is my fault for leaving you alone in the capital for so long. As he spoke, Sheng Nian leaned closer to Xie Qingyao, wrapping an arm around her shoulder, his body drawing nearer in a semblance of intimacy. In response to his overtures, Xie Qingyao coldly laughed, pushing his hand away. Save your breath. I am not one for empty flattery. Understanding Sheng Nian, she knew that his visit must hold significant importance. Otherwise, why would he deign to enter this small courtyard? It has been long since the general last set foot here. If there is something to discuss, you might as well speak plainly. If I can assist, I shall do my utmost. Xie Qingyao tore apart his facade with a single motion, drawing a stark line between them, her words devoid of warmth or affection. This chilling demeanor left Sheng Nian momentarily at a loss for words. We are but ordinary spouses. Why must we remain so cold and antagonistic towards one another? Sheng Nian remarked, inching closer to Xie Qingyao, his thoughts swirling. The Empress Dowager dotes on Xie Qingyao, and the treasures in her possession are indeed valuable. The priceless jade bomb, which only she possesses, is truly the remedy for concealing scars. Xie Qingyao remained noncommittal to Sheng Nian's words, her disdain evident. Perhaps it is because I see your insincere face now that I harbor no lingering affections. Chapter 26. Seeking medicine, she had once witnessed Sheng Nian's heart and soul devoted solely to her. Originally, their feelings had been transparent, and it mattered little. Even considering their childhood friendship, Xie Qingyao would not have minded being used as a stepping stone for Sheng Nian's ascent. Yet, they had chosen the most malicious path, trampling upon her flesh and blood to rise. Even after her demise, their reputations would serve to bolster the He family. I have only you in my heart. Do you not understand my feelings? Sheng Nian stammered, his gaze betraying a hint of panic as he glanced around. This guilty demeanor was hard to conceal, and Xie Qingyao merely raised an eyebrow, choosing not to expose his lies. If I were truly the only one, then you should promptly expel the chaotic individuals from the household to avoid further trouble. Xie Qingyao spoke calmly, considering her stance entirely reasonable. And Liner had not been in the manor for long before she stirred up numerous disturbances. If one were to consider her a harbinger of good fortune, it was merely to hasten He Xingyan's awakening. Subsequently, she brought a multitude of calamities to the household. Presently, He Tingting, who lay in bed, served as a prime example. And the discord between the Qin family and He Kuei had only intensified. There are no chaotic characters here, Yao Yao. You should, like me, harbor a sense of gratitude towards her. He Xingyan's expression hardened, unmistakably tinged with reprimand as he admonished Xie Qingyao. Moreover, your recent actions towards our parents have been rather excessive. He had certainly heard that Xie Qingyao was reckoning with the dowry that rightfully belonged to her. However, who could ever ascertain the true value of money? The Empress Dowager had been incessantly urging to see how much I had taken away back in the day. If you are unwilling, then simply forego the reckoning. Xie Qingyao clicked her tongue, readily admitting her fault, as if throwing a tantrum, and directly instructed Granny Yu, inform grandmother that I no longer require that silver. What I have is sufficient for our living. How can you utter such words in anger? He Xingyan, upon contemplating the loss of the silver, quickly interjected, his eyes glinting with avarice. The gifts from the Empress Dowager were of the finest quality. Thinking thus, a flicker of conflict crossed Xie Qingyao dark gaze, and after a moment of contemplation, he smiled. Tingting has recently sustained some injuries, hasn't she? I was thinking, perhaps you could lend her that precious Yuyan ointment. Such brazen demands elicited a trace of disdain in Granny Yu's eyes. Her tones suddenly elevated. The Yuyan ointment is indeed a treasure. It is rare to find such a large box in the entire realm. Naturally, Xie Qingyao felt displeased at being interrupted but, constrained by Granny Yu's esteemed status, dared not voice his discontent, casting a hopeful glance at Xie Qingyao instead. In the past, Xie Qingyao had doted on He Tingting, granting her every wish. As Granny Yu had mentioned, the Yuyan ointment was not an ordinary item. Even if I have no use for it, I could save it for our children. Xie Qingyao had no intention of relenting. Since the aim was to exacerbate the household's discord, He Tingting must personally come to her for it. After all, Tingting, you have always regarded her as your own sister. Can you truly bear to withhold such medicine from her? Xie Qingyao emphasized, his words laden with moral coercion. That item is of considerable value. I need to deliberate further. Xie Qingyao lightly dismissed his request. Regardless of Xie Qingyao's soft pleas and hard bargaining, she remained unyielding, and after a prolonged silence, Xie Qingyao could only leave in embarrassment. As for the conflict between the Qin family and He Kuei, he remained blissfully unaware. Upon learning that Xie Qingyao would not lend her the ointment, He Tingting's expression instantly darkened, and she struck the soft couch with a heavy hand. It is all the doing of that wretched woman that has harmed me. Now that I am willing to request medicine from her, I am already showing her favor, yet she dares to toy with me. Witnessing his sister's fury, Xie Qingyang's eyes darted, his mind already weighing options. He smiled and remarked, perhaps Yao Yao wishes for you to personally approach her. You know her temperament well, stubborn on the outside, yet soft-hearted within. I will go find her later. He Tingting, still reeling from her recent awakening, rubbed her still swollen brow. Feeling the lingering heat on her face, when it came to matters of pride, she hesitated not at all, and after a mere lunch, she headed towards Xie Qingyao's courtyard. The items have long been prepared for you. You have always been thoughtless, so do not cause any more trouble in front of the princess. Xie Qingyao said as she pushed forward a small porcelain box she had meticulously arranged. He Tingting's eyes widened in astonishment as she immediately opened it to catch a whiff of its fragrance. The faint scent of plum blossoms wafted towards her, stirring a sense of familiarity and suspicion. You wouldn't be using ordinary medicine to brush me off, would you? If you think my gift is inadequate, then by all means do not use it. Such a treasure is difficult to procure, and even the Empress Dowager may not be able to replicate the formula. As she spoke, Xie Qingyao advanced, reaching for the box. Regardless of the truth, she had at least offered a sincere heart. And such doubt was bound to provoke irritation in any reasonable person. He Tingting quickly clutched the small box, smiling beneath her veil. Then I must thank you, sister-in-law. She darted away, and Granny Yu, observing Xie Qingyao's figure, expressed mild skepticism. Princess, are you truly willing to give them such a valuable item? The medicine within has long been replaced. It is not of any worth, Xie Qingyao replied, shaking her head with indifference. Even if it were a fine gift, He Tingting would hardly express gratitude. Besides, this item was intended for Enliner, so why bother with authenticity? Upon hearing this, Granny Yu paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. The current princess was increasingly reminiscent of her premarital self. If the Empress Dowager were to know, she would surely find solace. Meanwhile, He Tingting, upon returning with the medicine, found Xie Qingyao waiting in her chamber. Instinctively, she tucked the ointment into her sleeve. Brother, if it is for that wretched maid, there is no need for you to plead on her behalf. Even if her face is marred, it is of little consequence. He Tingting spoke decisively, her words dripping with disdain. A servant does not deserve to use the same items as she. Do not speak nonsense. Xie Qingyao retorted coldly, emphasizing, she is your sister-in-law, the woman who will remain by my side. Do you intend to divorce the princess? He Tingting quickly adopted Xie Qingyao's stance. Chapter 27. Capture and sell for the He family. Any aspirations of rising further were impossible without Xie Qingyao, and Linner's identity was obscure to others. But He Tingting was well aware, how could a woman reliant on Xie Qingyao provide assistance to the He family? If it were not for that wretched maid, I would not have been beaten and scolded by the Princess of Fortune. If you truly love her, then accept her regardless of her beauty or lack thereof. Xie Qingyao had recently developed a fondness for reading tales. True love, after all, could embrace both beauty and ugliness. One must cherish a woman's appearance. Besides, I am only taking a small portion. Why must you bicker with her? Xie Qingyao said, reaching to take the ointment from her. With his long limbs, he leaned in, and Xie Qingyao stumbled back, nearly falling to the ground. The precious Yuyan ointment she had finally managed to secure was tossed high into the air. Xie Qingyao nimbly caught it, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. That was something I obtained with great difficulty. If you dare take it, I will report you to mother. Xie Qingyang's voice rose, emphasizing her point. Yet, Xie Qingyao was unfazed. He brought forth his prepared items, portioning them out. When Xie Qingyao received her share, she noticed that the once full box of ointment was now only half filled. A flicker of indignation crossed her features, her eyes reddening. But she refrained from expressing her anger in Xie Qingyang's presence. That wretched maid dares to covet my possessions. She deserves whatever fate befalls her. As dusk fell, Xie Qingyao gathered a few maidservants and directly had Enliner bound. Enliner, who had just fallen asleep, struggled fiercely, her dark eyes wide with astonishment and fear. You lot, be quick about it. Take this wretch away to cell. Xie Qingyao, her face veiled, approached with a cold command. Upon hearing those words, Enliner widened her eyes in disbelief. She had devoted considerable thought to providing suggestions for Xie Qingyao. Miss, I have been utterly loyal to you. Why must you treat me so harshly? Enliner deftly pushed away someone who was covering their mouth. In a moment of desperation, she even bit down hard on that person, finally feeling relieved enough to confront them. If you were truly loyal, there would be no treacherous souls in this world. If it weren't for you, would I have been scorned by the princess? Xie Qingyao retorted as she approached. Noticing the swelling on Enliner's face had diminished significantly, she let out a cold snort. It seemed she must cultivate a better relationship with Xie Qingyao, as this sister-in-law was the only one genuinely sincere toward her. Her brother was unreliable. Muffle her mouth and prevent this wretch from being arrogant any further. As for your relationship with my brother, I cannot be bothered to investigate. But from now on, you are unworthy to follow him. After delivering this ultimatum, Xie Qingyao instructed her subordinates to stuff Enliner into a sack. To ensure she would not cause any more trouble, someone removed their stinky socks and stuffed them into Enliner's mouth, leaving her grimacing in disdain. Unable to evade the situation, it was only after Enliner was taken away that Xie Qingyao finally felt a sense of relief. While Xie Qingyao received the news almost immediately, the candlelight flickered in the room, and Mama Yu's eyes reflected a hint of concern. If these matters are exposed, the general will surely blame you. Let him blame away. Given our relationship, would he dare to lay a hand on me over a mere servant? Xie Qingyao replied unhurriedly, sipping her soup before exhaling deeply and smiling brightly. She had been eager to witness the spectacle of the He family's infighting, and it seemed she had found an opportunity. If Xie Qingyao were to indiscriminately seek trouble with her, she would repay him tenfold. As the hour grew late, she dismissed the affairs of the household, focusing instead on resting and conserving her energy. Otherwise, how could she enjoy the upcoming drama? Xie Qingyao even took the time to soothe Mama Yu's emotions, her dark eyes sparkling with a faint smile. The following morning, Xie Qingyao was awakened by the commotion outside. Squinting her eyes, she displayed a trace of impatience, and before she had even had the chance to wash up, a man burst into her courtyard, evidently brimming with anger. Is the general here again, perhaps to quarrel with me over a lowly servant? Xie Qingyao's eyes glimmered with frost, and with a single phrase, she gradually quelled Xie Qingyan's fiery demeanor. If it were merely about a servant, there would be no need for such a fuss. To admit it now would imply that the servant held a significant status. Yet, to deny it left him feeling stifled, for Xie Qingyao's actions had become increasingly audacious. She even dared to abduct someone outright. Ting mentioned that a maid has gone missing, and I came to see if you know anything about it. After a prolonged silence, Xie Qingyao took a deep breath, placing the blame squarely on Xie Qingyao. Beyond that, he had no other excuses to offer. After all, it was just a maid. If she was lost, he could easily select a few more from the palace to send to her. Accompanied by someone from the palace, no one would dare to underestimate her again. Xie Qingyao rose slowly, waving her hand dismissively, as if the loss of a life were of no consequence. Her nonchalance stood in stark contrast to Enliner's reverence for life. Even a beggar would receive her respect, and she would engage in lengthy conversations with them, vibrant with the essence of humanity. Meanwhile, Xie Qingyao and her ilk were merely highborn aristocrats, selfish and despicable. The disdain in Xie Qingyan's eyes deepened, and he accused Xie Qingyao directly. Yao Yao, I do not wish to quarrel with you at this moment. Quickly hand her over. Had Xie Qingyao not known about the events in the household the previous night, she would have surely been baffled. With a calm smile, she replied, I am unaware of what has transpired. You come in here hurling accusations as if you believe me to be a spineless woman? As she spoke, Xie Qingyao took a couple of steps forward. Even without having prepared herself, clad in simple garments, the regal air cultivated in the palace from childhood emanated effortlessly from her. If you dare to raise your voice at me again, I shall charge you with a crime of insubordination. Though you are a general, your rank is far beneath mine. Her words held an unmistakable warning. Xie Qingyao regarded Xie Qingyao with a mixture of astonishment and unfamiliarity. In his memories, she should have been gentle and understanding, not resembling this shrewish figure. If you believe that your thoughts do not align with mine, perhaps you should reflect upon your own actions. Xie Qingyao coldly articulated as she took her seat before the dressing mirror, applying her makeup. Xie Qingyao stood there, his body trembling slightly, his dark eyes reflecting evident displeasure. Have you forgotten the teachings of the Empress Dowager? His words dripped with irritation as he dared to criticize even the Empress Dowager. To marry and follow your husband is the golden rule all women should uphold. Hearing such audacity, Xie Qingyao couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, striding towards him with purpose, unhesitatingly delivering a resounding slap. It seems I have been too gracious, allowing you to forget the rumors that once circulated in the palace about our relationship. A young princess, spoiled by the Empress Dowager, was born fearless. If angered, she would not hesitate to strike even the reigning princess. To speak ill of the Empress Dowager and show disrespect to me, in light of our marital bond, I shall spare you today. Go back and reflect. Yet Xie Qingyao remained rooted, unwilling to depart. Unless you hand over that maid. You speak of her as merely a maid, yet you fail to realize what sort of woman could provoke you to such lengths. Xie Qingyao seemed to recall something. A cold smile gracing her lips as she drew closer to Xie Qingyao, her eyes darting around until a name surfaced in her mind. It wouldn't be in Liner, would it? Indeed, it is Liner, no matter what. She is my savior. For my sake, please spare her. Xie Qingyao acquiesced, lowering his head, no longer daring to exhibit the same arrogance as before, his dark eyes revealing a hint of tranquility. He had no right to challenge a princess. Moreover, Liner was still in Xie Qingyao's grasp. I truly do not know where she is. Your morning commotion has left my head spinning, Xie Qingyao said, shaking her head. Her expression composed. Xie Qingyao's suspicions deepened, but gradually, they began to dissipate. The young princess, while indeed headstrong, was also a woman of her word. Really? Xie Qingyao couldn't help but seek confirmation. What reason would I have to deceive you? Yet, the general seems to care deeply for that woman. Is it merely a matter of saving her? Xie Qingyao countered with an inquiry, her gaze piercing into Xie Qingyao, a smirk playing on her lips as if she held all the cards. At that moment, Xie Qingyao found himself at a loss for words. He chuckled awkwardly and turned to leave in a hurry, and it was only when his figure vanished that the emotions in Xie Qingyao's eyes faded entirely. A grand spectacle was about to unfold in the household, and they would wait and observe, ready to lend a hand when the time was right. Mama Yu nodded in agreement and called for a nearby maid to assist Xie Qingyao with her preparations. After scouring the entire mansion without a trace of an liner, Xie Qingyao found himself increasingly frantic, instinctively seeking out Qin Shi. In this household, only Qin Shi possessed the means to orchestrate such an event. When did mother fall ill? Xie Qingyao inquired, perplexed, as a few maidservants barred his way. Just days prior, Qin Shi had been lively, engrossed in counting Xie Qingyao's dowry. How could a seemingly healthy person suddenly fall ill? The old matriarch has never been in robust health, and recently, she was punished to kneel in her chamber for an entire night, which has taken a toll on her constitution, a maid explained with concern. Though her gaze towards Xie Qingyao hinted at deeper currents. They had anticipated that the general's return would elicit greater concern for the old matriarch, yet the mansion was bustling, while the He family faced one crisis after another. If this continued, the family's hard-earned wealth would be utterly depleted. Who possesses such audacity? Xie Qingyao could not help but bite his lip after voicing the question. Aside from Xie Qingyao, who within the general's residence could be causing Qin Shi such distress. Forget it. Please inform my mother that I have pressing matters to discuss with her, Xie Qingyao instructed, regaining his composure. The maid, sensing the warning in his eyes, did not linger and hurried inside. Qinshi had only just taken her medicine and fallen asleep when the commotion awakened her. Irritation flashed in her dark eyes. But upon learning her beloved son had arrived, she forced herself to regain her composure. "Mother, have you taken Lin away? She is of utmost importance to me." Xie Qingyao entered, questioning with urgency, which only served to chill Qinshi's already frosty demeanor. Her head swam, and she felt as if she might collide with the bed's edge at any moment. "I would never harm those beneath me," Qinshi retorted, though she did entertain the thought of dealing with Enliner. However, she realized that to secure her future, she must rely on Xie Qingyao. "Could you assist me in locating Liner? She has been missing since this morning," Xie Qingyao implored, seemingly oblivious to Qinshi's pallid complexion. Initially intending to ease her son's worries, Qinshi coughed heavily, her expression tinged with bittersweet resignation. "Gather the steward immediately and send people to search the mansion thoroughly. Also, dispatch someone outside. Perhaps that headstrong girl has gone off on her own." After issuing these orders, Qinshi fell into another fit of coughing, as if she might expel her very essence. Xie Qingyao, appearing not to notice, nodded solemnly before swiftly exiting. Mama Li, who had been by Qinshi's side, extended a hand to support her and promptly brought her warm water to alleviate her discomfort. "Madam, you are no longer young. It is time to relinquish control over the household affairs. Do not overexert yourself," Mama Li spoke gently, filled with concern. Though Qinshi had maintained her grip on the He family for years, appearing to flourish, her health had deteriorated and financial losses loomed large. She feared her own dowry would not suffice to cover the gaps. "Why must I bear such ungrateful children?" Qinshi forced a bitter smile, just as the steward arrived. Kneeling respectfully and avoiding her gaze. "Are you aware of the whereabouts of that girl?" Qinshi immediately inquired. The steward hesitated, his expression fraught with difficulty, before finally confessing. "Last night, the young lady dispatched someone to transport a sack, claiming it contained stolen goods." Chapter 29. Slander. When conversing with the astute, one ought to be concise. Qinshi instantly grasped the steward's implication, her eyes widening as she struck the bed with her palm in frustration. Where has she taken them? This is madness. If Xie Qingyao learns of this, it will surely lead to a confrontation between the siblings. Is it worth uprooting the entire general's residence over a lowly servant? The general has inquired multiple times today, and I have stated I know nothing. After the young lady dispatched the carriage, she dismissed her attendants, the steward murmured, his tone laced with helplessness, as no one knew the true fate of Xie Qingyao. Qinshi spat blood in response. Mama Li, alarmed, cried out for a physician, but Qinshi tightened her grip on her handkerchief and shook her head gently. "These matters must remain confidential. Simply state that you are unaware, that will suffice. If Xie Qingyao discovers I was driven to such extremes, he will surely deduce the culprit. Let us summon the young lady," Mama Li proposed cautiously. "That will not do. The steward has just entered. If we call for Qingyao now, he will naturally learn of the situation," Qinshi countered, shaking her head decisively. After a moment of contemplation, she grit her teeth and resolutely declared, "Send someone to fetch Yao Yao. Only she possesses the capability to bear such accusations. While this may strain their marital bond, at least the peace of the household will be preserved." Upon hearing that Qinshi sought her out, Xie Qingyao's eyes flickered with surprise.
Observing Mama Li's humble demeanor,
She felt a sense of understanding, yet she deemed it unnecessary to delve too deeply into the matter. Sometimes, feigning ignorance proved advantageous to one's schemes. Moreover, even in service, she would merely follow Qinshi around, casually observing. Given Qinshi's status, would she dare to allow her to serve directly? Having completed her ablutions, Xie Qingyao nodded and accompanied Mama Li to Qinshi's side. The latter's demeanor revealed evident guilt. She forced a smile, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. "Since you are unwell, you ought to rest in bed. Why trouble yourself with the household's disputes?" Xie Qingyao said, stepping forward to support Qinshi with a tone of gentle concern. Qinshi gripped Xie Qingyao's hand tightly, scrutinizing her youthful visage in search of any signs of unrest. After a moment, she could no longer contain herself, biting her lip as she whispered, "A maidservant has gone missing, causing chaos throughout the household. Then simply report it to the authorities, allowing everyone to know there is a runaway slave. After all, she is merely a lowly creature. Why burden yourself with such matters?" Xie Qingyao replied coolly, her voice dripping with disdain. No servant would dare escape from the palace. Were it not for that maid's kindness to my son, I would not concern myself with this issue. Do not forget, she was the one who brought him back from the brink when your husband was in a coma. Qin Shi clenched her jaw, deliberately emphasizing her words. She was reminding Xie Qingyao that some debts of gratitude could not be easily dismissed. Yet for Xie Qingyao, such sentiments held little weight. A flicker of irritation crossed her eyes as she shook her head, exclaiming, "We have not witnessed her bringing him back from death's door. So, why should we continue to treat her with undue favor based on unfounded debts? Given that woman's status, she scarcely deserves to step foot within the general's residence. Her mere presence here is a stroke of fortune. Must I then feel eternally grateful to her?" Xie Qingyao's tone carried an air of regal superiority, tinged with disdain for the wretched people she had encountered. At this moment, Mrs. Qin's flattery was merely an attempt to retrieve that wretched woman, using Xie Qingyao's life to pave the way for the household. Xie Qingyao was not a fool. She longed for that woman to never appear before her again. With Xie Qingyao's vindictive nature, it was unlikely she would provide any favorable refuge for Enliner, who had caused her to lose face in front of so many dignitaries. It was probable that Enliner was already enduring great torment. This thought momentarily halted Mrs. Qin, even stirring within her an inclination to be swayed by Xie Qingyao's words. No one in the household owed that woman anything. Rather, she was a troublemaker, ruining Tingting's reputation. Even if she were to die, it would serve as her penance. If Mrs. Qin felt any remorse, she might as well have someone light a few more incense sticks for her, allowing her to pass on swiftly. Xie Qingyao's words reached the ears of the hastily arriving Xie Qingyao. A flicker of crimson crossed his gaze as he fixed an intense stare upon Xie Qingyao, his profound hatred akin to that felt towards a sworn enemy. This sudden, chilling display startled Xie Qingyao. She abruptly looked up to see Xie Qingyao approaching her like a vengeful deity. "What are you discussing?" Xie Qingyao forced out through clenched teeth, advancing step by step. "We were speaking of that woman who seemed to have saved your life. Now that she has vanished, it suffices to have Mother light a perpetual lamp for her, regardless of her fate." Xie Qingyao bluntly declared Enliner to be dead. In a fit of rage, Xie Qingyao approached and struck Xie Qingyao across the face. The crisp sound echoed, momentarily freezing the air. Even Mrs. Qin was taken aback by Xie Qingyao's explosive temper, her eyes widening in shock, unsure of what to say. She had intended to shift all blame onto Xie Qingyao, believing that even if Xie Qingyao were angry, it would be of no consequence. Yet, Xie Qingyao's action of striking Xie Qingyao was unfathomable. Did he truly wish to gamble with his own life? "Have you lost your mind?" Mrs. Qin rushed forward, tugging at Xie Qingyao's clothing, then awkwardly smiled at Xie Qingyao, attempting to mediate. "This child must be a bit unhinged to commit such an act. I will certainly discipline him later." Xie Qingyao touched her face, a hint of coldness in her brows. Yet her voice was exceedingly gentle. "To defy authority is a capital offense, dear husband. Are you willing to forsake your entire family for that wretched maid?" This statement jolted Xie Qingyao from his fury. He gazed at Xie Qingyao's profile, his lips moving without sound, and a flicker of confusion emerged in his eyes. However, he remained tight-lipped, his dark gaze laced with a hint of frost, stubbornness evident. Mrs. Qin, startled by Xie Qingyao's words, felt tears welling in her eyes. Yet she still harbored a glimmer of hope for Xie Qingyao. "Yao Yao, regardless of the circumstances, we are family. Why speak such cold words that chill the heart?" Mrs. Qin feigned a semblance of elder authority, her voice trembling as she attempted to persuade. Although she wore a smile, it bore the marks of unease, and a flicker of fear lingered in her eyes. "How delightful to discover that we are indeed family," Xie Qingyao remarked with a semblance of a smile, her eyes icy. "You may do as you wish. Whether you seek my life or my demise, I have but this one life to offer." Xie Qingyao gritted his teeth, declaring with a proud posture, not only unrepentant but seemingly compelling Xie Qingyao to bow to him first. "What would I do with your life?" Xie Qingyao scoffed lightly. She caressed her face, slightly swollen from the blow. Throughout her life, even the Empress had never laid a hand on her, nor had many dared speak harshly to her. Yet today, her husband struck her to protect another woman. If she were to follow Xie Qingyao's expectations and openly accuse him, he would quickly find solace. Only by treating this matter as a sword hanging over his head would Xie Qingyao become increasingly cautious in his dealings. "We are bound by marriage. I shall not be so petty with you." Just remember, this incident is a debt you owe me. As for the woman you seek, I know nothing. Perhaps you should inquire with mother? Xie Qingyao turned her gaze towards Mrs. Qin, who had been watching like a spectator, smiling as she keenly pointed this out. Mrs. Qin was already aware of the implications, but had hoped for Xie Qingyang's misunderstanding, wishing to avoid explaining further. The tension in the air intensified, and Mrs. Qin's smile became awkward, her embarrassment palpable. What do I know? The comings and goings in this household require your command. Is this not the general's residence? A place anyone may enter at will? Xie Qingyao interjected, having stated her position. She had conveyed her message clearly, and whether Xie Qingyang believed her was no longer her concern. Your Highness, this person has committed such a grave offense and treats you so disdainfully. Do you not intend to punish him? Mama Yu, trailing behind Xie Qingyao, inquired softly. This situation should have been addressed immediately, in her opinion. The guards should be summoned forth to apprehend Xie Qingyang and administer a proper reprimand. If punishment were delayed, would it not merely create a more entertaining spectacle when the siblings were both subjected to it? Xie Qingyao stroked her chin, already contemplating the timing of the execution. In the study, only the two of them remained. Xie Qingyang's lips were pressed into a straight line, a flicker of fire igniting in his eyes. He was not foolish. Observing his mother go to such lengths to shield another made clear her true intentions. Did my sister do this? After a moment's hesitation, Xie Qingyang finally spoke. For the He family had always been thus. A crimson hue surged in his gaze, as if with a nod from Mrs. Qin, he would pursue accountability without hesitation. Mrs. Qin hesitated to respond, tilting her head aside in silence. Yet her silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Xie Qingyang turned to leave, and Mrs. Qin hurriedly grasped his arm, her legs weakening, nearly collapsing to the ground. No matter what, Tingting is your sister. You should not bully her for her mistakes. Mrs. Qin raised her voice. The sharpness of her tone furrowed Xie Qingyang's brow, intensifying his annoyance. He had not yet declared any intent to harm his sister. As long as she can bring Liner back, I shall not pursue this matter further. Xie Qingyang uttered this, his fists clenched, willing to provide his mother a way out. For him, Liner symbolized a vital opportunity for ascension. Now, the household was not under He Tingting's control. Even if she wished to teach Liner a lesson, it was likely sufficient for the time being. I will speak with your sister. You two have never been harmonious. If you continue to quarrel, it will not bode well. Mrs. Qin inhaled deeply, speaking softly, leveraging her son's strength to avoid a disgraceful collapse. Xie Qingyang had intended to accompany her, but seeing the pleading look in Mrs. Qin's eyes, he instinctively swallowed his words. With his martial prowess, it would be no trouble to follow quietly behind her. Very well, Xie Qingyang acquiesced. Mrs. Qin offered a few more instructions before swiftly turning to hurry towards He Tingting's courtyard. Last night, after toiling for an extended period, He Tingting felt utterly exhausted. Lying on her bed, after all, she was now a patient, and no one would intentionally come to seek her out. Suddenly, the door swung open, allowing a blinding light to flood the room. Shielding her eyes with her hands, Xie Tingting muttered, "Whoever you are, you better get out quickly." Her feeble command prompted Qin Shi to take a deep breath. She was nearly frantic at this moment. How could this wretched girl still have the leisure to sleep? I refrained from coming to inquire about you earlier, but now you must stop feigning ignorance. Tell me, where did you send Liner last night? Qin Shi pulled back the covers and grasped her daughter's clothes, demanding answers. Observing Xie Qingyang's current demeanor, it was evident that if the troublesome vixen was not found, the He family would never regain their peace. I sold her off to some brothel, Xie Tingting said bluntly, still not fully awake, her words escaping her without thought. At that time, she hadn't paid much attention, merely selecting a place willing to take her, considering Liner was already somewhat disfigured. At this critical juncture, it was already a rare opportunity to sell her. What did you just say? Qin Shi's voice rose with incredulity, her tone sharper. The harshness of her words finally stirred Xie Tingting to open her eyes. Upon seeing her mother's pale face, she remained unfazed. She's merely a worthless servant. Why are you in such a rush? Chapter 31. A life threatened. Not only was Liner now in a disgraceful position, but in the past, Xie Tingting had mercilessly punished many servants, even killing some. She had never witnessed Qin Shi display such an expression. Grasping her mother's hand tightly, she sought to offer some warmth. Mother, you need not worry. With that woman's abilities, she will never rise again. A ruined woman, a fallen one at that. As mother always said, would be too shameful to serve tea.
What did you say?
Xie Qingyao voice suddenly cut through from outside, laced with menace as he strode into the room. In that moment, he disregarded any semblance of decorum between siblings, tearing aside the thin veil and fixing a fierce gaze upon his sister. Xie Qingyao sensed danger and instinctively moved closer to Qin Shi. Surely, her brother, no matter how mad, would not dare to harm their mother. This is your sister. You two are one and the same. What do you intend to do in front of her? Qin Shi interjected, attempting to intervene like a protective hen, though her words lacked conviction. You've taught her to be unable to distinguish right from wrong, to act solely on her whims, and now you wish to indulge her further? Xie Qingyao's words were sharp and unyielding. The Xie Qingyao of today was no longer the innocent and obedient girl of yesteryear. He, wielding his power within the household, acted with impunity, disregarding human life entirely. Even Xie Qingyao would not stoop to such despicable acts. Reflecting on this, Xie Qingyao felt a twinge of guilt towards Xie Qingyao. He had struck the princess without regard. Despite her anger, she still could not bring herself to punish him. Once he retrieved in liner, he would certainly take good care of Qingyao. Xie Qingyao resolve firmed, and the flames of his fury began to subside somewhat. Yet, he was uncertain of Enliner's whereabouts. With her cleverness, even in dire straits, she would surely flourish and bloom splendidly. Meanwhile, Xie Qingyao, listening to her brother's reproaches, scoffed disdainfully. In her eyes, that lowly maid could not possibly compare to her. You would take away the medicine I procured for myself for that wretched maid? What else would you not do? Xie Qingyao retorted, her tone growing more desperate. What fault did she have? She merely wished to protect her own rights. You know my beauty is paramount. I am to marry into a noble family for the benefit of the He family, yet you completely disregard this fact. She is but a servant. Even if I killed her, what would you do? The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, her anger spilling over, her words becoming reckless. Her cavalier attitude towards life struck a chord with Xie Qingyao. He swiftly crossed the room, raising his hand to slap her. Qin Shi barely had time to intervene before Xie Qingyao fell heavily onto the bed, her head striking the edge, blood seeping down. For a moment, she felt dizzy, struggling to see clearly, and only when she forced her eyes wide open could she discern the figures before her. Mother, you must stand up for me. My brother has truly lost his mind. He dares to lay hands on me over a mere woman. Xie Qingyao cried out sharply, determined to obtain justice for herself. Caught in the middle, Qin Shi felt torn and let out a helpless sigh. Qingyao, I assure you, no matter the cost, I will bring her back. Do not hold this against your sister. Ultimately, a daughter's life held greater importance, and Qin Shi could only speak sweetly to Xie Qingyao. Yet, on the other hand, her mind was in turmoil. How had their once harmonious family descended into such chaos? It seemed that everything had changed since Enliner's arrival. The once obedient Xie Qingyao had become sharp-tongued and had even brought in Aunt Yu from the palace. A previously peaceful and happy home was now rife with turmoil, all revolving around Enliner. Had it not been for that self-proclaimed clever woman, her Qingyao would not have lost face before Princess Fuguang. Can you truly bring her back? Xie Qingyao merely smiled coldly, his eyes glinting with a barely concealed malice. His emotions were laid bare, directed unambiguously at his sister. You must first give me a time frame to release my men to search throughout the capital. Your sister's predicament is my failure in education. Qin Shi continued to shield Xie Qingyao behind her, now defiantly raising her chin. If you are filled with resentment, then by all means, kill me to quell your anger. At these words, Xie Qingyao could only grit his teeth in frustration. The current emperor held filial piety in the highest regard, for the sake of honoring the Empress Dowager. He would even allow Xie Qingyao, a princess, to overshadow him. If he were to kill Qin Shi for the sake of a woman, he would likely find himself unable to ascend ever again. After all, Xie Qingyang's painstaking efforts to retrieve Enliner were merely to secure a ladder for his own ascent. Mother, you must help me bring her back. If she does not return, I will not live either. Xie Qingyao warned through clenched teeth, acutely aware that his fate was now intertwined with Enliner's. Otherwise, even if Qin Shi agreed, she might not be willing to mobilize resources for the search. As Xie Qingyao had claimed, she was merely a maid. Her death would bear little consequence. Qin Shi's eyelids fluttered, and tears began to flow. Unable to resolve her daughter's predicament, She was now faced with a son who threatened his life for the sake of an outsider. Qinshi, who had been embroiled in an argument with Xie Qingyao, now found herself devoid of words. She swiftly exited and entered the room where Xie Qingyao resided. "It's quite rare for you to willingly seek me out here," Xie Qingyao remarked, his expression a mixture of surprise and sarcastic mockery. Their marital disputes had always been contentious, with neither yielding an inch until Xie Qingyao found himself in need of money, forcing him to lower his pride before Qinshi. Over the years, Xie Qingyao had faced numerous setbacks in financial matters at Qinshi's hands, leaving him deeply dissatisfied. This moment was merely the catalyst for his pent-up frustrations. Chapter 32. A search initiated. "I require your assistance in locating a woman. Should you succeed, our son will have a chance at life," Qinshi spoke rapidly, her tone laced with reluctance. It seemed that only by involving a man could they reclaim the one who had been sold to a place like the Qin Lu Chu Guan by He Tingting. "What has happened to our son?" Xie Qingyau's expression shifted dramatically. All his efforts had been focused on providing for their child. As Qinshi recalled the troubles caused by Enliner, an uncontrollable irritation surged within her, yet she refrained from exploding, instead coolly admonishing, "When I assign you a task, I expect you to execute it properly." Xie Qingyao was not one to be easily controlled by Qinshi. Over the years, he had discreetly pilfered treasures from their household, accumulating a substantial fortune for himself. Observing Qinshi's insistence to command him, his demeanor turned icy. "I advise you to reassess your position. This household is meant to be under my authority." It was widely accepted that men ruled the outside world while women managed the domestic sphere. After years of Qinshi's brazen conduct within the general's estate, Xie Qingyao could hardly tolerate it any longer. If she continued to disregard her place, he would consider divorce and remarrying. "Have you forgotten why the general's estate fell into disarray years ago?" Qinshi regarded Xie Qingyao as though he had spoken a jest, a half-smile gracing her lips as she rubbed her temples to stave off her frustrations. "The woman our son brought home recently has been sold by our daughter." Xie Qingyau's anger, which had been on the verge of eruption, transformed into shock as he processed this revelation. What in the world has Tingting done to create such a mess? He cursed, unwilling to delay further, and promptly set out to find someone. The situation was grave, and given Xie Qingyau's concern for this woman, along with Qinshi's frantic demeanor, it was evident that the matter could not be easily resolved. The general's estate was in turmoil, and rumors began to circulate outside. After 2 days in the estate, Xie Qingyao could no longer endure the confinement and decided to visit the palace. By chance, upon reaching the palace gates, she encountered Xie Qingyao. His lips were tightly pressed, and his expression was serious as he strode purposefully forward. Only upon sensing her gaze did the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipate, melting like ice and snow. Recently, General Hui seemed preoccupied with affairs of the court. Regardless of the circumstances, he must take care of himself. Xie Qingyao approached with a smile, her eyes radiating warmth. Though Xie Qingyao had returned to the capital, he found little time for rest, tirelessly attending to various matters. It seemed that the capital was not a safe haven, especially considering the individual who had appeared in her chamber previously. Fortunate for them, the poison he had used was a falsehood. "The capital is rather unsafe at the moment. It would be wise for the princess to remain in the palace," Xie Qingyao suggested with a gentle smile, recalling the events of that night. Should chaos arise in various quarters, it would not bode well. Listening to Xie Qingyau's words, Xie Qingyao felt a surge of gravity. If her memory served her correctly, it would not be long before calamities befell the entire capital. At that time, food shortages and the absence of necessary provisions would lead to unrest, particularly affecting her grandmother in the palace, who could hardly withstand such turmoil. "Rest assured, we will suppress everything," Xie Qingyao reassured her, unable to suppress the urge to reach out and smooth away the worry etched on her brow as they stood in silence. After a prolonged silence, Xie Qingyao suddenly felt compelled to ask, "Could General Hui assist me in locating someone?" Rather than allowing others to exhaust themselves in the search, it would be swifter for Xie Qingyao to take the lead in finding Enliner. This woman had a knack for seizing every opportunity. Moreover, the items she had proposed concerning weaponry would indeed be of great assistance on the battlefield, and Xie Qingyao would likely find them intriguing. After a moment of astonishment, Xie Qingyao nodded in agreement. Having him send people to search would undoubtedly be more efficient than the furtive efforts of the He family. When Xie Qingyao exited the palace, she found someone already seated in her carriage. Swiftly, she lifted the curtain and slipped inside, while Mama Yu, who was present, pretended to be unaware. The carriage moved forward slowly, but did not return to the estate. Have you already found her? Xie Qingyao's voice betrayed her astonishment, her dark eyes glimmering with curiosity. Xingzhou nodded, glancing at the coachman outside before quietly saying, "If you trust your companions, we can proceed directly to the Flower Street." The Flower Street was a place of revelry, bustling with various establishments, particularly lively at night. "I trust them completely," Xie Qingyao affirmed, instructing the coachman outside. They cautiously removed the insignia representing her status as a princess, then set off towards their destination. Under Xingzhou's guidance, they entered a modest brothel through the back entrance. At that moment, a matron summoned their knelt, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, clearly unaware of her missteps. "Has a new young woman arrived recently? Has her facial injury healed?" Xie Qingyao inquired, her eyes betraying a hint of skepticism, knowing that these matrons were primarily driven by profit. Only if Enliner could demonstrate her worth would they be willing to acknowledge her. For women, beauty remained the paramount weapon. No, not at all. However, that girl possesses a multitude of innovative ideas that we found intriguing, which prompted our bold attempt. Had we known she had offended a noble, we would have never granted her that opportunity, the matron confessed, her voice trembling with anxiety and a hint of disdain for Enlinu. "Let us not reveal our identities. Please guide us to see her." Xie Qingyao turned to Xingzhou, seeking his counsel. Such matters were not something he should handle alone. It was best to have someone accompany him. Xingzhou's brow furrowed slightly. Though reluctant, he could see that Xie Qingyao was merely curious. So, he refrained from voicing any objections. As the sky began to darken, it became the time when patrons frequented such establishments. If he were not by her side, encountering an unwise individual who might offend Xie Qingyao would only incite his anger further. Chapter 33. Reluctance to return to the estate. Thus, they donned simple disguises and stepped outside. Enliner was currently preparing for her stage dreams. It was known that she had observed numerous talent shows in the modern world and understood how to maximize the potential of these young women. The stage was adorned with layers of sheer fabric, obscuring the figures of the women behind the scenes. The young women who find themselves sold here are mostly not particularly voluptuous. Their already slender bodies are draped in delicate veils, which only add an air of hazy allure, contrasting sharply with the straightforward dances of yore. The gentle sound of flowing water cascades down, mingling with the rhythmic beats of drums and the soft melodies of flutes, capturing the attention of all who hear it. Although the melody may be unfamiliar, its enchanting quality is undeniable. Enliner stands confidently atop the platform, clad in a striking red outfit, her head held high, and her eyes glinting with pride. Xie Qingyao, witnessing the scene, could not help but click her tongue. For this woman, no matter the circumstances, she strives to rise above. If only there were fewer entanglements between them, Xie Qingyao might even admire her. This woman possesses a multitude of thoughts that set her apart from others, yet they are all commendable in their own right. Noticing Xingzhou's furrowed brow beside her, Xie Qingyao softly offered a reminder. Even for Xingzhou, Enliner undoubtedly holds some value. The ability to influence arms and ensure their maximum efficacy on the battlefield is something many would dare not even dream of. Countless gazes fell upon Xie Qingyao, their unabashed scrutiny irking Xingzhou. His voice inadvertently took on a cold, harsh tone, laced with a hint of arrogance. "What does it matter to me?" This frigid demeanor left Xie Qingyao momentarily taken aback. She had encountered a soft rebuttal. Rubbing her nose, she wisely chose to remain silent. With Xingzhou's prowess, even without such weapons, he could ascend to great heights. Perhaps their arrival was indeed fortuitous, as He had also brought along the servants from the general's residence. A throng that enveloped the area. Their ostentatious display drew astonished glances from onlookers. Truly a band of fools, making such a fuss over a mere servant, yet achieving nothing. Xie Qingyao remarked, shaking her head in disappointment. With the situation escalated to this extent, the remaining spectacle seemed hardly worth witnessing. He bellowed, pointing at Enliner, whose face was obscured by a gauzy veil, and shouted, "Hurry and capture that wretched maid who dared to escape." Enliner, having finally gained a semblance of dignity, was hardly willing to return. Since that fateful night when she was taken and sold, she felt no connection to the He family. Before the guards could approach, Enliner hastily retreated, lashing out with anything she could grasp. The previously elegant setting was swiftly reduced to chaos. "Get away. I have no intention of leaving with you. I didn't escape on my own. I was bought back at great expense by my mother," she shouted, her tone laced with defiance. and Liner was determined to protect the life she had fought so hard to attain, swearing that she would not allow anyone to destroy it. Once she reached her pinnacle, she would ensure these wretched individuals understood their place. In her mind's eye, she envisioned herself eclipsing Xie Qingyao, perhaps even becoming the empress, with these people bowing before her. He Kuei, witnessing her delusions and her refusal to vacate this wretched place, felt a pang of anger. The madam, too, was at a loss for words as chaos erupted within the establishment, fully aware that her considerable investment was slipping away. When Xie Qingyao and her companions finally departed in their carriage, He Kuei had already ensured and Liner was bound and gagged, preventing her from uttering anything further. The responsible madam, her eyes glimmering with a hint of desperation, approached He Kuei, wringing her hands as she spoke. General He, we have indeed spent a substantial amount of gold these past days, and this girl was, after all, purchased with my money. Her hesitation was palpable, as the loss of such wealth weighed heavily upon her. He Kuei's tone was icy, devoid of any intention of compensation. We are of the Duke's household. You should be aware of the consequences of harboring a servant from the Duke's estate. Should this matter escalate, it could lead to the closure of the establishment entirely. The madam fell silent, her head bowed. Seizing the moment, He Kuei continued to threaten her. If you wish to make amends with some gold, I may overlook this incident. Such audacity left the madam wide-eyed, yet faced with the imposing figures surrounding He Kuei, she could only submit, ultimately parting with a few hundred taels of silver, all the while harboring growing resentment towards the Duke's household. Such brazen behavior may very well lead to your downfall, Xie Qingyao remarked, observing the spectacle unfold before him. Before gently advising Xie Qingyao, fear not, for one day I shall ensure that these individuals pay for their actions and seek recompense for their misdeeds. Xie Qingyao closed her eyes, feeling a sense of fatigue wash over her. Upon Liner's return to the estate, there would be a fierce battle to confront, and she needed to seize the moment to rest. After a long day spent with the Empress, coupled with these recent events, she silently calculated her next steps. Once she returned to change her attire, a servant dispatched by Mama Yu arrived with news. She quickly adjusted her clothing and made her way to the main hall.
Tonight.
The atmosphere seemed quite orderly. Xie Qingyao was taken aback to find Qin sitting there, prompting her to smile and exclaim, "What a surprise!" Her words dripped with sarcasm. He Xingnian's face darkened. They had not sent for Xie Qingyao. Meanwhile, He Tingting moved closer to Xie Qingyao, having deduced that the night's circumstances would be greatly unfavorable for her. Only Xie Qingyao might be able to protect her. With a commotion resonating from outside, He Tingting seized the opportunity to whisper, "Sister-in-law, no matter what happens later, you must protect me. I am the only one who stands by your side." Chapter 34. Sowing Discord. Her unwavering conviction elicited a cold smile from Xie Qingyao, who raised an eyebrow. Before she could respond further, individuals entered. He Kuei was equally surprised to see Xie Qingyao present, and in a loud voice, he hastily claimed credit. "I have captured the runaway woman. Our children shall no longer quarrel over this." And Liner, still clad in her sheer garment, presented herself as a picture of despair. Her disheveled appearance and struggle, filled with resentment, completely disregarded Xie Qingyao as she pressed against He Xingnian's feet in a display of misplaced intimacy and grievance that tugged at the heartstrings of onlookers. Who would have thought this little woman could cause such a stir and provoke a quarrel between them? Xie Qingyao remarked, taking a sip of tea before speaking. He Kuei's previously jovial demeanor instantly froze, his expression hardening as he turned to face Xie Qingyao. However, He Xingnian, having betrayed Xie Qingyao, felt no guilt and was quick to defend Liner. "Why concern yourself so much? She is my savior and was sold by Tingting. It is a rare chance for her to return. Do you have nothing to say? What do you wish to hear?" Xie Qingyao retorted, her voice laced with sarcasm as she coolly questioned, "Should I express gratitude? Shall I serve her like a prized maid?" The words delivered were sharp, akin to a resounding slap, shattering He Xingnian's psychological machinations into fragments. The bonds that once tethered and Liner had now been severed. She stood there, her tear-filled eyes gazing at He Xingnian, refraining from mentioning her reluctance to return. "I was whisked away from the residence, without comprehending the events that transpired. If you truly harbor such animosity towards me, Your Highness, simply state it, and I shall ensure I do not appear before you again." And Liner naturally cast all blame upon Xie Qingyao, for within the household, no one else warranted punishment. In the face of such circumstances, Xie Qingyao coldly scoffed. Since you possess self-awareness, you might as well leave now. No one will seek you out again. And Linner stood rooted as if her feet had taken root, refusing to budge. Xie Qingyao dissatisfaction with Xie Qingyao's indifferent demeanor prompted him to forcibly grasp and warning, refrain from speaking nonsense. Tingting, hasten to apologize to her, otherwise, this matter will not conclude so easily. Upon hearing this, Tingting bit her lip, tilting her head in silence. Casting a glance at Qin's expression, the gaze that always radiated maternal warmth now bore a hint of pleading and helplessness. In that fleeting moment, Tingting felt as though her heart was pierced by an unseen force, a sharp pain spreading within her chest. Yet despite this, she had no intention of offering an apology. After all, she is merely a lowly servant. Following my instructions to dismiss her suffices, Tingting asserted, tugging at Xie Qingyao's sleeve to shield herself. This pretentious display served as a warning to Xie Qingyao. If he insisted on cornering her, she would not hesitate to unveil all matters, leaving Xie Qingyao in a precarious position. Such an attitude instantly clarified her intentions to all present. Xie Qingyao chuckled coldly, a palpable tension enveloping the previously serene hall. And Linner quickly grasped the underlying reasons behind the unfolding events, her eyes widening in astonishment. If it weren't for my advice, how could I have fallen into such a predicament? Was it not because Tingting sought to outshine others in this formal setting that she suggested altering the jewelry? Even if she had remained silent, Tingting would not necessarily have brought these items forth. It was evident that the outcome was similar. Yet this obstinate woman insisted on finding someone to bear the consequences. Servant, do you have a say in this matter? Tingting, filled with indignation, pointedly remarked, casting a glance at Xie Qingyao, you are well aware of the debt of gratitude you owe my brother for his life. You know it well. Xie Qingyao's condition was hardly dire. The elaborate ruse had merely been orchestrated to facilitate and Linner's formal entry into the household. To deceive me so brazenly is a grave offense. I seek someone trustworthy, yet it appears you have failed in this regard. Xie Qingyao astutely discerned the nuances in their words and, smiling faintly, reminded everyone of her presence. This statement bore a subtle pressure, directed solely at Xie Qingyao. As Tingting sensed the weight upon her lesson, she could not suppress a sigh of exasperation. Qinshi chuckled awkwardly and waved her hand dismissively, attempting to smooth over the situation. This girl is merely spouting nonsense. Who knows what fabrications she has conjured to speak so freely? If it is mere fabrication, it must have been preceded by some truth to be grasped. Could it be that this woman's arrival at the residence indeed harbored complications? Xie Qingyao was not inclined to let the matter dissipate lightly. She smiled once more, resolutely maintaining her stance. Qinshi's overly forceful demeanor sparked a flicker of discontent to her eyes, though she could only grit her teeth in frustration. That foolish girl is merely afraid of facing the consequences, attempting to sow discord between you. You know, since marrying you, Qingyao has had eyes only for you, never once glancing at another woman. Now he feigns weakness and speaks softly, his brow marked by conviction. Even Xie Qingyao, upon hearing this, could not help but nod in agreement. After years of marriage, Xie Qingyao had been largely absent. What bond could exist between them? Even childhood sweethearts had seen their affections dim with time. Xie Qingyao had returned to the household for a while, yet every encounter resulted in quarrels. What, then, was the cause of today's altercation? Tingting had always been exceedingly obedient in the residence, never erring. Xie Qingyao, with a cheerful demeanor, deftly redirected the conversation, her head propped lazily upon one hand as she surveyed the assembly. Previously, she had reprimanded numerous servants, many sold off. Why, then, was today's spectacle so pronounced? This question gripped the assembly, leaving them exchanging glances, an air of embarrassment settling among them as silence reigned. Chapter 35, The Cloud of Suspicion. Xie Qingyao instinctively sought to explain on Linner's behalf. Yet, this extraordinary servant was well understood only by those present. Should the matter be elucidated too clearly, they would undoubtedly face repercussions, particularly from the Empress Dowager. Surely, it was due to this maid's illustrious background that her presence in the household was deemed significant. Tingting impatiently interjected, emphasizing this point. The deliberate tone piqued Xie Qingyao's curiosity, prompting her to raise an eyebrow, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded them. Feel free to speak candidly. I have never been one to indulge in deception. Her gaze then shifted to Xie Qingyao. Given their marital ties, He could not persist in keeping her in the dark, for such ignorance was untenable. Yet, Xie Qingyao merely pressed his lips together, offering no explanation. After a moment, it was Qin Shi's voice that sharpened. It is only because this maid is strikingly beautiful that she holds a unique significance for us. You know, as she ages, my mother becomes increasingly credulous about trivial matters, and thus, we were fortunate to have found a lucky star for the household. Who would have guessed that her arrival would stir such turmoil and shed light on your marital bond? I find myself filled with regret, yet she remains a lucky star nonetheless. As she spoke, Qin Shi dabbed at her eyes, appearing genuinely sorrowful over the situation. However, her feigned sorrow failed to reach any depths, merely serving to deceive the former Xie Qingyao. Since Xie Qingyao's transformation, they had devised increasingly elaborate excuses to mislead her. Yet the He family was reluctant to expend effort on her. Should you force my hand, do not blame me for taking everyone down with me. Xie Qingyao observed the atmosphere gradually mellowing, allowing herself a breath of relief as she feigned a fierce warning. Yet, a glimmer of relaxation shone in her eyes. For the sake of the household's reputation, they would certainly refuse to unearth any disgraceful truths. What nonsense! How could it come to a point of mutual destruction? Xie Qingyao retorted, frowning as she regarded the farcical scene, her heart growing ever colder. It appeared that the He family merely required her to act as a compliant puppet, capable of speaking favorably for them before the Empress Dowager when the moment arose. They had never considered her as part of the family. Even Xie Qingyao at this juncture continued to view her as a means of ascent, a tool to be utilized at will. Despite having foreseen the true nature of these individuals from the very beginning, Xie Qingyao could not suppress a cold laugh upon witnessing their grotesque expressions. It was merely because this maid held such significance for me that I uttered a few words of warning. I had never imagined that this little girl would take them to heart, genuinely believing that I would harm her for the sake of a mere servant. Qin, with a hollow laugh, took all the blame upon herself, while inwardly she seethed with resentment, wishing to tear apart Xie Qingyang's mouth. Unable to discern right from wrong, and speaking whatever came to mind, how could the He family possibly have such a reckless and unruly child? Indeed, this woman held different meanings for everyone. Xie Qingyao continued to issue veiled warnings to Xie Qingyao, resolutely determined to plant a seed of doubt in her heart, thereby ensuring that she could wield this matter as a trump card for her own survival. Upon hearing her tone, Qin could not help but approach, unhesitatingly delivering a slap to Xie Qingyao. Your behavior has become increasingly foolish and careless. Over the years, there have been numerous affairs in the manor, yet I have never seen you display any diligence. You have certainly caused your fair share of trouble. She commanded that the young lady be taken away at once, forbidding her from speaking nonsense here. If you offend my esteemed guest and disturb the fortune of the household, I will not hesitate to strike you down. Qin ordered someone to stuff a cloth into Xie Qingyang's mouth, forcibly leading her away, her displeasure palpable. Xie Qingyao, witnessing this scene, let out a silent sigh of relief, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes, as if a sense of comfort washed over him. I suggest we devise a method to expel this superfluous woman sooner rather than later. The peace of our household, which has endured for so many years, cannot be jeopardized by a woman of such trivial status and background. Xie Qingyao merely intended to have her sent away, speaking lightly and feigning indifference. However, Xie Qingyao was unwilling. Having gone to such lengths to find her, it seemed foolish to send her away without making full use of her. Where in the world does such an opportunity exist? I am of advancing years and rarely willing to trust such matters. Grant me the favor of allowing her to remain. For she is but a young girl, and keeping her in the manor would not require much sustenance. Qin, observing Xie Qingyang's earnest gaze, gritted her teeth, feeling a twinge of reluctance, yet was compelled to acquiesce. In her view, a woman of such disrepute ought to be permanently banished from their household. Yet, unable to disregard her son's feelings, she was left with no choice but to endure. Ever since this woman entered the manor, she had brought forth numerous troubles. If fortune truly favored, her foolish actions might lead to her own demise. Grandmother had always disdained the matters involving the families of court officials, believing that the fortune of the nation could not possibly rest upon the shoulders of a mere woman. Xie Qingyao let out a cold laugh, deftly invoking the Empress Dowager as a reference. The Empress Dowager's favored matters have always served as a benchmark in court. To earn her favor is a boon for the noble ladies of the capital. Conversely, to incur her wrath is to invite calamity. The He family, well aware of what displeases the Empress Dowager, nonetheless persisted in their course, clearly at odds with her. Upon hearing the mention of the Empress Dowager, Jean, who had previously worn a semblance of a smile, fell silent, her lips pressed tight, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes as she instinctively glanced at her son. As if seeking rescue. We are merely sitting in our own home. It's not as if we are causing a stir for all to see. Why must you make enemies of us? Xie Qingyao gritted his teeth as he spoke, his expression laden with skepticism. This was undeniably Xie Qingyao's means of settling personal scores. I would not say it outright, but the current situation within the manor has become increasingly rampant. I fear that there might be a fool unable to restrain their tongue, leaking information. Do you believe the recent rumors circulating in the capital have emerged from nowhere? Xie Qingyao let out a cold laugh, deliberately avoiding naming anyone, yet leaving an air of doubt in Xie Qingyan's mind. Chapter 36. Self-disclosure. Xie Qingyao fell silent, his face darkening as he expressed his resistance through his demeanor. Just then, Enliner finally freed herself from the ropes binding her, her eyes filled with a hint of pity as she gazed at Xie Qingyao, rushing toward him. I have suffered terribly these days. It is all their doing. You must avenge me. In front of Xie Qingyao, Enliner made her advances toward Xie Qingyao, her eyes flashing with defiance as she deliberately shot a glare at Xie Qingyao. They had not been close for quite some time, and Xie Qingyao's body stiffened as he stood frozen, watching the performance of the woman before him. How am I to avenge you? When did you lose all sense of propriety to act so audaciously before the princess? Xie Qingyao could only admonish her verbally, but his tone failed to instill any fear in Enliner. Having experienced these events, she had come to understand that it was better to be bold than to cower in silence. Perhaps this would afford her a glimmer of hope. Nowadays, when people spoke of her, they referred to her with scornful titles like lowly maid, yet she was the very woman whom Xie Qingyao had declared he would take as his wife. Your Highness, I beseech your understanding. Xie Qingyao and I have shared a secret affection while in the military camp. Enliner grit her teeth and boldly declared this truth. Though Xie Qingyao had long been aware, she feigned shock upon hearing these words, springing to her feet, her body swaying. Just then, Mommy reached out to support Xie Qingyao, shielding her. Miss, you must think carefully. Should you speak recklessly and offend the princess, you shall undoubtedly face punishment. I am certainly not speaking recklessly. Every word I utter is sincere and heartfelt. The child I carry is also Xie Qingyang's. Yet it was your cruel and malicious actions that led to its demise. However, our bond is exceedingly strong. Enliner spoke, biting her lip, raising her head to meet Xie Qingyao's gaze with calm defiance. She no longer maintained a kneeling posture, but stood tall, her eyes betraying no hint of concealment in their threat and hostility. Xie Qingyao's body swayed several times, leaving her too weak to stand, and she collapsed back into her chair, her eyes turning red as she slowly lifted her gaze, filled with shock as she looked at Xie Qingyao, awaiting an explanation. Is what she said true? Xie Qingyao sought an answer from Xie Qingyao. Faced with her tear-filled eyes, Xie Qingyao felt a surge of courage within him. Her willingness to weep for his sake indicated that her heart was still very much with him, regardless of the years they had spent as childhood sweethearts. Their bond surely surpassed all else, and Xie Qingyao would not so easily forsake their past. Yao Yao, she saved my life. I reflect on her as a fragile woman in the harsh wilderness, vulnerable and alone, who made a momentary mistake. Xie Qingyao hesitated for a moment before reluctantly uttering these words. Yet, as soon as they left his lips, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. It turned out that no longer needing to conceal the events of his life brought about such a liberating sensation. Thus, Xie Qingyao resolved to abandon any fabricated tales. She saved my life, and I genuinely care for her. During my years at the border, she was the only one who remained by my side. However, in my heart, you are the most significant presence, Yao Yao. No one else is worthy of being my legitimate wife. As he spoke, Xie Qingyao took 2 steps forward, passionately grasping Xie Qingyao's hand. At this moment, the smile on his face appeared more sincere than in the past. Observing Xie Qingyao's demeanor, Xie Qingyao felt a surge of unnameable anger rise within her, her dark eyes reflecting a hint of mockery. So, is this your justification for laying hands on me for this lowly maid? Upon hearing Xie Qingyao refer to her in such a derogatory manner, Enliner's hands clenched tighter. She was no mere servant, but a wife recognized by Xie Qingyao. If I am a lowly maid, then what does that make the princess? A pitiful woman who cannot win her husband's heart? And Liner, who upheld the principle of equality among all beings, was unwilling to be trampled upon in such a way. Moreover, Xie Qingyao was the very woman she deemed incompetent, relying solely on her husband and the power bestowed by the Empress Dowager, possessing nothing else. Who permitted you to speak so disrespectfully to the princess? Have you all become lifeless? Old Madame Yu extended her hand to support Xie Qingyao, turning to instruct the guards nearby. Hearing this, several guards swiftly approached, forcefully restraining Liner and pushing her down. Drag this unruly maid out. How she is punished is your concern. Do not let her appear before the princess again. With these words from old Madame Yu, Liner's fate was sealed. Qin Shi's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, torn between emotions yet unwilling to intervene. Instead, Xie Qingyao pulled Liner behind him, a chill in his gaze as he confronted Xie Qingyao. Yao Yao, in my heart, there is no distinction between you two. Why must you force me into this predicament? Xie Qingyang's words placed Xie Qingyao and Liner on equal footing. Such irresponsible remarks elicited a disdainful laugh from Xie Qingyao. From the moment of my birth, I have been bestowed the title of princess, a favored daughter of heaven, surrounded by countless exceptional men. You should know well that if not for your marriage to me, the He family would not enjoy such glory. Yet now you dare to conflate me with this lowly maid? Deep down, she harbored a sense of pride. Even as a woman, Xie Qingyao would never concede to any man. If you intend to send someone to take action against her, then you may as well step over my body first. Liner has only recently conceived a child for me, and you have destroyed the He family's lineage. Mentioning this matter ignited a flicker of anger within Xie Qingyao. He had originally planned to suppress this issue temporarily, to wait until Liner gave birth, and then to naturally place the child in Xie Qingyao's care, ensuring that the Empress Dowager would cherish it. This way, they would no longer need Xie Qingyao as a mediator, who frequently used the Empress Dowager to threaten the He family. Yet, Xie Qingyao had employed such ruthless means, outright destroying the child's life. Are you blaming me? After a moment of seriousness, Xie Qingyao inquired. Chapter 37. Divorce regardless of the circumstances. She felt no guilt in her heart. Moreover, this was a matter of life and death. If they could suppress Liner and Xie Qingyang's arrogance, it would not be long before the two would stand atop her, leaving her with nothing. Just a child's life could not fully quell the resentment and fury she harbored. If Liner and Xie Qingyao could be bound together forever, yet never rise further, that would be their true punishment. Do you not bear any blame? You know better than I how this child came to be lost. Xie Qingyao unhesitatingly shifted all the blame onto Xie Qingyao. Stung by his shameless words, the flames of anger in Xie Qingyao's eyes became palpable. She chose not to waste further words on them, merely raising an eyebrow at the guards and gesturing. Old Madame Yu has already spoken. Do I need to personally instruct you on your duties? The guards, seeing this, hesitated no longer, even confronting Xie Qingyao without courtesy, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows that was quite spectacular. However, despite Xie Qingyao boasting of his battlefield experience, his inherent ability was not remarkable, particularly since these guards were all elite members specifically brought by old Madame Yu from the palace. This group already held official titles and was among the more esteemed personnel. Those who disrespect the princess should meet such a fate. Madam, do not feel pity. Or, do you already know of this matter? Old Madame Yu observed Qin Shi's attempt to plead and coldly interjected, her words effectively sealing her fate. Failing to report knowledge of the situation was also a grave offense, and seeing Xie Qingyao in his current state of being beaten, Qin Shi dared not speak. Instead, he stood by, a hint of helplessness in his eyes as he grappled with how to broach the subject. Princess, regardless of the circumstances, Qingyao is still your husband. Do you truly wish to sever ties with him? He ventured to appeal from the perspective of their long-standing bond, his tone laced with subtle resignation. Women are typically deeply emotional, especially considering that Xie Qingyao and Xie Qingyao were childhood sweethearts, their bond richer than that of ordinary people. Hearing Hikuei's words, Xie Qingyao wiped away the non-existent tears from her face, a hint of disappointment in her expression as she gently shook her head, her demeanor sorrowful. I too am deeply saddened. However, when my husband married me, he vowed that should he betray me, he would suffer divine retribution and not die a good death.
Now,
he is even raising an illegitimate child outside. Do you expect me to accept this with a smile? Each strike delivered upon him caused her heart to ache. Her father-in-law was unaware of this. As Xie Qingyao spoke, she dabbed at the corner of her eye with a handkerchief, Yet the smile upon her lips could not be quelled. Moments later, Xie Qingyao collapsed to the ground, lacking even the strength to raise his hand. His entire being reminiscent of one submerged in blood, slowly lifting his head to feign a gentle smile at Xie Qingyao. Yao Yao, as long as I can bring you joy, I am willing to pay any price. Such words sent shivers down Xie Qingyao's spine, and she stepped closer to Xie Qingyao, slowly lifting her foot to press against his abdomen. Qinshi gasped, about to say something, when she saw Xie Qingyao already standing firmly on him, the sound of slight fractures in his already battered bones echoing in the air. Enough, I am already standing upon him. You all hasten to remove this woman. How you choose to punish her is entirely your affair. Xie Qingyao showed no mercy, rather urging them on. Qinshi, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in disbelief. How could years of affection be so callously dismissed? He is your husband, now gravely injured, and instead of hastening to tend to his wounds, you resort to such despicable tactics. Do you not harbor even a shred of sentiment? At this moment, Qinshi could no longer contain herself and rushed forward. Her voice choked with emotion, her eyes filled with tangible hatred. I merely fulfill your husband's wishes. He said that only by standing upon him can I seize this little woman. Should I let the guards trample him to catch her instead? Xie Qingyao nimbly leaped aside. Xie Qingyao groaned once more, blood spilling from his mouth like a fountain, splattering onto Qinshi's skirts. She rushed forward, tears streaming down her face, wailing, My son. Had I known you married such a cruel-hearted woman, I would never have consented to this union. Hearing her lament, Xie Qingyao nonchalantly dug at her ears, clearly unfazed by the situation. If that is the case, then let us proceed with the divorce. After a prolonged moment of turmoil instigated by the Qin family, Xie Qingyao finally proposed a choice she deemed commendable. She had contemplated the idea of early divorce for some time, not wishing to linger here, enduring indignities. At this moment, she merely seized the opportunity presented. He quite could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment, and even Qinshi regarded Xie Qingyao with the gaze one might reserve for a monster. Historically, it had been men who divorced their wives, or couples who, unable to reconcile their affections, chose to separate. The notion of a woman initiating divorce was utterly unheard of. Despite Xie Qingyao's noble status, she remained merely a princess and a wife to the He family. How could she possess such authority? Preposterous. You, a woman consumed by jealousy, have the audacity to utter such words? Qinshi accused, laying the blame squarely on Xie Qingyao. Since the lady is unaware of propriety, then mother you. Kindly enlighten her on what is permissible for a princess. With a dismissive sound, Xie Qingyao elegantly raised her teacup and took a composed sip.
Min ville, unlinear.
Who had been shielded by Xie Qingyao and attempted to flee, found herself forcibly pinned to the ground, struggling helplessly. A princess is not without her rights, madam. According to your status, you ought to pay respects upon each encounter with the princess, mother you asserted, pushing against Qinshi, an experienced matron of the palace. She knew precisely how to command obedience from these women, delivering a decisive kick to Qinshi's knee. With a startled cry, Qinshi fell to her knees. And before she could speak, Mother Yu grasped her neck, compelling her to bow before Xie Qingyao. From now on, anyone who encounters the princess must perform such a grand gesture. Mother Yu reminded the attending officials of their standing. Chapter 38. Heartless kin seated nearby. Xie Qingyao took another sip of tea, a faint smile gracing her lips, entirely unfazed by the somewhat grotesque expressions of the family. Mother Yu merely articulated the customs that these individuals were expected to uphold. There was no fault in her words. Do you truly intend to be so cruel to our family? Xie Qingyao said, slowly lifting his head, dismissing Xie Qingyao's earlier remarks as the ramblings of a momentarily deranged woman. Do you genuinely regard me as family? Xie Qingyao countered lightly, her brow furrowed in curiosity. My dowry has been so thoroughly plundered by you all that I hardly know how much remains. If you truly considered me family, what is the current state of He Tingting's dowry? This single inquiry rendered Qinshi and the others speechless. The He family had been working to prepare He Tingting's dowry, and they felt it was insufficient. Over the years, the silver they had extracted from Xie Qingyao had all been funneled back into the household, with a considerable portion ending up in He Tingting's dowry. To unilaterally divert my funds to pave the way for your own kin is an act of sheer impropriety. That I have refrained from seeking retribution is already an act of mercy. Now that I stand here, I shall make the divorce a reality. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Qingyao spoke with conviction. This marriage, muddled and filled with resentments, no longer warranted continuation. How can you utter such absurdities? Qin Shi gasped, her voice rising in pitch and sharpness as she vehemently accused. Yet, Xie Qingyao remained unfazed by her furious outburst, raising her hand to deliver 2 resounding slaps. You have appropriated my wealth more than anyone else. How dare you castigate me here? And all of you, who have merely used my title to bolster your own standing, I now find myself weary of this discussion. Repay the debts you owe, and I shall part amicably. Otherwise, let His Majesty decide the matter. With narrowed eyes, Xie Qingyao delivered her words with an unmistakable chill, instilling an atmosphere of fear among those present. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Even He Kuai was momentarily daunted by Xie Qingyao's formidable presence. Enough, Mother Yu. There is no need to squander time here. We have far more pressing matters to attend to, Xie Qingyao stated nonchalantly before turning to leave. Mother Yu followed closely behind, while Enliner, having endured corporal punishment, lay helplessly on the ground, her eyes shimmering with seething hatred, fingers clenched into fists. Is she merely a princess? One day, I shall surpass her in nobility. Once Xie Qingyao and her companions departed, the He family gradually straightened their postures, exchanging glances, filled with conflict. I have already allocated all my available funds to support you. It seems futile to seek further from me now. Qin Shi was the first to voice, her brow furrowed with resentment. Her dowry was merely a pittance, and certainly insufficient to offer Xie Qingyao. Xie Qingyao, too, gaped in disbelief, shaking his head helplessly. You all know the extent of my finances from my years in the military. Where would I find surplus to offer? He had spared no effort to ensure Enliner's genteel entry into the general's household, pouring all his resources into her.
Now,
He found himself unable to even produce a few thousand taels. Initially, they had hoped to extort a sum from Xie Qingyao, but the opportunity had vanished. And now they were faced with the prospect of using their own money to compensate her. He Kuai, as the head of the household, finally exhibited some resolve. Huffing in frustration as he declared, "Then let us take from our storeroom to compensate." This statement sent Qin Shi into a panic, her gaze darting around. She lowered her eyes in silence, ignoring He Kuai's warning glances as if they did not exist. Is it possible that our storeroom is devoid of funds? He Kuai pondered with disbelief. Ever since Qin Shi had entered the household, he had managed the finances, fully aware of their fluctuations. Yet even his own expenditures required extensive negotiation to obtain a fraction of the funds. How could it be that the He family's once abundant resources had been entirely consumed? Over the years, various needs have arisen in the household. I meticulously exploited her dowry to ensure our family's dignity. Qin Shi paused, then begrudgingly uttered this statement, seemingly seeking to extricate herself from the blame. The Qin family had their own financial obligations as well. As a commoner who had married into the general's household, being entrusted with its affairs for so long was indeed a rare achievement. As the Qin family faced decline, she could not bear to witness her parents suffer and had to find ways to send them gold and silver. Your excuses are merely that, excuses. If you cannot produce a dowry to compensate, then I shall proceed with the divorce. The He family cannot afford to lose such a person. He Kuai huffed, departing with resolute strides. Watching his determined figure exit, Qin Shi's eyes widened slightly, a hint of grievance flickering within her as she sat in stunned silence. Her son showed no inclination to comfort her, observing the scene with indifference. "Shengnian, all these years, Mother has toiled tirelessly for our family." Qin's eyes were red as she sought to justify her actions, as if her sacrifices for the family rendered her dubious deeds worthy of forgiveness. Yet, there was no trace of softness in Xie Qingyang's gaze. He strode forward, carefully lifting Enliner with gentle motions, slowly departing and leaving only Qin's silhouette behind. "Do you truly believe I have no merit in your eyes?" Qin questioned incredulously, watching her son's retreating figure. Regardless of her lack of accolades, she had toiled for the He family for years. Did this not warrant some sympathy? Chapter 39. Helplessness. Clearly, you are the one clinging to power. Must we bear the burden of this obligation? Xie Qingyao halted momentarily, turning slowly to regard Qin with skepticism. This statement struck Qin like a final blow, her once resolute form gradually crumbling. Since the Qin family had made their move, it was no longer prudent to remain overly courteous. Xie Qingyao, seated in her courtyard, calmly orchestrated her plans, her dark eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Drawing from her past experiences, she understood the Qin family's penchant for gambling. Qin's substantial financial contributions were merely efforts to preserve her family's facade. Now, that facade was on the brink of collapse. A mere nudge from her would bring the entire Qin family crashing down. Coupled with the information gathered by Yuelao during this time, they had sufficient leverage to utterly dismantle the Qin family. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a broader smile graced Xie Qingyao's lips. She nodded at Yuelao, signaling that the plan could be set into motion. The household had not remained serene for long, as shouts soon erupted outside. A woman clad in resplendent shoe brocade, flanked by a retinue of servants, stood arrogantly at the gate. If you possess such fine treasures, why not share them with us? Do you deem the Qin family unworthy? The leading girl proclaimed with an increasingly haughty tone, her dark eyes threatening. The servants at the entrance bore expressions of helplessness upon seeing her. This was the only daughter of the Qin family. In contrast to the neglected Qin Mingyue was indeed, as her name suggested, cherished and proud like the bright moon. At this moment, she boldly approached, demanding what she believed was rightfully hers, having heard the rumors that Xie Qingyao possessed a precious East Pearl. That wretched Xie Qingyao, born of a concubine, may have touched a semblance of nobility, but ultimately, she is nothing more than a useless servant. Miss, please wait. The lady has likely received word, and will be here shortly, the servants murmured, bitterness evident in their hearts. They did not wish to expose this scandal to the world. However, even with the invitation extended, Qin Mingyue remained unwilling to step forward. Qin, already weary, found her anger rising upon receiving such news. Have you lost your senses? Must I always summon her in person? Does she truly think herself a noble? She should recognize her own status. After a few muttered curses, Qin hastily instructed her subordinates to prepare her and hurried outside. Upon seeing the modest jewelry adorning Qin Mingyue instinctively furrowed her brow, suspecting they were deliberately feigning poverty before her. Aunt, please do not hoard all the good things for yourself. My mother has said that you possess East pearls worthy of a queen's use. Such treasures are not meant for just anyone. Boldly, Qin Mingyue grasped Qin's arm, unreservedly stating her purpose for visiting. Since the day of the banquet, when Xie Qingyao was slapped, the news had spread like wildfire throughout the capital. Rather than minimizing the fallout, Qin's actions regarding Enliner had thrust the He general's household into the public eye, placing them squarely in the storm center. When Xie Qingyao visited the Empress Dowager, the latter nearly issued an edict for their separation. Had it not been for Xie Qingyao's repeated assurances that she had other intentions for remaining, the Empress Dowager would not have so readily let matters rest. That item has surpassed our station, Ting. After being struck that day, she is still recuperating at home, Qin remarked with a forced laugh, quickly pulling Qin Mingyue inside. Lowering her voice, why have you come? Each time Qin Mingyue visited, it was under the pretense of looking after her aunt, but in truth, she sought to pilfer some treasures. The Qin family had indeed fallen in stature over the years. Their reputation was not what it once was. It was Qin's subtle financial support that allowed them to scrape by. I recently sealed 5,000 taels of silver within the estate. I am in dire need of funds. Perhaps you could spare me a little support? Qin's audacious proposal left Qin Mingyue wide-eyed, astonished. Have you lost your mind? There is no way we can provide such an amount. Qin Mingyue retorted, unable to fathom where such funds could be sourced. Even if there were a few, they had likely all been funneled into gambling debts. The opulent adornments she wore had all been pilfered from Qin's own resources. I have contributed so much to this household. It is now your turn to assist me. Surely, you can manage to spare a little silver? Qin pressed desperately, unable to produce any silver herself. If this situation were to be uncovered, and Hikue learned she had diverted funds from the general's household to support her own family, she would likely face immediate repudiation. Mingyue, your aunt knows you are always so sensible. Please inform your brother of my plight. He must provide me with some gold or silver, or I shall be cast aside. At this moment, Qin was bereft of anyone else to turn to. Gripping Qin Mingyue's sleeve tightly, her desperation painted her as a woman clinging to her last hope, causing Qin Mingyue to widen her eyes. She had come to seize an opportunity, never intending to assist Qin. After weighing her options, Qin Mingyue pushed Qin aside, asserting, I am not well versed in these matters, aunt. You should consult my parents instead. If your household is so burdened, I shall take my leave to avoid disturbing you. With that, Qin Mingyue removed the bracelet from Qin's wrist and fled, her hurried, unfeeling departure deepening Qin's sense of despair. She had devoted everything for the sake of the Qin family. Yet even the simple request for assistance felt insurmountable. 5,000 taels was hardly a pittance. It was less than the generous sums she had previously returned to the estate. How could the Qin family be unable to muster such a sum? Chapter 40. A matter of life and death. Even were she to sell off her possessions, it would still fall short of filling Xie Qingyao's gaping void. The farce unfolding within the household reached Xie Qingyao's ears almost immediately, and she cursed her luck for not witnessing it firsthand. Your Highness, the old servant has discovered that the Qin family was once embroiled in a case of murder. Yuelao revealed, recalling her latest findings, a conflicted expression crossing her face. While servants and such were not of great import, their lives were nonetheless precious. Most significantly, that maid had doting parents who loved her dearly. For years, I have tirelessly sought justice for her, determined to unveil the truth surrounding her tragic fate. Since this is a matter of life and death, I shall seize this opportunity to expose all. Xie Qingyao took a sip of tea, her tone imbued with a sense of calm. To her, ensuring that the He and Qin families face consequences is a worthy endeavor. As for any subsequent issues, she would leave them to her future self to address. The life of a maid may not be deemed excessively valuable, a sentiment echoed by the old servant, who felt it hardly warranted such alarm. Madame Yu, observing Xie Qingyao's demeanor, cautiously articulated her thoughts. The princess, having spent many years in the palace, possessed an innocent and carefree nature, yet also exuded the authority of her rank, sharing a common trait with those in power, a tendency to regard lives lightly. Servants are of humble status. Why should their masters invest concern in them? There is no distinction in worth among people, and the value of life is universally equal. Furthermore, the fact that this matter has reached your ears indicates that her family does hold some affection for her. At this point, Xie Qingyao could not suppress a tinge of nostalgia. She was on the verge of forgetting her parents' faces before they sacrificed themselves for the country. She was merely a little girl with scant memories. Now, after decades of squandered time in her past life, she was close to losing recollection of those she once cherished. Yet, had her parents been present, Xie Qingyao would never have dared to bully her, and there would have been others willing to support her. With these thoughts, Xie Qingyao's grip tightened slightly, and a hint of seriousness flickered in her dark eyes. Bring those individuals to me. Observing Xie Qingyao's attitude, Madame Yu quietly exhaled in relief, promptly nodding before exiting. Before long, she returned with the distressed couple seeking assistance. The couple, simple country folk, wore clothes that appeared somewhat clean but were disheveled in detail, likely tidied up for their meeting with the princess. They cautiously raised their eyes, their expressions reflecting unnatural fear and disbelief. Esteemed lady, do you truly intend to stand up for us? The man, summoning his courage, spoke with a quiver in his voice. We heard that the Qin family is backed by the princess, favored by the Empress Dowager. Can you genuinely help us? His incredulous tone and fearful demeanor surprised Xie Qingyao, causing her to momentarily raise an eyebrow. Do you not know my identity? We are unaware. We only heard from this lady that you possess the means to assist us, which is why we dared to approach you. The man blinked in confusion, his words surprisingly forthright. I am the princess you speak of, Xie Qingyao said lightly. The once humble couple exchanged incredulous glances, their dark eyes wide with disbelief. Then the woman acted first, pulling a kitchen knife from her pocket and lunging at Xie Qingyao with all her might. Her reckless demeanor and unabashed hatred startled Madame Yu. Fortunately, Xie Qingyao was quick-witted and seized the woman's wrist. The guards outside heard the commotion and swiftly subdued the couple. Despite being surrounded by weapons, the couple displayed no fear. Only a palpable, unyielding hatred lingered in their eyes. If it weren't for you, our daughter would not have died in vain. We have sought help for years and you, woman, must pay the price. The man spat angrily, flames of fury igniting in his dark gaze. The woman, too, hurled insults, attempting to humiliate Xie Qingyao in a fit of rage. Faced with their mutual defiance, Xie Qingyao remained composed, neither angered nor saddened, even exhibiting a degree of sympathy towards them. After all these years, you have yet to uncover the true murderer, and instead, you misidentify me as the culprit. Had I wished to side with the Qin family, a mere command would have sealed your fate. As she approached the couple, her voice remained calm, yet carried an inexplicable air of trustworthiness. The once frantic couple began to suppress their doubts, their eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion as they stared at Xie Qingyao, seemingly oblivious to the intricacies of courtly intrigue. Rather than continue in this madness, unable to discern your own survival, why not wager your lives? Perhaps it could topple the Qin family. Seeing their demeanor shift towards calmness, Xie Qingyao gestured to the guards, smiling as she rested her chin on her hand, indicating a path forward. The man embraced his wife, his gaze still wary. Yet the impulse to attack Xie Qingyao had dissipated. They recognized that their very survival hinged upon her. "Why would you extend your kindness to us?" the man asked cautiously. "I am not one to engage in unprofitable ventures. My assistance implies I seek to gain from you. The Qin family has long operated under my banner, and now that I am aware, they must face consequences." For astute individuals, Xie Qingyao felt no need for further elaboration. The man tightly grasped his wife's hand, and she instantly understood. They were mere pawns in Xie Qingyao's plan to punish the Qin family, and with a single word from above, they might wager their lives. "The choice lies before you. If you are willing, I assure you success. The price, however, may be your lives." Xie Qingyao languidly reiterated her point. The woman grasped the man's hand, their eyes reflecting both reluctance and unwavering resolve. "I am willing to forfeit my life to become a pawn for the noble lady, as long as you spare him." To their astonishment, they spoke in unison. Chapter 41. Love. Fully aware that one of them would perish, they nonetheless chose to sacrifice themselves. This unspoken understanding caused Xie Qingyao's heart to tremble, her eyes clouded with confusion. She had encountered many couples who abandoned one another in times of peril. This genuine affection was beyond her imagination. And Liner and Xie Qingyao had conspired in their past life to ascend by stepping on her bones. This couple was perhaps not destined for happiness. The palace was rife with intrigue and deception. Even the seemingly radiant Princess Fuguang ultimately fell victim to the machinations of her lover. Love, it seems, exists solely to ensnare women, compelling them to willingly relinquish everything, becoming mere nourishment for their partner's ascent. Most men, in turn, possess hearts cold as ice. There is no need for both of you to vie for survival. Only one must live, while the other must perish to serve my purpose. Xie Qingyao offered them yet another chance at life, allowing them to make their own choice. After a shared glance, the couple fell silent, bowing their heads in contemplation, kneeling without uttering a word. After a prolonged silence, the man finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "If one must survive, let that opportunity be mine." Having seemingly reached an understanding, his words bore no trace of longing for life, but rather a profound sadness and coldness. "To eternally mourn my beloved is a fate far more terrifying than death." The man once again uttered these words in a low voice, his expression heavy with sorrow, almost palpable. What was the purpose of allowing the other to live from the very beginning? Xie Qingyao gazed at them, filled with confusion and doubt. She knew little of matters of the heart, only perceiving the ugly faces of men and women engaged in mutual scheming, failing to recognize true love or their sacrifices. Once one becomes a pawn in another's game, one must inevitably undertake perilous actions, even risking physical suffering, which is why we are willing to do so. The man slowly turned his head, his gaze softening as it fell upon his wife beside him. His words were spoken from the heart, and the woman beside him responded with a gentle smile. Such a rapport and bond are indeed rare in this world. Leaving Xie Qingyao feeling as though something was constricting her heart, a bittersweet ache that was somewhat distressing. "The reason I dare to speak these words is that I believe if I were to die, she would never live on alone. We remain husband and wife. Death is not to be feared, but the memory of the departed must be cherished, for the living endure greater hardships," Wang Ming said, tightening his grip on his wife Lu's hand. The couple had drifted through this world for many years, seeking only to secure justice for their daughter.
Now,
with a glimmer of hope emerging, they were determined to strive forward. "If you truly possess such resolve, then let us make a commotion together. Life and death shall be intertwined." After some contemplation, Xie Qingyao turned her gaze to the distance, though her heart still harbored doubts. Is there truly a bond strong enough for one to forsake everything for the other? She did not know, but perhaps the truth could be validated through these two individuals. She required a little more time to observe this grand performance. Until Wang Ming and Lu received their arrangements and gradually departed, Xie Qingyao remained ensnared in her uncertainties. Unable to restrain herself, she turned to the diligent Yuesher beside her. "Is there truly a love that transcends all between men and women?" "Indeed there is," Yuesher replied with a smile, placing her hands on Xie Qingyao's shoulders and gently massaging them. When love arrives, people can become quite mad. Otherwise, the Empress Dowager would not have resolutely entered the palace in her time. Her words held profound implications, touching upon the past. Xie Qingyao had no desire to delve deeper, pursing her lips as she sat there, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Those bygone events had long been forgotten. Yet the Empress Dowager had lived a life of happiness. Therefore, there was no need to dwell on matters of love, even if one cannot be together. Myriad forms of fulfillment exist in this world, and there remains a happiness that belongs to our little princess. Yuesher helped Xie Qingyao fashion a simple hairdo and spoke with a smile. This remark gradually solidified the once confused heart of Xie Qingyao. She clenched her delicate fist, gazing into the mirror at her own reflection, slowly nodding. In this new life, her desire was to attain happiness, and no one could sway her heart. Observing that Xie Qingyao had come to a realization, Yuesha revealed a profoundly relieved smile. The plans were proceeding smoothly, while the Qin family had been making frequent visits. Yet the Qins could no longer respond as they had before. In recent days, the Empress Dowager had come to understand Xie Qingyao's intentions, sending various rare treasures to the residence. A stream of exquisite artifacts, any one of which could leave onlookers in awe. Xie Qingyao, upon seeing these treasures, felt a twinge of jealousy, yet they were no longer his to possess. Financial matters had not been particularly smooth either. Recently, Enliner had been deliberately sulking, her demeanor rigid, as if she were unwilling to converse with him. Liner, although I acted against you that day, I believe I have no regrets about my actions, Xie Qingyao asserted, gripping Enliner's shoulder with a condescending tone. He had never been one to reflect on his own issues. Furthermore, as a young general, Xie Qingyao harbored a degree of pride. Since marrying Xie Qingyao, his rise had been meteoric, surpassing that of most. An elevation granted through Xie Qingyao's intercession and the Empress Dowager's favoritism. Yet, for Xie Qingyao, these factors of influence were completely overlooked. He viewed his success as a result of his diligent efforts finally being acknowledged. For you, I even declined the celebratory banquet personally bestowed by the emperor. What more do you wish for me to do? Xie Qingyao remarked, observing Enliner's continued evasion, his tone growing more serious, bluntly stating his thoughts. His voice rose, akin to reprimanding Enliner for her lack of understanding. Was it truly for me, or was it for your own sake that you could not attend the banquet? You should know better than I. Enliner retorted with a cold smile, her words dripping with sarcasm. Others may not comprehend Xie Qingyao's frivolity, but after spending so much time together, could she, Enliner, still remain oblivious? Since they arrived at the border, Enliner had not truly engaged in battle. Everything relied on those around her. Were it not for her assistance in providing improved weaponry, Xie Qingyao would likely still be meandering about the frontier. Chapter 42. The autumn wind feeling his confidence punctured, Xie Qingyao's face darkened with anger as he grasped Enliner's arm with a measure of force, a glint of menace in his eyes. A clever woman who willingly submitted to his control would be a worthy pawn. Conversely, one who sought to dominate him could only meet a grim fate. A subtle aura of danger emanated from Xie Qingyao, prompting Enliner to regard him warily. Her eyes reflecting surprise. Are you threatening my life? Of course not. I merely ponder why I have been so good to you, yet you refuse to appreciate it. Xie Qingyao replied, caressing Enliner's face, a hint of confusion in his gaze. What he offered was more than sufficient. He had practically surrendered all he possessed to her. The vast fortune he had bestowed, regardless of its placement, constituted a significant wealth, yet Enliner received it without a sense of its worth. You treat me merely as a trifling pet to amuse yourself, perhaps valuing me for my usefulness. What if I were to lose that value? Enliner rose slowly, locking her gaze onto Xie Qingyao as she draped her arms around his neck, her eyes glimmering with a barely perceptible mockery. She increasingly understood that her future could not hinge on this man. Remaining by Xie Qingyao's side would be less favorable than choosing to dwell in a brothel, where she could at least rely on her own abilities to ascend. In response to Enliner's audacious words, Xie Qingyao did not hesitate to strike her across the face. Since you remain so oblivious, then stay here and contemplate your choices. Ting Ting no longer requires your care, and I will find someone else. With that, Xie Qingyao turned on his heel and departed, abandoning any intent to soothe her as he had done in the past. The drastic shift left Enliner wide-eyed, and after a moment, she began to touch her face, gradually coming to her senses. You all must keep a close watch here. ensuring that not a drop slips by unnoticed. Before departing the small courtyard, Xie Qingyao made sure to issue his orders. The few responsible guards nodded in acknowledgement, ensuring that several of their companions completely surrounded the courtyard. Hearing the commotion outside, Liner clenched her fists. After a long while, she managed to force a smile. A moment of quietude would do her good. It was time to contemplate her forthcoming plans. To remain forever by Xie Qingyao's side, living as a woman without prospects, was something she would never accept. Xie Qingyao is but a mere princess, yet she dares to be so audacious before me. While I shall become a being far more esteemed than a mere princess. Why is another visitor approaching? Has the Qin family truly fallen into destitution? Sending representatives to solicit charity daily? As Xie Qingyao hastened outside, he beheld Qin Mingyue approaching. Her attire and jewelry were evidently of much lesser quality than before. Yet she held her head high, akin to a peacock displaying its plumage. Qin Mingyue overheard Xie Qingyao's remark, her pupils constricting with surprise. For their family had once been quite respectable. Were it not to assist your family, we would not have descended to such a state. Your utterance of such humiliating words towards the Qin family is utterly excessive. In the midst of her speech, Qin Mingyue strode directly before Xie Qingyao, hands on her hips, her expression imbued with indignation. However, her fury was completely disregarded by Xie Qingyao, whose demeanor bore a hint of mockery as he pierced through the Qin family's facade. Without my mother's intricate negotiations, would your family truly be faring any better? Yet now, it is your He family that implores the Qin family for assistance. After all, you are merely a recently returned young general, and your household cannot even produce the requisite funds. You expect my parents to cover every expense. Do you not possess a shred of shame? Qin Mingyue scoffed, first acknowledging Xie Qingyao's most cherished identity, then unapologetically trampling upon his pride. Xie Qingyao trembled with rage. And had it not been for the consideration of the Qin matriarch's feelings towards her niece, he would have retaliated long ago. Thus, by the time Xie Qingyao arrived at the Qin family's courtyard, he was already seething with repressed anger. His dissatisfaction was palpable, and he spoke with the assertiveness of one in a position of power. Mother, it would be prudent for you to sever ties with the Qin family swiftly, lest they continue to take advantage of us. In recent days, the Qin matriarch had aged prematurely in her quest for funds, and upon hearing her son's command, she instinctively rubbed her brow, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. It is easy for you to suggest such things. If I were to break ties with the Qin family, who would help me fill the financial void left behind? For the sake of this family, I have sacrificed even my dowry. Yet not one of you has comprehended my plight. Reflecting upon the pitiable existence she had endured over the years, tears involuntarily spilled from the Qin matriarch's eyes. Her gaze clouded with helplessness. She had devoted herself entirely to the He family, yet now He Kuei declared he would no longer concern himself, leaving her to bear the consequences alone. The He family had undoubtedly enjoyed a leisurely existence thanks to Xie Qingyao's dowry. Yet now, they shrink back as if nothing had ever transpired. You were the one who, in your greed, insisted on appropriating Qingyao's dowry, forcing her into this predicament. Should we divorce? The fault lies squarely with you. Xie Qingyao, without a moment's thought, shifted all blame onto the Qin matriarch. This accusation incited the already sorrowful Qin matriarch to scream in frustration, pushing her son away with newfound resolve, devoid of any tenderness. Were it not for the Qin family, I fear I would have long been driven to despair by your actions. If you wish to pursue that little wretch, then do so. Be with her forever, and do not show your face before me again. After being berated, Xie Qingyao, his eyes reflecting a subtle irritation, chose not to retort but instead turned away with an air of nonchalance. He did not linger in the household but rather sought solace in the company of courtesans and indulgence. After all, Xie Qingyao had already expressed her desire to end their marriage. Thus, he saw no harm in demonstrating to the little princess the prowess of a man. Such self-destructive behavior did not go unnoticed by He Kuei, who was left feeling exasperated. He had sought the favor of allies within the court, yet Xie Qingyao was different. As long as he endeavored to please Xie Qingyao, surely the emperor would one day wish to elevate him to great heights. Look at the chaotic individuals you have been associating with. You have ruined your own son. Upon returning home, He Kuei witnessed the Qin family members departing with several suspicious figures and could not help but curse aloud. Chapter 43. The dowry is complete. Qin Shi, who had been smiling as she bid farewell to guests, suddenly found her expression frozen, her breath quickening. Only after the guests had departed could she finally release the pent-up grievances within her. Do you think assembling Xie Qingyao's dowry is a simple task? In recent days, I have sought out numerous skilled craftsmen and even borrowed a considerable amount of silver just to barely cover the deficits. Those items may appear simple, but each one is a rare treasure crafted by the masters of the palace, some of which are unique pieces. Qinshi poured forth the myriad challenges she had faced in recent days. It was not her intention to vent her frustrations at this moment. She simply found herself at a loss for how to handle the situation. The skills of those masters in the palace are unparalleled. Even though Qinshi had enlisted several of the finest talents in the capital, they still fell short compared to the palace's artisans, managing only a superficial resemblance to the quality needed, and any close inspection would reveal flaws. In these past few days, I have nearly exhausted the Qin family's funds. You constantly berate my maternal family for their ineptitude, but aside from them, who else can support me? At this point, tears streamed uncontrollably down Qinshi's cheeks as she shook her head in despair. For many women, aside from their maternal families, there is no other refuge in life. Qinshi merely favored her elder brother a bit more. Have you managed to complete the assembly of those items? He, observing Qinshi's pitiful demeanor, spoke with a hint of concern, suppressing his irritation. With that utterance, Qinshi felt that all her efforts had not been in vain, quickly dabbing at her tears. Of course, I have gathered everything. It is all in my courtyard now. After a brief respite, I shall personally deliver those items. As long as it does not impede Xie Qingyang's ascent, it matters little that Qinshi must sacrifice some of her family's wealth. Upon hearing this, He eyes darted with cunning, and he placed a hand on Qinshi's wrist. In that case, allow me to handle it. After all, you are a relative of the prince. How would it appear for you to suddenly visit the princess's chamber? If word got out, it would certainly earn you disdain. Qinshi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively rebuffing, claiming it would merely be a gesture of respect towards the princess. Did we not just have Aunt Yu instruct us in the proper etiquette? Moreover, you wish to gauge her demeanor? He single remark left Qinshi scoffing. And though she ceased to argue, she reluctantly nodded, not forgetting to caution him. The items have been meticulously accounted for. You must not touch a single piece without permission. It is known that the previous deficits in Xie Qingyao dowry were likely the result of Hikuei's interference, and thus some matters must be made clear beforehand. Qinshi's astute revelation of Hikuei's intentions caused an awkward flush to cross his face, yet he shamelessly sought to defend himself. You now regard me as a thief. After a series of complaints, Hikuei suppressed his thoughts and dutifully delivered the items. Those jewels, displayed at the entrance, elicited smiles from Aunt Yu as she meticulously counted them. Once she confirmed that the dowry had suffered no damage, she finally felt a sense of reassurance. Though some items were of slightly inferior quality, they were acceptable given the He family's circumstances. The matter of divorce is non-negotiable. My feelings for him have long since dissipated. Xie Qingyao took a sip of tea, her gaze fixed on Hikuei, whose eyes were clouded with conflict. She candidly addressed the underlying tension, for matters of the heart had never inclined her to compromise her own well-being. Sacrificing her own fate for the betterment of the general's household was an act only a fool would consider. After all, she was a dignified princess of noble lineage, destined for boundless fortune. The prince, despite his recent absence, surely harbors feelings for you. Hikuei interjected, his heart heavy with concern. I have little patience for such excuses. Since the dowry has been accounted for, you may proceed with your arrangements, Xie Qingyao retorted coldly, revealing no trace of kindness. It was better to part amicably than to create a scene that would leave all parties embarrassed. Should discord arise, Xie Qingyao would not hesitate to exact a measure of retribution, even if it meant merely whispering a few words in the Empress Dowager's ear, which would surely wound the He family deeply. Hikuei's murky eyes assessed Xie Qingyao with a hint of desire, and he clenched his teeth, a nefarious idea forming in his mind. If Xie Qingyao could not win Xie Qingyao's heart, perhaps he should forge a connection with her. Once their bond was solidified, many matters would be beyond their control. I kindly request that you remain at the He residence for a while longer. My son has been in a foul mood lately and has not been home. I will expedite the necessary arrangements, he said, maintaining a facade of respect despite the tumult of thoughts racing through his mind. Following Hikuei's departure, Granny Yu observed Xie Qingyao composed demeanor with a tinge of worry. Your Highness, it seems something is amiss. There is nothing amiss. Please ensure that the dowry is stored securely in the silver house and converted to cash. Moreover, We must procure a significant quantity of grain from both nearby and distant regions, Xie Qingyao commanded, her focus unwavering as she articulated her intentions. Her abrupt yet resolute words left Granny Yu momentarily perplexed. If you desire provisions, it would be simpler to purchase them directly from the capital. Even if you wish to stockpile, the supplies in the capital are more than sufficient, Granny Yu replied. I have also heard of a longevity herb from Jiangnan. You should arrange for its procurement as well. Xie Qingyao recalled the life-saving herbs from her past. If she prepared even a small amount of each type, it would surely raise suspicions. Thus, she decided to focus solely on the essentials. What do you intend to do with all these miscellaneous items? Granny Yu pressed, furrowing her brow. Having assisted the Empress Dowager in managing her assets, she was familiar with such matters and held reservations regarding Xie Qingyao's approach. After a brief silence, Xie Qingyao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she declared, I wish to stockpile grain to later provide relief for the people and perhaps open a pharmacy as a gesture of gratitude for my liberation from suffering. Chapter 44. The ruin of the Qin family. If liberation from suffering warranted celebration, then a grand festivity was indeed in order. Granny Yu regarded Xie Qingyao with a peculiar look before nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall instruct the staff to commence arrangements. Although sourcing grain from outside would incur higher costs than purchasing within the capital, this maneuver would render Xie Qingyao's actions a personal endeavor, thereby averting the attention of the court and preventing any turmoil in grain prices that could incite public anxiety before any impending calamity arose. I intend to clear out the princess's residence. I plan to move out soon. Xie Qingyao expressed her dissatisfaction with the current disarray. Tomorrow would mark the commencement of her grand performance, after which she would no longer reside in the general's household. The dissolution of her marriage would be entirely her own doing, and regardless of the external judgments that might follow, Xie Qingyao felt no fear. Granny Yu promptly nodded, ensuring that all tasks were set in motion, as tranquility within the residence would soon be a thing of the past. Wang Ming and Lu Shi knelt together outside the general's residence, their eyes reflecting despair. We beseech your grace to intervene, that we may find peace, Wang Ming proclaimed, brandishing a blood-soaked letter with fervent conviction. The servants of the general's household exchanged glances, filled with evident disdain upon hearing his words. Regardless of their grievances, this was no court of law, nor a place where they could act with impunity. The leading guard, expressing his dissatisfaction openly, raised his foot to kick them aside. At that moment, Xie Qingyao emerged, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the commotion. What nonsense is this? How dare these ruffians make a scene before the general's residence? If you cannot resolve this, I will have you expelled. After delivering this ultimatum, Xie Qingyao strode away, but Lu Shi, quick-witted, rushed forward and clung to his leg, leaving tears and snot smeared upon his attire. Seeing his garments sullied, Xie Qingyao kicked him away harshly. The onlookers gasped, their expressions a mixture of shock and fear. The Qin family has taken advantage of the He family's influence to murder our daughter. For years we have been adrift, seeking justice. Now we stand at the gates of the general's residence. Will you not intervene? Wang Ming exclaimed, neglecting to assist his wife as he voiced their plight. Each word was laced with sorrow that could not be concealed, deepening Xie Qingyao's frown as he absorbed their lament. If there is truly a grievance, take it directly to the court. It would serve you better than obstructing me here, he retorted with a dismissive tone. Lu Shi, clutching her chest and dragging her injured body, knelt slowly, her voice sharp with defiance. Who does not know of your collusion with one another? If you wish to accuse the Qin family, you must first address the He family, otherwise, your complaint will be worthless. I am neither privy to nor inclined to protect the Qin family. You need not cast aspersions upon me. Xie Qingyao sliced through their accusations, severing any ties to the Qin family with clarity. Despite the Qin family's dependency on the He family, they still clung to the facade of peace. However, the attitude of the men in the household reflected the family's stance. The Qin family, believing themselves close-knit, would find that with Xie Qingyang's words, those who had once been willing to assist them would quickly retract their support. After all, the He family could only rely on the princess now, and given their circumstances, they could not guarantee anything to anyone. If what you say is true, we shall immediately go to the court, hoping the He family will no longer interfere, Wang Ming declared through gritted teeth, a flicker of determination in his brow. Once their complaint reached the court, with the He family's involvement, no one would be able to shield the Qin family from the consequences. The throngs of creditors pressing in upon them loomed like the final straw that could break their backs. What have we done to deserve such treatment from you? Qin Mingyue, accompanied by the remaining servants of the Qin family, forcefully entered the He residence. Observing the bewildered Qin family, she expressed nothing but complaints. The Qin family, confused and somewhat dazed, gazed at their beloved niece. What have I done? We were once a family bound by fate. I genuinely wished for the prosperity of the Qin family. Qin Shi attempted to explain and reached out to grasp Qin Mingyue's hand, only to be pushed away without hesitation. Xie Qingyao, having heard the news, approached and, witnessing Qin Mingyue's tantrum, felt no remorse. Instead, he scolded loudly. Is this the upbringing of the Qin family? To raise such a lawless wild girl who dares to flaunt her authority in someone else's home is certainly not commendable. I ought to thank you. Had it not been for my cousin proclaiming that we have no ties to the Qin family, perhaps there wouldn't be so many people pursuing debts from them. Upon hearing Xie Qingyao's words, Qin Mingyue coldly laughed and retorted, her tone laced with sarcasm. As her words echoed, Qin Shi's eyes widened in increasing confusion. What on earth has transpired? What nonsense have you been spouting outside? Almost immediately, she grasped Xie Qingyao's hand. Her gaze filled with urgency. She had always viewed her maternal family as a solid support. Whenever the Qin family required assistance, she would exhaust all efforts to help. Recently, she had managed to quickly gather a dowry for Xie Qingyao, thanks to the Qin family sacrificing their wealth, even depleting their savings to lend her money. Yet, now Qin Mingyue was complaining that the Qin family was doomed. How could that be possible? This, of course, was all thanks to my dear brother. Without him, the Qin family would not have been on the brink of ruin so swiftly. Qin Mingyue rolled her eyes in annoyance, her words dripping with mockery. Xie Qingyao, now feeling more uncomfortable, rubbed his nose, clearly unprepared to accept the blame. Qin Shi could no longer contain her anger and raised her arm, delivering a heavy slap across Xie Qingyao's face. Do you realize that is my maternal family? How could you destroy the Qin family? Chapter 45. The abandoned child. Over the years, the Qin family has behaved like autumn wind, relentlessly seeking to extract something from us each time they visit. My father is already quite displeased with the situation. Now that you have brought it up, I shall be frank. The He family does not require such impoverished relatives. After being slapped, Xie Qingyao, infuriated, spoke plainly, his tone tinged with subtle malice. I am unafraid to be blunt. This is also my father's sentiment. Our family cannot afford a burden. With that, he turned and exited, his eyes still reflecting a hint of disdain. Watching his retreating figure, Qin Shi trembled, words caught in her throat, tears eventually spilling uncontrollably down her cheeks. Aunt, if you do not find a way to resolve this, the Qin family will truly be finished. Those demanding money are here because of you. Qin Mingyue, sensing her opportunity to exploit Qin Shi's vulnerability, grasped her hand, her tone shifting back to a familiar intimacy. Since Qin Shi married into the He family, the Qin family had neglected to nurture their relationships. In previous years, they had managed to secure a minor official position, but due to mismanagement by the head of the family, they were soon ensnared in political machinations and ultimately withdrew, living as idle wealthy folk. With the He family's reputation backing them, few dared to challenge the Qin family directly. Later, Qin Shi's brother succumbed to gambling addiction, squandering money like water. Had it not been for the concealed support from Qin Shi and the existence of ancestral properties capable of generating income, the Qin family would have long since collapsed. Yet, even under such circumstances, their debts continued to mount. Faced with the current crisis, the Qin family had no means of resolving their issues and had no choice but to seek assistance from the He family. Qin Shi shook her head but forced herself to regain composure, her hands clenched into fists, tears rolling down uncontrollably. In my opinion, you should first consider seeking the princess's help. If she is willing to speak on our behalf, her single word could carry the weight of 10. Noticing Qin Shi's disheartened demeanor, Qin Mingyue bit her lip and offered a quiet suggestion. This suggestion, laced with sincerity, sent a chill through Qin Shi's gaze. With her eyes cast downward, she ultimately steeled herself, nodding resolutely as she and Qin Mingyue made their way towards Xie Qingyao's small courtyard. She could no longer afford to act with the arrogance her status once permitted. Instead, she humbly knelt outside the courtyard. Please inform the princess that Qin Shi has an urgent matter to discuss. Qin Shi spoke softly, humiliation evident in her eyes. The maid guarding the entrance scoffed at her words, but showed no intention of relaying the message. Qin Mingyue, known for her fiery temperament, could hardly contain her urge to protest but was restrained by Qinshi's pull. Seeing her shake her head, she had no choice but to suppress her burgeoning anger. At this moment, it was the princess's rest period. No matter who approached, she would not grant an audience. No one was an exception. The guard outside quietly reminded them, almost mocking their futile efforts. Qinshi felt a knot of frustration tightening within her, yet she remained kneeling, unmoving. The weather was dismal, with relentless rain soaking her garments. However, thinking of the relatives she needed to save, she straightened her back and remained there. Inside, Xie Qingyao was lazily flipping through a book, her eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. I had expected those in the wrong to seek ways to make amends. The burden of the family rested solely on the shoulders of an ordinary woman like Qinshi, which was inherently unjust. Those who had benefited from her care exploited her without restraint, only to cast her out of the family when it suited them. The cruelty of men became evident in these moments. Although Xie Qingyao held no high expectations for these men, witnessing such betrayals stirred a sense of melancholy within her. Couples are like birds of a feather. When disaster strikes, they fly their separate ways. Those who can steadfastly choose to face challenges together are indeed rare. Yet, with the princess's fortune, she would surely find such a partner in the future. Mama Yu, noticing Xie Qingyao's intention to rise, offered her support, and the two exited together. The rain poured heavily, and it was only then that Qinshi and Qin Mingyue were finally called into the room. Qin Mingyue boldly raised her head to steal a glance at Xie Qingyao's profile, captivated by her beauty, which shone without the need for adornments. Xie Qingyao's allure was inherently striking. Any jewelry merely served to enhance her natural beauty. She merely needed to stand there, exuding an unmatched presence. Princess, I implore you to save the Qin family this time, no matter what. Qinshi's voice trembled with emotion, her eyes brimming with uncontainable sorrow. For the sake of her family, she was willing to pay any price. What has happened to the Qin family? The instigator sipped her tea nonchalantly, her eyes narrowing with satisfaction as she inquired with a sense of composure. Qinshi immediately recounted the injustices the Qin family had recently faced, speaking without embellishment. Yet, within her calm eyes, a hint of despair began to surface. Your Highness, I acknowledge my wrongdoing in using your dowry back then. But now my maternal family has come together to repay the gold and silver owed. Even if guilty, considering the sacrifices we have made, I implore you to grant us an opportunity to leave this place and live anew. As Qin expressed her plea, she bowed her head repeatedly, her tone imbued with a certain nonchalance, as if she were ready to abandon everything to return home. Xie Qingyao, upon hearing her words, could not help but raise an eyebrow. Can one truly so easily relinquish their children? Children are the strongest ties that bind a mother. And Qin's relentless scheming for Xie Qingting and Xie Qingyao stirred a sense of admiration within Xie Qingyao. In her previous life, it seemed that Qin met a tragic end. Coming from humble beginnings, her own abilities and experiences were insufficient to support her children in their pursuits. Yet, she had exerted every effort to uplift them, only to have her deeds forgotten in the end. The prosperity of the He family was a result of their own diligence. Qin appeared to have been cast aside, as she had continually used the wealth of the He family to mend the gaps in her own. However, due to the Qin family's dealings with the underbelly of society, many unsavory matters were attributed to them, and they too were treated as expendable. What one cannot let go of is not for me to decide. Now, it is they who no longer need me, rendering my presence here superfluous. Qin, in a moment of contemplation, uttered these words, her eyes betraying a hint of derision, mocking her own foolish hopes. If Xie Qingyao had not publicly distanced himself from the Qin family, those two lackeys would never have dared to escalate matters to the court. It is said that he even pointed the way for them. If one truly comprehends the situation, they ought to understand the ancient principle that one must pay for the taking of life. Xie Qingyao regarded Qin's demeanor and calmly interjected, the taking of life has always demanded a price. No one escapes consequences. Yet, what we have taken was merely a servant. Though we may face some punishment, it is unlikely to escalate too far. We merely seek to ensure the survival of the Qin family, and as for the debts owed, we shall find ways to repay them ourselves. Qin bowed once more, yet her tone bore an unmistakable sorrow. Given the current state of the Qin family, a resurgence would be nearly impossible. After all, to secure Xie Qingyao's dowry, they had borrowed heavily, amassing hundreds of thousands of taels. Previously, they had the He family to rely on, affording them a chance to repay, but now, they were left with nothing. Let the princess ponder this. For disregarding the law and taking matters into one's own hands is inherently a violation of rules. Xie Qingyao did not hastily agree, her tone reflecting deep thought as she waved her hand at Qin. Having knelt alongside Qin for so long, Qin Mingyue could only bite her lip in frustration upon receiving such a meager response, and she stepped outside. After leaving Xie Qingyao's courtyard, Qin fainted. Having endured the rain for so long, and now suffering from a high fever, her health was poor, and Xie Qingyao showed no inclination to care for her. Not even He Kuei made an appearance. Were it not for Qin Mingyue, who was assisting her, Qin might have died unnoticed in that place. In the dead of night, when Qin groggily opened her eyes, a trace of bitterness lingered in her gaze. She grasped Qin Mingyue's hand tightly, her eyes betraying a hint of turmoil. "Aunt, your health is of utmost importance. You should rest well, and we shall find solutions to the other matters in due course," Qin Mingyue gently advised. Equally muddled in her own state, both had been caught in the rain together, their health equally compromised. If we truly depart from the He family, can we survive? Qin's complex question hung in the air. Qin Mingyue, momentarily jolted awake, shook her head in denial of Qin's supposition. The Qin family is no longer what it once was. Without a support system, we will surely be devoured. However, the He family was unwilling to be their refuge, and even if they shamelessly clung to them, the day of abandonment would inevitably come. Qin's thoughts on the matter were equally intricate as she expressed her reservations. Xie Qingyang's attitude was indeed disheartening. The people of the He family were clearly not inclined to leave the Qin family any avenue of escape. "Aunt, at least you possess someone to rely on. Must we allow the Qin family to descend to the level of the wretched?" Qin Mingyue's eyes darted with determination. She had begun to entertain a bold notion. If she could align herself with the He family, perhaps she could consider marrying into their ranks, wedded to Xie Qingyao. The princess, with her grace and nobility, would surely not resort to underhanded tactics to win Xie Qingyang's heart. It was said that their relationship was not particularly strong, yet she was unbothered by employing a few strategies to capture a man's affection. As long as she could enter the estate, even as a concubine, she was confident in her ability to win Xie Qingyang's heart in no time. This way, the He family would once again become a bastion of support. "Aunt, if you do not mind, may I become your daughter-in-law?" Qin Mingyue boldly posed the question, her eyes glimmering with earnestness. Qin, taken aback by her words, raised a hand and struck her. "Do not speak such nonsense. With your status, how could you ever become a concubine?" Regardless, Qin had watched this clever girl grow, and she was far too astute to demean herself in such a way. "Aunt will surely find a suitable match for you, one that is well matched in status. Then you can enter the household as the mistress, managing the affairs, which is far superior to being a concubine." Qin reiterated her request, understanding Xie Qingyao's disposition well enough to make her point. Given Xie Qingyao's character, she would never tolerate another woman by Xie Qingyang's side. Otherwise, she would not harbor such lofty pride, even suggesting divorce. The estate would surely be fraught with conflict. The He family was the best match I could hope for. Could I, like my cousin, endure the indignity of marrying some lesser heir? Qin Mingyue reflected, resolute in her decision. If she could not secure an opportunity, through Qin, she would seek out Xie Qingyao. Qin was rendered speechless, her complexion pale as she continued to shake her head, softly denying her niece's aspirations. The following morning, Qin Mingyue ventured to find Xie Qingyao, only to discover many servants packing valuable items, treasures being carted away. "What are you doing?" Qin Mingyue inquired, perplexed. If the He family were truly relocating, there should have been prior notice, yet she was entirely unawares. The princess has no intention of remaining here. Thus these belongings are to be moved to her own residence, a kind maid explained. Their movements were swift and efficient. Qin Mingyue, witnessing this, stood in admiration for quite some time. Having seen such treasures before, they no longer evoked awe. Xie Qingyao was the last to emerge, clad in a sky-blue gown, her head adorned with light jewelry that was not cumbersome, supported by Mamayu. Every movement exuded the poise of a noblewoman. "Please, princess, fulfill my heartfelt desire." Upon sighting Xie Qingyao, Qin Mingyue hurried forward, kneeling before her, her voice trembling. "I wish to marry my cousin as a concubine." This declaration elicited a derisive laugh from Xie Qingyao, who lifted Qin Mingyue's delicate face for scrutiny before sneering. "Do you believe yourself worthy?" Chapter 47. A turmoil unleashed in terms of appearance, knowledge, temperament, and even family background. Qin Mingyue had little to offer. If the Qin family were to fall, I would ensure that the He family would never find peace. Taking a deep breath, Qin Mingyue stated this with unwavering conviction. She tilted her chin up, gazing steadily at Xie Qingyao. The princess was on the verge of divorce. Could she bear to watch this family bask in happiness? Though the specifics of He Qingyan's misdeeds that led Xie Qingyao to withdraw her heartfelt devotion were unclear, it was evident that resentment brewed between them. Xie Qingyao had earned quite a reputation for her fierce demeanor in the capital, where even princesses had to step aside in her presence.
Now,
Having stumbled in a matter she had hoped would secure her future, how could she resign herself to retreat? Her words resonated with a certain depth, prompting a flicker of admiration in Xie Qingyao's dark eyes as she smiled at her. Are you truly willing? After all, the Qin family was still tied to the He family, and should matters escalate unfavorably, it would tarnish everyone's reputation. The He family had long ceased to show any consideration for the Qin family. Thus, what need had she for them? Qin Mingyue's astute commentary reflected her resolve. Even if the Qin family learned of her intentions, they would undoubtedly disapprove. Yet her determination was ironclad, and none could thwart her. Since you are so clever, allow me to illuminate a path for you. There is a girl named Enliner in the residence who has already shared a bed with He Qingyan, Xie Qingyao suggested with a smile, subtly leaving the resolution of her inner turmoil to someone capable. Without her assistance, Enliner and He Qingyan would never regain their former heights, but if she could incite a bit more chaos in their lives, why not? Had the He and Qin families maintained a mutually beneficial alliance, even Xie Qingyao would find it difficult to dismantle the Qin family in the short term, requiring considerable time within the estate. However, He Qingyan had already made his position clear, resolutely cutting ties with the Qin family. It was no wonder that her aunt had been distressed lately. It seemed she was entangled with such a seductress. Fear not, my princess. While I may not possess great power, creating a ruckus within the He family is hardly a challenge. After expressing this confidence, Qin Mingyue bowed deeply once more, her tone brimming with assurance. Observing her self-assured demeanor, Xie Qingyao nodded and waved dismissively. Since you are so determined, I shall lend you my support. However, the whims of men are inscrutable. How you navigate them is entirely up to you. As Granny Yu assisted her in leaving, there was a flicker of understanding regarding the princess's schemes, yet a hint of concern lingered in her gaze. My princess, are you not worried that this Qin lady is merely using you to ascend? Not in the slightest. Should she possess the ability to achieve her desires, it is her merit. Moreover, keeping a concubine is merely a matter of words for me, Xie Qingyao replied nonchalantly, clearly unfazed by the triviality of the situation. By the way, have you arranged the tasks I assigned? You must scatter these notices throughout the streets, ensuring everyone knows that it is this princess who has cast aside that useless man. Compared to Qin Mingyue's affairs, Xie Qingyao was far more anxious about the efficacy of her own plans. As the papers fluttered down from the sky, literate individuals picked them up to read, gasping in shock. Soon, the sensational news of the divorce spread like wildfire throughout the capital. He Qingyan, half awake, heard the mocking laughter of those nearby and opened his eyes, feeling a twinge of annoyance at the faces surrounding him. What insolent fools! Should you dare approach me again, I shall ensure you regret it, he declared, kicking at a nearby dandy. Yet the man swiftly dodged, beckoning his companions closer. Brothers, you must see clearly. This is the only man in the entire realm who has been cast aside. The laughter, filled with unabashed derision, made He Qingyan's eyes narrow in displeasure as he glared at the group. What does it feel like to be discarded by the princess? None among us has suffered such shame. Another chimed in mockingly. Provoked by their taunts, He Qingyan clenched his fists and retaliated without hesitation. You seek death, he spat, launching himself at the crowd. Despite being a general of the emperor's vanguard, his status paled in comparison to these raucous scions of noble houses, who relished the opportunity. Brothers, since they have dared to strike first, we need not hold back. Even the princess cannot tolerate such insufferable men. With that, they advanced to teach He Qingyan a lesson, hoping that perhaps, after enduring their discipline, he might yet win back the princess's affections. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively as the young men, filled with vigor, landed blows that echoed ominously, tightening hearts nearby. The madam of the brothel observed the chaos, her eyes wide with alarm. Yet she was at a loss for how to intervene, merely standing by with a pained expression as chairs and tables were shattered. It was He Kuei who noticed the commotion and hurried over, exerting himself to pull He Qingyan away. Blood streamed from Xie Qingyao wounds, leaving him with darkened eyes. An unfortunate sight indeed, while the young nobles around him burned with a ferocity that suggested they would gladly end his life. What disgraceful behavior! You are all Marquis's sons. How can you act so rudely? Xie Qingyao admonished, his tone laced with exasperation. The young heir of the Dingyuan Marquis, head held high, retorted arrogantly. Who are you to lecture me? The young lord, tall and distinguished, now bore the signs of their altercation, his face bruised and disheveled. Your family should have perished long ago for inflicting such displeasure upon the princess. Now you dare to cause a scene? It seems this young general would benefit from some time in a cell to reflect. Luo Wenyu interjected, issuing commands to the onlookers. Chapter 48. Entering the palace to plead for forgiveness with the young heir issuing orders. None dared to object. Soon, patrolling soldiers arrived to forcibly escort Xie Qingyao to prison. Their method a means to awaken him to his folly. Xie Qingyao watched this unfold, his breath growing ragged as he forcibly pulled Xie Qingyao away. Do you not fear the princess's wrath for this? The divorce decree has already been issued. I fear my sister, the princess, will no longer wish to associate with such wretched individuals, Luo Wenyu remarked, arching an eyebrow as a clever individual promptly delivered the decree. After ensuring the dowry was accounted for, Xie Qingyao departed, a move that had never crossed the minds of the He family.
Impossible.
How could the princess act with such ruthlessness? Xie Qingyao questioned, his voice trembling slightly with disbelief. If you doubt, you are welcome to inquire for yourselves here. The barking of dogs is of no consequence. Luo Wenyu let out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with malice. There are numerous ministers in the court. With one less, it would go unnoticed by the emperor for a while. They could seize this opportunity to teach Xie Qingyao a lesson for daring to upset Xie Qingyao. Such audacity could cost him dearly. At this moment, Xie Qingyao remained oblivious to the multitude of allies she had amassed. Having meticulously organized everything in her residence, she let out a satisfied sigh before preparing herself to enter the palace and kneel. Madame Yu accompanied Xie Qingyao, shaking her head slightly, in resigned dismay. Her eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. Shall I find a way to summon Her Majesty the Empress Dowager? My lady, you have been frail since childhood. Must you remain here? She suggested. Once the Empress Dowager arrives, even if Xie Qingyao were to lose control and kill Xie Qingyao, the matter could be easily resolved. However, Xie Qingyao shook her head. One must bear the consequences of their actions. She had indeed acted inappropriately, causing trouble for the emperor. And thus it was only right that she resolve it herself. The eunuchs outside the study soon noticed Xie Qingyao and approached her in astonishment, eager to invite her into the side hall. Little princess, whatever the matter, let us discuss it inside. Kneeling out here could harm your knees, and that would be a grave error. The eunuch spoke with a tone of kindness, casting a glance at Madame Yu, unsure of their intentions. If I must suffer, so be it. I come today to plead for forgiveness for my uncle. If I do not endure some physical discomfort, how could I evoke his sympathy? Xie Qingyao stated matter-of-factly, her posture resolute and devoid of worry. Upon hearing her words, the eunuch could only smile wryly and shake his head before leading her into the imperial study. You have always been clever, taking the initiative to admit your mistakes. Even I cannot hold it against you. Why then, today, this display of humility? The emperor, already aware of the events outside, languidly observed the memorial before him. His voice casual, yet imbued with a sense of control. Nevertheless, having watched Xie Qingyao grow up, he held a certain bias towards her. Uncle, I boldly cast aside my husband, Xie Qingyao stated firmly, preemptively lowering her head before the emperor could react, accurately predicting his response and evading his ire. You wretched girl. You know to come and plead for forgiveness, and yet you still dare to act so boldly. The emperor scolded, though his tone lacked genuine anger. After all, he was merely dealing with a subordinate. A lack of care could easily lead to a replacement without much trouble. Nonetheless, the situation could be resolved through proper channels. And Xie Qingyao should not have taken such a drastic step as discarding her husband. Xie Qingyao could no longer bear it. If her uncle knew he had allowed a woman to reside in the residence and care for her daily, he would undoubtedly be furious. The so-called savior, regardless of how foolish her actions, was to be indulged by Xie Qingyao. Xie Qingyao deliberately refrained from being too explicit, wiping her tears discreetly. Recently, when the Marquis's residence hosted a banquet and invited them, the scandal regarding Dongzhi's jewelry had already caused quite a stir. The emperor could not possibly be ignorant. He simply chose not to pursue the matter further. Now, as Xie Qingyao brought it up again, she aimed to indicate that it was not she who had acted foolishly, but rather others. The emperor's eyes narrowed, a flicker of danger passing through them. How dare the daughter of an unknown general adorn herself with such extravagant items? Such transgressions of decorum were unthinkable for most, unless, from the very beginning, they had harbored ambitions that extended to the throne, which did not belong to them. The emperor, being the most suspicious of individuals, would end the career of any official he set his sights upon. Even Xie Qingyao, should he aspire to rise, would find no opportunity. You are rather tempestuous. Is it not common for families to have multiple wives? He merely brought in a benefactor. Why can you not endure this? The emperor spoke casually, as if to extract some information from Xie Qingyao. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. He had no intention of punishing her. Otherwise, he would have issued a decree, and the Empress Dowager would have swiftly countered with her authority. Though he did not fear her, the court upheld filial piety. Should he cause too much embarrassment to the Empress Dowager, it would be detrimental to his rule. The savior, whose background was unknown, remained in the residence, often wandering about and occasionally gathering information, which Xie Qingyao found unsatisfactory. Xie Qingyao intentionally directed the focus towards Unliner's identity. Unliner had previously claimed she would relay information to those individuals, yet Xie Qingyang's rapid ascension had led her to find her own place, abandoning such ideas. She was like a reed in the wind, swaying wherever power resided. Enough, the deed is done. Can I truly punish you for the actions of an outsider? The emperor waved his hand dismissively, not overly concerned about the matter. His gaze shifted to Xie Qingyao, weighing her future value. I merely wish to lead a carefree life as a princess under your protection, spending my days in filial duty beside my grandmother. I beseech your approval, uncle. Xie Qingyao articulated her intentions. She had already formulated her future plans and promptly made her request. She desired nothing more than to remain faithfully by the Empress Dowager's side, ensuring her peaceful departure from this world, without further aspirations. You possess such thoughts. Do not let the Empress Dowager's affection for you go unappreciated. Over the years, her companions have dwindled, and few can amuse her. You are her only solace. The emperor responded, a hint of wistfulness crossing his dark eyes as he spoke. Xie Qingyao nodded earnestly, acknowledging the emperor's forgiveness, and gracefully made her way to the Empress Dowager's palace. Initially, the Empress Dowager had already received word of the happenings, sitting calmly in her chair, feigning slumber. Observing this, Xie Qingyao swiftly approached and stood before her. Her grandmother seemed increasingly distant, unwilling to send anyone to rescue her. Clearly, it was her own absence over the years that had caused this rift, yet Xie Qingyao was adept at turning the tables, returning to the Empress Dowager's side as she had in her youth. Upon hearing Xie Qingyao's words, the Empress Dowager opened her eyes, smiling as she playfully tapped Xie Qingyao's head. You speak nonsense. When have I ever failed to send someone to aid you? You are fully aware that I was kneeling outside my uncle's study, yet you sent no one to assist me. Does that not count as a mistake? Xie Qingyao exclaimed, her eyes widening as she innocently posed the question. The Empress Dowager embraced her, a blend of exasperation and affection in her gaze. When I am wrong, I shall treat you well and hold you close to my heart, all right? Then you must think of me daily. I will come to the palace often to keep you company, Xie Qingyao responded softly. After sharing a moment of playful banter, she displayed signs of fatigue, furrowing her brow and promptly requesting the physician. Such a grand display of worry left the Empress Dowager both amused and bewildered. Perhaps I have merely caught a chill these past days. My health is not as robust as before, but there is no need for such concern. You feel even the slightest discomfort, and I cannot sleep well, out of worry. Xie Qingyao spoke with a grave demeanor, yet her heart was clouded with confusion. It was said that in her previous life, the Empress had begun to grow weary, nearly sleeping through each day. At that time, Mama Yu had specifically ventured out of the palace to seek her, solely to request an audience with the Empress. However, she had remained obstinate, preoccupied with the newly arrived Unliner, and thus had no time to attend to the Empress's well-being. It was precisely for this reason that she had missed the chance to see the Empress one last time. Now, destiny had granted her another opportunity, and she was determined to vigilantly protect her grandmother, ensuring that no harm befell her. You must be feeling even more fatigued. If you are unwell yet refuse to speak of it, then I shall refrain from troubling you with any further matters. Xie Qingyao remarked, entwining her arms around his. With a playful huff, she deliberately recounted a few humorous anecdotes and made silly faces, all in an effort to bring joy to the Empress. After a brief moment, the royal physician arrived, placing his hand upon the Empress's pulse. After a thorough examination, he furrowed his brow in concern. The Empress's pulse appeared faint, as if entangled in a dilemma, causing the physician to hesitate in revealing his findings. The Empress's condition suggested possible poisoning, yet the toxin was intermittent and elusive. If he were to voice such a claim, what if it were unfounded? As the elderly often indulge in various foods, it was conceivable that her discomfort stemmed from something innocuous. To hastily conclude that it was poisoning would be to overstate the matter. Speak candidly about what you observe. If anything were to happen to the Empress, could you bear the consequences? Xie Qingyao lamented her lack of medical knowledge, yearning to directly assess the Empress's pulse. Involuntarily, the physician concealed his findings and respectfully replied, "It is likely due to recent lack of rest that the Empress appears somewhat weakened. You must investigate thoroughly. If another physician arrives and discovers your misdiagnosis, mere punishment will not suffice." Xie Qingyao narrowed her eyes, the threat in her tone unmistakable. This display of urgency puzzled the Empress, as Xie Qingyao was typically gentle and composed. It was unusual for her to pressure a physician so insistently. "Have you uncovered something amiss?" the Empress inquired softly, her underlying worry evident. "Perhaps. My mind has been preoccupied with thoughts of you, which has heightened my concern. You must take care of your health and live a long life by my side. Otherwise, if anything were to happen, my royal uncle may not be inclined to grant me this honor." Xie Qingyao spoke, her words veiling her genuine anxiety beneath the guise of her own ambitions. The Empress, observing the tension etched on Xie Qingyao's face, smiled and pinched her cheek affectionately. "If you are truly worried, you may summon a few more individuals to assess the situation." Hearing this, the physician bowed his head in silence. Soon, all attending physicians from the Imperial Medical Department were summoned to the Empress's quarters. One by one they examined her pulse. After much deliberation, they finally reached a conclusion. The Empress's pulse fluctuated between strong and weak, appearing relatively healthy. Yet there remained the possibility of poisoning. The physician who had conducted the examination reluctantly voiced this conclusion, his heart churning with apprehension. The Empress consumed only the most carefully prepared meals, with so many eyes upon her. How could someone still manage to poison her? Xie Qingyao's pupils constricted. Her desire for reassurance had led to multiple examinations, yet the outcome was far from what she had anticipated. The unseen perpetrator had acted far sooner than she had expected. Was it due to some unforeseen event, or had her rebirth triggered a series of reactions that compelled them to act prematurely? Countless faces flashed through her mind, yet none had access to the palace.
Who could it be?
A flicker of anger ignited in the Empress's eyes as she coldly regarded the physicians, her inherent authority manifesting, causing all present to kneel in unison. "Those in my palace are long-serving elders. You should not betray my trust. Yet, given the sudden nature of this incident, we must conduct thorough investigations to ensure no one slips through the cracks." Her words, slow and deliberate, revealed the formidable presence of the Empress. No longer the benevolent elder who cherished her juniors. In the palace, everyone was subjected to rigorous scrutiny, including those close to Xie Qingyao. Princess Yuan Zhao sat in her chamber, a subtle chill in her dark eyes as she absent-mindedly toyed with a luxurious ornament gifted by the Empress. "Your Highness, the Empress's palace has become quite bustling. Should we not seize this opportunity to show our attentiveness?" Qing Guang, her personal maid, ventured cautiously. As Princess Yuan Zhao's confidant, Qing Guang found herself increasingly perplexed by the princess's demeanor. The princess would often fixate on seemingly worthless wooden tokens that she had carved not long ago. "The Empress is already accompanied, so we need not feign our attentiveness," Princess Yuan Zhao replied, though a glimmer of coldness flickered in her gaze. Since Xie Qingyao had left the He family and willingly come to the palace to be with the Empress, she could not be faulted for her lack of compassion. However, the Empress is our elder. If we ignore this matter and it becomes public, it may tarnish your reputation, Qing Guang hastily cautioned. Princess Yuan Zhao, irritated by her incessant chatter, clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Very well, since you have spoken, let us go and take a look." However, in truth, the Empress requires only Xie Qingyao's company to alleviate her ailments. After a brief tidying, Princess Yuan Zhao took her handcrafted trinket and made her way to the Empress's palace. Princess Fu Guang had already settled in, her gaze fixed intently on Xie Qingyao, a hint of admiration in her eyes. You are truly remarkable. To take such decisive action against your husband. Truly, you have your grandmother's favor, and you carry yourself with such audacity. Princess Fu Guang leaned closer to Xie Qingyao. Her voice lowered. She had completely forgotten the significant loss of wealth she had suffered upon encountering Xie Qingyao. For Princess Fu Guang, while there were some tensions between her and Xie Qingyao, it had not reached the point of a reconcilable conflict. After all, they had spent so many years together in the palace, their bond far beyond what ordinary acquaintances could comprehend. Xie Qingyao, observing the sparkle in her eyes, offered a serene smile. When one is driven to the edge, a spark of courage often arises. For it is only in such moments that one may discover a path to survival. So, do you intend to stay by the Empress's side to care for her? Princess Fu Guang inquired, anticipating some insights regarding the situation. The Duke's residence had likely been prepared, and Xie Qingyao would soon be moving in, leaving little time to tend to the Empress. Nevertheless, upon discovering the Empress's poisoning, Xie Qingyao might well choose to remain. In due time, I shall arrange a suitable marriage for you, my dear. You should swiftly send away those troublesome individuals in your household, so that I may assist you properly. The Empress said with a sip of tea, her tone laced with an imperceptible urgency. Princess Fu Guang has been acting rather recklessly of late, taking advantage of her royal status to refuse marriage, which is simply unacceptable. Just moments ago, she had the audacity to converse with Xie Qingyao. Yet now she bows her head obediently, feigning compliance, though her eyes betray a hint of defiance. Even if she is unwilling to wed, she ought to consider leaving behind an heir, lest she find herself alone and devoid of companionship in her twilight years, potentially fostering resentment if she were to adopt a thankless wretch. Observing her demeanor, the Empress Dowager shook her head in resignation, a flicker of exasperation glinting in her dark eyes. She felt a sense of satisfaction at having found a virtuous companion like Xie Qingyao to be by her side. Shortly thereafter, Granny Yu arrived with attendants in tow, but despite their thorough search, they uncovered nothing. The palace is a place of stringent order. Even with an attempt on the Empress Dowager's life, the culprit remains elusive, a truly perilous situation. Your Majesty, we are utterly inept. Granny Yu knelt in reverence, her tone laced with an undercurrent of frost. It is not that you are incapable, but rather that the mastermind behind the scheme is exceptionally cunning. After all, even the origin of the poison remains undiscovered, and the imperial physician is renowned across the realm. The Empress Dowager maintained her unhurried demeanor, a faint glimmer of coldness flickering in her gaze, seemingly unfazed by her own peril. Yet, only those familiar with her would recognize the simmering ire within her. The Emperor, upon receiving the news, hurriedly made his way to the palace, with Princess Yuanzhao trailing behind him like a frightened rabbit. Mother, I shall immediately order a thorough investigation of the entire court and ensure the capture of the true perpetrator, he declared decisively, his words tinged with gravity. However, they were still unaware of how the toxin had entered the Empress Dowager's body, making it impossible to identify the true villain. There is no need for such concern. I too wish to understand how this has transpired. I use different items daily. What capabilities does the conspirator possess to deliver poison to me? The Empress Dowager's cold laughter swept across the gathering, emanating an overwhelming sense of authority. Princess Yuanzhao kept her head lowered, kneeling in silence. Given that Yuanzhao has been at your side these past few days, perhaps she should also be examined. She may yield some insights, the Emperor suggested, contemplating the matter further. He had heard that Yuanzhao had been consistently attending to the Empress Dowager, earning her favor nearly on par with Xie Qingyao's. Yuanzhao instinctively sought to reject this notion, but several physicians approached, offering her no opportunity to decline. Once they had taken her pulse, they gasped in shock. The toxicity within her was even greater than that found in the Empress Dowager. How can this be? The Emperor found this revelation hard to fathom. Yuanzhao, who had recently taken to serving the Empress Dowager dutifully, possessing poison would complicate matters immensely. If one were to entertain a more sinister interpretation, it could imply that Princess Yuanzhao had deliberately exposed herself to toxins with the intent to harm the Empress Dowager. Wretched girl. The Empress Dowager stormed forward, striking Princess Yuanzhao across the face. She fell to the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet she refrained from defending herself. To attempt to harm me with your worthless life, do you comprehend the magnitude of this crime? Even your death would scarcely atone for it, the Empress Dowager declared coldly. Your Majesty, my granddaughter would never dare to commit such audacious acts. You have always known her timid nature. She would never harm you. I am unaware of the source of the toxins. Perhaps someone seeks to undermine our bond. I implore you to investigate thoroughly. Princess Yuanzhao sobbed, bowing deeply to plead her case, her voice tinged with alarm. As a princess nearly invisible within the palace, she relied solely on the favor of others to maintain her standing. The Empress Dowager's recent regard for Yuanzhao had elevated her status, showering her with delicacies and luxuries. Investigate everyone surrounding Princess Yuanzhao, the Empress Dowager commanded, her expression remaining stern. Before long, Qingyao was forcibly brought before them. The physicians were quick to identify the potent fragrance emanating from her, a scent reminiscent of the toxins affecting the Empress Dowager. For years, we have supported one another. I have always considered you my closest confidant. Why would you betray me in such a manner? Upon seeing Qingyao brought forth, Princess Yuanzhao was momentarily stunned before hastily uttering these words. Her reaction was rapid, desperately attempting to distance herself from the situation. Xie Qingyao observed this behavior with a trace of uncertainty in her eyes. If indeed betrayal lay among those close to her, how could Princess Yuanzhao maintain such composure? I know nothing. I do not understand when I became tainted with such potent fragrances. My loyalty to you is evident. Qingyao shook her head vigorously, tears streaming down her face as she begged for mercy from her masters. That overwhelming scent upon you is clearly indicative of poison. Your Majesty, the countless substances I have encountered over the years allow me to recognize this aroma immediately. A physician interjected confidently, casting a sidelong glance at Princess Yuanzhao. Is it truly the servant at fault, or could the mistress be innocent? One must remember that Qingyao and Princess Yuanzhao had supported each other for many years, their bond transcending ordinary comprehension. You must confess quickly, who harbors such malicious intent to use me against the Empress Dowager? Princess Yuanzhao glared at Qingyao, incredulous as she raised her voice in accusation. She seemed unable to accept the possibility that she could be the architect of the Empress Dowager's plight. Qingyao merely shook her head, refusing to speak, but it was evident that her gaze flitted towards Xie Qingyao, only to quickly drop as if startled. This transparent attempt to conceal the truth sent a chill coursing through the emperor, who fixed a cold stare upon Xie Qingyao. It appears that Yao may possess some knowledge on the matter. Xie Qingyao felt a shiver run down her spine, as if she were being drawn into an unfathomable abyss, compelling her to kneel in submission. Everything I have achieved today is due to my grandmother's support. Had I intended to harm her, I would not have permitted a thorough investigation. Today, the physicians found nothing significant. It was my insistence that led to this scrutiny, she asserted, seeking to clarify her actions. If she were indeed the poisoner, she would have never allowed such a detailed inquiry. The physicians provided vague responses, thus allowing the matter to be easily brushed aside, enabling Xie Qingyao to evade culpability and secure her safety. However, with the situation now escalating and even the emperor having arrived, implicating anyone at this juncture could be tantamount to suicide for Xie Qingyao. Qingyao, still with her head bowed in silence, suddenly appeared resolute, lifting her gaze to Xie Qingyao. My lady, I implore you to treat our princess with kindness. I have served you faithfully. Following her declaration, Qingyao resolutely bashed her head against the nearby incense burner. Fortunately, the physicians reacted swiftly, grasping her in time to prevent further harm. Yet, the emperor's countenance had darkened considerably, a glimmer of chilling discontent flickering in his eyes as he scrutinized Xie Qingyao. This matter, should you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall have you imprisoned. The emperor, preferring to err on the side of extreme measures rather than let any threat to the Empress Dowager go unpunished, is determined to pursue the matter to its conclusion. Even the Empress Dowager, who once cherished Xie Qingyao, paused momentarily, grasping Xie Qingyao's hand with a slight increase in pressure, her eyes shimmering with a hint of tenderness. I trust that Yao could not commit such a malicious act. The true instigator lies elsewhere, she declared directly, a flicker of helplessness crossing her gaze. This unwavering trust enveloped Xie Qingyao's heart like a gentle stream of warmth, prompting her to smile subtly, her resolve solidifying. If Qingyao chose such a veiled approach to demonstrate loyalty to her, she too was curious about what conditions could entice her to betray her master. As she spoke, Xie Qingyao released the Empress Dowager's hand and stepped forward slowly to face Qingyao, who appeared to be grappling with her own turmoil, as if seeking a way out of despair. I bear you no grudge from the past, nor animosity in recent days. Our encounters have been so scant. What motivates you to conspire against me? Xie Qingyao inquired, casting a glance at Princess Yuanzhao. Beyond the master, who could genuinely win Qinguang's heart, it seemed unlikely that anyone else could inspire such fidelity. Princess Yuanzhao was taken aback by the Empress Dowager's evident trust in Xie Qingyao, her breath growing heavy, her eyes flashing with a hint of darkness, as if she were contemplating something significant. Indeed, Yuanzhao typically kept a low profile within the palace, rarely attracting attention, and her maidservants were even less visible. Princess Fuguang quickly processed this, casting an odd look at Yuanzhao before voicing her thoughts. Xie Qingyao's current standing was entirely reliant on the Empress Dowager's favor. The bond between them was so enviable that even the emperor would feel a pang of jealousy. How could Xie Qingyao possibly engage in such self-destructive folly? It is you. Clearly the one who claimed that the Empress Dowager has not favored you sufficiently of late, thus resorting to such desperate measures. Qinguang lamented, accusing Xie Qingyao as if she were suffering a tremendous grievance, wiping her tears as she added, I had intended to remain silent. Yet, Your Highness, your current demeanor is rather heartless. Our master, though an unremarkable princess, is still of royal blood and deserves not to be treated with such disdain. Chapter 52. Trust. As Qinguang crawled on the ground, inching towards the emperor, urgency flickered in her dark eyes as she laid bare Xie Qingyao's alleged crimes. May your majesty discern the truth. The princess, emboldened by the Empress Dowager's affection and your own favoritism, has repeatedly warned our princess to tread carefully, forbidding her from approaching the Empress Dowager lest others steal her favor. Even the favored Princess Fuguang cannot compete with this ambitious woman. How could our princess resist? Recently returned to the palace, and having mended her relationship with the Empress Dowager, Princess Yuanzhao feared that her recent indiscretions would cost her the Dowager's love, prompting her to poison our princess. Upon uttering this, Qinguang lifted her head, her eyes filled with vengeful fury directed at Xie Qingyao, as if they were both unwilling participants in a dire scheme. When our princess refused, she was met with threats and beatings, forced to rely solely on her maidservant for support. As the gravity of the situation unfolded, Yuanzhao lowered her head, trembling like a startled fawn. Bloodstains faintly marred her sleeve, and upon hearing this, the emperor furrowed his brow, pulling back the sleeve to reveal an unhealed wound. A surge of rage ignited in his eyes as he glared at Xie Qingyao. Your actions over these years have been unrestrained. I have favored you due to the Xie family's merits. How dare you act with such impunity? With previous grievances and the current matter of cruelly mistreating the princess, if Xie Qingyao continued down this path, she might soon find herself unaware of her own transgressions. I have committed no such acts. I cannot confess to baseless accusations, Xie Qingyao stated, kneeling and bowing her head before the emperor, then rising with resolute conviction, declaring that she would not bear an unjust burden. However, the severity of Yuanzhao's injuries suggested a ruthless hand behind them. Princess Fuguang glanced at the determined Xie Qingyao, then turned her gaze to the fallen Yuanzhao, her internal scales beginning to tip. Father, I believe this matter requires further investigation. They are both suspicious figures, and perhaps it would be prudent to detain them temporarily. Princess Fuguang quietly urged. The emperor pondered momentarily before slowly raising his gaze to the Empress Dowager, acknowledging that her input was essential given her involvement. I firmly believe that Yao Yao could not stoop to such beastly actions. Her heart is kind, and she has always been dutiful before me. It is entirely implausible. The Empress Dowager spoke with unwavering certainty, her words imbued with profound trust. Though the circumstances had taken a surprising turn, she remained resolute in holding Xie Qingyao's hand, unwilling to see her imprisoned. Mother, no matter your faith in her, we must investigate thoroughly. Qinguang is clever. Could she truly risk her life to frame a master with whom she has no enmity? The emperor inhaled deeply, merely voicing his concerns. Xie Qingyao was not necessarily the benevolent soul she appeared to be, for everyone harbors self-interest. Moreover, it seemed Yuanzhao's standing in the Empress Dowager's heart was gradually eclipsing Xie Qingyao's. It was not beyond reason for her to act out of anger, leading to such reckless behavior. Upon hearing his words, the Empress Dowager could not help but let out a cold laugh. She then approached Xie Qingyao and enveloped her in a warm embrace, saying, "Do not fear, my dear Yao Yao, for I am here by your side." Her voice was gentle, and despite her own frail condition, she unflinchingly offered protection to Xie Qingyao in this moment of turmoil. Even the emperor could not sway her steadfast resolve. If this matter were to leak outside, it would undoubtedly invite a torrent of rumors. Mother, do you truly have such unwavering faith in her, disregarding any consequences? The emperor warned through clenched teeth. The news of the dowager's poisoning had already spread, and with so many eyes scrutinizing the palace, a decisive resolution was imperative. Xie Qingyao felt the warmth emanating from the Empress Dowager, stirring a deep sense of gratitude within her. Yet at such a critical juncture, it was essential to uncover the truth. If her grandmother genuinely believed in her, then she would assist in the investigation. After a moment, she returned the embrace and solemnly stated, "As long as I stand upright, I fear no shadows. Even if the emperor takes me for interrogation, they will only uncover the true culprits behind this." Chapter 53. Interrogation observing Xie Qingyao's resolute demeanor. The Empress Dowager's eyes glimmered with a mix of relief and concern. "If you are truly captured, your circumstances will be dire. It would be better for me to take charge and allow you to recuperate in my palace. You may send people for the investigation. I will not impede your efforts. If the truth remains elusive, no one shall wrongfully accuse my granddaughter." Thus, she proposed a compromise. The emperor, witnessing the dowager's protective stance towards Xie Qingyao, could only nod in reluctant agreement. "In that case, let us expedite the investigation." The palace soon buzzed with activity. To ensure the truth would not remain obscured, Xie Qingyao was specially summoned. At that moment, the two sat together, and Xie Qingyao regarded the man before her, her expression tinged with complexity. "The Empress Dowager has granted me the privilege of questioning you without resorting to torture. There are many uncertainties surrounding this matter, but I trust it is not your doing." Xie Qingyao had come to glean clues from Xie Qingyao, for she was present at the scene of the incident and might possess clearer insights. "It seems the dowager's poisoning stemmed from prolonged exposure to inappropriate incense, yet beyond that, I am not well versed," Xie Qingyao said softly, her gaze laced with confusion. She had little interaction with Princess Yuan Zhao, and now, in light of recent events, she could not fathom when she might have offended her. "Are you truly unaware?" Xie Qingyao instinctively inquired, his eyes betraying a hint of coldness. This question left Xie Qingyao momentarily speechless. After a moment of contemplation, she managed a reluctant shake of her head. "I doubt I had any conflicts with her in my childhood. Yet her memories from that time were now hazy, making clarity elusive. Given your nature, it seems improbable that you would have made enemies. This only adds to the strangeness of the situation," Xie Qingyao remarked, rubbing his temples in frustration. For even him, the intricacies of this matter were perplexing. Without any enmity, Xie Qingyao had no motive to frame them. Conversely, Qingguang was merely a servant and could not risk her life to betray her master. Should this matter be unraveled, it could entail dire consequences for all involved. "Perhaps you could start by confronting the princess?" Xie Qingyao suggested thoughtfully, her eyes reflecting earnestness. "You should accompany me. Some matters are best discussed between women." Xie Qingyao nodded, unhesitatingly abusing his authority to take Xie Qingyao along. Princess Yuan Zhao's residence was indeed quite secluded, devoid of any passers-by. The only attendant, Qingguang, had already been taken away, rendering the place even more desolate. The princess remained unperturbed, kneeling before the Buddhist altar, reciting prayers with an air of devotion. Such a demeanor only deepened Xie Qingyao's bewilderment. "We bear no grudge against one another, so why treat me so harshly?" With her chin resting on her hand, she sat directly in front of him, her tone laced with amusement, while Xie Qingyao remained hidden in the shadows, refraining from approaching. "Your words are rather severe. Given my status, I pose no threat to you," Princess Yuan Zhao replied with a faint smile, her eyes shimmering with a hint of sorrow as she gazed into the distance, noting the shadow cast in a corner. "Then why did you incite Qingguang to act in such a manner?" A mere maid would not dare without her mistress's instigation. Xie Qingyao's tone was sharp, carrying an undertone of pressure. This provoked an immediate reaction from Princess Yuan Zhao, who lifted her gaze, her eyes glinting with a chill, as if mocking Xie Qingyao. "How could I foresee the sudden actions of the princess, employing a maid's life as leverage against us? Perhaps it is your dissatisfaction with the Empress Dowager's attention shifting away from you that has driven you to such cruel actions." Her sudden assertiveness starkly contrasted with the timid demeanor of the past, leaving Xie Qingyao momentarily stunned. "If I had the means, I would have slain you, my dear princess. You possess the Empress Dowager's favor and have already secured everything in this world. Why do you disdain us so?" As she spoke, Princess Yuan Zhao pressed forward, forcing Xie Qingyao to retreat. In the depths of the palace, no one was a mere pawn. Observing the princess's demeanor, Xie Qingyao deduced her scheme. You coerced that maid into acting, did you not? This entire situation arose from you. If you had any conscience, you would take your own life to atone. Princess Yuan Zhao spat through clenched teeth. Outside, Xingzhou clutched his sword, poised to intervene at any moment. Witnessing the princess's actions, Xie Qingyao inhaled deeply, her fury igniting. Everyone wished for her demise, yet she resolved to survive. Even if you all perish, I shall continue to live, not to squander my own life. Seizing the initiative, Xie Qingyao grasped Princess Yuan Zhao's garment, her gaze growing icy. When all is revealed, you shall be dealt with accordingly, Princess Yuan Zhao. I await your fate. As her words lingered in the air, the two drew closer to the altar, their eyes fixed on the flickering candles. Suddenly, Princess Yuan Zhao, squinting her eyes, ruthlessly seized a candlestick and scorched her own hand. The searing pain elicited a scream from her lips. Xingzhou, who had been lurking outside, could no longer conceal himself and rushed in. Witnessing the flames engulfing the princess's attire, he promptly devised a means to extinguish the fire, stripping off his outer robe and beating the flames from her. I have done nothing, dear sister. I know you have always looked down upon me. Even if you wish to kill me, I implore you, do not harm the Empress Dowager. Tears streamed down Princess Yuan Zhao's face as she knelt, tugging at Xie Qingyao's clothing in a desperate attempt to transfer the flames to her, aiming to incinerate her as well. Hua, there is no need for your assistance. Perhaps dying here is the best outcome for me. She turned her head once more, feigning a plea towards Xingzhou, yet her body seemed to lack any bones, nearly pressing against his chest. Chapter 54. Locked away. Such an appearance of attachment sent chills through the onlookers. Fortunately, the spark had already been extinguished. Xie Qingyao decisively tore away the parts of her garments scorched by the flames and cast them aside. Your insincere performance is unwelcome. I advise you to temper your theatrics. Why must you inflict harm upon our grandmother and shift the blame onto me? At this moment, Xie Qingyao directly grasped Princess Yuan Zhao, intending to confront the emperor and clarify the matter. Princess Yuan Zhao, as fragile as a willow branch, could only weakly cling to Xingzhou, tears streaming down her face, as if Xie Qingyao were some monstrous flood. You must have seen her behavior. She is no ordinary person. In this deep palace, there are scarcely any women with clean hands. Xie Qingyao paused, looking at Xingzhou, hoping he would testify on her behalf. Outside, the emperor strode forward, taking in the chaotic scene and the two noble women in charred garments, his eyes flickering with anger. What nonsense are you all up to? Shouldn't you be confined to the Empress Dowager's chambers at this moment? Undeterred by the reprimand, Xie Qingyao pointed directly at Princess Yuan Zhao. I just conversed with Princess Yuan Zhao and found her to be highly suspicious. Evidence must be presented in all matters. Qingguang is now fighting for her life. You seem to cast aside all responsibility onto my daughter so effortlessly. The emperor's gaze fell upon the extensive burn on Princess Yuan Zhao's arm, his tone growing colder as he questioned her without restraint. Regardless, Princess Yuan Zhao remained his daughter, and as a father, he naturally favored her. Moreover, compared to Xie Qingyao, who had kept the Empress Dowager bedridden with rage for years and had been absent from the palace for so long, every time she returned was for a matter of importance. Princess Yuan Zhao had been exceedingly well-behaved, never causing any trouble and always dutiful to her father, even earning the Empress Dowager's affection. When the Empress Dowager fell ill, you were nowhere to be found. It was Yuan Zhao who accompanied her daily, tending to her with patience. Her filial piety is as evident as the heavens, yet you grow increasingly outrageous. The emperor spoke with an undertone of admonishment, unwilling to believe that his seemingly harmless daughter could be so treacherous. Within the palace, only one lotus had blossomed from the mud, and that was Yuan Zhao. As Xie Qingyao recounted their recent dialogue, she turned to Xingzhou, seeking his support. However, Xingzhou lowered his gaze, offering no immediate affirmation. Even Princess Yuan Zhao, emboldened by the moment, tearfully interjected, "Father, those actions were indeed my doing." The room fell into a profound silence. Princess Yuan Zhao recoiled in fear, resembling a fragile creature under attack. She had scarcely any idea how to protect herself, yet she had stubbornly assumed the burden of guilt that was not hers. As long as my elder sister no longer harms our grandmother, all these deeds are mine. Please punish me, father. Princess Yuan Zhao spoke again. using her tattered clothing to cover the extensive burns on her arm. The flesh was charred beyond recognition, and it was clear who was responsible. As only Xie Qingyao and Princess Yuanzhao had been present in the hall, the emperor observed his daughter's submissive demeanor, while Xie Qingyao remained relentless, her indignation growing. Take the princess directly to the dungeon. I have committed no wrongdoing. I beseech your majesty to see the truth. Xie Qingyao bit her lip, her eyes filled with quiet determination. The evidence is irrefutable. You have acted recklessly within the palace and harmed the princess. Does it require further explanation? The emperor approached, gently lifting Princess Yuanzhao's injured arm, his heart aching for her suffering. Immediately summoned the royal physician. He wished to say no more, waving over several guards who promptly moved beside Xie Qingyao, gesturing for her to comply. Should she resist in any manner, they would employ force. Wise men do not suffer losses in front of them. Xie Qingyao felt a chill within her but steeled herself to follow them. Xingzhou, witnessing this, promptly sought the emperor's leave and hurried after her. Why were you so meek just now? Had you been willing to speak up for me, that woman's true nature would surely have been revealed. Xie Qingyao muttered, her eyes revealing her undisguised dissatisfaction. Evidence is key in all matters, Xingzhou explained, observing her agitated state. Without proof, no one can harm Princess Yuanzhao. Did what she just said not count as evidence? Xie Qingyao retorted coldly. She was no naive individual. Princess Yuanzhao had shown her unusual behavior, which indicated her undeniable involvement in this affair. These are merely our conjectures and insufficient to justify her imprisonment. Accusations of plotting against the Empress Dowager carry significant weight, Xingzhou reiterated, observing Xie Qingyao's frustration. The initial surge of fervor began to cool as Xie Qingyao lowered her gaze, gradually regaining her composure. Princess Yuanzhao was exceptionally clever and had not spoken much at all. Instead, she had consistently shifted all blame onto Xie Qingyao. Even when the emperor arrived and she accepted these charges, it was ultimately for the sake of the Empress Dowager. Long before others entered, Princess Yuanzhao's arm had already borne injuries. No one would believe a princess would go to such lengths as to self-inflict burns. Yet, a princess like Yuanzhao, who had consistently faced adversity, possessed a resolve that ordinary people could scarcely fathom. In terms of cunning, Xie Qingyao could not easily match her. If one were to seek evidence, it could only be pursued through Qingguang, the maid who had remained by Yuanzhao's side for many years and was likely a steadfast loyalist. At this moment, Xie Qingyao sighed, expressing her concerns. Being imprisoned now presented a prime opportunity for inquiry, but it was still insufficient. I have dispatched individuals to investigate Qingguang's family outside. They may be under duress, so do not fret too much, Xingzhou reassured her. However, he held little faith in the outcome. A maid willing to sacrifice her life for her mistress had likely pledged her unwavering loyalty long ago. Even if they could uncover flaws in her story, it would not necessarily shatter the bond between mistress and maid. Chapter 55. Conditions. Once I am inside, I shall carefully observe the situation. Regardless, matters must be resolved appropriately. Xie Qingyao felt no fear regarding her impending imprisonment. With Xingzhou by her side, would those inside dare to subject her to torture? Even confined within a dungeon, her status as a noblewoman remained intact. The officials responsible for execution would still bow upon seeing her. May the noble lady's wishes be fulfilled, Xingzhou remarked as he observed Xie Qingyao's composed demeanor, seemingly influenced by her calmness, and he smiled, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. The dungeon arrived swiftly. Although she was to be confined, it had already been prepared with soft blankets and bedding. While not as luxurious as what Xie Qingyao was accustomed to in the palace, it was far from substandard. The noble lady will be staying here for the next few days. You all should be mindful and maintain your decorum, Xingzhou warned coldly. The crowd merely bowed in respect, nodding in agreement. Although Princess Yuanzhao's actions were somewhat extreme and erratic, this prison was beyond her realm of care. Moreover, this group of individuals dared not truly lock the door, allowing Xie Qingyao to wander freely. The prison was ominously dark, filled with a heavy scent of blood. Prior to this, Qingguang had already sought the physician for a rudimentary bandaging, and now she huddled in a corner, her eyes reflecting fear as she cautiously observed everything that unfolded before her. As her gaze fell upon Xie Qingyao, she instinctively recoiled, only to find the wall at her back. Do you know how those who casually slander this princess meet their demise? Xie Qingyao, unfazed, stood outside with a mocking smile. as if engaging in casual conversation with a sister, casually inquiring, her voice laced with derision. Those who had defamed Xie Qingyao had already faced severe punishment from the Empress Dowager, the kind that was witnessed by numerous palace attendants. The fact that this princess had thrived in the palace until now was due to the Empress Dowager's ruthless measures against those who sought to harm her. After witnessing the Dowager's formidable authority, none dared to show Xie Qingyao any disrespect. The reason Princess Fuguang avoided Xie Qingyao was not that she had no means to confront her, but rather out of fear of the Dowager. I am but a servant to my master. Even if you were to take my life, this matter would never be settled. Qinguang swallowed hard. Her voice tinged with concern as she spoke, her eyes betraying a deep-seated fear. She had already faced death twice within the Grand Hall. Should she be subjected to severe punishment again, and with so many palace attendants summoned to witness, her disgraceful actions would surely reach her family, affecting them as well. I have never been one to make things difficult for others. As long as you truthfully recount the reasons behind your actions, I shall let you go. Xie Qingyao rested her chin in one hand, her demeanor languid as she observed Qinguang's troubled and fearful expression, surmising that she lacked the courage to defy her. Nevertheless, she required a witness capable of suppressing Yuan Zhao. If further corroborating evidence were available, it would be even better. Qinguang looked at Xie Qingyao's serious expression, torn and biting her lip, struggling to articulate her thoughts. With a sigh, Xie Qingyao remarked, "Do you think I am here chatting with you out of goodwill because I lack other means to obtain evidence?" As her words fell, several prison guards approached, their eyes glinting with a chilling menace. They were seasoned wrongdoers within this prison, exuding a ferocity beyond that of ordinary folk. If you choose not to speak, I shall have to find someone who can speak for you, or assist you in speaking. Xie Qingyao casually mentioned this, playing with a strand of hair at her chest. Appearing contemplative as she added, "It seems you still have a mother outside the palace?" Qinguang's face turned pale at once, wishing she could simply die in the Grand Hall, thus avoiding the current predicament. To threaten a child with their mother's life, as long as there was someone she cared about, she could never remain at ease. "I do not wish for my family to be embroiled in this chaos. I implore you." Qinguang gazed at the surrounding guards, and at that moment, she made up her mind, bowing deeply to Xie Qingyao several times. Apart from Xie Qingyao, it seemed there was no one else who could protect her. "I know what you wish to ask, and indeed, I possess evidence that can substantiate this matter, but I hope that once it is resolved, you will allow my mother and me to live peacefully in your estate." Princess Yuan Zhao was inherently weak and ineffectual, a target for bullying by all in the palace. Her mother was an inconspicuous maid who fortuitously bore the princess with the emperor, but had perished on the very day of Yuan Zhao's birth. Apart from Xie Qingyao, Qinguang could find no one else suitable. Hearing her astute words, Xie Qingyao nodded slowly, a hint of appreciation in her eyes. "Since you can discern who can save you, you must have already considered your next move. I shall arrange for someone to assist, and I hope that what you provide me will not disappoint." Xie Qingyao need not leave the prison herself. She merely had the guards relay a message to Xingzhou. Upon receiving it, Xingzhou would promptly make arrangements. Meanwhile, Xie Qingyao found a place to rest, for the investigation would take time, and she could not remain with Qinguang indefinitely. The palace appeared tranquil, yet it concealed turbulent undercurrents. The next morning, upon receiving news from Mamayu, the Empress Dowager wasted no time in sending herself near the prison. "Since my Yao Yao is inside, I shall accompany her. After all, it is merely a temporary abode, nothing to fret about," the Dowager said coldly, casting a disdainful glance at her son, who knelt before her, feigning filial piety. The emperor, quite aware of the situation, knelt to obstruct the Dowager's path. "If you were to see the wound on Yuan Zhao's arm, you would surely feel pity for her," the emperor implored earnestly, realizing that Xie Qingyao held considerable influence in the Dowager's heart, which might not be entirely beneficial. "All these years, Yao Yao has not dared to act in my presence. Yet you speak of her in this manner? If she were truly so ruthless, this old bone of mine would have perished long ago," the Dowager declared resolutely, recalling the years spent in companionship with Xie Qingyao. In her moments of illness, it was Xie Qingyao who kept her company, providing warmth and comfort. That little girl, still so immature, had already exhibited the grace of an adult, tending to her with a level of care surpassing even that of Mamayu. To alleviate her discomfort during medication, Xie Qingyao would read stories to her, and as she reminisced about those days, a glimmer of nostalgia crossed the Dowager's eyes. "Mother, Human hearts are fickle. Moreover, she may have already transformed into someone you no longer recognize. One must remain vigilant, the emperor remarked, noticing the hurried approach of Princess Fuguang and Princess Yuanzhao. The two seldom gathered, and at this moment, Yuanzhao, clad in modest attire, observed her emperor kneeling before the dowager and dared not act frivolously. They both knelt in unison. Grandmother, regardless of what transpires, the prison is a tainted place. How could someone of your esteemed status tread so carelessly? Yuanzhao exclaimed, forcing a smile towards the dowager. She dared not rise, taking a few crawling steps, repeatedly bowing her head, displaying a semblance of filial piety that stirred compassion. If you wish to enter, allow your granddaughter to go in your stead, with your status. The dowager, eyeing Yuanzhao's obtrusive presence, raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap. Her eyes filled with disdain. What I despise most is when people attempt to manipulate schemes before me. Are you so eager to mourn for someone that you don this white garment? The slap sent Yuanzhao sprawling to the ground, her arms scraping against the floor. The white fabric of her attire lifting slightly, revealing the injuries on her arm. Blisters had formed on the wounds, making it evident that they would be difficult to heal. Should such marks mar the lovely girl's arm, they would undoubtedly appear grotesque. Tears welled in Yuanzhao's eyes, and the emperor, taken aback by the dowager's favoritism towards Xie Qingyao, abruptly stood, commanding coldly, "You all, quickly escort the dowager back to the palace to rest." Between the emperor and the Empress Dowager, there ought not to be such a plethora of disputes, yet at this moment, once an argument erupts, it spirals out of control. Your Majesty, the current situation is incomprehensible. The injury on her arm is certainly not inflicted by anyone else. The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes, directly pointing out this dubious matter. Having spent so many years in the palace, she has witnessed countless hidden intrigues and open hostilities. How could a mere princess, with her self-important schemes, possibly deceive her? Princess Yuanzhao's complexion grew increasingly pale, yet she opened her mouth but remained silent, instead seizing the opportunity while the emperor was in a fit of anger to kneel submissively once more. If this is what grandmother wishes to convey, then let the granddaughter accept her punishment. As an elder, you can never be in the wrong. A dutiful and obedient daughter, with a relationship that was never particularly affectionate, merely receiving a modicum of love out of respect for the Empress Dowager. The emperor harbored his own scale of judgment. For years, he had turned a blind eye to Xie Qingyao tyranny in the palace. Little did he expect that he had fostered her audacious and reckless nature. To conspire against the Empress Dowager within the palace is a capital offense for anyone. Yet the Empress Dowager seemed as if she had been fed some elixir of obsession, still holding unwavering trust in Xie Qingyao, even at the cost of antagonizing many within the palace. Mother, until the truth of this matter is fully revealed, I hope you refrain from leaving the palace, the emperor stated calmly before the Empress Dowager, not as a plea, but as a serene declaration of fact. In this imperial palace, only the emperor holds the authority. The dignity of the sovereign is not a facade. The Empress Dowager was taken aback by the emperor's audacity, even contemplating confining her, and the flames of fury in her eyes surged. At this moment, we are still investigating and have yet to reach a definitive conclusion. Grandmother, why the haste? Xie Qingyao has wreaked havoc in the palace for years. Does she not possess at least this measure of cunning? Princess Fuguang then rose voluntarily, rushing to the Empress Dowager's side, supporting her as she whispered a word of advice, unable to suppress a sigh. Who would have thought that a person like the Empress Dowager could have such tenacity? Alas, I am merely pained for her. All these years, Yao has not suffered any hardships. Your Majesty, it seems we need to have a serious discussion. The Empress Dowager sighed, lamenting over Xie Qingyao's plight, and then turned her gaze toward the seemingly indifferent emperor. At this moment, her rationality began to return, and she recognized that her actions were ill-timed. However, Princess Yuanzhao's demeanor was undoubtedly the most dissatisfying to her. In a palace where offspring are scarce, those willing to remain are even fewer. I have shown you care because I pity your lack of parental love, yet I never anticipated this would lead to such a repugnant disposition. After adjusting her attire, the Empress Dowager, supported by Princess Fuguang, slowly approached Princess Yuanzhao, her gaze stern and composed. Princess Yuanzhao lowered her head even further, nearly pressing her frail body against the ground, trembling and unabashedly revealing the large scar on her arm, as if to silently boast. Injured, she was indeed a complete weakling. Moreover, who in the palace or beyond was unaware of Xie Qingyao's infamous arrogance? A woman who dares to callously mention discarding her own husband. What could she possibly shy away from? Grandmother, I understand your anger. I willingly accept all your wrath. Regardless of the punishment you deem fit, Princess Yuanzhao spoke with a trembling voice, quietly glancing up at the emperor, resembling a forlorn child yearning for her father's assistance. Over the years, the emperor had indeed neglected his paternal duties toward Princess Yuanzhao. He sighed internally and approached her, lifting her up. Since a mere county princess can be so audacious as my daughter, she inherently possesses the right to pride. Mother, instead of wasting time favoring someone so unworthy, it would be wiser to contemplate who truly belongs to the royal family. Let us return the Empress Dowager to her chamber to rest. These disputes quickly spread beyond the palace, serving as a silent signal to others. Only the loss of imperial favor could annihilate Xie Qingyao's existence. Xie Qingyao, realizing the opportunity, promptly prepared to enter the palace. Chapter 57. Danger. The notion of a county princess divorcing her husband has never been heard of throughout history. His visit to the palace now is merely to denounce Xie Qingyao's tyranny. If he could seize the chance to obtain some silver in the process, it would indeed be fortuitous. Your Majesty, I have dedicated myself to the nation and the people over the years, never daring to be negligent. Though my sisters may be foolish, they would never dare to overstep their bounds. Upon meeting the emperor, Xie Qingyao wiped away tears and spoke forth.
Now,
Thanks to Xie Qingyao, his reputation in the capital has been utterly destroyed. Everyone who sees him knows he is a discarded man. Historically, he is a singular case. Even storytellers in tea houses have crafted numerous tales about him, a truly absurd circumstance. I have heard some whispers regarding your family matters. The emperor warned coldly upon witnessing Xie Qingyao's display. The empress is gentle and magnanimous, but that does not imply she can be easily oppressed. Such transgressions by a subject should rightfully incur punishment. Although Princess Fuguang's methods appear somewhat harsh, her handling of the matter is not erroneous. The He family is of humble origins, relying on your Majesty's trust. I am fortunate to have spent some time in the palace accompanying the county princess. Yet my sister lacks such fortune and merely admired the beautiful items, thus adorns herself with them. If a fault must be found, should it not lie with the county princess? Knowing the items are precious, yet carelessly placing them and freely gifting them away? Furthermore, my marriage to the county princess was a special bestowal from your Majesty. Even if a divorce is to occur, it should be at your Majesty's discretion, not left to us to decide. As Xie Qingyao spoke, he wiped away tears as if he were truly wronged to the utmost degree. The emperor's dark eyes glinted with a hint of coldness, his gaze narrowing in contemplation, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the desk, resembling the sound of an impending doom. It is well known throughout the palace that His Majesty has always been exceedingly tolerant of us ministers. Now, the county princess dares to act so boldly, taking advantage of your good nature. His words flattered the emperor, while deliberately highlighting Xie Qingyao's brazen behavior, framing it as a contempt for imperial authority. The emperor, being a shrewd individual, could not possibly miss the undertones of his insinuations. You are quite clever. The news within the palace has likely yet to spread, he inquired with a semblance of a smile. The emperor was fully aware of the ears and eyes present in the palace, and some information he had deliberately disseminated. However, Xie Qingyao was the only one astute enough to seize the opportunity and dare to come before him to lodge a complaint. Go and convey these words to the Empress Dowager. If she is willing to assist you, then you may yet have a chance at survival, the emperor said with a faint smile, presenting Xie Qingyao with an opportunity while laying the matter of life and death before him. As long as he could convince the Empress Dowager to cease her interference with Xie Qingyao, the emperor would naturally grant him justice. Conversely, any unauthorized intrusion into palace affairs would warrant death. Xie Qingyao felt a tightening in his chest, yet after years on the battlefield, he had learned how to grasp opportunities. He promptly bowed to the emperor and swiftly made his way outside. The Empress Dowager had just begun to rest. No one dared to disturb her. When Mama Yu saw the man kneeling outside, a trace of disdain flickered in her dark eyes. Mama, this man comes on the emperor's orders. Are you certain you do not wish to inform her? The young eunuch accompanying her spoke cautiously, noting that even before the empress, the emperor would have his reservations. And thus, they, as servants, ought to adhere strictly to their duties. The empress had just expressed her ire, and it was rare for her to find respite. Should anyone dare to intrude, they were free to do so. The words of the old matron were rather casual as she averted her gaze and walked outside. Although the Empress could not enter the prison, she was still able to send some items to the princess. The foul odor within the prison was particularly unbearable, but the maidservant following the matron ignited specially prepared incense, dispersing some of the stench and gradually making the air a touch more pleasant. Upon seeing so many people enter, Xie Qingyao could not help but feel a wave of helplessness wash over her. She gently shook her head and turned to the matron, inquiring about her grandmother's condition, urging her not to worry, for this was merely part of her plan. Her voice was soft, a reflection of her concern for the Empress. The matron surveyed the preparations made and finally smiled, reassuring her. Everything is well beside the Empress. But there are always those foolish enough to attempt to seize an opportunity to harm you. This was what pained the matron most about Xie Qingyao. A princess such as she should be basking in glory, yet individuals as lowly as Xie Qingyao dared to speak of her with such audacity, a truly reckless endeavor. Xie Qingyao immediately grasped the matron's implication. Her eyes flickered thoughtfully, but she chose to suppress her burgeoning thoughts, only stating that all was well here. Shortly after the matron's departure, Xie Qingyao arrived, his brow furrowed as he spoke candidly. The matter has been handled, but in the course of it, I discovered movements from others. It was during his investigation that he learned Princess Yuanzhao had connections with foreign entities. Who? Xie Qingyao's mind momentarily faltered. Pressing for clarification, could it be the border tribes? They were in a nation already besieged by surrounding smaller states, yet they had managed to hold their ground with the help of capable individuals around them. At this point, few would dare to act against them without concern. Nevertheless, the various nations maintained only a facade of tranquility. Given the chance, they would swiftly move in to seize everything. It seemed that those individuals had established contact with Princess Yuanzhao, and there were issues within the He family as well. Xie Qingyao revealed the results of his investigation, a hint of worry in his eyes. Within the He family, someone had previously leaked information. However, those inside were exceptionally astute. The information was passed only once, and then vanished without a trace, leaving Xie Qingyao feeling utterly at a loss on how to proceed with his inquiries.
How could that be?
Xie Qingyao furrowed her brow. After all, the He family still possessed a sense of patriotism. Otherwise, Xie Qingyao would not willingly venture to the borders. From her understanding of the He family, only one person could be behind this.
Unlinear.
They have protected that connection very well. I have dispatched someone to make contact, and if all goes as planned, we should have results tonight, Xie Qingyao explained in a low voice. You must inform me of any leads at the earliest opportunity. If Princess Yuanzhao is indeed involved, the palace may not be safe. Xie Qingyao spoke urgently, her concern for the Empress intensifying, accompanied by a sense of helplessness. She felt incapable of doing anything, still reliant on her grandmother's protection, while her grandmother had already been secretly poisoned by those with ill intentions. Chapter 58. The plan. Various thoughts flickered through Xie Qingyao's mind, ultimately leading her to a bold idea. How can one catch a tiger without entering its den? Whether it be in Liner, the He family, or even Princess Yuanzhao within the palace, they were all waiting to witness her downfall. This could indeed serve as a breakthrough. Xie Qingyao spent the entire afternoon confined in her prison, too pressed for time to seek out Qinguang, until evening approached when Xie Qingyao returned, his brow tightly knit. All leads have been severed? Xie Qingyao asked hesitantly. They have all perished, Xie Qingyao replied decisively. During their attempts to investigate, those individuals had chosen to take their own lives, using this method to protect the He family member. This indicated a profound trust in the intelligence that individual could provide. If that were the case, Xie Qingyao pursed her lips, contemplating for a while before stating, then I can return to the He family. If it was merely her entanglement with the He family that was trivial, the stakes were entirely different when it involved the nation. The Empress's health was fragile. She had once been poisoned, and now Princess Yuanzhao had deliberately exposed certain clues, possibly waiting for the moment when the Empress was isolated and vulnerable to strike again. Do not speak foolishly. With your status, how could you undertake such contradictory actions? Xie Qingyao immediately countered, his voice laced with anxiety and unmistakable concern. It is not a matter of contradiction. If His Majesty were to strip me of everything, I would be no different from an ordinary woman. Xie Qingyao softly articulated this thought, having pondered it for some time. Today, she was contemplating how to secure a safe environment for her grandmother. And this seemed to be the solution. Leaving the palace for a place where the Empress could truly feel at ease. where they could freely deal with those around them to ensure their safety. However, this plan required the emperor's consent. Otherwise, it would remain merely a fleeting thought. Can you take me to see His Majesty? Xie Qingyao boldly voiced her idea, unreserved in her trust of Xie. This man exuded a sense of reliability simply by standing there. Even amidst the fiercest storms, he remained steadfast. Is it worth it? Xie could not help but ask. With such a deeply concealed agenda, if Xie Qingyao wished to assist in investigating this matter, it undoubtedly entailed risks, and she would likely face ridicule for a considerable time. Yet, would she still choose to proceed? I am a selfish person, my heart and mind consumed only by those I love. I have already let my grandmother down once. How could I bear to watch her suffer again? Xie Qingyao gazed at Xie, delving into her own thoughts. She did not consider herself particularly noble. But when it came to matters involving the Empress, she was unwilling to take even the slightest risk. Very well, I shall take you to see His Majesty at once. Xie observed the determination in her bright eyes, slowly inclined his head in agreement, and led her to the Emperor's study. Though the hour was late, the Emperor still had many memorials to address. Upon hearing the announcement from his attendants, he raised an eyebrow, maintaining a stern demeanor as he permitted them to enter. Seated high above, the Emperor commanded authority without needing to raise his voice, his presence radiating an icy demeanor that rendered him inscrutable. His gaze fell upon Xie Qingyao, and he could not help but frown. Have you decided what you wish to confess? The Emperor inquired, unmistakably attributing all blame to Xie Qingyao. It is indeed my fault that there has been discord between your Majesty and the Empress. Xie Qingyao dared not defend herself extensively, responding with deference. Beyond that, do you have no other faults to acknowledge? The Emperor referred to the harm done to the Empress. I will not admit to actions I did not commit. Your Majesty should understand that false accusations can easily be fabricated, Xie Qingyao replied, neither obsequious nor arrogant. This attitude seemed to somewhat satisfy the Emperor, who nodded reluctantly, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Xie Qingyao. Then who do you believe has wronged you? Princess Yuan Zhao. While I have been somewhat arrogant in the palace, relying on the Empress's favor, I have never forgotten my place. Moreover, General Hua has uncovered some information suggesting that Princess Yuan Zhao may have been bribed by others. After stating this, Xie Qingyao tilted her head, glancing at Xie beside her. Xie promptly recounted the situation, his eyes glimmering with a faint chill. After years stationed at the frontier, his greatest disdain was for those who colluded with the enemy. Now, the perpetrator was even a princess, an act that was utterly unforgivable. The Emperor, upon hearing Xie's words, displayed a flicker of astonishment in his gaze, but quickly reined in his temper, lowering his eyelids into silence. Your Majesty, I harbor no intention of tarnishing Her Highness's reputation, yet if this matter is not thoroughly investigated, the palace shall know no peace, Xie stated with unwavering resolve. If it were merely a minor dispute, there would be little to fear. The true peril lay in those with malicious intent who might exploit the situation to commit further atrocities, cloaked under the Emperor's trust. You too have come before me. You must have already devised a plan for handling this affair. There is no need for hesitation. Speak, and I shall listen. The Emperor tapped his fingers upon the table, then spoke plainly, though his eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow. He had felt guilt for his indifference towards his daughter, yet now he learned that she might be of dubious character. How could a man who had just resolved to be a good father come to terms with such a revelation? The He family is entangled with these individuals, and the daughter wishes to return to the He family, Xie Qingyao remarked delicately, raising her gaze to meet the Emperor's. After all, Xie had shared everything with her. But the Emperor might take offense. As she hesitated, the Emperor, noticing her pause, lightly urged her to continue, indicating his lack of concern. Your grandmother remains in the palace, already at risk of being poisoned. It would be wiser to send her to a more tranquil place, thus shielding her from harm. Furthermore, the orchestrators of this chaos undoubtedly wish to see discord between you and the Empress Dowager. By playing into their hands, they would enable the Empress Dowager to extricate herself from the turmoil, paving the way for further schemes. The Emperor, observing her audacity, narrowed his eyes, a touch of coldness in his expression. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? We govern the realm through benevolence and filial piety. Should the Empress Dowager be driven from the palace by my ire, the foundations of the court would surely tremble. In severe cases, it could even jeopardize the nation itself. Chapter 59. returned to the He family, it was precisely because she understood the stakes that she dared to confront the emperor. Xie Qingyao slowly lifted her head, gazing at the sovereign, whose weariness was subtly etched upon his brow, making him seem less untouchable in that moment. The emperor clenched the memorial in his hand, remaining motionless. After a lengthy silence, he waved his hand, and Xie Qingyao expressed her gratitude before bypassing Xie Qingyao, who knelt outside, and proceeded to the Empress Dowager's quarters. Madame Yu, originally on night watch, was taken aback upon seeing her, about to speak when Xie Qingyao gestured for silence, obediently following her out. That night, the entire palace was in disarray. Xie Qingyao had knelt for an extended period, his knees nearly giving way. When he caught sight of the Empress Dowager's palanquin exiting the palace, the servants trailed behind, and as Xie Qingyao intended to approach and speak, the sharp pain in his knees halted him. He collapsed onto the ground, helplessly watching the palanquin drift away, extending his hand in despair. What am I to do now? The throngs of people surged forth, yet none offered him counsel. They hurried past, soon vanishing without a trace, leaving Xie Qingyao to gingerly rise and make his way out. Regardless of success or failure, he felt compelled to seek an audience with the emperor. Surely, he would not lose his head merely for lodging a complaint? Regretting his impulsive actions, Xie Qingyao trudged towards the court, where a crowd of ministers had gathered, appearing to jostle one another, their expressions grave. Xie Qingyao no longer bore the regal demeanor of yore. Clad in a simple azure gown, her hair loosely fashioned into a bun, she knelt before the emperor. I once cherished the Xie family, believing you had suffered injustice, which is why I allowed you to remain in the palace. I never anticipated you would grow so audacious, unilaterally nullifying the marriage I bestowed upon you. Today, I hereby revoke your title of princess. The emperor's voice was laden with undisguised disappointment, while the Empress Dowager, seated in her palanquin, could not intervene to protect her beloved child, her eyes aflame with fury. Please, your majesty, reconsider. The ministers echoed, their voices tinged with urgency. They were well aware of the Empress Dowager's favoritism towards Xie Qingyao. Should the situation escalate to an unbearable extent, the Empress Dowager would surely be displeased.
Indeed.
Her palanquin did not linger, but was swiftly carried away, heading towards the palace gates. Your majesty, the Empress Dowager acts out of a mother's tender heart. I beseech you to avoid further escalation. The chancellor, now anxious, implored with tears in his eyes. The emperor stood resolute, unyielding, his expression tinged with reproach. It is precisely because of the Empress Dowager's favoritism that this young girl dares to act so recklessly. If she is not properly disciplined, she may continue her insolent behavior in the future. From a distance, Xie Qingyao did not approach, yet concern flickered in his gaze. With Xie Qingyao now stripped of her title, how would the emperor proceed with their marriage? General He, now that the princess, oh no, Miss Xie, has lost the emperor's favor, you might still take her back, a guard discreetly reminded him, exerting some influence to push him forward. Finally grasping the situation, Xie Qingyao stumbled and knelt before them, the pain in his knees drawing a sharp intake of breath. Yet, in the presence of the emperor, he maintained a facade of dignity, forcing a strained smile. I declare that your separation is void. Later, you shall take her back to your residence and cease this foolishness. The emperor massaged his temples, disregarding the minister's reactions, before sweeping his sleeve and departing. Before long, guards rushed in from outside, urgently reporting, "It is dire, your majesty. The Empress Dowager has left the palace." The ministers exchanged glances, at a loss for words, their faces marred with concern. Such turmoil within the court was intolerable for many. Regardless of the chaos outside, Xie Qingyao had no choice but to escort Xie Qingyao back, his gaze frequently darting towards her, gnashing his teeth in frustration. Though the emperor's favor has waned, and I am no longer bestowed the title of princess, as long as I have the Empress Dowager's affection, that suffices for me. Xie Qingyao languidly settled into the carriage, unperturbed as she made her point. Should the He family dare to disrespect her, she could always turn to the Empress Dowager for solace. The conflict between the emperor and the Empress Dowager might be unresolvable, yet appeasing the Empress Dowager's grievances would not be a monumental task. Xie Qingyao glared at Xie Qingyao, the tenderness of the past gone, his grip tightening around her wrist as if to crush her bones. Without hesitation, she lifted her knee and struck at his vulnerable spot. As he instinctively shielded his lower half, she seized the moment to deliver a stinging slap. I warn you, even without the title of princess, I remain someone you should never provoke. I may overlook the women in your household for now, but rest assured, old grievances will one day be addressed. Even Xie Qingyao was taken aback by the impressive combination of moves displayed by Xie Qingyao. A hint of astonishment lingered in his eyes as he fell into silence, momentarily at a loss for words. After years apart, it was evident that not only had he changed, but Xie Qingyao was no longer the innocent and kind-hearted little princess he once knew. Instead, she had acquired a more ruthless demeanor. Qin Shi awaited news at the entrance of the estate, pacing anxiously in circles. He quite also exhibited signs of tension, and upon spotting the approaching carriage, he hurried over. Safe travels, Xie Qingyao coldly remarked, effortlessly leaping from the carriage without a trace of embarrassment. Her nonchalant demeanor left Qin Shi unsure of how to respond, and she could only watch as Xie Qingyao entered, pulling at Xie Qingyang's sleeve in desperation. What are we to do now? Without the protection of the princess's title, the He family is on the decline, no longer the esteemed family it once was. Our Qin family members are still imprisoned in the capital, and without the means to rescue them, are we to remain in this state of limbo? What shall we do? Were we not living well before? Xie Qingyao retorted, his frustration evident. Were it not for his father's support, he might have collapsed to the ground. His knees, having knelt for too long, ached painfully, and his rationality was dwindling. Qin Shi, watching their silhouettes disappear, dug her nails into her flesh, feeling no pain, yet her resolve strengthened gradually. Chapter 60. Accompanying the Empress Dowager. If no one could assist her, then she would devise a solution herself. Qin Shi recalled the messages she had received in recent days and that particular address, ultimately resolving to disguise herself and head there that evening. The empty tavern appeared to have been reserved in advance, the atmosphere tense and devoid of other patrons. Qin Shi swallowed hard, feeling reckless for having come here alone. Yet, she was the only one capable of saving the Qin family. What would happen to her family if she did not act? Can you truly help the Qin family resolve this matter? If you assist me, I will repay you with everything I have. Qin Shi stood at the center of the room, clasping her fists and inquiring with a voice that trembled slightly with anxiety. She placed all her hopes in the hands of this mysterious individual, gambling on a flicker of their conscience. At first glance, her plea seemed ludicrous. Even Qin Shi felt a pang of regret. Yet, she was at a dead end, with no chance to turn back. Perhaps you might share what conditions you can offer. Mere words hold little weight, the man stated, his figure descending before her, obscured by a wide black cloth. His voice was deliberately lowered, carrying an androgynous quality. Gritting her teeth, Qin Shi replied, I will do my utmost to provide what you desire. You must understand that the He family is a military household. At that moment, she was acutely aware that her actions bordered on treason, yet only the He family's influence could serve her purpose. Your son's actions at the border over the years do not inspire trust, but news travels fast in the capital, and we require someone inconspicuous, the man continued, pressing a piece of paper into her hand before departing. The discord between the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, if it were to create a storm throughout the city, naturally needed a hidden instigator, as they could not reveal themselves. As Qin Shi gazed at the paper in her hand, she found herself momentarily speechless. With her capabilities, magnifying this situation was already a stretch. Fortunately, she still had some of her dowry left, and by leveraging those involved in gambling, success was not entirely out of reach. No matter who it was, they could not threaten her family. Qin Shi's fingers clenched into a fist, her gaze resolute, as the dark figure vanished into the night. Making their way to General He's residence. Has everything been arranged? Xie Qingyao, who had not slept, asked with a smile as she turned to the approaching Xie Qingyao, who had hurried through the night to her side. Entrusting this matter to Xie Qingyao was indeed the most prudent choice. The outcome would be revealed by tomorrow. Should two pieces appear within the general's residence, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Xie Qingyao smiled faintly, calmly pointing this out. Typically, only one individual need remain at each estate. Moreover, they were particularly invested in the pawn within the general's residence, until it was confirmed whether it was Xie Qingyao or someone else. This approach was their only option to potentially draw out the snake. What once circulated only among the upper echelons of society suddenly erupted throughout the capital. The populace became aware of the Empress Dowager's departure from the palace to reside in a separate residence. Some storytellers subtly referenced this, causing a shift in the atmosphere of the capital. With more discussions arose more petitions. The emperor, observing the documents presented before him, felt a flicker of suppressed anger in his dark eyes. It was during this tumult that Princess Yuan Zhao took the initiative to visit. She appeared even more frail, standing at the door as if a gust of wind could whisk her away. "Father, if you and grandmother have quarreled over this matter, then it is my fault. I request to live with grandmother," she implored, stepping inside with a trembling gait and immediately kneeling before the emperor. Her eyes, heavy with sincerity, met the emperor's gaze. But he shook his head. The situation in the capital was already chaotic. Adding Princess Yuan Zhao into the mix would only complicate matters further. "Your health is still delicate. Focus on recuperating and do not concern yourself with other matters," the emperor said with a hint of concern, gesturing for the eunuch at his side to assist her to her feet. This clear indication underscored his desire to keep her uninvolved. Tears welled in Princess Yuan Zhao's eyes as she longed to plead further, but the emperor's cold gaze warned her against pursuing the matter. "Should you continue to press, I shall grant your wish to leave the palace." Whether she would be relegated to a commoner or sent to a nunnery remained uncertain. Although she wished to accompany the Empress Dowager, she did not wish to jeopardize her own future, so she reluctantly nodded in acquiescence, refraining from further words. "This girl is far too eager," the emperor mused quietly to the eunuch beside him. Just then, a visibly distressed Princess Fu Guang approached, pouting slightly as she performed a half-hearted bow before softly saying, "Father, I wish to accompany grandmother." This was a command from the empress. Even if Princess Fu Guang was reluctant, she had no choice but to comply. She understood better than anyone that while her mother may seem lenient, failing to achieve her goals would lead to dire consequences. "Very well," the emperor replied without hesitation, then added with a smile, "You ought to learn to cultivate your character, lest you suffer greatly in the future, due to poor health." Princess Fu Guang's eyes widened, and biting her lip, she left hurriedly for the Empress Dowager's residence. Without announcing her arrival, she rushed in, only to hear laughter and joy echoing from within, a stark contrast to her expectations. Quickening her pace, she entered to find Xie Qingyao attending to the Empress Dowager, exhibiting no intention of bowing even upon her arrival. "Grandmother, I know you've been lonely during this time." Princess Fu Guang hesitated, feeling a twinge of guilt as she spoke. She was concerned that being alone with the Empress Dowager would prevent her from properly caring for her. However, the Empress Dowager smiled and waved her hand, waiting for Princess Fu Guang to approach and grasp her small hand. "You simple-minded girl. You remain oblivious to the treacherous intrigues within the court. It is best for you to focus on nurturing your health and finding tranquility. Since you are here, I must implore you not to leave the palace for a while, lest you inadvertently fall victim to danger," she whispered, lowering her voice conspiratorially and gesturing at her neck. "You could be harmed." Upon hearing this, Princess Fu Guang's expression instantly changed. Lacking confidence, she forced a laugh and stammered, "What nonsense are you spouting? If you don't believe me, then go out and see for yourself." Xie Qingyao waved her small hand, speaking casually. Xingzhou observed her from a distance, his eyes curving into a gentle smile, but as soon as he caught the Empress Dowager's gaze, his expression shifted to one of solemnity. "Little Hua, you've spent these years alone, which is not ideal. It would be good for you to find a wife sooner rather than later." The Empress Dowager, holding one granddaughter's hand, broached the topic. Given Xingzhou's current status, marrying a princess would not pose a problem. The Hua family was renowned for their loyalty, and he was the last remaining heir. Xie Qingyao blinked and nodded in agreement. Considering their ages, Xingzhou was a year older than her. She had already been married, yet he remained single, which was indeed pitiable. "If you have someone you fancy, feel free to tell this princess. I can find faults with any noblewoman in the capital," Princess Fu Guang declared, patting her chest with a sense of pride. Having navigated various banquets for years, no one understood the hidden quirks of those seemingly virtuous noblewomen better than she did. "If I love a woman, her happiness is all that matters," Xingzhou mused after a moment's contemplation. Both Xie Qingyao and Princess Fu Guang's gazes turned towards him, exchanging a knowing glance filled with surprise. They had assumed this seemingly stoic man harbored a hardened heart, only to discover a soft core beneath. Indeed, the Empress Dowager nodded in agreement. Observing the two young ladies gazing at each other with wide-eyed innocence, she chuckled. In an arranged marriage, mutual respect is the goal. However, if companionship deepens into love over the years, sincerity is what is truly required. Xie Qingyao understood the Empress Dowager's subtle hint, lowering her head in silence. Growing up together and eventually marrying is already a considerable advantage over others. Unfortunately, matters of the heart are often fraught with imperfections. Frequently, Genuine feelings are destined to be unreciprocated. Ah well, you've recently experienced quite a bit, and I shan't press further. Just remember to find your own happiness. As I will always be your support, the Empress Dowager remarked, casting a wistful glance at Xie Qingyao. She wished to see these two together, based on Xie Qingyao's demeanor. He seemed less resistant to marriage now, yet Xie Qingyao appeared somewhat difficult to persuade. Having just endured a failed marriage, it seemed unreasonable to expect her to leap into another so soon. Grandmother, Yao Yao has always known, Xie Qingyao said, wrapping her arms around the Empress Dowager's waist, reverting to her childhood habit of seeking affection. Princess Fuguang, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but pout, but she tentatively grasped the Empress Dowager's other arm, playfully vying for attention. Regardless of their age, as long as they felt like children at heart, that was sufficient. After spending some time with the Empress Dowager, Xie Qingyao prepared to leave, for she was now the wife of the He family and lacked the freedom to remain. Upon noticing this, the Empress Dowager promptly summoned Xie Qingyao to escort her. Princess Fuguang's eyes sparkled with interest as she ventured, "Can I return as well?" "You need not return. Staying here will provide me with company." The Empress Dowager replied with a smile, effectively quelling Princess Fuguang's hopes. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Princess Fuguang could only nod in resignation, suppressing her myriad of thoughts and enviously watching Xie Qingyao depart freely. Inside the carriage, Xie Qingyao sat beside Xie Qingyao, who, with his tall stature, appeared somewhat forlorn in the cramped space. General Huo was accustomed to riding freely on horseback, exuding a carefree spirit.
Now,
He had gone through all this trouble simply to allow Xie Qingyao a glimpse of the Empress Dowager. The already confined space now felt stiflingly quiet, imparting an inexplicable sense of oppression. Xie Qingyao hesitated, then looked up at Xie Qingyao, finally saying, "Thank you." Without him, her plans would never have advanced this far. "No need for thanks, just fulfill your own obligations." Xie Qingyao gently shook his head, dismissing her gratitude with a somewhat cool tone devoid of emotional fluctuation. Nevertheless, the corners of his lips subtly curled upwards. Yet, Xie Qingyao remained oblivious to this, interpreting his distant demeanor as an invitation to playfully poke him twice. Perhaps growing up had dulled her once charmingly naive demeanor. Back then, despite his burdens of vengeance, Xie Qingyao had been endearingly innocent. Xie Qingyao, with her mischievous nature, occasionally teased him, prompting him to respond in kind, displaying a delightful foolishness that had once brought her great joy. "If you remained as you were in childhood, you would surely find a wife quickly. While my own marriage has not been ideal, I believe yours would be successful." As the carriage moved forward, Xie Qingyao broached the topic, not out of concern for her age, but with a broader perspective from her life experiences. Xie Qingyao's faint smile vanished as he replied coldly, "I am not particularly inclined to marry. Unless he found a suitable companion, he would rather remain unmarried for life than squander his years. Given that you have lived in such perilous circumstances, it's understandable for you to harbor some resistance to marriage. Yet, the lineage of the He family must continue." Xie Qingyao couldn't help but think of this crucial point. Now, the He family legacy rested solely on his shoulders. Could he truly remain carefree without considering the continuation of his bloodline? Over the years in the capital, Xie Qingyao had heard many unflattering remarks. Even if it was due to He Xingyan's prolonged absence that she was childless, the gossipmongers had unfairly shifted the blame onto him. This was one of the primary reasons Xie Qingyao had chosen to withdraw from social engagements. Children should be the product of love with a cherished partner. If I cannot find someone to share my life with, I will not force it. Upon mentioning this, Xie Qingyao snorted, turning his head defiantly to gaze out at the scenery, resolute in his refusal to be as casual as Xie Qingyao. His sudden display of petulance left Xie Qingyao momentarily bewildered, yet she found that he resembled the adorable child she once knew. If only everyone thought as you do. The road ahead is long, and life is vast, yet women remain confined within their chambers. Where can one find a suitable partner? Xie Qingyao sighed. She feared that men like He Xingyan, who schemed over a woman's dowry, were the best she could hope for. He Xingyan was not ignorant of these intricacies. He simply chose not to invest his thoughts in her. To elevate and line her status, He Xingyan had gone to great lengths, even using her dowry to enhance another woman's standing. In this lifetime, the two have already experienced numerous disputes over wealth and riches, and even the most pretentious declarations of love could never resemble the past. Moreover, Enlina's true intentions would soon be exposed. With this thought in mind, Xie Qingyao let out a cold snort, closed her eyes to rest, and completely disregarded the fact that she had just been urging for marriage. Xie Qingyao, observing the changes in her expression, felt a flicker of concern in his eyes, mistakenly believing he had done something to upset her. He wished to explain but felt he lacked the standing to do so he chose to endure in silence. The carriage had arrived at the back entrance of General He's residence, where Mama Yu, dispatched by the Empress Dowager, was to remain by Xie Qingyao's side, no matter the circumstances. At this moment, within the general's estate, a hint of sorrow lingered in her gaze. Upon seeing Xie Qingyao approach, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Your Grace, today the Qin family and others from the He family have discreetly inquired about the situation, but they were all sent away by this old servant, Mama Yu whispered, her eyes revealing a hint of coldness. She feared that the He family would soon be unable to contain their greed and would attempt to claim Xie Qingyao for themselves. Although the dowry had been placed in the princess's residence, it could not be deemed truly secure, with so many avaricious eyes watching. Understood, Xie Qingyao nodded. She turned to look at Xingzhou, noticing the lingering turmoil in his eyes, and blinked in confusion, but chose not to dwell on it, gracefully turning away to return. The essence that belonged to Xie Qingyao slowly dissipated from the air. Xingzhou paused for a moment, gradually regaining his composure. Yet a restlessness brewed within him as he suppressed the rising emotions. Once back at the residence, Xingzhou coldly commanded, and just as the carriage began to move, Xie Qingyao appeared with an air of nonchalance. He stood before Xingzhou's carriage with a beaming smile, his eyes twinkling with amusement. General Hu, what a coincidence. I recall you do not usually pass this way when returning home? This was merely a customary exchange, given that Xingzhou now stood protected by the Empress Dowager. Anyone could see that this young man had a promising future ahead. Those seeking to curry favor with him were as numerous as the waters of the river. Yet few could find the means to approach him. Naturally, Xie Qingyao was eager to ingratiate himself with Xingzhou. However, Xingzhou found himself irked by Xie Qingyang's overtures, his gaze darkening momentarily before he chose to remain silent. The carriage driver, having received no orders from his master, did not dare to halt, and so they continued onward. Xie Qingyang's expression stiffened slightly, and with a flash of resentment, he turned away, refusing to believe that his future would pale in comparison to Xingzhou's. Outside the main gates of the general's residence, a multitude of individuals had gathered to demand their dues, emboldened by their connections to the He family. Xie Qingyao cast a fleeting glance before quickly distancing himself, fearing entanglement in their disputes. Yet, the daily presence of these claimants rendered the atmosphere intolerable. After a moment's contemplation, though reluctant, he made his way to Xie Qingyao's courtyard. The courtyard was eerily silent, leaving him to ponder what Xie Qingyao might be doing. An adept mistress should manage external affairs with great precision. Xie Qingyao was no longer a mere princess. With such thoughts, Xie Qingyao gradually gathered his confidence and strode forward. Upon seeing the smile that graced Xie Qingyao's lips, he momentarily felt dizzy, reminiscing about the past. Once, Xie Qingyao had been far less arrogant, and they had shared moments of companionship, with everyone aware that she was destined to be his wife. Yet now, as he sought to bring his beloved into his home, he realized how little he understood of matters of the heart. What he had once believed to be deep affection was merely a reluctant compromise. Fortunately, fate had smiled upon him, allowing him to encounter the one he truly cherished. The thought of Enliner accompanying him in the residence, free from interruption, brought a smile to Xie Qingyang's lips, though he couldn't help but sigh. Ideally, this woman should possess a gentle demeanor, devoid of any sharp edges, lest she present an impression of undue fierceness. A maid approached with a basin of cold water, inadvertently splashing Xie Qingyao, who exclaimed in surprise. The maid, startled to find someone present, stood speechless, unsure how to apologize. Xie Qingyao and Mama Yu, engaged in light conversation, emerged and observed the drenched Xie Qingyao. It is getting late, General. You should not linger here. Lest you catch a chill, please return to rest, Xie Qingyao remarked, a teasing smile playing on her lips. For Xie Qingyao, this was indeed a moment of mockery. A chill flickered in his dark eyes as he strode into the residence. You are my wife. I expect you to share my bed. Who would dare object? Xie Qingyao declared, sitting down in a chair and waiting for someone to attend to him. With Enliner, he always enjoyed her gentle affections, so he saw no impropriety in his demands. Xie Qingyao, observing his furrowed brows and the disdain in her eyes, struggled to contain the emotions that pierced the heart of a proud man. Do you truly wish to avoid my company? With whom do you desire to spend your days? Xie Qingyang's breathing grew heavier as he uttered this question, a flicker of contempt crossing his features. Despite his own lack of affection for Xie Qingyao, he insisted she behave like a proper woman, dutiful and compliant. Who I choose to be with is of no concern to you, Xie Qingyao replied lightly, raising an eyebrow, a hint of darkness flashing in her eyes. She did not wish to argue with such a fool, but sensing the situation could not resolve itself without words. She tightened her brows. You are my wife, and it is your duty to serve me. Do you still believe you are a princess, capable of making demands of us? Xie Qingyang's voice dripped with resentment, his bitterness nearly spilling over. To marry a virtuous wife is every man's desire, yet since your arrival, you have adhered to countless rules, creating endless trouble. Though you may appear obedient, you wield your status as a princess to dominate the household. A moment of displeasure, and you refuse to part with your silver. Such a woman is of no use even if taken home. I may no longer be a princess, but should you raise your voice again, do try me and see if I dare to retaliate, Xie Qingyao coldly retorted, her beautiful eyes devoid of tenderness, filled instead with a faint resentment. Such emotions took Xie Qingyao aback, and only after a moment did he realize the gravity of her words. Xie Qingyao had entered the He family, enjoying privileges that many could only dream of. Yet now, she seemed to harbor grievances instead of gratitude. You have faced no hardship within this household. Even ordinary daughters-in-law must adhere to decorum, yet my mother has spared you that formality. How dare you show us your reluctance? Xie Qingyao countered bluntly, his gaze devoid of warmth, only reflecting dissatisfaction. He could never have anticipated that the beloved he longed to marry would transform into someone so unruly, resembling a wild woman, disorderly beyond compare. Even the most boisterous of peasant women would appear more composed than she. Am I to endure years of torment within these walls, only to express gratitude that you have not taken my life? As the words escaped her lips, Xie Qingyao belatedly realized that they were merely seeking wealth, not yet resorting to murder. It would only be when a child of the He family was born within the concubine's womb that Xie Qingyao would entertain such thoughts. In this light, perhaps she ought to feel grateful towards them. You are utterly unreasonable. However, my visit today is not born out of a genuine desire for your assistance. The household is in disarray, and we are unable to produce any silver. Since you possess a considerable amount, why not spare some for immediate relief? In the future, the He family shall remember your kindness. For a fleeting moment, Xie Qingyao felt a pang of guilt, swiftly redirecting the conversation with a serious demeanor. This was the most pressing issue facing the He family, the lack of funds, with creditors piling up at the door. At this juncture, he had no choice but to resort to such a pitiful strategy. Had there been any other option, he would not have come to face Xie Qingyao's icy expression. Seeing his reluctance, Xie Qingyao could not help but find amusement in the situation, laughing lightly before querying, why should I pour my dowry into the insatiable pit of the Xie family? You are already the wife of the He family. Spending silver for the household cannot possibly leave you at a loss. Over the years, all your needs have been met by the He family. Xie Qingyang's face flushed with indignation at her audacious laughter, and he clenched his teeth to emphasize, Lady Yu, the expenses incurred by the princess these years have been from her own silver and the dowry bestowed by the Empress Dowager. The general may seek verification from the Empress Dowager herself. Regardless of the events that transpired, all could be laid at the feet of the Empress Dowager. Upon hearing this, Xie Qingyang's expression darkened. If he truly had the means to approach the Empress Dowager, he would not be in such distress. Even the emperor might not easily gain an audience with her. What business did a minor official like him have in such matters? Are you truly resolved not to offer assistance to your family? After years of marriage, are we to reach this impasse? Xie Qingyang's voice dripped with resentment, his tone laced with bitterness. In the capital, everyone praised them as a match made in heaven. Yet, no amount of affection could quell the animosity now brewing between them, reaching a point where reconciliation seemed impossible. Who gave you the impression that our relationship was still amicable? Xie Qingyao paused momentarily before inquiring, unable to suppress her curiosity. And Liner currently lay nameless and unacknowledged in their courtyard, while Xie Qingyao sought to avoid self-reflection and instead created trouble for her. He had the audacity to utter such shameless words. You have betrayed your vows and entangled yourself with other women. I have never been fond of filth. You are not a stranger to my character. And now you dare to complain? As she spoke, Xie Qingyao clicked her tongue in disdain, shaking her head slightly. Her unapologetic judgments and scornful remarks left Xie Qingyao breathless, struggling to find words in response. Although I am not a sovereign, I still enjoy the affection of the Empress Dowager. Should you truly be angered, you may attempt to act against me. Perhaps I would be powerless to resist and would have to submit to you. Observing Xie Qingyang's body tremble with rage, Xie Qingyao approached him with a smile, her eyes gleaming with defiance. Currently, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor were embroiled in a dispute over matters concerning Xie Qingyao. Xie Qingyao lacked the courage to genuinely harm her, merely casting a resentful glare in her direction. As his gaze fell upon her, Xie Qingyao seized the opportunity, raising her arm and striking him across the face. How dare you put on such airs before me? The slap resounded, prompting the others in the household to react. Several maidservants surrounded Xie Qingyao, eyeing Xie Qingyao warily. How have you become such a wretched creature? If you truly wish for my assistance, you must be willing to part with some silver. Remembering Enliner, Xie Qingyang's voice grew firmer. To this sentiment, Xie Qingyao could only express her sorrow. Indeed, not becoming your helpless little pet is somewhat embarrassing for me. Should you believe that anyone will grant you silver, go ahead and pursue it. Henceforth, every time you enter my courtyard, I shall strike you until you learn your lesson. Lady, you brandished a broom menacingly, swinging it with abandon. This blatant act of expulsion startled Xie Qingyao, who felt utterly powerless against the servants sent by the Empress Dowager, leaving him frustrated and retreating. That woman does not seem to possess genuine affection. She is unlikely to part with any silver and will likely utter even more scathing remarks. Lady, you coldly judged Enliner, having watched Xie Qingyao grow up and detesting any slander against her. Xie Qingyao absorbed their words with a hint of disdain, scoffing as he strode away. Enliner had always been gentle and obedient, never refusing his requests. He could not believe he would be unable to extract silver from Enliner. Though she appeared dutiful and compliant, she wielded her status as a princess to suppress everyone in the household. At the slightest displeasure, she would refuse to part with her silver. A woman like that would be of no use even if brought into his home. Though I am indeed no longer a princess, should your voice rise any higher, dare you challenge me to a mutual destruction? Xie Qingyao coldly retorted, her beautiful eyes devoid of any lingering affection, only harboring a faint resentment. It was this very emotion that left Xie Qingyao momentarily stunned before he finally grasped the situation. Xie Qingyao's marriage into the He family had granted her privileges many would envy. Yet now, rather than expressing gratitude, she seemed to take the lead in resentment. You entered this household without anyone imposing difficulties upon you. Even the customary expectations of a daughter-in-law were waived due to my mother's leniency. How dare you show such disdain towards us now? Xie Qingyao retorted bluntly, his eyes devoid of any tenderness, only reflecting his dissatisfaction with her. No matter how he might have imagined his beloved bride, it was unfathomable that she had transformed into this manner, reckless and indistinguishable from the mad women he had encountered. Even the most unruly peasant woman would possess more coherence than her. You are, after all, the daughter-in-law of the He family. To spend some silver for the household now, would it truly be a loss for you? Throughout these years, all that you have consumed, the food, the clothing, and the shelter, has been provided by the He family. Xie Qingyao, his face flushed from his audacious laughter, gritted his teeth, and emphasized his point. Madam Yu, sensing that he would not procure any silver today, coldly remarked, the expenditures of the princess over the years have come from her own funds and the dowry bestowed by Her Majesty. The general can certainly seek verification from Her Majesty regarding these amounts. Regardless of what transpires, it suffices to lay the blame at Her Majesty's feet. Upon hearing this, Xie Qingyang's expression darkened considerably. If he truly had the capability to approach Her Majesty, he would not be here fretting. Even the Emperor may not gain an audience with Her Majesty, much less a lowly minister like him. Are you resolutely unwilling to aid your family any longer? After years of marriage, must we truly arrive at this impasse? Xie Qingyao questioned through clenched teeth, anger flickering in his tone. In the capital, everyone extolled them as a perfect couple. Yet, despite any tender feelings, they had transformed into enmity, reaching a point of irreconcilable conflict. Who has given you the delusion that our relationship is still amicable? Xie Qingyao asked, momentarily taken aback before she could not hold back her inquiry.
Alinea,
Now nameless and without status, lay in their small courtyard. It was one thing for Xie Qingyao to seek her out for trouble. It was quite another for him to utter such shameless words. You were the one who betrayed me first, entangling yourself with other women. I have never been fond of filth. You are not unfamiliar with my nature. And now you dare to complain? Xie Qingyao remarked, clicking her tongue in disdain. Such brazen judgment and unrepentant words made Xie Qingyang's breath quicken, leaving him momentarily speechless. Though I am not a sovereign, I still enjoy the favor of the Empress Dowager. If you are truly incensed, you may attempt to act against me. Perhaps I would indeed be powerless to resist, and would have to lower my head, she continued, as she noticed Xie Qingyao trembling with rage. With a playful smile, she stepped closer, her eyes glinting with provocation. Currently, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor were embroiled in disputes over matters concerning Xie Qingyao. Xie Qingyao did not possess the audacity to truly harm her, merely glaring in dissatisfaction. As his gaze fell upon her, Xie Qingyao seized the opportunity, raising her arm and delivering a resounding slap to his face. How audacious of you to act so pretentiously before me. The moment the slap landed, others in the residence sprang into action, several maidservants encircling Xie Qingyao, vigilantly watching Xie Qingyao. How have you transformed into such a wretched state? If you are indeed willing to offer me money. Xie Qingyang's voice grew firmer as thoughts of Enliner crossed his mind. In response to his emotions, Xie Qingyao couldn't help but express her disdain. Indeed, not becoming your little white mouse to be devoured, I do feel somewhat embarrassed. Who do you think will provide you with silver? Go ahead and seek it. From now on, each time you visit my courtyard, I shall strike you until you learn your lesson. Madam, you brandished a broom with abandon. This blatant display of expulsion startled Xie Qingyao, who found himself powerless against the servants sent by the Empress Dowager, leaving in frustration. That woman did not appear to harbor genuine feelings. She likely would not part with her money and might utter even more cutting remarks. Madam, you judged Enliner coldly. Having watched Xie Qingyao grow up, she certainly did not wish to see anyone disparage her. Xie Qingyao absorbed their words, his gaze betraying a hint of disdain as he scoffed and strode away. Enliner had always been gentle and understanding, never refusing any of his requests. He could not believe he would not receive silver from her. Chapter 64. To demand money with such thoughts, he made his way directly to Enliner's small courtyard. The room was suffused with a delicate fragrance. Enliner sat poised, and upon seeing him approach, a flicker of coldness crossed her eyes, though she quickly masked it with a smile. What brings you here today? During this time, Xie Qingyao had been indulging in frivolities, seemingly forgetting those who resided within. Enliner had once made plans but had to retract her actions when she was closely observed. After all, being by Xie Qingyang's side was the most beneficial for her cause. I just thought it had been a while since I visited you. Do you not miss me at all? Xie Qingyao said, leaning in closer. He still carried the fragrance from Xie Qingyao's chamber, a scent to which Enliner was highly sensitive, especially since she had suffered greatly at Xie Qingyao's hands. At that moment, Enliner raised her hand to block his approaching lips, retreating slightly with an expression of displeasure. You still carry the scent of other women. Have you forgotten the promises you made when we were together? Upon uttering these words, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, revealing her grievance. In the past, they had vowed never to betray one another. Enliner had followed Xie Qingyao here, having resolved to sever ties with her past. Had he not been so severely oppressed by Xie Qingyao, she would not have sought assistance from that quarter. To those in that realm, they were mere pawns to be maneuvered, while Enliner yearned for respect. Xie Qingyao, reflecting on his recent actions, felt a twinge of shame and grasped Enliner's hand. It was merely a charade orchestrated by my father. Now that I have returned, I can no longer act so carelessly. The intricate web of relationships within the court rested upon his shoulders. If he refrained from intervening, all burdens would fall upon Xie Qingyao, which was far from beneficial for their family. Moreover, his discontent stemmed from the situation with Xie Qingyao. He had drunk excessively, but he had not engaged with any of those women. He swore an oath as he spoke. Observing the sincerity in his eyes, Enliner felt a pang of discomfort. They had meticulously planned for Xie Qingyao to enter the manor as her savior, where he would be met with Xie Qingyao's leniency. Once Enliner bore a child, they would find a way to have it adopted under Xie Qingyao's name, thus securing her favor with the Empress Dowager. They had intended to dispose of this stumbling block, yet unforeseen circumstances had drastically altered their plans. Now, her child was lost, and the man she loved was entangled with others. I shall forgive you this time. Observing his demeanor, Enliner finally relented, her eyes softening with affection as her fingers playfully slid down Xie Qingyang's body. She had fully recovered. and engaging with Xie Qingyao would pose no issue. After their passionate encounter, Enliner nestled against him, her body pressed closely to his, her eyes reflecting a gentle happiness. Here, she had not anticipated how far she could climb in the future. She merely wished to grow old with her beloved, without deceit or betrayal. If you have anything on your mind, do share it promptly. Do not wait until I am disinclined to converse before revealing it. Enliner lowered her voice, affectionately nuzzling closer, lazily inquiring. Having spent considerable time together beyond the Great Wall, they were quite familiar with each other. Enliner believed she could discern Xie Qingyang's emotional fluctuations, especially since they were so overt. Upon hearing her words, Xie Qingyao sighed, somewhat exasperated, yet refrained from speaking candidly. Well, these matters are of my own making. They should not concern you. After saying this, he tightened his embrace around Enliner, falling silent. Such behavior stirred a flurry of unease within Enliner, akin to countless insects crawling inside her. She had always been convinced that, as a married couple, they should weather any storm together. If he was unwilling to share, it suggested he no longer wished to be connected with her. If that is the case, let us part ways today, allowing you to live a long and happy life with your wife, Enliner declared as she stood up decisively, instantly revitalized. No matter how weary a girl might be, she could summon her spirit in such situations. Xie Qingyao quickly grabbed the quilt, instinctively wrapping her within it, forcibly pulling her back into his embrace, planting a gentle kiss on her temple, though his eyes betrayed a hint of cunning satisfaction. Fully aware that Enliner had set a trap, Xie Qingyao feigned difficulty, stating, "Recently, numerous creditors have come seeking repayment due to my mother's thoughtlessness. If this is not resolved, we shall lose face." He hesitated as he spoke, and Enliner was uncertain about the matter. Although she resided within the inner chambers, the commotion outside was significant enough for her to overhear bits and pieces. Why not just produce some silver to settle the debts? The He family is wealthy. Can you not even produce this modest sum? Enliner spoke matter-of-factly, deliberately omitting any mention of using her own funds to assist. Her tone made Xie Qingyao anxious, but he quickly regained his composure, letting out a resigned sigh. "I have not been in the estate for years. The money I previously gave you was my rare savings. I was unaware of the family's financial state. My father mentioned that my mother has already squandered it all, and this year's silver will not arrive for some time, leaving us in a tight spot." Xie Qingyao's face flushed crimson as he hastily laid the blame on Qinshi, carefully avoiding any mention of how his family had been eyeing Xie Qingyao's dowry. Ironically, his so-called personal savings had originally been intended to supplement the dowry of Xie Qingyao. Is the situation truly that dire? What if we sell some shops? Enliner furrowed her brows, weighing the options before speaking. During their time at the border, Xie Qingyao had mentioned that the He family possessed vast wealth, including numerous profitable shops in the capital. Surely, selling just one of these establishments could alleviate their predicament? This suggestion only deepened the frown on Xie Qingyao's face, for the wealth he spoke of was merely derived from Xie Qingyao's dowry. He now found himself impoverished, unable to produce any significant amount of gold or silver. He had hoped Enliner would be clever enough to willingly offer her substantial wealth, only to discover her to be rather dim-witted. A glimmer of urgency flickered in his eyes, and before he could respond, Enliner, reading his expression, began to understand his implied request. "You wish to access my funds?" Her voice turned sharp, incredulous that a family of such standing would dare to rely on a woman's money. With her accusation, Xie Qingyao felt a flush of embarrassment and coughed awkwardly. "You know well where your wealth originates. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that you possess a fortune of 10,000 taels of gold. Perhaps you might consider lending it to me in this time of need?" His words were blunt, clearly aimed at her riches. Enliner found the situation exceedingly amusing. She had initially been drawn to Xie Qingyao in hopes of a prosperous life together. Had she known he was so inept, she would have severed ties long ago. Fortunately, they had no children yet, and no wealth was at stake. Departing would not prove challenging. "No, I have long since saved that gold," Enliner firmly refused, turning her head away, disinterested in Xie Qingyao's ramblings. His tone only intensified the anger brewing within him. He was unwilling to capitulate, especially knowing that 2 mountains of gold lay within his household, yet he could not access any funds. "All the money you possess was given to you by me.
Now,
I advise you to return it, otherwise." Xie Qingyao's grip tightened. Even through the quilt, Enliner felt as though her waist might snap. Pain and disappointment lit her eyes as she retorted, "That was a gift you willingly bestowed upon me. Just a concubine. It hardly warrants such a grand betrothal gift. Xie Qingyao replied, his tone casual. In recent days, Enliner had refrained from suggesting any solutions, since their relationship had reached this point. It seemed better for him to take decisive action, thus clarifying her position. Enliner cried out in protest, even confined within these walls. She never considered herself Xie Qingyao's concubine. Their mutual affection meant she was undoubtedly his wife. As for Xie Qingyao, she was merely an interloper in their romance. A woman driven to madness is not to be trifled with, especially one as strong as Enliner. Even unclad, she was resolute, using her head as a battering ram, striking Xie Qingyao's body while her nails left several scratches on his face. Seeing her in such a frenzy, Xie Qingyao cursed and hastily fled the scene, barely managing to don his clothes. If you dare to covet my money, I shall end you. Since you refuse to marry me, I shall depart. I have my own path. Enliner declared, promptly gathering her belongings. After all, she had no deep attachments here, nor did she have any loyal maidservants. She hastily packed and made for the exit. However, without the mistress's command, Enliner found herself unable to leave. After wandering the estate throughout the night and discovering no means of escape, she returned to the small courtyard, feeling a sense of frustration. The following day, Xie Qingyao learned of these events. Eager for entertainment, she instructed Mama Yu not to serve breakfast, choosing instead to dine in the main hall of the He household. Seated at the table was Xie Qingyao, alongside Qin Shi and He Kuei, as He Tingting had sustained an injury and refused to be seen, thus leaving an empty place at the table. Upon spotting Xie Qingyao, the others exhibited a shared look of astonishment. Ignoring their expressions, Xie Qingyao calmly took a seat. Previously, Qin Shi had been fastidious about her meals, even considering the origins of pickled vegetables. Now, she consumed pickled radish, a clear indication of their stark decline in fortune. Breakfast must be light. We haven't prepared much, and it is not fit for a princess, Qin Shi instinctively mocked. Some habits are ingrained and cannot be changed in the short term. Xie Qingyao, noting her somewhat harsh tone, merely smiled serenely. I merely came to have a look. It seems your son has acquired a few more scars on his face? As the conversation unfolded, Xie Qingyao casually tilted her head, glancing around. Enliner had indeed struck fiercely. Several claw marks marred Xie Qingyang's face, so pronounced that he could hardly conceal them. Realizing her thoughts, Xie Qingyao slammed his chopsticks onto the table with a scornful snort, declaring, if you're here to witness a farce, just say so. There's no need for such hypocritical pretenses. It's quite nauseating. To which Xie Qingyao retorted with a dismissive click of her tongue, exuding an air of arrogance. Even if you're disgusted, what can you do about it? Despite Xie Qingyang's intense disdain for her, he was powerless. He had no authority to divorce her. Nor could he mediate the discord between the emperor and the Empress Dowager. He even dared not lay a hand on Xie Qingyao, resorting instead to infinitely hurling a few harsh words from the sidelines. Such behavior did not earn his respect in her eyes. Xie Qingyang's expression darkened further at Xie Qingyao words, wishing desperately to sever ties with her. Observing the growing tension, Qin Shi hastily gestured to ease the situation. However, He Kuei's cold snort silenced her. The butler rushed in, alarmed. Madam, the creditors are back again. What on earth has your Qin family done to create such a huge mess? I warn you, don't think to use He family's wealth to rectify this. Xie Qingyao reprimanded, striking the table with his chopsticks, eager to vent his frustration. Qin Shi, upon hearing this, placed her hands on her hips, discarding her previous demure demeanor, and retorted like a shrew, if it weren't for you two squandering the dowry, would I need to spend so much to make up for it?
Now.
The He family has conveniently distanced themselves from these matters, leaving us in this abyss, and then turning around to accuse us. Truly shameless. If your son hadn't resolutely cut ties with our Qin family, would these absurdities have arisen? If we were to speak of punishment, it is Xie Qingyao who deserves to be executed. Qin Shi unleashed a barrage of accusations, her teeth clenched, disregarding the familial bonds. Chapter 66. The desire to depart. What nonsense are you spouting? Naturally, He Kuei was unwilling to admit anything in front of Xie Qingyao, instinctively raising his voice in rebuttal. Yet, Xie Qingyao merely clicked her tongue, having seen through the family's facade of hypocrisy countless times, feeling no particular emotion toward them now. Regardless, successfully compensating for the dowry is your responsibility. I will no longer pursue whose fault it is. I ask you all not to trouble me. With her statement, She quelled their dispute, a faint weariness in her gaze. Moreover, your covert maneuvers are hardly hidden from me. If you possess any silver, it would be wise to allocate it where it is most needed. As she spoke, she cast a pointed glance at Qinshi. Though the discord between the emperor and the Empress Dowager had spread throughout the capital, the consequences were still insufficient. If the situation could escalate further, it would certainly become more intriguing. All the hidden parasites were scrambling to stir the pot, and Qinshi's role had reached its zenith. It seemed she was eager to reclaim her family. Xie Qingyao mused privately that perhaps it was time to release those from the Qin family. Only when the pieces are on the board can they serve their purpose. What good is it to keep them imprisoned? Feeling Xie Qingyao's gaze, Qinshi instinctively stepped back. Feeling a twinge of guilt, reluctant to acknowledge her own misdeeds. She still had silver in her possession, and given the He family's current attitude towards her, keeping that silver was her final assurance of survival. By the way, regardless of the status some women have with you, manage them properly and don't allow them to disturb me. Before departing, Xie Qingyao cast a cold reminder at Xie Qingyao. And Liner had wished to pay her respects since early morning. Though unsure of the woman's intentions, it was wise to avoid unnecessary entanglements. After all, given the He family's chaotic situation, there was no need for any additional embellishments. That was a treacherous scoundrel, Xie Qingyao contemplated, but upon her return, she found Liner waiting outside the door, her tear-filled eyes brimming with longing. The moment she spotted Xie Qingyao, Liner turned and gracefully knelt, her actions fluid, revealing how many times she must have practiced this before, performing a full prostration. I previously acted rashly and harmed my sister. I beg for your forgiveness. Liner stated directly, but her words left Xie Qingyao utterly bewildered. In the past, she had scarcely interacted with Liner, and regarding the few instances of reprimand, they hardly constituted any wrongdoing on Liner's part, as it was Xie Qingyao who had intended to discipline the pair of traitors. Old mama, you guided Xie Qingyao aside. Her tone cold and warning, Miss, be cautious with your words. Our esteemed young lady is no commoner sister. This frigid, unfeeling remark landed on Liner like a resounding slap. Liner had come with intentions of reconciliation, finding such disputes pointless, and sought to leave the estate. If the He family truly possessed vast fortunes, then perhaps her own rewards from the border would suffice. However, this man had promised much, but delivered little. He was even scheming to reclaim the 10,000 taels of gold. Given this, it would be better for her to depart the estate early, perhaps in a brothel. She might find a chance to forge her own path anew. Contemplating this, Liner's resolve strengthened, and she slowly raised her head, boldly declaring, "Isn't the young lady always speculating about my relationship with him? Others may respect me and call me young lady, but the emperor has already tarnished that title. You needn't join them."
Xie Qingyao graciously declined on Liner's honorific.
Others addressed her as young lady merely due to the transient nature of their circumstances. Despite the emperor's absence, the Empress Dowager remained Xie Qingyao's solid backing. How long could the familial discord persist? Surely it would be resolved in a matter of days. At that point, as the fulcrum of their conflict, as long as she escaped punishment, she would undoubtedly emerge with honor. If she were indeed punished or executed, it mattered not. The true concern was her ultimate glory. Thus, everyone would prefer to show her more respect now, rather than invite trouble for their future selves. Then I shall also address you as sister, Liner said as she gradually stood, brushing off the dust from her knees. The child in my womb belongs to Helang. As she spoke, a smile crept onto her face. Yet her eyes carried a hint of sorrow as she tenderly placed a hand on her belly, squeezing out a few tears. You've killed my child with Helang.
How could he not resent you now?
Liner accused, a flicker of madness crossing her gaze. Whether love or hate bears no significance to me, regardless of his displeasure. He would never dare strike me, Xie Qingyao replied, her smile devoid of genuine emotion, completely unconcerned with the matter. In her past life, her child had been wrongfully accused and perished. Only in prison did she learn the full story. In this life, preventing them from nurturing any bond with the child was already a significant victory. Do you truly care so little for your relationship with him? Did you not profess your love for him? Liner inquired, her surprise evident as she regarded Xie Qingyao's unperturbed expression, blinking in confusion. In her original plan, her intention was to provoke Xie Qingyao, subsequently leading to her being expelled from the residence. However, witnessing Xie Qingyao's calm and composed demeanor, it was evident that she had anticipated these events and had no intention of becoming enraged. Even after years of affection, it was time for a change. After all, we were childhood friends, and I should have understood his character better than anyone else. A smirk tugged at Xie Qingyao's lips, as if mocking herself. Ultimately, it was her own blindness and inability to discern the true nature of those around her that led to the loss of her child and the squandering of many years of youth. Given the opportunity to seize control once more, Xie Qingyao was determined not to waste her thoughts on him. Her priority shifted to the present, particularly to Enliner, an agent from the borderlands. You have been by his side with ulterior motives, yet now you seem reluctant to entangle yourself further. Is it because you feel he cannot provide what you desire? Xie Qingyao coldly unveiled Enliner's intentions, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Chapter 67. Provocation. Even if one were to leave, there should be a valid reason. To abandon each other after a mere quarrel would suggest their feelings were rather superficial. Xie Qingyao recalled that both had once been willing to sacrifice their very lives for the sake of being together. Despite having her thoughts laid bare, Enliner attempted to maintain a facade of virtue, shaking her head and declaring, "What I have sought all along is simply love." Her words were spoken boldly, yet her dark, gleaming eyes revealed a clear evasion, a telltale sign of her insecurity. If that were truly the case, she should be unhesitatingly offering all her savings to assist the He family through this crisis. I believe he would be grateful. Xie Qingyao remarked with a smile that held a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Enliner's face shifted between shades of pale and flushed. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Do you think I lack the ability to face this alongside him? Observing Enliner's pretentious demeanor, Xie Qingyao tilted her head in silence. If she truly possessed the capability, Enliner would not have remained in this predicament, would she? If you wish to leave, speak frankly. I will not make it difficult for you, but do consider that once you depart, returning will prove challenging, Xie Qingyao cautioned her. The He family, being a military household, was ill-suited for a woman of dubious status like Enliner to aspire to remain by He Qingyan's side as a concubine. Moreover, they had uncovered numerous issues concerning Enliner. Should she leave the general's residence, she would not be able to frolic freely in the capital, but instead would likely be imprisoned. If confined to a prison, should she reveal something of value, she might be treated well, otherwise, she would face a grim fate. Historically, a woman's destiny has seldom deviated from such a fate. What you refer to as love is nothing more than this, Xie Qingyao observed as she regarded Enliner, who was biting her lip, torn with reluctance, and offered a cool assessment. If love were truly as steadfast as gold, this moment would be an opportune time for mutual reparations and deeper understanding. Enliner, incensed, struggled to contain her emotions, her breath growing heavy as she retorted. You are merely envious of the bond we share, pretending to be insincere now. Her words were blunt and bore the unmistakable sharpness of someone ignited by a sense of defiance. Granny Yu stepped forward, her eyes glinting with a chill, and in that instant, the other maidservants drew closer, casting disapproving glares at Enliner. Memories of past reprimands flooded Enliner's mind, and she could no longer maintain her composure. She turned and hurried away, her figure gradually disappearing. Ultimately, she was but a youthful fool unfamiliar with decorum. A mere fright had stripped her of her courage and sense. Granny Yu shook her head in disdain, utterly unimpressed. She had encountered many formidable figures within the palace, most of whom were mindful of their dignity, unlike Enliner, who fled at the slightest provocation, showing no sense of shame. Why would the matron stoop to her level? If Enliner did not leave, her days in the residence would truly be troublesome. Xie Qingyao's lips curved into a cold smile. He Qingyan was eagerly awaiting funds from other sources, and now that her dowry was untouchable, could she not leverage that to pressure Enliner? Love can be the most painful of emotions, particularly for someone like Enliner, who holds no power or influence. This woman, who willingly degrades herself and is resolute in causing you harm, would be met with satisfaction should she suffer the consequences of her actions, Granny Yu stated candidly. Anyone who harms Xie Qingyao becomes an enemy in Granny Yu's eyes. Let us take a stroll. It is time. You few remain here and keep watch, Xie Qingyao instructed, intending to visit the Empress Dowager. The other maidservants nodded in agreement, preparing to disguise their true intentions as they watched their mistress depart. To obscure the truth, Xie Qingyao deliberately took a detour to her own shop, entering through a back door to her carriage. Upon seeing her nimble grace, Xie Qingyao extended his hand to assist her, then silently sat beside her. Granny Yu felt a chill and could not help but glance at Xie Qingyao. noticing his gaze occasionally drifting towards Xie Qingyao, accompanied by a knowing smile. Matters of the heart are unpredictable, particularly the romantic entanglements of youth, which are ever so intriguing. Meanwhile, Xie Qingyao appeared blissfully unaware of the attention, cautiously lifting a corner of the curtain to peer outside, her eyes reflecting a hint of urgency. For them, it was yet another seemingly tranquil day. Upon their return, neither Xingzhou nor Xie Qingyao initiated conversation, resulting in Xingzhou sulking in silence. As for Xie Qingyao, upon arriving at the residence, she awaited the maidservants to report news. This afternoon, he had encountered some unforeseen troubles and had locked himself in his study upon returning. And, according to other maidens, he had been quite furious. Immediately, a clever maidservant approached, whispering the details. More curious than about Xie Qingyan's anger. Xie Qingyao was intrigued by Enliner's response. Had Enliner remained silent since returning to her courtyard? Had she not sent any gifts of gold or jewels? The maidservants shook their heads. After being scolded by you today, she had not emerged again. Send her a message, lest it be said that I, as the mistress, am indifferent to their affections, Xie Qingyao planned, relishing the unfolding drama. A few maidservants were taken aback, but quickly scurried off to convey the message. Enliner overheard the discussions among her maidservants, but chose to disregard anything related to Xie Qingyan. The mere thought of spending her own money made her heart bleed. It is important to note that the silver in her possession was not easily acquired. Do you not intend to take a look? Her personal maidservant, who had been sent by Qin, could not help but inquire, her voice tinged with skepticism. They had all been instructed to take good care of Enliner. Yet it seemed that her standing in the general's heart was rather insignificant. Remaining here might not guarantee her desires. What is there to see? Just idle gossip. Enliner chastised her maidservant, yet a flicker of curiosity danced in her tone. Having remained in the borderlands for many years, Enliner believed she understood Xie Qingyan's temperament. He was not a man prone to bouts of rage, and he possessed an extraordinary capacity for tolerance. Could it be that conditions in the general's residence had deteriorated so significantly? A flurry of chaotic thoughts raced through her mind, instilling a sense of unease within her. She was loath to admit that the man she had chosen was a coward, yet observing the current state of the He family, it seemed there was little hope for a turnaround. With this realization, her heart tightened, and she began to pace anxiously, ultimately arriving at a decision. Chapter 68. Exile. She would never allow others to witness her humiliation. Xie Qingyan had been ridiculed a few times today, and the sting of their words lingered in his heart, prompting him to engage in yet another brawl. The marks left on his face became the perfect weapon for their mockery. Returning home, he was consumed by anger and threw nearly everything in his study into disarray. When Enliner entered with a bowl of soup, her eyes widened in shock at the chaotic scene, and she couldn't help but pick up several crumpled papers. No matter the circumstances, one must remain calm. How could one become so easily enraged? Enliner gently expressed her concern, feeling a pang of distress for herself as well. Her carefully saved little fortune was on the verge of being squandered. What are you doing here? Xie Qingyan's expression softened slightly, yet remained icy as he self-deprecatingly remarked. I have become a worthless failure. Why would you concern yourself with me? He sank into a chair, leaning back slightly, his lowered eyelids revealing an inexplicable pallor, tinged with weariness. He forced a smile that betrayed his dissatisfaction with himself and couldn't help but slap his own face. It is my incompetence that has failed to protect you, Liner. You should go, he said, his voice heavy with desolation, rendering him motionless. His disheartened demeanor sparked surprise in Enliner's gaze, reminding her of the times they had shared. Despite the perils beyond the frontier, Xie Qingyan had once wielded his rifle with confidence, ensuring her safety. They had galloped together, sharing their own carefree moments amidst the dangers of war, with a steadfast protector by her side, no matter the time or place. But today, Xie Qingyan was devoid of the youthful vigor of a general. He sat silently, embodying a faint despair that was not meant to be. He Lang, our feelings for one another are genuine. Why must we dwell on the past? And Liner grasped his hand, finally resolute. Regardless of the outcome, they must face it together. She intended to prove to the general's household that her love for Xie Qingyan surpassed that of Xie Qingyao. Whatever the princess could provide, she would strive to match. And what the princess could not offer, she would give abundantly. Xie Qingyan rubbed his temples, yet smiled bitterly as he held her hand. The vulnerabilities of the general's household are far too significant. You deserve a joyful life, free from turmoil on my account. No matter how deep the chasm, as long as our hearts remain united, there will always be opportunities for reconciliation. I was a bit rash yesterday. It shall not happen again. And Linner produced all the promissory notes she had prepared. Beyond 1,000 taels of gold, she had also accumulated some silver of her own. No matter what, she had to suppress the troubles of the general's household. The moment he received the money, Xie Qingyao enveloped Linner in his arms, and they embraced tenderly, unable to let go of one another. When Qin Shi received the news that part of the He family's deficit had been filled, she was astonished yet unconcerned, for she had more pressing matters at hand. As dusk fell, Qin Shi, following the instructions of the mysterious individual, made her way to the inn. Xie Qingyao lounged there, gazing at her with a smirk, partially obscuring his face as he awaited her arrival. You are the one sent to assist me, correct? I have followed your instructions. When will the members of the Qin family be released? Qin Shi inquired, feigning calmness despite her anxiousness. Seeing the shifts in her expression, Xie Qingyao shook his head lightly. They will be released shortly. Today is an exception for us to meet. This statement deepened the confusion in Qin Shi's eyes. If they were to be released soon, what was the significance of this meeting? As she pondered, her brother and sister-in-law approached, still clad in prison garb, their eyes brimming with tears upon seeing her.
Please.
Beg them not to exile us. Once exiled, who knows what fate awaits us? Her sister-in-law pleaded, weeping profusely. The thought of leaving the prosperous capital rendered her sister-in-law despondent. Qin Dage's eyes reflected despair as he worried for his daughter, urgently asking, are the children well? Aside from you two, the rest of the Qin family has been relocated to a remote area. While they may not achieve great wealth, at least they will not live in destitution. Qin Shi explained hastily, glancing at Xie Qingyao seated nearby. Their words indicated the release of the couple, yet the situation seemed grim. Noble one, I implore you, do not let them be exiled. Though they have erred, they are ultimately innocent. Qin Shi knelt before Xie Qingyao, her tone earnest. Her life had been dedicated to supporting her family, and her maternal home had not been entirely unkind. Despite her brother's gambling addiction, he had still been willing to step forward for her when needed, a trait far superior to those of the He family. Those who take a life must pay with their own. It is solely due to the disparity in our statuses that I have not demanded their lives. Your request is overstepping, Xie Qingyao replied coolly, showing no sympathy for their plight. He refused to comprehend the intricate bonds within this family, adhering strictly to the law. If they felt regret, they should have apologized from the outset. Moreover, this matter was not solely within my purview. There are forces at play behind the scenes aiming to ensure the Qin family does not resurface. It is already a rare mercy that they may keep their lives. Xie Qingyao contemplated and began to write something on the table. Qin Shi boldly leaned in for a glimpse, and as the ink dried, she discerned a character. Lin. He quite had a close friend responsible for matters related to the cases, whose surname was indeed Lin. In an instant, Qin Shi connected the dots and felt a wave of desperation followed by a newfound determination. I only ask that you extend our time. I will find a way to quell this matter. If those who had lodged complaints withdrew their accusations, this situation could be resolved. It was merely a matter of leveraging connections and spending additional silver. Such is the nature of officialdom. Success is dictated by those wielding greater power. You underestimate the gravity of this situation. The decision has already been made and ascended to the heavens. Even if all responsible parties were replaced, it would not alter their fate. Xie Qingyao swiftly closed off all of Qin Shi's avenues for recourse. Whatever her plans, she could not save them. Chapter 69. The mysterious assassin Qin Shi, whose already fragile body swayed, turned to her kin, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed by guilt. Today marks your reunion.
Who knows when we shall meet again?
Rest assured, I will protect you from death. With those parting words, Xie Qingyao turned to leave. Knowing guards awaited outside to escort the Qin couple away, Qin Shi quickly removed all her valuables, pressing them into their hands. Take this for now. And once you reach your destination, send word. If you find yourselves in need, I will ensure you have what you require. Do not worry about other matters. I will oversee everything at home, and there shall be no more turmoil. As Qin Dage witnessed the scene, he wiped his tears, guilt swelling within him. If it were not for their foolishness over the years, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. Now is not the time for lamentation. Brother, I will find a way to bring you back, no matter the cost. The Qin family matriarch, with a hint of desperation, uttered a phrase that suggested as long as she held some value to this man, the matter would eventually be resolved. Qin's elder sister nodded repeatedly, momentarily setting aside all else. Preserving this life for the future was already a significant achievement, one they all cherished dearly. However, the time came when separation was inevitable, a decision firmly made by Xie Qingyao. His presence in the capital was solely to safeguard the Empress Dowager's safety, and after attending to personal matters, he promptly returned to the vicinity of her chambers. A shadow darted swiftly through the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Xie Qingyao raised an eyebrow, pursuing it with haste. He found it hard to believe anyone could truly disappear so completely. Moreover, the fact that he had detected the person's presence suggested their martial skills were perhaps not as formidable as they seemed. As he deftly vaulted over several rooftops, he spotted the figure on the eaves. Accelerating his pace, he struck out with a palm towards the man's back, allowing himself a measure of restraint. The man sensed the rush of wind behind him and swiftly sidestepped, a look of skepticism crossing his features. Yet, upon realizing it was Xie Qingyao, understanding dawned instantly. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a fierce exchange atop the roof. Xie Qingyao, intrigued that the man could maintain his footing and not falter, intensified his attacks. At this hour, intruding upon the Empress Dowager's chambers, "Might I inquire about your intentions?" he questioned, their palms locked in a fierce grip. With the Empress Dowager now safely away from the palace, it was surprising someone was so adamant in their pursuit. The court was firmly under the emperor's control. Even the death of the Empress Dowager would hardly stir significant unrest. Although the current rift between them posed some complications, the emperor was a wise ruler, and the populace would not swiftly rise in rebellion over his actions. It seemed some were merely hoping for a chance at regret. The man's voice carried an eerie charm as he swiftly released a smoke bomb. At the moment of his action, Xie Qingyao moved closer, just as a whip lashed out from another direction, accompanied by a playful reprimand. The whip struck his arm, causing him to stumble back a couple of steps, and when the smoke cleared, he found himself alone. His years of honing martial skills on the battlefield had made him formidable, if not unrivaled. The whip's lack of intense internal energy suggested the woman wielding it had mastered a technique of stealth, allowing her to approach him silently. This only heightened his curiosity. When had the capital become so lively? With the return of Xie Qingyao and others, it seemed all manner of spirits had followed suit. With this thought, Xie Qingyao decided against lingering, swiftly returning to the Empress Dowager's quarters, where an air of tranquility persisted, indicating no harm had befallen her. The soldiers patrolling the area were carefully selected by Xie Qingyao himself. Even in battle, they would be formidable. "General, someone approached earlier, but we detected them immediately, and they fled without a trace," one of the guards reported. Xie Qingyao nodded, acknowledging the information, his eyes narrowed in contemplation, causing his men to hesitate in their approach. Princess Fuguang, taking advantage of the night to stroll, spotted Xie Qingyao standing alone, concern etched across her face. "Could it be that you have not won the heart of your beloved, leaving you to mourn under the moonlight?" she speculated boldly, her words light, yet laced with a hint of mischief. Xie Qingyao rubbed his temples, aware that anything spoken by Princess Fuguang would invariably be exaggerated. He chose to shake his head in silence and departed. Her cold demeanor suggested he had not captured the affection of a young lady. Yet among so many noble daughters in the capital, which one could he possibly favor? Princess Fuguang, intrigued, felt a twinge of impatience, eager to unveil the truth. The patrolling guards passed by expressionlessly, while Princess Fuguang attempted to engage them in conversation. However, Xie Qingyao's usual aloofness offered little entertainment, and she returned to her quarters empty-handed. The next day, upon seeing Xie Qingyao, she could hardly contain her excitement, eager to recount the previous night's events. Xie Qingyao stood guard at a distance, and Xie Qingyao's glances were filled with skepticism. If he truly had someone he cherished, their support would suffice. Overthinking served no purpose. She quelled Princess Fuguang's curiosity and remained calm within. Xie Qingyao had not entertained a single woman in recent years. Whom could he possibly admire? It could not be Princess Fuguang, who, with her teasing glances, scrutinized the patrolling guards. It was said that those of delicate constitution in the military often drew attention. While Xie Qingyao was a general, his demeanor bore the grace of a scholar, maintaining his composure even amidst the battlefield's chaos. If you are curious, why not approach him directly? I am certain General Huo would provide an answer, Xie Qingyao suggested plainly. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Xie Qingyao approached, a look of confusion in his eyes as he raised an eyebrow at them. What is the matter? Chapter 70. Negotiation upon seeing Xie Qingyao drawing near. Princess Fuguang's face paled, and she instinctively recoiled, leaving only Xie Qingyao and Xie Qingyao exchanging glances. It's nothing of great consequence, merely the princess fretting over your marriage. Xie Qingyao spoke vaguely, well aware that being caught in such a situation could be awkward. The princess is overly concerned, rather than waste time pondering my marital affairs. She should tend to her own. Xie Qingyao replied coldly, a sharp edge to his tone. He scrutinized Xie Qingyao's expression, noticing her indifference to the matter, which only deepened his frustration. Without uttering another word, he turned and left. Xie Qingyao regarded his retreating figure with confusion, blinking innocently. What had she done to warrant such ire? When the Empress Dowager emerged, she noted an unusual tension among the children. If any of you feel unwell, please do not hesitate to inform me, she gently inquired. Despite her efforts, it was Xie Qingyao who maintained her composure during their conversation, and no explanation was offered for the group's varied moods. As the assembly dispersed, Xie Qingyao observed Xie Qingyao turning away, wishing to escape from his carriage to another location. Growing increasingly agitated, he finally spoke. Last night, someone intruded upon the palace. Aside from the Empress Dowager and Princess Fuguang, no one else remained. The intruder had appeared suddenly, but Xie Qingyao could discern their intentions. Xie Qingyao, momentarily setting aside her frustrations, felt a surge of concern. Did you catch them? The intruder had fled quickly, disappearing without a trace, and they still had operatives hidden within the capital. Xie Qingyao shook his head, explaining, his dark eyes betraying a hint of coldness. He had only recently returned to the capital. Even if he wished to investigate, he held no authority, and the Empress Dowager's safety was paramount. Then, we must find a way to turn the entire capital upside down. Xie Qingyao spoke, yet could not help but let out a slight sigh of annoyance. If they were to proceed in such a manner, they would undoubtedly fail to appease the emperor and quite possibly face severe reproach. However, that need not be the case. There should soon be developments from the Qin family. Once someone reaches out to her, she could trace the leads effortlessly. Do not fret, she assured. Although Xie Qingyao felt a sense of frustration, he could not bear to witness her troubled demeanor and offered her some words of comfort. Yet, this was far from sufficient for them. Xie Qingyao was acutely aware that they were the passive party, waiting for others to take action. It would be far more advantageous for them to take the initiative. If Enliner were to encounter misfortune, would anyone come to their aid? Xie Qingyao boldly inquired. They could easily set a trap to ensnare Enliner. This way, those from the outer regions, regardless of their intentions, would inevitably send someone to make contact. Those individuals would be the true driving force behind the connections. It should be so, but such an approach is inherently risky, Xie Qingyao replied, casting a disapproving glance at Xie Qingyao. If they were to seek a kidnapper, it must be someone capable of abducting Enliner, someone who bore animosity toward her. The only person that fit this description was Xie Qingyao herself. She would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. What is there to fear in taking risks? Our objectives align. Do they not? Xie Qingyao was unperturbed by the prospect of danger. She increasingly understood that her battlefield was not here, but in the court. The disputes between nations could directly threaten both Xie Qingyao and Enliner, potentially obliterating the former glory of the He family. Xie Qingyao furrowed his brow and posed the most incisive question. Do we have any usable manpower? This query caused Xie Qingyao, who had previously exhibited a glimmer of mirth, to deflate momentarily, gently shaking her head. Theoretically, there were some, yet the Empress Dowager had not instructed her on how to command them, and they were not her trusted subordinates, which posed a risk. I have wealth. Xie Qingyao rallied her spirits and proposed. You could assist me in locating some assassins from the underworld. I would compensate them regardless of the cost. They must be trustworthy and obedient, and ensure confidentiality thereafter. If you insist on this course of action, Xie Qingyao nodded, refraining from further discouragement. Knowing Xie Qingyao's character, whatever she set her mind to would be pursued resolutely. If he did not lend his support, she would inevitably find herself embroiled in an inextricable predicament. I leave that to you, Xie Qingyao entrusted with a smile. The carriage halted in the backyard of Xie Qingyao's shop, and she, accompanied by Granny Yu and others, strode boldly through the front gates of the He family. The debtors who had once surrounded them had vanished without a trace. Upon entering and nearing the front hall, they could hear Xie Qingyao delivering a rousing speech. I shall undoubtedly repay all that I owe to each of you, but I cannot comply with your demands. Today, We shall decisively agree on an amount. These debts were incurred from gambling, along with various other obligations, and the collective strength of these individuals represented a formidable force. Xie Qingyao dared not report to the authorities, as the Qin family had already declared that these funds were solely for replenishing Xie Qingyao's dowry. Regardless of the reasons that led to this situation, the money had been returned, and it must not be stirred up again. The Empress Dowager may be aged, but she has yet to pass. Should she take action, the He family would lose any chance of recovery. Fragmented voices of dissent echoed, with many expressing their skepticism. It is worth noting that the He family has long been in arrears, especially with the Qin family now imprisoned. How could he possibly show leniency toward them? You He family have forsaken the maternal family of your matriarch, yet owe us brothers a debt. Who knows what methods you might employ to evade repayment?
Indeed.
We have clamored for so many days. Now that we have finally entered, who knows what the future holds unless you can find someone willing to guarantee your repayment? I believe the princess would suffice. After all, she has the protection of the Empress Dowager. Even if you cannot pay us back, you could seek funds from her. The group exchanged words, their tones carrying a hint of seriousness. This caused a chill to wash over Xie Qingyao's face. Did these individuals truly believe they could act with impunity, thinking no one could curtail their arrogance? Perhaps you should present these words before the Empress Dowager herself? Xie Qingyao interjected, entering the fray with a cold smile, her tone devoid of any warmth. This very chill caused the merchants present to change their expressions, with many too intimidated to meet her gaze. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. Even if you are a princess, you cannot evade your obligations, especially since you are no longer a princess. One man stubbornly retorted, loudly reminding the others. At present, Xie Qingyao was merely a woman of the He family, favored by a noble, yet that did not equate to being noble herself. Moreover, she had incurred the emperor's displeasure. Should the Empress Dowager no longer be present, Xie Qingyao would undoubtedly find herself destitute. Whose debts? Who signed the promissory notes? Xie Qingyao scoffed, placing the matter plainly before everyone. Before attempting to wrongfully accuse her, this group ought to think carefully. Xie Qingyao, concerned for the reputation of the He family and knowing they had indeed utilized these funds, felt a moment of uncertainty and thus wished to bear the debts. However, Xie Qingyao would not bow to such trifles. Even if the issue were to escalate to the Dali Temple, these individuals might not necessarily be able to extract any money from her. The once arrogant crowd fell silent, their heads bowed in contemplation. Xie Qingyao had not anticipated Xie Qingyao's capabilities. Seizing the opportunity, he declared, "This debt was not contracted by the He family, but we are willing to repay it out of consideration for your predicament. Should anyone attempt to raise the price, consider my prior words regarding repayment null and void. Let the matter of debts conclude here." Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly cowed, obediently stating the amounts they were owed, and once again drafting a repayment agreement with Xie Qingyao. It appeared that the He family would soon face a famine. Xie Qingyao observed the unfolding drama with a smile, offering a sardonic remark. Xie Qingyao intended to retort, but upon meeting her gaze, found himself at a loss for words, merely glaring at her in silence. Do not speak foolishly. The He family is prosperous, unlike what you claim. If they had wealth, the Qin family would have produced it long ago. Her reluctance to part with it speaks volumes, does it not? Xie Qingyao replied nonchalantly, strolling away to other pursuits. Some matters required no further elucidation. Xie Qingyao was well aware of the underlying truth, merely attempting to maintain a facade of affluence despite the circumstances.
You.
Xie Qingyao pointed an accusing finger at Xie Qingyao. Realizing he still had Enliner and the hidden treasures as leverage, his tone growing colder as he mocked. At least my mother acts for the sake of this family. Unlike certain individuals who only seek to bring about the He family's downfall. That is precisely because the He family has wronged me first. Had you not meddled with my dowry, you would not be burdened with such substantial debts now, Xie Qingyao lamented. At this juncture, Xie Qingyao remained oblivious to his misdeeds. Persistently deflecting blame, she truly felt pity for him as he sought affection from someone so unworthy. While they were engaged in this verbal sparring, Qin Shi hurriedly returned from outside, unwittingly stumbling upon the two, her expression awkward as she raised her head and offered them a smile, betraying a hint of embarrassment. "You have been going out frequently these past few days. What have you been up to?" Xie Qingyao inquired instinctively, observing Qin Shi's demeanor. The household has increasingly lost its semblance of a home, becoming a disordered chaos. Although Xie Qingyao ran outside, ostensibly unwilling to remain in the He residence, what of Qin? Having been married into the family for so many years, she had always adhered to propriety, yet in recent days, she seemed to have lost her senses, disappearing without a trace. I have my own affairs to tend to, you insolent boy. Why do you meddle in your mother's matters? Qin chided sharply, though her voice betrayed a distinct lack of confidence. She was not accustomed to misdeeds, and such actions, once revealed, could lead to the annihilation of 9 clans. You have been preoccupied with your own affairs, and your demeanor appears hurried. Could it be that you have incurred debts once again? Xie Qingyang's inquiry was incisive, tinged with resentment. He was more aware than others that Qin must possess some wealth. She simply refused to part with it. Previously, he had shown her compassion, allowing her to retain some personal funds, but now that the household was on the brink of starvation, her continued selfishness was utterly intolerable. As long as your family refrains from causing trouble outside, I would not be in debt. Do you think I lack the right to care for your uncle's family, whom you wish to push to the brink? Qin's face hardened as she coldly interrogated, her dark eyes reflecting a hint of bitterness. She would never forget that it was her son who had driven her brother to desperation. The He family had brought this calamity upon themselves. Even if they were soon to perish, they deserved it. You women are always so prone to venting your frustrations. Xie Qingyao dismissively waved his hand, attributing all blame to gender before turning to leave. It was perplexing how all of them appeared to be losing their minds in recent days. Xie Qingyao smiled at Qin, her dark eyes glimmering with understanding as if she held all the cards. Madam, you ought to exercise caution. As she stepped outside, Qin stood rooted, perspiration trickling down her body. What if Xie Qingyao discovered her actions? A flurry of thoughts raced through Qin's mind, but she quickly realized she had no choice. From the beginning, she had merely been a pawn in someone else's game. The fact that the unseen benefactor was willing to grant the Qin family a glimmer of hope was a rare opportunity. She could only continue to strive, with no right to resist. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Xie Qingyao found the belongings being moved out, with individuals ostentatiously counting precious items. Perhaps sensing her lack of oversight, some attempted to take advantage of the situation. Granny Yu, wielding a stick, struck one of the maids heavily, while the original servants of the courtyard looked on with discontent. Madam, they claim to be acting on orders to remove everything from here. A young maid anxiously approached to explain, her eyes filled with worry. The small courtyard was not in the best location, and most items had been arranged according to the princess's needs, having rarely utilized anything from the He family. Yet the maidservants rummaged through, declaring their intent to take everything that did not belong here. Of course, you may take what you wish, but let the one who issued the command come before me to explain. Otherwise, Xie Qingyao smiled slightly, yet her gaze held a chill. The maids were intimidated by her stare, falling silent and carefully averting their eyes. Their transparent attempts to conceal their actions elicited another cold laugh from Xie Qingyao, revealing an air of mockery. You may as well try to see who can take anything without my permission. Whether it was Xie Qingyang's idea or an Linner's notion, the two were indeed a pair made in folly. Why must you be so irate? You are well aware of the shifting circumstances within the estate. Times have changed. We must do our utmost to compensate, rather than squander as you so freely do, and Linner strode over, flanked by the He family, her eyes gleaming with a hint of triumph. Chapter 72, his wife. Her words exuded an innate arrogance, tilting her head to gaze at Xie Qingyao, flaunting the tokens in her hand that signified her status as the matriarch. Xie Qingyao, disinclined to manage affairs, allowed Linner to claim her position after presenting a substantial sum of gold, as Qin had recently been elusive and unable to oversee the household. Times have indeed changed. In the past, would you have dared to brazenly challenge me? Xie Qingyao sighed, feeling a headache coming on. She had grown weary of competing with Linner, tolerating the woman's unrestrained arrogance, which had increasingly disrupted the household's order. Even if she handed over the tokens, and Linner remained an unacknowledged concubine, foolishly believing she could wield authority over the estate through such trivialities. Sister, it would be best to refrain from further discussion. I shall accept these vessels. Selling them will help the estate regain some wealth, preventing us from facing dire straits, and Linu's face momentarily stiffened. Yet she quickly instructed the nearby servants to hastily gather everything. These are my dowry. Are you certain you wish to take them? Xie Qingyao asked with a faint smile. The He family had fallen into disarray due to their greed for her dowry. Did Linner truly wish to repeat such folly? The estate is in dire straits. Dowries are hardly worth disputing now. Sister, everything must be prioritized according to the estate's condition. How can you be so selfish?
Anlina admonished earnestly.
Reaching for a piece of valuable porcelain nearby. The moment her fingers grazed it, Granny Yu swung her stick, shattering the porcelain into shards. Our master's belongings, even if broken, shall not fall into the hands of thieves. Granny Yu boldly met Enlinu's gaze, explaining with a smile. She stood tall, questioning. What audacity do you possess to sell off items from the palace? The items Xie Qingyao possessed were all royal artifacts. Few could even lay eyes upon them, let alone use them. These were honors granted specifically by the Empress, and the palace provided daily necessities for Xie Qingyao, even though she was not a princess. These items remained unclaimed, symbolizing her unparalleled status. And Liner, unfamiliar with their significance, regarded everything as interchangeable, merely concerned with the potential prices they could fetch. At that moment, the young maidservants were thoroughly intimidated, heads bowed and trembling, unsure of how to proceed. The girl clutching the porcelain felt it burning in her hands, desperate to return it. Take a look and see what you truly need. Hurry and gather it, Xie Qingyao urged as she noticed their inaction. The threat of confiscation loomed over them, for the items within this space could certainly bring about severe consequences. One maid, alarmed, dropped a vase, shattering it upon the floor, and without a second thought, knelt amidst the shards, ignoring the blood that began to seep into the room. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air, and the others wore expressions of shock, bewildered and uncertain of how to act. I do not appreciate bloodshed in my quarters. Consider this vase as a mere accident of mine. You may leave now. Xie Qingyao gestured dismissively, allowing them to depart. Some matters were beyond the capacity of these innocent young girls to bear, and Liner watched as they trickled out. Her face pale with fury, her dark eyes glinting with displeasure as she glared at their retreating figures. Raising her voice, she exclaimed, "Do you not see the peril? Who holds the highest authority in this household? The title of Madam does not inherently confer nobility upon a person without the requisite abilities to match. No amount of adulation can prevent a fall from grace." Witnessing her outward bravado juxtaposed with her inner frailty, Xie Qingyao could only shake her head in disappointment, finding the situation increasingly absurd. In her previous life, she had met her demise at the hands of such a woman. Was it that Liner had yet to mature? Or had she, having endured the trials of conflict, transformed entirely? Perhaps she was so blinded by love that she could no longer discern her rightful path.
Anlina,
Seething with indignation, stormed out, leaving the maidservants outside trembling in fear. The injured girl bore fragments upon her knee, which Xie Qingyao had dispatched someone to attend to, along with medicinal supplies. The other girls present, envious yet fearful, dared not reveal their feelings and were caught off guard when Enlinu struck them with several slaps. "You dare to act so recklessly in my presence, showing deference to that wretched girl." After delivering a few blows, Enlinu still felt unsatisfied, her voice rising in reprimand. Outside Xie Qingyao's courtyard, numerous maidens knelt, striking their own faces in a cacophony of sharp sounds that reached Xie Qingyao's ears. Mama Yu, glancing out, could not help but shake her head. The palace had its rules. Even punished maidens were expected to refrain from harming the insignificant and avoid causing a scene before their mistress. To tarnish the eyes of the nobility was the true sin. Rather than merely punishing them, Enlinu aimed to assert her dominance. Since she was so ungracious, Xie Qingyao felt no obligation to reciprocate civility. With a cold laugh, Xie Qingyao's plans regarding Enlinu became unmasked. As the door swung open, Enlinu lounged inside, defiantly gazing at Xie Qingyao with a haughty expression in her dark eyes, as if such a stance could elevate her standing. "Cease this at once." Mama Yu's sharp command halted the actions immediately, revealing the maidens' flushed faces, which suggested they would face a period of confinement. "To enact punishment outside my courtyard is an act of utter arrogance. If you wish to discipline these young girls, let the first punishment fall upon you," Xie Qingyao stated assertively, exuding an innate air of nobility. And Liner's countenance paled, and she instinctively protested. "By what right do you punish me? I am the legitimate wife sought by Xie Qingyao, while you are nameless, lacking even the dignity of a concubine. Your status is lower than theirs. How dare you attempt to punish me?" Xie Qingyao incisively highlighted this disparity, waving her hand for a few agile maidens to forcibly restrain Liner, compelling her to kneel before Xie Qingyao. "I am the wife cherished in He Lang's heart. How dare you lay a hand on me?" And Liner struggled, invoking Xie Qingyang's name in an attempt to overpower Xie Qingyao. Regardless of status, once married, a woman must heed her husband's guidance, and Xie Qingyao was no exception. She was no longer a princess. Even in his presence, one would not dare utter such words. For sowing discord within the family was a grave offense. Observing Liner's pale visage and futile struggles, Xie Qingyao clicked her tongue, stating clearly, "The legitimacy of a marriage is paramount. As for Xie Qingyang's recognition of you as his wife, let's not even consider that. Even if He Kuai and Qin Shi wished for Liner to preside over the He household, it would bear no weight. Their union was sanctioned by imperial decree. And after Xie Qingyao had divorced, she would still seek audience with the emperor to atone for her actions, a testament to her favored standing. Given Xie Qingyang's subsequent actions, anyone daring to approach the emperor with such claims would surely risk the He family being accused of disrespecting the emperor. You speak nonsense. I do not. You are merely envious of my ability to earn He Lang's love and respect. Those maidens have erred and should be punished." And Liner continued to struggle, disregarding her own standing, and bit the wrist of the maid restraining her. The pain caused the maid to release her grip, and seizing the opportunity, and Liner dashed outside. Mama Yu, witnessing such a lack of decorum, felt a surge of anger. Is this the result of He family upbringing? To act so recklessly, injuring those responsible for your punishment and fleeing as if it were a game. Preposterous. Do not let your health suffer over this. There will be more troubles ahead. Return and rest. I shall handle this matter, Xie Qingyao consoled with a smile, dismissing the situation lightly. However, punishing Liner held little appeal. It would be far more entertaining to have Xie Qingyang share in her misfortune. And Liner deliberately disheveled her attire and hair, running into Xie Qingyang's study, collapsing in exhaustion and tears. Her pitiful demeanor tugged at Xie Qingyang's heart, prompting him to rush to her side, concern etched across his face. What has happened? Who dares to bully you? Upon uttering these words, Xie Qingyang had already deduced the culprit, feeling a swell of dissatisfaction. Xie Qingyao had merely needed to remain in her courtyard, given their childhood bond. Even if she were to turn against him, he would have extended her a measure of mercy. Yet, he had not anticipated Xie Qingyao's audacity in bullying Liner further. I thought to sell some valuable items from her courtyard to alleviate our family's financial strain, and Liner sobbed, providing a fragmented account of the situation. But she claimed those were palace possessions, forbidding their sale, and even broke a few in her haste to report me to the Empress Dowager. In my moment of panic, I let the maidservants punish themselves, hoping to calm her anger. I never expected her to be so ungrateful, shifting all blame onto me, claiming I could not dare act brazenly before her. As she spoke, Liner was overcome with despair, failing to mention her own misdeeds. Xie Qingyang's hand slammed onto the table, fury welling in his eyes, yet he restrained himself, choosing not to rush into retribution. He had suffered at Xie Qingyao's hands before.
Who could predict the outcome this time?
Given her temperament, it was unlikely she would easily concede. He Lang, you need not feel compelled to defend me. Even without the title of princess, she still has the Empress Dowager as her backing, a reality beyond our reach, and Liner remarked, observing Xie Qingyang's hesitation, feigning sorrow as she offered hollow encouragement. Yet, beneath her facade lay a flicker of resentment. As a woman, what rendered her lesser than Xie Qingyao? Was one worth truly dictated solely by lineage? If so, she would never submit. Xie Qingyang gazed at Liner's pitiful countenance, his heart softening. With a sigh, he lifted the tearful beauty from the ground. This matter is indeed difficult to address, and I do not wish for you to be wronged. However, given the current circumstances, they cannot touch Xie Qingyao, leaving you to endure this indignity. Her lips pressed into a thin line as she leaned against Xie Qingyang's embrace. Am I destined to be tormented by her for eternity, forever unable to exact vengeance for my child? Xie Qingyang harbored profound regret over the child. Otherwise, he would not have taken so long to seek her out. The mention of this matter stirred something within him, and a flicker of resolve ignited in his eyes. There would be an opportunity for retribution. I await your vengeance for our child. And Liner affectionately murmured as she nestled closer. The two stood there, each lost in their own thoughts, until Xie Qingyang finally stifled his impulse to seek out Xie Qingyao. He embraced Liner, leading her back to their chamber to rest. Meanwhile, Xie Qingyao, upon receiving the news, could not help but smirk disdainfully. She had anticipated that some individuals might shoulder a fraction of a man's responsibilities, only to discover they were all show and no substance. The following morning, as Xie Qingyao rose, She noticed Mama beside her gaze reflecting a mix of complexity, as if she wished to speak yet held her tongue. This demeanor puzzled Xie Qingyao, especially as the once available hot water was now conspicuously absent. Word had circulated that, given their capabilities, they would henceforth manage their own provisions and affairs without external assistance. Mama's tone, laced with indignation, reflected the harsh reality that everything within the general's residence was controlled by these individuals. If they were to handle everything on their own, there would be no reason for Xie Qingyao to remain there, would there? Such a situation was not only cruel, but also exceedingly vexing. The courtyard was well equipped. Even with a well for their own use, it was hardly a daunting task, so why incite such anger? Stretching her limbs, Xie Qingyao stepped down from her bed and glanced outside, sensing an unusual presence. Numerous icy gazes were directed her way, reminiscent of warriors emerging from the battlefield, instilling an inexplicable sense of danger. General He had dispatched guards to secure their small courtyard, forbidding entry or exit, citing her esteemed status and concerns for her safety. Mama, maintaining a stoic expression, elucidated the source of her ire. Chapter 74. Disposing of the useless with a courtyard sealed off. Xie Qingyao's messages could no longer be relayed. This was precisely Xie Qingyang's initial intention. After a hasty wash, she strode boldly outside. The guards at the entrance, seemingly receiving some directive, immediately brandished their weapons before her, their eyes conveying a faint warning. Such overt hostility prompted Xie Qingyao to narrow her eyes. If I were to walk out of here, would you dare to sever my neck with that blade? The young maidens lacked the courage for such a gamble. But Xie Qingyao did not. As she advanced, the guard instinctively lowered his weapon. A mere pretense of intimidation sufficed. They had no desire to engage in a true confrontation. Inform Xie Qingyang that if he possesses the capability, he may confront me directly and take my life without hesitation. However, if he lacks the means, there is no need for these empty threats. I was not raised to be intimidated. Xie Qingyao smirked derisively, her tone dripping with disdain. With a flick of her fingers, the maidens trailing behind her promptly followed her lead toward the kitchen, where they discovered a striking lack of food. Where have you hidden the provisions? Xie Qingyao demanded. Seizing a kitchen servant, the servant fell to his knees, fear evident in his eyes, unable to respond as his companions vanished from sight.
Meanwhile, unlinear.
Upon receiving word of the situation, could not suppress her glee. She had orchestrated the removal of all edible items in advance. While they could not directly harm Xie Qingyao, such petty schemes sufficed to thoroughly irk her. Should Xie Qingyao retaliate, they would have an excuse. The household was already low on funds. And it was not just Xie Qingyao's daily expenses that were curtailed. The entire general's residence was living frugally, with no one exempt from this reality. Here are some pastries. Please take a few to avoid upsetting your health. They are deliberately employing this method to provoke you, and we are powerless to stop it, Mama gently advised, her eyes betraying a hint of worry. If they dispatched someone to procure ingredients, they would likely face the same barriers and end up trapped outside, a fruitless endeavor. Would the princess have to venture out to shop for supplies herself? If deemed unnecessary, they might as well incinerate it all. Xie Qingyao, observing their reactions, coldly remarked, Then let us burn it. She picked up a fire starter and casually tossed it down. Flames erupted instantly, causing the nearby servants to stare wide-eyed and kneel, repeatedly bowing their heads, too terrified to extinguish the fire. Please, madam, do not destroy the kitchen. Xie Qingyao feigned ignorance to their pleas, even dousing the nearby oil into the flames. When Xie Qingyang and Enliner hurriedly arrived, the kitchen was nearly engulfed in flames, the fire spreading ominously. Useless things need not be kept, do you not agree? Xie Qingyao smiled, turning to face Xie Qingyang, her message clear. She was not the delicate girl one could easily bully. Enliner's complexion paled as she beheld the charred remnants of the building. Their intention had merely been to instill fear in Xie Qingyao, warning her not to overstep her bounds within the residence. Who could have anticipated that this vixen would retaliate by setting fire to their home? Your actions are becoming excessively reckless. You no longer have support. What gives you the right to be so presumptuous? Xie Qingyang said, stepping forward, a warning glint in his eyes. Am I truly the presumptuous one? Or is it you who are inherently insecure? Xie Qingyao replied, her lips curving into a slight smile, her eyes sparkling with a hint of warmth. Yet her demeanor sent shivers down the spines of those present. You may test whether I possess the capability to turn this place upside down, even without the Empress's backing. I harbor no fear of you. Standing beside Xie Qingyao, Mama's dark gaze shimmered with coldness, clearly supportive of her. You, Xie Qingyao, trembling with anger at Xie Qingyao's demeanor, gradually calmed but continued to point at her. A woman like you is one I could easily cast aside. Then do so, and let me witness it. Do you dare approach His Majesty? Xie Qingyao retorted fearlessly, even encouraging him to take his grievances to the emperor. A household in disarray inevitably draws the emperor's attention, leading to an investigation. At that point, some would find it impossible to conceal their true nature, and the risks would be considerable. Did Xie Qingyao truly have the audacity to wager that the emperor would not pursue the matter? It was precisely because he felt powerless that Xie Qingyao could only stew in frustration, his face flushed with embarrassment as he glared at Xie Qingyao. If looks could kill, he would have rendered her to shreds in that moment. I cannot be bothered to discuss your despicable tactics or engage in debate. However, remember that from now on, for every inconvenience you cause me, I shall ensure that everyone shares in the displeasure. You would do well to test that, Xie Qingyao declared, raising an eyebrow with utmost confidence as she turned to leave with her maidens. In an instant, no one within the residence dared to hesitate. They rushed outside to procure food and brought it back to the small courtyard, striving to ensure that Xie Qingyao and her companions were well-fed and comfortable. As we move forward in our culinary endeavors, we shall no longer need to concern ourselves with the whims of others, one of the young maidservants tremulously inquired. This matter, while seemingly trivial, carries significant weight. On the surface, it pertains to the regulation of food, yet it subtly reflects dissatisfaction towards us. You are individuals close to me, and henceforth, there is no need to heed the opinions of outsiders. Should they ever overstep their bounds, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall ensure you are not wronged. Xie Qingyao spoke with a gentle yet resolute tone that brooked no dissent. She was not a mere soft fruit to be squeezed at will, and any petty tactics aimed at stifling her spirit were akin to a futile dream. Xie Qingyao and Enliner stood together, both seething with rage, their eyes aflame with indignation, yet it was they who had invited trouble upon themselves. She has already displayed such arrogance before me. It is likely she will engage in even more detrimental actions towards you. You must take care of yourself, Enliner cautioned, her voice heavy with concern as she grasped Xie Qingyang's hand. Xie Qingyang's lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes betraying subtle dissatisfaction as he vented his frustration towards her. I am well aware of these truths, yet her very nature is one of arrogance. What can we possibly do? Even the Empress Dowager cannot restrain Xie Qingyao, so how could we hope to succeed? It is nothing short of absurd. Enliner gazed at him with a hint of confusion, her heart aching. Did you not also agree with my suggestion at that time? Why then must you cast the blame solely upon me? Chapter 75. Capturing the thief Xie Qingyao's arrogance was such that even the Empress Dowager could scarcely quell her audacity, especially since the He family had their vulnerabilities in her grasp. Enliner felt a sudden tightening in her chest as she listened to Xie Qingyang's words, a sardonic smile tugging at her lips. I am merely concerned for your well-being. Rather than fret over me, it would be wiser to contemplate how to multiply the silver in your possession. Xie Qingyao found himself in dire straits. Qin Shi had been preoccupied with mundane affairs, while He Tingting demanded whatever she wished without regard to the household's financial capacity. He Kuai, too, had incurred considerable expenses recently. All these burdens fell squarely upon Xie Qingyang's shoulders. Originally, Xie Qingyao had hoped to extract some silver from Xie Qingyao to alleviate the financial strain of the household, but to his dismay, he found no opportunity to do so. The kitchen had been consumed by flames, and if they wished to eat, they would need to rebuild it from scratch. These incompetent servants merely stood by as the flames spread, failing to devise any means of intervention. Xie Qingyao, expressing his displeasure, delivered a sharp kick to the nearest servant. Enliner could not help but glance at Xie Qingyao, her eyes downcast, remaining silent for a while. She had envisioned a life of tranquility and happiness alongside him, yet their conversations were now dominated by matters of wealth, rendering them exceedingly dull. I recall you possess some business acumen. Not long ago, I observed those women performing at the flower house, and their positions had shifted somewhat. According to my father's hints, this matter seems to be connected to you? After pondering for a moment, Xie Qingyao, driven by urgency, addressed Enliner. He no longer cared about the means, only that they could send someone out. Even if it meant sharing some silver with those women, it would be worthwhile. Establishments like the brothel were known for their lucrative nature. I do have some ideas for change, but it requires someone willing to listen.
Unlin nodded without hesitation.
increasingly aware that demonstrating her value was the only way to secure her place by Xie Qingyang's side. She was certainly not a fool like Xie Qingyao. Together, their family would undoubtedly thrive. I shall reach out to people tomorrow. These days will be arduous, but accumulating wealth will pave a smoother path for me, allowing us to avoid perilous places like the border. Xie Qingyao spoke, placing his hands on Enlinu's shoulders, his tone laced with relief.
Unlin merely nodded slowly,
a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. The rest of the He family busied themselves, while Xie Qingyao paid little heed to the affairs of the household. She ventured out daily, showing scant respect for her nominal husband, returning only when darkness descended. Rumors had already begun to circulate throughout the capital, and the puppet masters behind the scenes were losing their patience. And Linner finally received a message that had been meant for her. She had been working tirelessly and had no time to consider such matters, her brow furrowed with a hint of irritation. Had I not previously mentioned that unless there was a pressing matter, you need not contact me, lest you raise alarms or expose our whereabouts?
Unlin erstarrte,
her voice tinged with ice as she addressed the man who had risked entering. Miss N, it is not our intention to disturb you, but the situation outside the capital has descended into chaos. Are you still dreaming of peace? The man replied earnestly, succinctly summarizing the circumstances outside. This was a situation Linner had scarcely paid attention to. She had been too occupied designing stages for the women at the brothel to concern herself with her own tasks. I have far more pressing matters to attend to and have not heard the gossip circulating outside. Furthermore, this is not my doing. Do you believe I possess such capabilities? And Linner retorted sharply, her impatience evident, which only served to further irritate the man before her. They had gone to great lengths to bring Linner here, hoping to mold her into a pawn capable of striking at their enemies, rather than allowing her to remain steadfastly loyal to Xie Qingyao. Do not forget your identity. Young lady, if you fail to fulfill your duties and your master holds you accountable, do you think you will have a way out? The man warned, his expression sour. And Linu's demeanor shifted several times before settling into a more conciliatory tone. She clenched her teeth, her eyes still unyielding. Yet she quickly masked her irritation with a gentle smile. I would not forget the support you have previously provided, for without you, I would not be where I am today. I will thoroughly investigate who is behind this, but I shall not engage in any reckless actions that might expose us. Under the cover of darkness, I have been outside for too long. My presence may raise suspicions. I shall take my leave now. With that, and Linner turned gracefully and departed. The night was tranquil, and Xie Qingyao leaned against Xie Qingyao, their close physical proximity unchallenged by either. I have long suspected it as her. The pressing matter now is to capture that individual who has come. Xie Qingyao whispered urgently to Xie Qingyao, her tone tinged with concern. They were lying on the roof, listening to the movements below. It was somewhat unbecoming. Yet they were willing to endure it for the sake of uncovering the truth. However, she wondered if Xie Qingyao's martial prowess would allow him to apprehend the person without raising alarm. She had only hinted at her suspicions when Xie Qingyao raised an eyebrow. His gaze filled with conviction. Just watch, he whispered, his breath warm against Xie Qingyao's ear, stirring ripples of emotion within her previously calm heart. Yet before she could speak again, Xie Qingyao deftly leapt before the man. Upon realizing someone had overheard their conversation, the man acted swiftly, and in an instant, the two were locked in a struggle. Those sent to this place were not without skill, and in this clash, they seemed evenly matched with Xie Qingyao. It was time to move decisively. Xie Qingyao observed Xie Qingyao's demeanor above, stretching lazily before suddenly striking out with a powerful palm, landing squarely on the man's chest. The man, who had previously sparred effortlessly with Xie Qingyao, was now sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Worthless wretch. Daring to attempt an escape? Xie Qingyao clicked his tongue, his tone severe as he bound the man and discarded him onto the ground. Xie Qingyao noticed a nearby haystack and, after taking a couple of steps, intended to leap down. However, her foot twisted unexpectedly. Xie Qingyao, quick to react, lightly tapped his toes and soared over to catch her slender waist. Why didn't you wait for me? Chapter 76. A father on his knees. The two landed gracefully, their toes barely touching the ground. As Xie Qingyao began to feel the solidity of the earth beneath her, she pushed Xie Qingyao away, exclaiming, I thought I could jump down myself. In the midst of her words, she cast a glance at the man, who was still bound yet struggling to escape, resembling a wriggling caterpillar, which struck her as somewhat amusing. You too. The man pointed at them, astonished that this was a trap prepared long in advance. They found themselves ensnared, unable to resist. Surely, Enliner had not been discovered as well? Rest assured, only you will be temporarily detained. Everyone else is safe. Xie Qingyao retorted, playfully silencing him with a hand over his mouth. The very thing they feared was Enliner's betrayal, and now, Xie Qingyao aimed to solidify that suspicion. Only then could they follow the trail and, when the time was right, allow this man to escape to uncover further clues. Xingzhou deftly secured the man, while Xie Qingyao returned to her chamber. Gazing at the moonlight, she pondered her interactions with Xingzhou, her brow furrowing slightly, her eyes reflecting a newfound gravity. It is getting late. You should rest well, Mama, you urged softly, observing her. What should I do after severing ties with him? Xie Qingyao inquired, a hint of confusion clouding her dark eyes. Having followed the Empress Dowager since childhood, she had always lived in luxury, lacking for nothing. If she were to express any grand aspirations, she had none. The wealth in her hands was always sufficient, and she wished to continue living in such a manner. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she felt a sense of time slipping away. As long as the princess is happy, there is nothing that cannot be done. The Empress Dowager would surely wish for your happiness, Mama, you remarked, offering a straightforward answer. Yet even Xie Qingyao was uncertain about what would truly bring her joy. Now that she held Enliner's leverage in her palm, many matters remained unresolved. Rubbing her temples, she decided to lie down. After tossing and turning for a while, she gradually fell asleep, though her heart remained restless. Days passed in relative calm until one day, Enliner approached, clad in a delicate gauzy garment that revealed much of her figure. With every gesture, she exuded an air of elegance, effortlessly drawing the attention of those around her. Even Xie Qingyao regarded her with a hint of admiration. It is not yet the peak of summer, and you parade about in such attire. It is somewhat inappropriate. I come today bearing an invitation from Helang, Enliner declared with her head held high, continuing unabated. The tavern we are collaborating with is about to open, and we wish to invite you to witness it. A subtle glimmer passed through her eyes as she spoke with casual ease. The gaudy invitation was pushed into Xie Qingyao's hands, adorned with crude illustrations that made her frown in discomfort. My relationship with the He family is not particularly deep. I shall not attend such an important occasion. In her previous life, having relied on her dowry, Enliner chose not to collaborate with others, but instead opened her own brothel. The women there were skilled and not easily summoned. Each had her own temperament, willing to cater only to those she favored. This approach led their establishment to become the largest in the capital, attracting countless talented scholars. And even some men found themselves in the role of courtesans. When the new establishment opened, they had earnestly invited Xie Qingyao, as it was said that where the princess frequented was undoubtedly a good place, which consequently tarnished her reputation. It was rumored that a certain official's daughter had mingled with those men and was caught red-handed, bringing shame upon herself. After all, not everyone possessed the audacity of Princess Fuguang, who dared to maintain several male lovers without a second thought. However, Enliner forcibly grasped Xie Qingyao's hand, her dark eyes sparkling with mischief as she half-smiled. Sister, if you are unwilling to go, do you mean to deny us the honor? You cannot truly believe you hold any honor here, can you? Xie Qingyao retorted sharply. Even without her title as princess, she was the legitimate mistress of the He family, the rightful wife of Xie Qingyao. In contrast, Enliner had yet to even be formally acknowledged as a concubine and remained merely a maid with some authority in the household, relying on her beauty to intimidate her superiors. Should Xie Qingyao choose to confront her further, she could easily do so. A refusal to attend such an important occasion will undoubtedly bring disgrace to Helang. The He family's reputation is already fragile. Do you truly wish to ruin it entirely? Enliner laid the argument bare before Xie Qingyao, signaling to those behind her. Soon after, a pale-faced Qin approached. She had been preoccupied with managing the Qin family affairs, and her son had threatened her. Now, she found herself bereft of dignity or power, unable to accomplish anything. Yao Yao, this is a rare joyous event. If you do not wish to attend for my sake, at least consider it a chance to accompany me for a little relaxation, Qin implored. She was unwilling to waste time on trivial matters, rather than attending a tavern. She would prefer to take care of her family. He Kuei also arrived, a once formidable general on the battlefield, now displaying an unnatural expression. His dark face bore a hint of crimson, and before Xie Qingyao could discern his intentions, He Kuei knelt before her. As he knelt, others followed suit, including Enliner, whose face bore a mocking smile as she slowly raised her gaze to Xie Qingyao, a straightforward provocation. I know your relationship with my son is strained, and due to the ignorance of women, your dowry was mishandled, which has led to your grievances. Nevertheless, we are family and should not remain so estranged. Xingnian has been back for some time and wishes to accomplish something. As his father, I implore you to grant him your support, would you? The once proud warrior, who had never shown such weakness on the battlefield, now appeared considerably aged as he knelt before Xie Qingyao. The love of parents for their children is rarely calculative. It is precisely because Xie Qingyao has experienced loss that she cherishes this bond more deeply. For he Xingnian, must you burden me with infamy? Xie Qingyao calmly countered, stepping forward to stand before He Kuei. Do you understand what your kneeling before me signifies? Chapter 77. Compromise. Stripped of her title as princess and the protection of the royal family, Xie Qingyao was merely He Kuei's daughter-in-law, which in essence made her a subordinate. A parent kneeling before a child is a profound betrayal of filial piety. Fortunately, they were in a private courtyard. Had this occurred in public, Xie Qingyao would have surely been scorned by scholars. However, since the He couple had already committed such an act, they likely had no expectation of preserving any semblance of dignity for Xie Qingyao. In our hearts, you remain the exalted princess. Were it not for that, we would not dare to shamelessly seek your aid. Qin spoke polite words, yet her expression remained unchanged, resembling a marionette under control. Her voice devoid of vitality and chillingly cold. He Kuei nodded repeatedly, a hint of urgency in his eyes. All we ask is for you to agree. You have been in the manor for many years, and we have never dared to trouble you. This is my first plea. Your words carry such weight, Xie Qingyao interjected, her voice seemingly encased in ice, lacking any warmth, as she cast a cold glance at the assembly, yet still acquiesced. Since you all express such genuine feelings, if I were to refuse you, it would indeed be an act deserving of divine retribution. However, I have but one request. I do not wish for her to appear before me. Wherever I go, she must stay hidden and not disgust me with her presence. She consented, also pointing at Enliner to stipulate her conditions. Upon hearing this, Enliner's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Absolutely impossible." The dance hall was her brainchild, meticulously planned for a day when she would astonish all and enthrall them. Never did she anticipate that Xie Qingyao would refuse her a chance to shine. Did this not threaten to sabotage her plans? Since you refuse, then I too shall withdraw my support. I have never been one to tolerate being repulsed, and you all have watched me grow, so you should understand my character. After uttering this, Xie Qingyao turned to leave, the vibrant invitation falling to the ground, trampled by her attendants. Yet, Granny Yu remained unmoved, her demeanor calm and unruffled. Once you fulfill the princess's request, you may shamelessly seek her again. There is no need to deliver such vulgar invitations. They had originally relied on their own audacity to solicit her presence, and now, with Granny Yu's words, He Kuei showed no visible reaction. Merely turning to Enliner, "Did you comprehend the young mistress's instructions? I am unwell and shall not linger here. I have completed my duties." Qin paid little heed to He Kuei's words and departed without a backward glance. She was destined to be entangled with the He family, even knowing their underhanded tactics. Yet Qin had become mired in the quagmire, with no choices left.
No.
That day is crucial. Without my voice, Enliner raised her voice further, asserting that even today's situation was crafted through her careful planning, laying the groundwork for her standing in the capital. Should I lose such an important opportunity, I would become a soft persimmon, easily squished by others in the future. You are but a woman. Even without you, my son can manage. Do you think he would fail without your presence? He Kuei, already dissatisfied with Qin's departure and silence, now vented his frustration onto Enlinu. This matter could not proceed without her. Yet, confronted by He Kuei's glaring eyes, Enliner found herself at a loss for words. Her head bowed and a hint of grievance evident as she quietly sobbed. A woman should not always seek the limelight. And you must hastily change out of those inappropriate garments. Do not let me see such disgraceful attire in the manor. After scolding her, He Kuei swept away. He had frequented brothels, yet even the most provocatively dressed women there did not compare to Enliner's boldness, which he deemed a disgrace to the family. Had Enliner possessed any talent, he would have simply sent her away to prevent further embarrassment. Whether through marriage or concubinage, one ought to seek a reputable family for equitable treatment. Those from outside are mere lowly commodities.
As Xie Qingyao pondered this,
He could not help but turn back and spit in disdain, his contempt unabated. And Linner looked up just in time to witness the scene. A flicker of displeasure igniting in her eyes, her pale fingers clenched into fists, her gaze hardening with determination. She would ensure her designs became the most fashionable attire in the capital. Moreover, even if Xie Qingyao sought to avoid her, when that day arrived, could she truly walk away under everyone's scrutiny? Gritting her teeth, and Linner resumed her busy endeavors with her maids, while Xie Qingyao remained silent, seemingly absent from the manor. It was not until the dance hall had been renovated and reopened that Xie Qingyao donned a particularly elegant outfit, deep blue with exquisite dark patterns at the cuffs, exuding affluence and refinement. Coincidentally, Xie Qingyao wore a similarly colored ensemble today, her dress adorned with intricate embroidery that bloomed like peonies as she moved, captivating all who beheld her. Xie Qingyao's gaze seemed glued to her, a smile gracing his features as he nodded in satisfaction, as if her splendid appearance was for his benefit alone. The maids had remarked earlier that the outfit seemed somewhat outdated, yet it was remarkable how the princess could radiate such an extraordinary aura in this color. A small maid trailing behind Xie Qingyao whispered her opinions to those nearby, noting that such attire was indeed a rarity in her wardrobe. And Linner, seemingly intent on preserving her mystery, arrived fashionably late, deliberately shrouded in a black cloth, moving cautiously and not forgetting to perform a mock bow in front of Xie Qingyao. "Did I not tell you that wherever I am, you are not to appear?" Xie Qingyao questioned fiercely, her tone assertive as she confronted Linner. Though Xie Qingyao had not intervened that day, he was aware of the events within the manor. He was now content with Linner's covered appearance, only able to discern her features vaguely. Thus, faced with Xie Qingyao's ire, he expressed his displeasure. "Hasn't Linner already concealed herself? Do you truly wish for her to leave? What of it? If you fail to comprehend plain speech, I suggest you find someone to translate. What I demand is for her not to appear before me at all, not even a corner of her garment. Do you understand?" Xie Qingyao retorted coldly, unwavering as she locked eyes with Xie Qingyao, their confrontation palpable. Chapter 78. Maintaining appearances, she had no intention of valuing face. Had it not been for the He couple kneeling in unison, Xie Qingyao would not have wasted her time. Did Xie Qingyao still fail to grasp his position? Very well. "You may step away for a moment," Xie Qingyao, somewhat stifled by Xie Qingyao's gaze, gestured dismissively at Linner. Although Xie Qingyao was no longer a princess, her possessions had not been confiscated, as they were gifts from the Empress, which Xie Qingyao had procured, fearful that others might overlook Xie Qingyao's status. Such ostentation might invite the Emperor's wrath. Observing the carriage outside, Xie Qingyao frowned, her tone lightening slightly. She did not regard her royal uncle's potential punishments with much concern. But Xie Qingyao could not afford to be as cavalier. He merely scoffed at her, dismissing her demeanor as mere pretense. "No matter. Those things are gifts bestowed upon you by Her Majesty. Use them as you wish. Hasn't the Emperor refrained from taking them back?" Xie Qingyao urged, eagerly boarding the carriage. And Linner could only begrudgingly squeeze into a small carriage with the others. Though it was clean and tidy, she felt uncomfortable, as if an unpleasant odor lingered in the air. "Why does that old woman get to ride in her own carriage?" And Linner grumbled to the maids beside her upon seeing Granny Yu being assisted into her carriage, her discontent evident. Are all servants so exalted just because they have served the Empress? Due to her proximity to the Empress Dowager, she has merely been lent to our young lady for her service. She has not severed ties with the palace. Here, you may address her as Mama Yu and treat her as a servant. The nearby maid, responding to Linner, spoke with a hint of envy. To be summoned back to the palace to serve the Empress Dowager is a privilege many would covet. If they too could serve closely in the presence of the Empress Dowager, it would undoubtedly bring glory to their family, shining a light upon their lineage. The eyes of the maids sharing the carriage were filled with a faint, elusive jealousy. And Linner expressed her disdain. How truly base. You think being a servant is something to be admired? A servant remains a servant. No matter how high they may ascend, they cannot escape their lowly origins. These people are short-sighted, viewing servitude as their sole path to success. How absurd. Mama Yu is a fifth-rank lady of the court, with a son who is a well-known minister in the previous dynasty. If anyone could have her experiences, they would be secretly overjoyed. The nearby maid rolled her eyes at her dismissively. The few who were seated in the carriage were all close attendants to Xie Qingyao, implying they had the opportunity to become concubines as well. Their status was not vastly different from Linner's. They were also from respectable families. If Xie Qingyao truly desired to take a concubine for Xie Qingyao, she would undoubtedly select from among them. No matter how you glorify the life of a servant, they are still merely servants, their lives at the mercy of their masters. Even if they rise high, they might still fall and perish. And Linner's tone remained laced with pride. She would rely on her own abilities to ascend to the highest echelons, becoming an entity beyond contempt. The other maids, witnessing her arrogance, turned their heads away in disdain, unwilling to look further. Many women harbored ambitions, yet in such a world, who could truly remain composed? The carriage soon arrived at the dance hall, where the sounds of music and festivities created a lively atmosphere. Although the establishment was meant to open at night, a crowd had gathered in broad daylight, with men and women peering in, including noble ladies familiar to Xie Qingyao from the capital. Today marked the grand reopening of our dance hall, and you must perform well. Do not show your displeasure in public. Since we are here, you must cooperate with me, Xie Qingyao warned in a low voice. With the determination of an elderly couple kneeling in reverence, Xie Qingyao chose not to press the matter further. Nodding slowly, as long as you can fulfill your promises, I shall cooperate fully, regardless. And Linner possessed considerable talent in this realm and remained unaware that when the He family fell, she might need to learn how to generate wealth to preserve her lifetime of luxury. Xie Qingyao failed to notice the shadow of darkness in Xie Qingyao's eyes. He gracefully leaped down and turned, extending his hand to her with a hint of a smile. My dear wife, do come quickly. Upon hearing this, the onlookers, who had been anticipating a spectacle, raised their eyebrows in astonishment. Would the lofty princess truly lower herself to become a dutiful wife? Let me assist. Mama Yu discreetly maneuvered forward, gently pushing Xie Qingyao aside to help Xie Qingyao down. Her mere presence caused the air around to still, as the once lively and spirited princess appeared more serene and composed, yet all the more enchanting. If you continue to stare, be prepared for the consequences, Xie Qingyao frowned, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny, and issued a chilling warning. The gazes dissipated significantly, though many remained unconvinced. After all, Xie Qingyao held no substantial status at present, however. Mama Yu's glare sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence today. The He family has made some investments here, and I have brought my wife to join in the revelry. If you encounter any discomfort, do not hesitate to voice it, Xie Qingyao said, tugging at Xie Qingyao's sleeve before bowing to the crowd. His courteous demeanor stood in stark contrast to Xie Qingyao's aloofness, instantly winning the favor of many. As the music began to fill the air, the crowd began to move toward the interior. The stage was enveloped in a red veil, with a faint floral fragrance wafting through the air, captivating all present. It was not only the men who were entranced. Many women shyly stole glances at the performers, their beauty untainted by vulgarity. The dancers boldly expressed their interpretation of beauty, and the audience could not help but become immersed in the experience. Even Xie Qingyao found herself glancing twice, curious about the true appearance of the women on stage, not to mention the men who were utterly captivated. Suddenly, a chilling gaze pierced through the air, sending a shiver down her spine, as if it bore the intent to kill. Instinctively, Xie Qingyao turned her head but found the gaze had vanished without a trace. Such mastery over one's emotions was not common. As Xie Qingyao pondered this, she spotted Xie Qingyao behind her, looking somewhat out of place among the crowd, as if he had not experienced such sights much before. His awkward demeanor elicited a soft chuckle from her, yet she did not pause, following Xie Qingyao into the private box. The dance hall had already attracted some lavish patrons, all seated comfortably in their respective boxes, while numerous young masters began to call out impatiently, "When shall we see the performers?" One rather notorious young heir shouted without decorum, raising his eyebrows as a servant beside him placed a bag of silver on the table. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and the illumination was extinguished as the door closed, while others orderly draped fabric around the perimeter. The only light came from the stage. A figure began to twirl gracefully as a sheer veil descended like flowing water, enveloping the dancer entirely until she finally collapsed. This scene was far more impactful than any performance, leaving many spectators speechless. Even those who had never visited before were thoroughly captivated, and silence fell over the audience. Then, as the veil was lifted, and Linner, clad in delicate gauze, stood smiling at the center, bowing gracefully to the crowd, appearing quite obedient. Her bold attire drew gasps of astonishment, as her appearance was not unheard of in the capital. But typically, such outfits were reserved for the private quarters of noble ladies. No one had dared to so openly expose themselves before others. Such audacity was indeed deplorable. Rest assured, I am not the dancer from earlier. I am merely an ordinary woman here to inform you of the rules.
Lin smiled brightly, her bow impeccable.
Yet her slightly greedy gaze evoked discomfort in the hearts of many. Faced with this spectacle, Xie Qingyao merely raised an eyebrow and sighed. This dance truly embodies elegance. Yet the greed evident in their eyes taints today's gathering. If only they spun a beautiful dream, claiming it was for sincerity's sake. Perhaps more would be willing to partake in the affair. However, their available wealth has likely dwindled, and their reckless investments seem to be a case of desperation. Yet how many can truly embody sincerity without a hint of greed? We merely adhere to our own hearts. Xie Qingyao regarded Xie Qingyao's lofty demeanor and could not help but voice his judgment, his tone tinged with a chill. For people like them, merely existing demanded all their efforts. How could they be as carefree as Xie Qingyao? Ultimately, whether it is adhering to one's heart or facing retribution, you know in your heart, and I am loath to expose your facade. Do not provoke me into an argument here. Noticing his discontent, Xie Qingyao coldly reminded him, her voice encapsulating an unyielding frost. Over the years, Xie Qingyao had never brought wealth back home. Instead, the general's residence had consistently provided him with support, and his lack of gratitude struck Xie Qingyao as utterly ludicrous. Very well, just watch. We shall eventually achieve our desires. Xie Qingyao discerned the warning in her words and coldly retorted, his gaze reflecting a faint dissatisfaction. Were it not for the need to leverage the princess's reputation, he would not demean himself so. However, for Xie Qingyao, it sufficed that Xie Qingyao had bowed. The reason for his submission mattered little. And Liner had already articulated her thoughts, and the audience responded with applause and laughter, evidently exhilarated. She expressed hopes that everyone would return to witness more, easing their minds. And Liner bowed gracefully to the crowd. As she stepped back, the delicate veil descended once more, casting a misty allure that seemed to deliberately entice. We yearned to glimpse the true visage of the lady within, and some mischievous onlookers chuckled with suppressed lewdness, joined by the laughter of the surrounding men. One gentleman pondered whether he could afford such a lady, for she was specially invited and possessed unparalleled talent. And Liner, unfazed by their banter, issued a proud warning. The guests here were not deterred by high prices. They feared the ladies might not meet the worth they demanded. The higher the price, the more it justified their expenditure, enhancing their prestige when accompanied by such women. Wealth is but a number. As long as you speak, I shall not believe there is a price beyond our reach. The laughter from the crowd made one man feel humiliated, prompting him to warn through gritted teeth, his tone icy. A notably gentle voice floated from afar, her visage concealed beneath a veil, cradling a lute. If the gentleman wishes to behold my true form, it requires more than mere gold. I seek a kindred spirit. Yet, who possesses that qualification? The girl elongated her words, her voice like a hook, ensnaring the hearts of all present. Even the younger girls felt a stirring desire. She resembled a siren, effortlessly captivating souls with her every movement. What do you desire? A man strode forth, head held high, questioning with a hint of nonchalance. What I seek is simply to dance with my beloved, but I wonder, can you grant this? The maiden set aside her lute, smiling as she approached, her sheer veil tantalizingly brushing against the man's heartstrings. Then let those who wish to behold my beauty follow us outside. More splendid performances await you.
And Lin cheerfully encouraged,
urging the proceedings forward. The day's entertainment had left many spellbound, reluctant to depart. It was indeed exquisite, yet one wondered if the chosen guest had been selected. Xie Qingyao thoughtfully stroked her chin, increasingly curious about the matter, and inquired with a smile. And Liner, now stretching her shoulders, approached. Sister need not worry. We have arranged everything early on. The one favored by the lady shall certainly not be of noble birth. As they had stated, the lady ultimately selected a gentleman well-versed in music theory, though his family was not affluent. He had come here under the influence of friends, inadvertently leading to a fortuitous outcome. When the announcement was made, the man's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy, a genuine expression that could not be feigned. The nobleman present found it hard to believe. This establishment is not merely accessible through wealth. True talent is required to gain entry and become a guest of the ladies. After the day's selection concluded, Lina remarked with a smile that many ladies had taken the initiative to choose their guests, while a few selected scholars Others had found suitable opportunities among the powerful, choosing individuals of notable status. Those fortunate enough to win the lady's affection were naturally elated, while those left yearning felt stifled, unable to voice their frustration in the presence of Xie Qingyao above. "It is getting late. I must take my leave," Xie Qingyao remarked nonchalantly, observing the grand spectacle come to a close. Her eyes reflected a sense of ease, as if she dismissed the whole affair. Xie Qingyao frowned, wishing to linger longer. Though he did not comprehend Lin's orchestration of the performances, they had indeed broadened his horizons. Even he had not anticipated the myriad styles of entertainment. He had heard the evening's performances promised even greater excitement, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to explore this realm. "Stay here if you wish," Xie Qingyao suggested, lifting her skirt as she gracefully departed. The previously jovial young aristocrats, upon seeing Xie Qingyao, fell silent like children caught misbehaving, their laughter stifled. "Have you enjoyed yourselves here? Tonight, there will be even more varied performances. Otherwise, how would this place showcase its uniqueness?" Xie Qingyao smiled and waved to them, departing swiftly. Upon reaching her carriage, she discovered a figure already inside, Xie, who had entered unbeknownst to her, exuding an air of chill and reluctance. "General, you have indulged your eyes today? Yet you did not select a suitable lady to accompany you?" Xie Qingyao inquired with a teasing tone, provoking an increase in the frost emanating from Xie. He could not fathom that Xie Qingyao would concoct such an array of licentious verses, even if the words were artfully arranged. Such matters were never meant for a young lady of her stature. "Did you devise all this yourself today?" Xie coldly interrogated, his tone betraying his suppressed ire. Such blatant dissatisfaction finally allowed Xie Qingyao to grasp the gravity of his sentiments. She frowned, perplexed. "These matters are not primarily of my doing. It is merely an Liner attempting to amuse the city's elite with trivialities. I only participated due to the He family's insistence. They were nearly on their knees begging. And as a junior, I could not refuse." Xie's icy demeanor softened slightly as he listened to her explanation, though a lingering sorrow remained in his gaze. "Did you come here without a word because there is new information from grandmother?" Xie Qingyao pressed again, a hint of urgency creeping into her voice. Xie gently shook his head, and the anxiety that had been weighing on his heart gradually dissipated. He gazed at Xie Qingyao's profile, momentarily at a loss for words. Confronting her in the carriage, he felt he lacked the standing to do so. Even if Xie Qingyao chose not to clarify matters with him, he found himself unable to voice any objections. Yet, the fact that she willingly shared so much with him made him wonder if he held a special place in her heart. The mere thought of it made Xie feel as though his heart had been immersed in a honey pot, sweet yet tinged with bitterness due to his current circumstances. "We will soon release that person, and he will guide us to Liner and their stronghold. Only then can you leave the He family." Xie abruptly changed the subject, his tone somewhat stiff and unconvincing. Whether leaving this place was truly that significant seemed to fade in importance. "It is quite important," Xie Qingyao replied with an air of casualness. "Indeed, it is," Xie instinctively interjected. His urgent demeanor struck a chord within Xie Qingyao, stirring ripples in her previously calm heart, leaving her unsure of how to respond. After a brief moment of hesitation, she mustered the courage to address the matter directly. "General Hu, do you truly believe that once I leave the He family, I would remarry?" Her words were delivered with a hint of awkwardness, yet they bordered on an earnest confession. Xie remained silent, his lips pressed together. The natural course of life dictated that marriage was expected. Even if Xie Qingyao harbored no desire for matrimony, the Empress Dowager would undoubtedly seek a suitable match for her. "I wish to spend my remaining days in the company of the ancient Buddha's lantern, standing vigil by my grandmother's side until my own time comes," Xie Qingyao added. Although she recognized that her sentiments might come across as somewhat self-indulgent, she felt compelled to clarify, lest Xie wait in vain. "The Empress Dowager cannot bear the thought of you facing the world alone, nor can she allow you to live in solitude," Xie insisted. He was certain he would have his chance, and no one understood Xie Qingyao better than he did. If they could support one another, it would be a fortunate circumstance. "However, I do not wish to entangle myself in such emotional turmoil again. I have grown disillusioned with marriage. It matters not with whom I share my life," Xie Qingyao promptly retorted, revealing her insights on marriage accumulated over the years. "Though I am wed to Xie Qingyao, my daily existence is solitary and indistinguishable from being alone. In that case, it is better for me to live independently." She envisioned a life free from the scheming of sisters-in-law and the avarice of a greedy family. Residing in the princess's mansion, she would be beyond their petty calculations, saving her time and energy from unnecessary entanglements. That is not the case, Xie Qingyao countered, discerning the underlying meaning in her words. He sensed that feelings required a more formal setting to be expressed. Although the atmosphere felt somewhat constrained, he still mustered the courage to ask, if you are currently indifferent to him, why not consider someone else? Chapter 81. Conjugal life. There are countless men in the world, and with Xie Qingyao's beauty and intellect, she need not worry about finding a sincere companion. She merely made one misjudgment. Could she truly allow a single mistake to deter her from seeking happiness? Who do you think would be the most suitable person to accompany me? Xie Qingyao asked lightly, her smile distant, invoking a sense of detachment. Her gaze met Xie Qingyao's, revealing understanding yet shrouded in coldness. She seemed to see through his thoughts, but was reluctant to voice them. Xie Qingyao instinctively clenched his fist, then boldly reached forward to grasp her delicate hand. The warmth of his fingers caused Xie Qingyao to flinch, a reflexive desire to withdraw emerging within her, yet she was met with his unwavering resolve. I do not wish for you to leave, nor do I believe I am the most fitting companion for you. However, I will love you to the best of my ability. His resolute declaration resonated in Xie Qingyao's ears, and the masculine aura enveloping her made her heart flutter, prompting an instinctual urge to escape. You need not rush to respond. We have ample time ahead. Yet your future should not be one of solitude, Xie Qingyao remarked, observing her lips part in surprise. He promptly released her hand, deftly lifted the curtain, and strode out of the carriage, his heart racing with anxiety. Meanwhile, Xie Qingyao sat in the carriage, her emotions tumultuous and unresolved. She had assumed that by rejecting him, Xie Qingyao would retreat, yet he had proven audacious, pressing forward instead. It was sheer folly. Xie Qingyao squeezed her hand, still warm from his grasp, her eyes cast down, oblivious to her surroundings. Granny Yu had followed her, noticing her flushed cheeks and evident emotional turmoil, yet she chose to remain silent. However, their entangled scene was witnessed by Enliner, who had merely intended to confirm Xie Qingyao's departure. To her surprise, she saw Xie Qingyao emerge from her carriage. If Xie Qingyao were to engage in an affair, it would certainly create a stir. With this thought, Enliner eagerly shared the news with Xie Qingyao, deliberately cloaking her words in ambiguity, avoiding embellishments that would provoke his ire. No wonder he had recently spotted Xie Qingyao near the general's residence. Initially, he thought it a trivial matter. Yet it had escalated to Xie Qingyao mingling with Xie Qingyao. I trust they maintain some boundaries, but even as friends, this is rather ambiguous, is it not? Enliner probed, sensing Xie Qingyang's shifting demeanor, a flicker of amusement crossing her dark eyes. Even noble women can exhibit unseemly behavior. Before the ink on her divorce was dry, Xie Qingyao was already contemplating entanglements with other men. How absurd that she had spent years in the capital, remaining secluded and nearly devoid of social interaction, only to return and instigate a divorce. Clearly, she had already chosen a replacement. Xie Qingyao crushed the cup in his hand, his dissatisfaction spilling over. He had always believed in the depth of his bond with Xie Qingyao, convinced they would not part in the short term. Little did he know, that wretched woman was so eager to pursue another. Their supposed affection had merely served as a pretext to pressure him into divorce. Ultimately, we lack tangible evidence. So, do not overthink it. You have been married for many years, and Enliner reminded Xie Qingyao. On their wedding day, he had been abruptly summoned elsewhere. The Empress Dowager unwilling to let him grow too close to Xie Qingyao, they had never even consummated the marriage. In the interim, as Xie Qingyang's feelings for Enliner deepened, he no longer entangled himself with Xie Qingyao, relegating her to a sisterly role in his heart. Since we have been married for years, there are certain obligations she cannot evade, Xie Qingyao stated coldly, taking a swift gulp from a nearby flask before striding outside, his figure radiating palpable anger. Enliner could not suppress a laugh. A family that did not quarrel was indeed unusual. With Xie Qingyao's proud and aloof nature, she would never accept being wronged. The He family was soon to witness a dramatic turn of events. A woman, regardless of her struggles, could not rival a man. As the enmity between Xie Qingyao and Xie Qingyao deepened, Enliner could leverage this discord to ascend to the highest echelons of power. Not long after Xie Qingyao's carriage arrived at the estate, Xie Qingyao stormed in, his intentions clear as he fixed his gaze on her courtyard, nearly forcing his way inside. The maidservants stationed outside, having noticed his inebriation, attempted to intervene but were swiftly pushed aside. Inside the room, Xie Qingyao heard the commotion and stepped out, her brows furrowed. Following her was Mama Yu, who scolded, "The young general is being rather presumptuous. Even Hikue would not dare to act so disrespectfully." This title was meant to remind Xie Qingyao that his status did not permit such frivolity, yet to Xie Qingyao, it felt like a spark igniting his wrath. Given his position, he held considerable weight in the court. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to marry Xie Qingyao. Yet, in Mama Yu's eyes, he was merely a young general. Who, then, was the capable general? Xingzhou? What brings you here? Xie Qingyao inquired, instinctively covering her nose and mouth upon catching the scent of alcohol that emanated from him, creating a distance between them. Her evident disdain only fueled the unnamed fury within Xie Qingyao. Striding toward her, he sneered, "We are husband and wife. Is it not obvious why I am here at such an hour?" As spouses, their intentions were clear. He grasped her wrist tightly, pulling her into his embrace, the stench of alcohol overwhelming her senses. She pushed him away, exclaiming, "What madness is this?" Previously, Xie Qingyao had never contemplated engaging intimately with Xie Qingyao, but now, the thought struck him unexpectedly. However, Xie Qingyao had little time for contemplation as Xie Qingyao swept her off her feet and carried her toward the bed. The odor enveloped her, and despite her struggles, her wrist remained firmly in his grip. "Mama Yu, do you wish to witness our wedding chamber?" Xie Qingyao warned coldly. Showing no sign of concern for Mama Yu's presence, she found herself in a dilemma. Even the emperor had no right to intrude on the private matters of a married couple. Yet Xie Qingyao's resistance was unmistakable, and if she were to leave, it could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 82. Forcing the issue. No one understood Xie Qingyao's temperament better than Mama Yu. She was a woman who would rather be shattered than remain whole. Having been wronged, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance, even at great personal cost. "Leave," Xie Qingyao said hoarsely, her expression shifting to one of isolation and determination, prepared to sacrifice everything for her own protection. Mama Yu stood there in shock, while Xie Qingyao impatiently urged, "Why are you still here? Hurry and leave." His patience with the woman from the palace had worn thin. He needed to ascertain whether Xie Qingyao had been secretly consorting with Xingzhou. Mama Yu turned silently and dashed out, her age forgotten at the thought of Xie Qingyao suffering. "You arrive here in a frenzy. Speaking of wedding chambers, what have you been provoked by?" Xie Qingyao inhaled deeply, forcing herself to maintain composure as she inquired calmly. Her dark eyes bore a chilling intensity, her fingers clutching a dagger hidden beneath her pillow, ready to strike at any moment. Whether her resistance was successful mattered not. Even if Xie Qingyang's desires were fulfilled, she would ensure he paid a price. "We are husband and wife. It is only natural for us to engage in such matters," Xie Qingyao said, his voice softening as he touched her gently. Her pale face revealed her vulnerability, dispelling any notion that her previous bravado was anything more than a facade. Despite appearing fierce, she remained unchanged at her core. As Xie Qingyang's icy demeanor began to thaw, he caressed her face tenderly. In that instant, Xie Qingyao seized the dagger and fiercely thrust it toward him. Despite her sharpness, Xie Qingyao had once spent time in the frontier and was not easily caught off guard. At that moment, his senses heightened, he raised his hand to block her attack. Staring in shock at the cold blade, so near him. "We are married and you would attempt to kill me?" he gasped. "Seeing you fills me with revulsion," Xie Qingyao unabashedly declared, her defiance unwavering even in her predicament, like a flower blooming atop a mountain, resilient against the storm. Xie Qingyang's gaze grew more distant. He struggled to recall the emotions he felt when he married her. Yet, witnessing the vibrant young woman before him reignited a flood of memories. He wrapped his arms around her fiercely, as if trying to merge her into his very being, his eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. "Yao Yao, you were never like this. Have you truly changed your heart?" The pressure he exerted made it difficult for her to breathe, and her words came out in fragmented bursts. "You are the one who betrayed our vows. How dare you turn the tables?" Breathing heavily, her eyes revealed unmistakable disdain. This expression pierced Xie Qingyao deeply. Just as he was about to respond, Xie Qingyao tore a hairpin from her hair and drove it forcefully toward his neck, her gaze filled with murderous intent. "We could perish together. I will not allow you to gain any advantage." Xie Qingyao staggered back, clutching his wound as fury ignited in his eyes. While Xie Qingyao spoke first, her expression resolute. She would always protect herself from such scum. Xie Qingyao stood there, pressing his wound, pleading, "We are husband and wife. You should be with me." His sense of entitlement was infuriating. Xie Qingyao tightened her grip on the hairpin, brandishing it like a weapon. "I refuse to acknowledge this so-called marital bond. I loathe you and wish never to see you again. Then why did you return at the Emperor's command? Would it not be better to keep your distance?" Xie Qingyao, witnessing her struggle, felt a void within him. The gentle and understanding sister he once knew was now painted in a completely different light. This is all Xie Qingyao's fault. Do you harbor such feelings for him? Is your resistance to me an act of fidelity to him? Would he care about your trivial actions? Xie Qingyao pressed, relentless in his questioning. Xie Qingyao was caught off guard by the mention of Xie Qingyao, her pupils contracting, yet her expression quickly regained its calm. "There is no need to involve anyone else in our matters. However, you, entangled with Enlina, have a child in her womb, one that belongs to you, does it not?" She swiftly redirected the conversation. A gentleman like Xie Qingyao should not be dragged into such sordid affairs. Moreover, these familial troubles were theirs alone and should not drag others down with them. Even if you adore Xie Qingyao, he cannot accept you. Everyone knows you have been married to me for so many years. Who would believe we have not consummated our union? Xie Qingyao remained steadfast, refusing to be swayed by Xie Qingyao's words, emphasizing the matter at hand. Though he felt remorse for the child lost within Enlina, he and she were still young. With ample time to have more children, there was no need to dwell on the past. "That is my concern, not yours," Xie Qingyao replied decisively, though beneath the surface she felt a subtle ache. She was acutely aware of her future and had long since planned to devote herself to the quietude of the monastic life after the Empress Dowager's passing, forsaking the mundane world forever. Thus, the words of Xie Qingyao only caused a momentary tremor in her heart, but they did not lead her to lose herself entirely. Rather, it was Xie Qingyao's reckless intrusion that instilled a greater sense of trepidation in Xie Qingyao. She had never contemplated surrendering herself to such a careless man again. "This has nothing to do with me. You are my wife, still residing in the He household, consorting with other men, yet you insist it is none of my concern. Xie Qingyao, is this how the Empress Dowager has taught you, to become such a base creature?" Xie Qingyao raised his voice, calling out her full name, even invoking the Empress Dowager. To Xie Qingyao, who had always been cherished and cared for by her grandmother, this filled her with gratitude. Leaving no room for others to speak ill of her, do not bring about your own demise. Chapter 83. Stalemate. I am merely speaking the truth. Why are you so anxious? Xie Qingyao sought to provoke Xie Qingyao's anger while vigilantly searching for an opportunity. Today, he must achieve this favorable outcome with her. Thereafter, he would no longer fear her discord with the He family. Your grandmother holds a revered position. If your words were to be revealed, you would be scorned by the world. Xie Qingyao retorted angrily, yet beyond that, she found herself powerless. The inherent physical disparity between men and women necessitated her caution against Xie Qingyao, fearing his approach and the possibility of him forcing her into actions she would not condone. Even after living a second life, Xie Qingyao felt remarkably fragile. In days past, the title of princess and the abundance of affection had led her to believe she could navigate the He family's inner chambers with ease. Yet, she had overlooked the madness of a man like Xie Qingyao, capable of committing the most absurd acts. A sense of helplessness enveloped Xie Qingyao as she stood silently, striving to control her surging anger. Have I spoken incorrectly? You have already shared a carriage with other men. Do you expect me to turn a blind eye? Xie Qingyao cautiously advanced, and despite the sharpness of the threat aimed at her, Xie Qingyao's gaze remained largely unperturbed. He merely sought a decisive opportunity. A girl like Xie Qingyao, though feigning strength with her weapon, was but a facade. Once he seized her weapon, all would be resolved. As Xie Qingyao drew closer, Xie Qingyao gritted her teeth, her eyes catching sight of a porcelain object by the bed. She quickly grasped it, cradling it in her hands, and hurled it forcefully toward Xie Qingyao. The porcelain shattered upon impact, creating a loud noise, prompting the waiting maidservants outside to rush in. "Mistress, what has happened?" they inquired, their figures appearing at the threshold. "Nothing happened. I merely broke a piece of porcelain by accident." "There is no need for your concern, leave." Xie Qingyao attempted to dismiss the maidservants in the same manner, but they remained steadfast, having adhered to decorum by not barging in uninvited. They were long-serving attendants of the princess. "Let us enter to clean up, lest the shards injure the mistress," one maid insisted, her tone resolute. Xie Qingyao quickly interjected. Allow others to come in. It is indeed an unfortunate mishap in the middle of the night. As she spoke, she slowly moved toward the door. Xie Qingyao seized her waist with one arm, while his other hand gripped her wrist with considerable force. Even amidst such chaos, Xie Qingyao could hear the cracking of her bones, the pain rendering her face pale. The hairpin in her hand clattered to the ground, and Xie Qingyao leaned in closer to inhale her fragrance, narrowing his eyes in apparent intoxication. Since you enjoy being overheard, let us allow them outside to listen well. Rest assured, I will treat you properly from now on. Xie Qingyao leaned in to kiss Xie Qingyao, who instinctively recoiled, using all her strength to resist.
Yet,
In such a situation, the capabilities of a frail woman were exceedingly limited. She had exhausted all her weaponry. Tears began to cascade from her eyes, filling her heart with a profound sense of despair. She had never wished to arrive at this juncture, yet she found herself compelled to this point. I will hate you for a lifetime. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you, Xie Qingyao warned in a choked voice, suppressing her tears. However, Xie Qingyao exhibited no compassion. He intended to teach her a lesson today, and besides, as they were husband and wife, such actions seemed inevitable. When we are together, even as a pair of resentful lovers, I will willingly embrace it. Yao Yao, others may not know how to care for you, but I will cherish you with a sincere heart. Xie Qingyao spoke softly, the sound of tearing fabric echoing. The maidservants outside knocked frantically at the door. And though Xie Qingyao's heart seethed with anger, he continued his actions. Xie Qingyao found herself with no avenue of escape, as countless kisses rained upon her, leaving her feeling utterly repulsive. Suddenly, a voice from outside broke through, and the tightly shut door was flung open by a kick. Xie Qingyao, taken aback by such audacity, turned to see Huixingzhou's furious face. Before he could utter a word, he was knocked unconscious. Xie Qingyao bore noticeable marks upon her body, her garments torn, revealing hints of her form. Huixingzhou swiftly removed his outer robe and draped it over her, gently lifting her into his arms. He could feel her trembling frame, and he offered repeated words of comfort. Do not be afraid. I am here, and no one shall force you into doing what you dislike. His soft, tender voice was the balm that could soothe Xie Qingyao's inner turmoil, and her tears fell freely as she buried her face in Huixingzhou's embrace. I shall take you away from here, to my residence for a time of rest. Huixingzhou reassured her, and without hesitation, he departed swiftly into the night. Employing his agility, the maidservants, witnessing the disarray of torn fabric and scattered items, quickly understood the gravity of the situation. Exchanging glances, they chose to return to their quarters, armed and wary, uncertain of what Xie Qingyao might do upon awakening. Upon returning to General Hu's residence, Xie Qingyao continued to tremble, fear flickering in her eyes as she struggled to contain her emotions, her gaze brimming with unshed tears directed at Huixingzhou. This display shattered Huixingzhou's heart. He felt helpless, merely holding her hand and remaining by her side. Prepare some water for me. I wish to bathe, Xie Qingyao spoke in a hoarse voice, barely managing to quell her emotions. Yet for her, these events would linger like a nightmare, haunting her every moment. Huixingzhou promptly arranged for the water to be prepared. Warm water cascaded over Xie Qingyao's skin as she scrubbed away the marks, ensuring that the evidence of her ordeal was obscured beneath the reddened impressions left by her vigorous scrubbing. Only then did she exhale a sigh of relief. She felt as though she could almost seal herself within the confines of the water, her thoughts swirling with complexity. They had shared moments of intimacy before, yet now, the mere thought of Xie Qingyao filled her with revulsion. As the water gradually cooled, Xie Qingyao shivered slightly before wrapping herself in a nearby brocade blanket. The lady's attire appeared somewhat oversized, ill-fitting, yet Xie Qingyao donned it without hesitation. Upon opening the door, she found Huixingzhou seated there, seemingly on the verge of speaking, only to observe him turning his head away in concern. Under the moonlight, the worry in the gaze of this not-so-young man was unmistakable, and he furrowed his brow as he approached Xie Qingyao. Everything is past, it is all right. From now on, I will protect you, he assured, maintaining a respectful distance. His voice calm, yet imbued with a tranquil depth that effortlessly soothed others' emotions. Xie Qingyao's initial anxiety began to dissipate. She was not the kind to overly value chastity, merely unwilling to allow such a wretch to take advantage of her. I do not require your protection. I have never relied on others for hope, she replied, tilting her head slightly with a smile, though a trace of pride flickered across her features. As a princess raised by the Empress, she possessed her own means. She had simply not anticipated Xie Qingyang's madness. Now, prepared for all eventualities, she resolved not to be bullied again. If the princess does not mind, I would gladly be your blade, resolving all injustices around you, Xie Qingyao offered with a smile, expressing his desire. He did not even dare to hope for equality beside Xie Qingyao. He merely longed for the opportunity to accompany her. Such heartfelt words prompted an instinctive shake of her head. In the presence of a man so sincerely devoted to her, to remain unmoved would be disingenuous. Yet, she knew that there would be no future for them. I appreciate your sentiments, but there is no need for you to do anything for me. I do not wish to owe anyone further. Xie Qingyao firmly declined Xie Qingyao's goodwill, as she was not inclined to indulge in romantic entanglements at this moment. Moreover, given Xie Qingyao's previous aloofness towards them and the ever-watchful gaze of Princess Yuan Zhao, she had no desire to entangle herself in the rivalries of women over love. Soon, Granny Yu approached, her eyes filled with evident compassion. Such a precious person should not have to endure such trials. Let us step outside. We are sure to find a place to rest without further disturbing General Hua, she suggested. Xie Qingyao noticed Granny Yu's expression but merely smiled gently and moved forward. Her life lay ahead. The harm inflicted by one man could never subdue her spirit. Xie Qingyao wished to say something, yet he found himself the least qualified to speak. Merely watching Xie Qingyao depart with a heavy heart, he then followed her quietly. It is rather late. The inn must have closed by now. I see no fault in your decision to come out, but you should consider your own well-being, Granny Yu advised, keeping pace with Xie Qingyao. Even within the general's residence, Xie Qingyao would never mistreat her, for it was he who had rescued her in her moment of peril. This should have been a beautiful tale of a gentleman and his lady. It matters not, as long as I have wealth, I can open doors wherever I go. Moreover, my grandmother left me properties with places to stay not too far from here, Xie Qingyao replied with a smile. Even if the other residence was seldom inhabited, it would still be kept clean by the servants. Although the servants were puzzled by their arrival, they dared not inquire further, maintaining a respectful demeanor as they ushered them inside, preparing warm water and clothing while a heater was lit in the room. Despite receiving attentive care, Xie Qingyao remained haunted by nightmares. Lying in bed, her mind conjured the horrific image of her past self moments before her death. A tender child lay bloodied before her. Never having had the chance to truly experience the world, his life cruelly extinguished by his own father. Such viciousness, such resentment. Do not harm my child, Xie Qingyao blurted out instinctively, on the verge of tears. Xie Qingyao, seated on the eaves, heard the faint sounds within, and worry flooded his dark eyes. He could distinctly hear her murmurs, yet he felt unworthy to enter and comfort her, standing there despondently. The cold wind swept past, as if carving his heart with a sharp blade. The intermittent sounds of her sobbing finally drove him to the brink. He gritted his teeth and gracefully leapt through the window. The room was exceedingly warm, yet the figure in bed was drenched in sweat, her garments askew. Despair ringing out as she screamed, "Let go of my child. Do not harm him. It is all right, Xie Qingyao approached, gently wiping the beads of sweat from Xie Qingyao's brow, his voice soothing. In that moment, the warmth of his tender words offered her a glimmer of escape from her tormenting dreams. A delicate child, resembling a spirit, floated before her, saying, "Mother, if given another chance, I would still choose to be your child." The little one reached out with his tender, lotus-like arms to embrace Xie Qingyao. This warmth mirrored the comforting heat surrounding them. Xie Qingyao returned the embrace fiercely, and Xie Qingyao felt her sudden warmth, though his body remained somewhat rigid. "Do not dwell on the past, mother. Those evildoers will surely descend into the depths of hell, but you must live your own life," the child urged. Yet Xie Qingyao shook her head vigorously, repeating, "I will remember you. You are my most beloved child. No matter what happens, mother will never abandon you. You must live your own life, thriving and well. I will watch over your happiness." The child's voice brimmed with determination. "Who else will remember you but me? I cannot forget you." But Xie Qingyao was unwilling to listen. She had wronged the child too many times. Holding on to those memories was her only hope. But such thoughts would not grant her happiness, the child pondered, considering the matter from Xie Qingyao's perspective. Chapter 85. The stubborn Xie Qingyao smiled and shook her head, her eyes reflecting a resilient determination. As long as she could remember her child, she would willingly forsake her own happiness for a lifetime. "As long as you live well, perhaps we will meet again." Children are born from a mother's happiness. The little one said, his form gradually beginning to float away. Despite Xie Qingyao's desperate attempts, she could not hold on to him. Tears streaming down her face as she yearned to chase after him. My child. She awakened abruptly, realizing she was grasping Xie Qingyao arm. Her eyelids fluttered, a chill sweeping through her brow as she released him, fixing him with an icy gaze. General Huor, you need not persistently entangle me. I am steadfast in my decisions. I have stated my unwillingness to be with you, and I will not waver, Xie Qingyao declared, leaning back to create distance between them. Her demeanor only evoked a sense of loneliness in Xie Qingyao, yet he quickly composed himself. Affection is not always bound to a specific conclusion. He had cherished Xie Qingyao for many years and did not fear waiting a little longer. Regardless of whether you harbor feelings for me, I shall remain by your side. As long as you find happiness, I too shall be content. Xie Qingyao spoke lightly, yet his words resonated in Xie Qingyao's ears like an incantation. She gazed at the man before her, momentarily stunned and unable to regain her composure. It is getting late. You should rest well, for tomorrow. I fear there may be a fierce battle to fight. Your health is of utmost importance, Xie Qingyao stated before turning to leave. His clean-cut demeanor, devoid of unnecessary entanglements, left Xie Qingyao puzzled, her lips parted as if she had something to say. However, the fatigue that enveloped her body and spirit gradually lulled her back to sleep. This time, she did not dream. The nightmares seemed to have been erased from her memory, leaving only the lingering bitterness of hatred etched deeply within her. The following day, Xie Qingyao awoke to a disheveled room, rubbing his aching head, confusion flickering in his eyes. Memories of the previous night surged back, prompting him to rise abruptly. The sudden motion causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him, yet his gaze burned with intense hatred. He had always believed Xie Qingyao was patiently waiting for him in the capital, only to discover that she had engaged in such outrageous conduct. Even daring to consort with those wild men in the general's residence with such abandon. You wretched harlots must have known about her affairs with those men all along, yet you remain tight-lipped. Upon stepping outside, Xie Qingyao encountered the maidservant stationed there, and a chill swept through his eyes as he barked at them. The maids, currently tidying the room, knelt with their heads bowed, but their demeanor did not reflect any acknowledgement of wrongdoing. This time, I will ensure she is dismissed, he declared, before quickly regaining his composure. The emperor's insistence on having Xie Qingyao return to the He family indicated that he did not intend to support a divorce. Rather than allow Xie Qingyao to easily extricate herself from him, he would employ certain tactics to render her the lowest of the low within the He household. You all better clean this place thoroughly. If anything untoward is found, I will not hesitate to punish you severely, he reprimanded once more before departing. Such a significant matter warranted a discussion with Qinshi. Inside her chamber, Qinshi was immersed in her Buddhist practices when she heard the commotion outside but could not muster the energy to lift her eyelids. Observing her son drenched in sweat, a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. Mother, how have you regarded that wretched woman all these years? She is already consorting with other men. Xie Qingyang's accusatory tone prompted Qinshi to let out a cold laugh. Naturally, she could not vouch for Xie Qingyao's innocence, yet after years of cohabitation, Xie Qingyao had never been absent from the estate for an extended period, and no credible rumors had surfaced regarding her mingling with other men. I have never been particularly fond of that girl, but one thing I can assure you is that she has always treated you with genuine sincerity. Qinshi's voice was languid, merely a well-intentioned reminder, leaving it to others whether they chose to heed her words. She has already become entangled with Xie Qingyao. Just yesterday, I saw them behaving inappropriately in a carriage. Xie Qingyao recalled Enliniu's description of the scene from the previous night, feeling an uncontrollable rage surge within him. Xie Qingyao had become exceedingly brazen. Yet, she had scarcely left the household over the years. How could she have had the opportunity to entangle herself with men from the outside? Qinshi was not defending Xie Qingyao but merely stating an objective reality. The man's suspicions had always existed. Now, Xie Qingyao had indeed been somewhat reckless, showing little concern for the He family, yet her reputation could not simply be tarnished. Who knows what she has done behind closed doors? Are you shielding her because you know something? Xie Qingyao squinted, questioning her. The seed of doubt planted in his heart swiftly took root, growing into a towering tree. Qinshi, hearing such audacious words, felt an overwhelming urge to slap this unworthy offspring across the face. Is this how you choose to speak to your mother? You are the one who questioned your son. My suspicions are entirely justified, Xie Qingyao insisted. Recently, Xie Qingyao had regained some strength and sensed a peculiar atmosphere in the household, unwilling to show her face. But as she approached, she overheard the quarrel within. Instinctively, she considered retreating, but Xie Qingyao had already spotted her and called out, having spent so long with Xie Qingyao. Have you not noticed any of her shameless actions? Stopped in her tracks, Xie Qingyao racked her brain for any potential misdeeds of Xie Qingyao, ultimately forcing a painfully awkward smile. In truth, no matter what I desired over the years, my sister-in-law has always gone to great lengths to fulfill my wishes, often more so than others. As for your claims regarding her entanglements with those men, I have never witnessed anything firsthand. General Hua has only recently returned to the capital. If my sister-in-law truly had feelings for him, why would she have married you? Xie Qingyang's voice trailed off. Knowing full well that Xie Qingyao was not Xie Qingyao's first choice for a husband, she had insisted on marrying him, making this union a reality. If Xie Qingyao had harbored any ulterior motives, she would not have shunned contact with the Empress Dowager all these years. In terms of feelings, Xie Qingyao had been wholly devoted to Xie Qingyao. Chapter 86. The path to wealth. Have you all been blinded by that wretched woman? How can you spout such nonsense? Xie Qingyao was momentarily taken aback before he could not resist cursing, his voice laced with displeasure. Xie Qingyao, chastised, fell silent. Meanwhile, Qin Shi snapped the prayer beads in her hand, quickly regaining her composure as she stepped outside, realizing there was nothing worthwhile to discuss with such individuals. I once believed that the He family had some redeeming qualities, but it seems you are all stubbornly fixated on your own views, insisting that Xie Qingyao has never engaged in any illicit affairs. As she left the room, Qin Shi added this remark. She recalled the hopeful expression on Xie Qingyao's face when she had first entered the He family, reflecting on her youthful innocence and her own envy at the time. He Kuei had never taken many concubines, yet the number of beautiful women outside was undoubtedly unknown. In such circumstances, Xie Qingyao, who had vowed never to take a concubine before his daughter-in-law entered the household, was indeed a rare example of loyalty. The fleeting nature of men's affections had led them to lose sight of their true selves. The vows they once made had become mere empty promises. Xie Qingyao felt a chill wash over him at Qin Shi's words. He wished to explain but felt it unnecessary to engage in lengthy discourse with such obstinate individuals. Thus, a stalemate persisted until a maid arrived with Enliner, finally breaking the tension in the room. Despite having not rested all night, the joy in Enliner's eyes was unmistakable as she rushed into Xie Qingyao's embrace, a scene that stirred the hearts of onlookers. He Lang, the money we invested has multiplied significantly. We have made a great profit. Enliner exclaimed, sharing the news of their success. Hearing her excitement, Xie Qingyao's breath quickened. How much have we earned? Last night alone, we sold approximately several million taels of silver. Although it differs somewhat from our initial plans, those young masters have been surprisingly generous. Enliner promptly disclosed the figures. These funds were specifically deposited by certain young gentlemen for membership cards that she prepared to entice them back for further spending. Once they possess this card, whether they return or not, the money is irrevocably bound. How could they possibly earn so much? Xie Qingyao paused momentarily before succumbing to his curiosity and voicing his question. Beside him, Xie Qingyao exchanged a glance with Qin Shi, equally puzzled as to how they could amass such wealth. Indeed, some young women, through their literary talents, captured the attention of these gentlemen. As long as they were pleased, the silver would surely flow in abundance. Enliner had deliberately shared some of the poetry she memorized with those girls, who would recite those exquisite verses at crucial moments, enough to make the gentlemen turn back time and again. With this newfound wealth, the family's financial woes could finally see some alleviation. I had thought our venture into this entertainment house would yield little profit. Xie Qingyao sighed in relief. The grievances he harbored against Xie Qingyao from the previous night dissipated at this moment. He couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile as he embraced Enliner tightly, resting his chin on her shoulder, and kissed her cheek. Enliner, you truly are my lucky star. From now on, you shall be the one to manage this household. Such fervent affection was seldom witnessed by Enliner, causing her cheeks to flush a rosy hue as she glanced at Qin Shi beside them. Mother is still here, and so is my sister. What nonsense are you speaking? She chided. This money does not entirely belong to us. After sharing with them, little remains. However, it was evident that Enliner relished these matters, her head held high, pride glimmering in her eyes. Such a remarkable ability to earn. I dare say, no other noble maiden in the capital could rival her.
Now.
Even in the presence of Xie Qingyao, Enliner stood tall, knowing that all the expenses of the He family were earned through her diligent efforts. Fear not. Mother has been unwell and can no longer manage affairs. This burden must be entrusted to you, for I cannot rely on anyone else, He Qingyao asserted. Casting a glance at Qin Shi, who seemed poised to inquire further, before resolutely making his decision and leading Enliner outside. The women of the household were increasingly ineffectual. Were it not for Enliner, the He family would likely remain mired in perpetual struggle, regardless of the business undertaken. To earn millions in a single night is indeed quite absurd, Qin Shi remarked after they departed, grasping her daughter's hand. This venture of earning is contingent upon timing and fate. Since you have chosen this path of swift profit, you may also find yourself with nothing. Only by living a grounded life can one truly honor their existence. Mother, if I had such wealth, would I still be looked down upon? He Tingting softly inquired. Qin Shi did not directly respond, merely shaking her head gently, her resolve already firm. While our He family still enjoys some stature, allow me to find you a suitable man for marriage. The roles of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants are such that, regardless of the merchant's future riches, they remain in a position of inferiority. If Xie Qingyao were willing to humble herself and introduce herself to those officials, who knows how many silver ingots might find their way into her pockets? He Tingting barely had time to collect her thoughts when she was taken aback by her mother's statement, staring at her in shock. What did you just say? It was well known that previously, Qin Shi had hoped for her to marry a man of genuine worth, ideally of noble birth. Now, in such uncertain times, hastily finding a man to entrust her life to seemed a far cry from her mother's earlier aspirations. Had she not been worth a more thoughtful consideration? Tears brimmed in He Tingting's eyes as she softly reproached her mother, her tone laden with a sense of injustice. This seemed like a daughter's plea for affection, as He Tingting clung stubbornly to the idea of marrying a true gentleman, yet she had never contemplated the hardships that accompany marriage. Should she choose a lower status, the family would undoubtedly face turmoil. Did her mother truly wish for her to bear that burden? Qin Shi merely laid the situation bare before He Tingting. However, if she were to marry beneath her station, the circumstances would differ. With the He family as her backing, He Tingting would surely be able to manage her husband adeptly. Could we not take our time to find someone suitable? Why the haste? He Tingting questioned, still bewildered. Considering the current standing of the He family, our glory may not last long. If you trust me, do not be overly critical. The man I find for you will surely be a good match, Qin Shi stated with conviction. She felt it necessary to secure a contingency plan for her daughter, for the ultimate fate of the He family was beyond the reach of a fragile woman like herself. Perhaps due to her singular focus on the matters of the Qin family, Qin Shi had grown indifferent to external concerns. From the outset of her marriage, Xie Qingyao had continuously given to the He family without receiving gratitude, as her contributions were taken for granted. Such behavior would have resulted in severe consequences in other families. One could not overlook the throngs of male servants in the Princess Fuguang's household, yet no one dared to utter a word. Given Xie Qingyao's audacious nature, even if she had acted in such a manner, she would not have faced harsh criticism. Nevertheless, she clung stubbornly to the hope that He Qingyao would return. In the end, it was Enliner, pregnant, who returned with He Qingyao. Qin Shi pondered, were she to witness such events firsthand, her heart would be filled with a desire for vengeance against the man she loved. In such moments, love and hate intertwine. It is because of love that one may wish to bring harm. He Tingting pouted, dismissing her mother's thoughts. Xie Qingyao was merely a soft target and had only recently shown a change in temperament. Yet without the Empress Dowager as her ally, her fate was all too predictable. Consider this well. Should you choose to stand with the He family, I shall not hinder you, Qin Shi said, pressing her finger gently on her daughter's head. Unable to suppress a sigh. It is hard to counsel a stubborn spirit. If she could turn a blind eye to her son and husband, how could she expect her daughter to heed her words when she was so determined to seek her own demise? Give me a day to think it over, He Tingting replied, not daring to refuse, deciding to consult her father and brothers. Since the incident with the Qin family, their mother had become increasingly erratic. It was hard to discern her thoughts. The He family had connections to the county princess, and with He Qingyan's military achievements, their downfall would not come easily. Should she marry hastily and choose poorly, she would regret it for a lifetime. As Xie Qingyao contemplated her future, Xie Qingyao was already calculating the wealth within his grasp. The joy in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Even a lesser amount could surpass the He family's entire annual income. Liner, you truly are a remarkable woman beyond compare. Xie Qingyao exclaimed with excitement, noting that they should seize the moment to expand their influence while the opportunity was ripe. After enduring so much, and Liner finally had the chance to achieve something, and her smile remained unwavering, her excitement barely contained. These developments would soon spread, reaching wider circles.
Mama you.
Having inquired about the news, returned with a gloomy expression, making one wonder if someone owed her money. Why such a sour demeanor? Perhaps a cup of calming tea would do good? Xie Qingyao suggested with a smile, gesturing for Mama Yu to approach, who did not hesitate to accept. Savoring the tea with both hands. Chrysanthemum tea possesses an inexplicable bitterness. Granny Yu, akin to a cow drinking water, swiftly consumed several cups, only to feel her previously restless emotions gradually abate. Today, as the old servant ventured out, she heard tales of the dance hall raking in profits, with many already throwing silver into the mix last night. The thought of Liner and Xie Qingyao idly feasting upon the gold and silver while waiting for their fortunes made her feel a pang of sympathy for Xie Qingyao. Xie Qingyao, however, refrained from commenting, maintaining a serene demeanor. In her past life, that very dance hall had attracted numerous dignitaries eager to part with their wealth. Not to mention, the various poems exchanged could attest to the undeniable talent of those young women. And Liner and Xie Qingyao were indeed fortunate to have so many gifted individuals willing to share their burdens. Even if the method of spending money had changed, their ability to continue earning silver remained intact. However, once Liner's affairs concluded, she too would have need of it, substituting the dance hall's allure for her original intentions, inevitably drawing back the same crowd. Just days prior, the He family had meddled with her dowry. Despite any current earnings, they were preoccupied with filling the gaping holes, as a long line of creditors awaited outside, rendering their newfound wealth a mere illusion. Xie Qingyao had regained her composure, observing the servants bustling by. She understood well that departing from the He family at this juncture would not be prudent. After all, leaving now would only burden her with the stigma of a thief. Even if the matter had not escalated, the truth would eventually surface, and neither her nor Xie Qingyao's reputation should be tarnished by such despicable individuals. The fish had been set in motion. Xie Qingyao had sent word, unable to contain his impatience. While it was not the optimal moment to release the tiger back to the mountain, it was indeed an opportune time to curtail Liner's days of glory. Just as anticipated, after the man slipped away, he did not head toward their gathering place, but rather sought out Liner first. The He family's defenses posed no significant challenge to those skilled in martial arts. With a few deft movements, he infiltrated Liner's courtyard with great stealth. You,
Alinea.
Having returned to prepare herself, was taken aback to find the man sprawled across her bed, the sheets stained with a hint of blood. Her eyes narrowed, ready to speak, when Xie Qingyang's voice called from outside. Liner, do you need my assistance in changing your attire? His tone was sweetened to the point of being syrupy. Yet this was merely the special treatment she received for being able to earn money. And Liner was certain that should this man be discovered, her standing in Xie Qingyang's eyes would plummet dramatically. No need, he lang. I suddenly feel unwell. Please keep your distance. If the scent of blood reaches you, it may adversely affect our recent fortunes. And Liner quickly devised a ruse. The figure lingered outside, and upon hearing that it might impact their financial prospects, he hesitated to enter, remaining at the threshold. Take care of yourself. I shall wait here. There is no need to rush. We have ample time. Xie Qingyang's voice echoed again. He was eager to reclaim what was rightfully his from the dance hall. He lang, I wish to rest a bit longer. I haven't slept all night. Perhaps you could retire to the study for a nap? And Liner, glancing at the threatening look in his eyes, attempted to send Xie Qingyao away. They typically maintained no contact. Now, with this man taking such a considerable risk to appear here, it was evident that disturbances had arisen elsewhere. Chapter 88. The Pursuit of Wealth Caught Between Two Nations. And Liner now contemplated how to resolve her surrounding troubles while capitalizing on the dance hall's recent prosperity to live a more stable life with Xie Qingyao. Upon hearing Liner's words, Xie Qingyao felt a flicker of doubt, yet his heart was brimming with joy, leaving little room for suspicion. He gently admonished her a few times before taking his leave. Only when the figure had completely vanished did Liner pull the man closer. Who sent you to find me at this hour? What has transpired? You have been discovered. After our last communication, I was captured. And I fear our master now suspects your betrayal. You must devise a plan to resolve this predicament. The man spoke through clenched teeth, his voice heavy with despair. At that moment, he understood that if he returned, he would undoubtedly be cast aside by their master.
What?
And Linner could not help but raise her voice, retreating several steps as she paced anxiously. How could you be so inept? All you had to do was relay a message, and yet you've been exposed? It is not my fault. Someone has been watching you. You have endangered me. The man emphasized coldly, his gaze sharp, panting heavily. I risked everything to escape, just to deliver this message to you. As the words left his lips, and Linner's mind raced, and she quickly deduced. Could this be some sort of scheme? Luring you into a trap, capturing you only to release you later. This is troublesome. Who captured you?
And Lin erpresset.
Noticing the man's silence, she questioned again, urgency lacing her tone. You cannot remain here. You must leave at once. Whoever it was sought to grasp at her vulnerabilities to threaten her existence, and she would not permit anyone to disrupt her newfound tranquility. I am injured. Leaving now would be tantamount to a death sentence. The man retorted through gritted teeth, locking eyes with Linner. We are tied together in this. Before I die, I will take you with me. He was merely wounded, not entirely incapable of self-preservation. It would be quite challenging for a fragile woman like Linner to dispose of him. Are you not afraid I might kill you and reveal all you have done? Linner pointed an accusatory finger at him, exasperation evident in her voice. We will die together. The man spoke with grim certainty, a chilling aura surrounding him that made Linner draw a deep breath. She struggled for several moments, finally managing to suppress her rising anger. If that is the case, then you should go to our meeting place in the small courtyard. There, you can recuperate. I will send someone to gather intelligence, and when the time is right, I will contact our master. I will not allow you to perish here. And Linner proposed a solution, her mind racing to devise a strategy. She could not sit idly by, nor could she entrust her future to these unreliable individuals. Very well, and Linner, do not forget that we must return together. The man relented with a forced agreement, promptly heading to another small courtyard. The lingering scent of blood refused to dissipate within the room. Despite Linner's efforts to open windows and introduce fragrant spices, the air remained thick with a nauseating metallic aroma, making her feel ill. After tossing and turning for what felt like an eternity, she finally managed to rest for a moment, only to awaken to find Xie Qingyao utterly dismissing their connection. Wholly devoted to Xie Qingyao, such a terrifying dream jolted Linner awake. She sat up abruptly, gazing into the dark expanse outside, feeling inexplicably uneasy and breathless. After calming herself for a while, she changed into a fresh outfit and made her way to the dance hall, where Xie Qingyao had been waiting impatiently. He immediately seized her hand, exclaiming, Now that you are here, have them bring forth my share of the silver. The recent funds cannot be accessed. They are required for the dance hall's development, and Linner gently protested, rubbing her aching temples. The dance hall had indeed reaped considerable rewards since its opening. Yet they still had numerous payments to make, having contributed ideas and even overseen significant renovations. The potential profits were far from substantial. According to Linner's plan, she aimed to reinvest the earnings, seizing the opportunity to replace another partner in their dealings without anyone's knowledge, thus monopolizing the benefits. However, I find myself in a tight financial situation. If I cannot acquire additional funds, how shall I repay my debts? Xie Qingyao cast a fleeting glance at the accountant before embracing Linner and posing his inquiry. The grandeur of the performance hall was evident to those outside, many hastening to the He residence, anxious not to miss out on the profits to be shared. Let us defer the payments. We shall settle everything next month. He Lang, you are my sole pillar of support, and I trust you can shoulder this burden, correct? And Linner grasped Xie Qingyao's hand, attempting to employ a gentle approach to encourage him to endure a little longer. Faced with the pleas of his beloved, Xie Qingyao momentarily contemplated acquiescing without reservation. But he soon regained his composure, realizing his limitations. Those individuals were astute businesspeople who had likely already grasped the amount earned throughout the night. If they were not compensated, it could lead to unrest. Xie Qingyao reminded her with a serious expression. They had already profited at the expense of others. And there were surely those who harbored ill intentions. If a few deranged individuals were to come forth, it would not be a mere nuisance. A small expenditure now could easily be recouped by nightfall. What was the significance of that? We have made it clear that we shall repay the money. But we require a buffer period. And Liner did not comprehend and sought to summon Xie Qingyao for support, suggesting, "Shall we bring the princess over as well? Do not mention that fickle woman." Xie Qingyang's tone was laced with resentment towards Xie Qingyao, and he recalled how Xingzhou had unexpectedly appeared the previous night, knocking him unconscious before rescuing the damsel in distress. They were likely entwined somewhere, reveling in each other's company, living blissfully.
Liner, feeling reprimanded, instinctively recoiled, falling silent.
The atmosphere between them turned frigid, devoid of the earlier enchantment, while the servants managing the finances observed cautiously, awaiting a resolution. "Quickly bring forth the money. Do not make me worry further," Xie Qingyao insisted, aware that he might not secure all the funds. Yet he was willing to concede somewhat. "I only require our rightful share of the profits." Chapter 89. The birthday banquet. Such words sounded pleasant. Yet I have never heard of a shop demanding payment upon merely opening its doors. Although Liner dismissed the customs of the outside world, retaining those coins proved invaluable. Presently, the performance hall had merely undergone superficial changes. To truly expand and solidify its presence, further growth was essential. She had already set her sights on acquiring the nearby areas and the river not far off. By night, boats adorned with twinkling lights would glide along, reflecting the stars, as selected gentlemen embarked, displaying a most charming elegance. "If we cannot procure the funds, should you truly desire it, I would personally scrape together 100,000 taels for you. We must first cover our initial costs, as we are still short."
Liner clenched her teeth,
reluctantly conceding a little. She could also approach another partner in the performance hall to borrow some money, thus avoiding the need to deplete their recently acquired wealth. Achieving two objectives with one action. Xie Qingyao could not suppress a derisive laugh. What can that sum accomplish? Everything is still in its infancy, and countless expenses loom. We must find ways to save. We cannot simply spend such a large amount.
Liner argued back.
Her tone became more assertive, igniting a flame of anger within Xie Qingyao, who could not restrain himself and struck her across the face. As a martial general, his strength was considerable, and Liner fell to the ground, her face swollen and blood trickling from her lip. The nearby maidservant stood in shock, paralyzed by the unexpected turn of events, none daring to approach. "You struck me?" Liner glared at Xie Qingyao, her voice tinged with a sob, tears streaming uncontrollably. She had never suffered such humiliation, save for in front of Xie Qingyao. Xie Qingyao was meant to treat her with kindness throughout his life, yet everything had changed, and he had struck her so lightly. "Liner, I must have been possessed by a ghost. I lost control of my temper. My heart is with you. I cannot bear to see you suffer." Xie Qingyao rushed to help her up, but Liner forcefully pushed him away, turning her back and striding off in haste. Her fierce demeanor only deepened Xie Qingyao's helplessness as he followed her, his dark eyes reflecting a mix of irritation and feigned concern. "Liner, do not sulk. I realize my error now, and I shall never mistreat you again, all right? We have been together for quite some time, and you have never raised your hand against me. Yet lately, you have grown increasingly arbitrary and distant, and Liner could no longer suppress her grievances." Her pace was slow, and when Xie Qingyao enveloped her in his arms, her emotions surged forth, and she struck him twice with her fists. "You promised me that as long as I returned with you, I would encounter no misfortune. Yet when that woman bullied me, you only dared to stand by and watch, lacking even the courage to speak up for me. Furthermore, I have only just begun to establish a career. Rather than support me, you wish to demand money immediately. We have earned a fair sum, yet we do not even have 50,000 taels in hand. Compared to the He family's debts, it is woefully insufficient." Xie Qingyao nodded repeatedly, echoing her words while soothingly patting her back, attempting to comfort her. "I am merely concerned that the creditors may come knocking, disrupting our business. The hour grows late. You should calm your mind, and we shall prepare to act. We can manage things when the time comes." He hesitated, unwilling to delve further. As a man, he lacked even a single viable means of earning money and had to rely on Liner, who was not even a concubine, for approval to spend a little silver. It was indeed quite shameful. As the bright moon hung high in the sky, casting its light upon the world, Xie Qingyao sat beneath a flowering tree, sipping tea. She had no intention of visiting the Empress Dowager in the coming days, choosing instead to stabilize her own heart and thoroughly resolve matters concerning the He family. Mama Yu had already made arrangements and approached her with a smile. "My lady, everything is in order. For such a family, lacking clarity, a proper lesson was essential, such as facilitating communication with those in need of funds. Moreover, the Hu family was hosting a banquet to celebrate Hu Xingzhou's birthday, and many longed to attend, hoping even for a distant glimpse. The opportunity to enter that gate, for which one would pay a handsome sum, was a coveted aspiration for countless souls. After a night of indifference, and without an invitation from Hu Xingzhou, it was likely that some would begin to speculate. "Are you truly not going to celebrate General Hu's birthday?" Mama Yu inquired, observing Xie Qingyao nodding composedly, prompting her to ask further. "Aunt Yu, what identity should I assume when I go?" Xie Qingyao sipped her tea and deftly countered. Such an inquiry momentarily left Mama Yu taken aback. Aside from rare instances when the young lady exhibited her emotions, she seldom addressed others in such an intimate manner. At this moment, Xie Qingyao must have felt quite perplexed. "As long as you make an appearance, your identity matters not. General Hu would surely wish to see you," Mama Yu replied thoughtfully. As an elder, she hoped Xie Qingyao would thrive, and Hu Xingzhou was someone the Empress Dowager favored. As a servant attuned to the royal sentiments, Mama Yu sensed Xie Qingyao current emotional turmoil, which only intensified her reluctance to attend. "Forget it, I shan't waste my thoughts on this. Remaining here is also a form of grace." Xie Qingyao smiled, returning to her tea. With the moon's shadow as her companion, she was not alone this night. As the temperature gradually dropped, Mama Yu noticed her reluctance to retire and quietly departed to fetch a thicker cloak. Hu Xingzhou seized the opportunity to approach, his gaze drawn to the figure of Xie Qingyao. Unable to restrain himself, he quickened his pace, remarking, "Your absence today has rendered this gathering rather desolate." The voice that called from behind prompted Xie Qingyao to slowly turn around. Her smile was gentle, yet she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in playful mockery, asking, "And what identity does the general believe I should assume?" This same inquiry, posed first to Granny Yu and now to Hu Xingzhou, seemed more like a reflection of her own contemplation. In what manner would she engage with Hu Xingzhou in the future? To claim a childhood bond felt like self-aggrandizement, while other identities bore no entanglements. "Let me be audacious." Hu Xingzhou inhaled deeply, closing the distance between them, the mingling scent of wine and an inexplicable fragrance wafting through the air. "I hope that when your next birthday arrives, you will stand by my side as the mistress of the Hu family." His words struck like thunder, causing Xie Qingyao to gaze up in surprise. The moonlight was gentle, yet it could not compare to the emotions swirling in his eyes. "My family is modest, and I have no relatives to burden you. I would never wrong you." This was the only offering Hu Xingzhou could make to Xie Qingyao. The precious little princess had never lacked for anything. Even her future husband could rise to great heights by riding on her coattails. Xie Qingyao pressed her lips into a thin line, shaking her head instinctively. "This is unacceptable. The Hu family has but Hu Xingzhou remaining, a figure esteemed by the emperor. On this day of celebration, His Majesty even sent a prince to present gifts. Such grandeur is unparalleled in the capital. You deserve someone far better than to squander your time on me, General Hua. I fear I no longer possess the strength to love." Finally, Xie Qingyao found a somewhat reasonable excuse. Lowering her gaze, her thoughts became tangled, a sense of bewilderment enveloping her, as if she were uncertain of what to say. "There is no woman in this world better than you," Hu Xingzhou pressed on, relentless. Years prior, he had received the emperor's subtle hints that the Empress Dowager wished to arrange a marriage between him and Xie Qingyao. At that time, he was filled with excitement, even more invigorated for battle, knowing that if he could secure peace in his post, he would return to the capital to wed the woman of his dreams. Yet, who could have anticipated the arrival of wedding invitations announcing Xie Qingyao's marriage to He Xingyan? For him, it was as if thunder had struck from a clear sky, leaving him at a loss for what to do next. Moreover, He Xingyan was a brute, failing to cherish her, leaving her to suffer alone in the capital, even harboring the audacious desire to violate Xie Qingyao, far beyond mere foolishness. Furthermore, I do not expect you to love me. Since you do not dislike me, why not give us a chance? Hu Xingzhou raised his hand, as if to grasp Xie Qingyao's, yet he restrained himself. Even as his feelings were stifled, he wished for her not to agree under duress. Xie Qingyao instinctively sought to escape, feeling as though she had lost the capacity to love, daunted by such fervent emotions. If she fled this place, she could breathe freely and seek a life of her own. Countless thoughts flickered in her mind, but as she gazed into his eyes, her feet remained rooted, unable to move. The illustrious Hu Xingzhou, known for his valiant reputation, displayed such vulnerability before her, resembling a pleading puppy, pathetic. Yao Yao, you have all the time in the world to ponder. I shall remain by your side, Xie Qingyao continued, stepping back a couple of paces. The scent of wine gradually dissipated, yet it imparted an inexplicable sweetness. Xie Qingyao felt as if her throat had been glued shut, unable to voice a single word. Gritting her teeth, she took a step forward, thrusting the item in her hand towards him. Then she fled the scene. Now, it was Xie Qingyao left in a stupor, staring at the scented sachet in his hand, adorned with intricate, smooth patterns, featuring a spirited steed, an exquisite craft not easily replicated. The material was of the finest quality, carefully selected rather than mere scraps, warming his heart and causing him to break into a silly smile. When Granny Yu arrived, witnessing the scene, she too smiled, shaking her head in resignation. The fortunes of the young shall unfold as they will. The bonds of fate cannot be articulated merely through words. One must see with their own eyes to understand. Their days passed harmoniously, while Enliner and Xie Qingyao grew increasingly restless. The performances that day, though splendid, attracted a noticeably lower caliber of attendees compared to the previous day. Each man merely observed, refraining from extravagant spending. Why are there so few guests today? Enliner inquired through gritted teeth, feeling as though her efforts resembled flirting with the blind. This is unacceptable. I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps something delayed them, and they chose not to come. Nearby establishments have also employed various strategies to attract patrons, Xie Qingyao replied, taking a sip of his drink while watching the dancers. Captivated by their twirling skirts and flowing sleeves, almost losing himself in the spectacle. Once they learn of our performances, they will surely return. Do not fret. His words felt dismissive, yet Enliner could not find solace. You must go inquire about the situation. We have only received a handful of silver from casual patrons today, likely amounting to just a few thousand taels, not enough to cover the costs of these young ladies. Enliner insisted, pushing him with an air of command, her dark eyes betraying her impatience. Consequently, Xie Qingyao left in displeasure to gather information, but returned empty-handed, as everyone naturally departed after their drinking. At Xie Qingzhou's birthday banquet, neither Princess Fugong nor Xie Qingyao appeared, their absence seeming to hint at a deliberate slight towards the He family, a sentiment understood by all present, who sought to avoid entanglements. It was not until the following day that Xie Qingyao, having solicited Qin Shi's assistance, finally extracted the truth from her old acquaintances. This year marks the first time General Hua has returned to the capital for his birthday. We were unaware of such matters beforehand, and since no one reached out to us yesterday, it has been delayed. Qin Shi's alarm was palpable. She nearly dispatched He Tingting at once.
Him?
Xie Qingyao scoffed, his thoughts consumed with the dynamics between Xie Qingyao and Xie Qingyao, a simmering resentment evident in his clenched jaw. That man has lingered near our residence repeatedly, all in pursuit of Xie Qingyao. They likely have nothing going on at present. Tread lightly with your words, Qin Shi warned, her expression stern. Yet her urgency compelled her to leave the room. Xie Qingyao, eager to vent his frustrations, reacted by smashing the contents of the room, shards scattering on the floor, providing a fleeting release for his pent-up rage. What nonsense are you indulging in? We must be cautious in these financially trying times.
Enliner lamented,
unable to hide her concern as she surveyed the mess. Today, many have come seeking you, claiming they know something. The dance hall had drawn a crowd during the day, and Enliner suspected their identities were likely those of creditors. She had previously known of Xie Qingyao's limited resources, but was astounded by the extent of his debts. Tell them to leave. I shan't repay a single coin. What can they do? Xie Qingyao bellowed in frustration. They will continue to hound us if we do not pay. Enliner observed his furious demeanor and could not refrain from retorting. With so many individuals outside, they could hardly produce sufficient silver. The Empress's affection for Xie Qingyao had reached an almost exaggerated level, even the most trivial gifts she offered, not to mention the dowry that only a fraction had accompanied into the He family, held a value far beyond what ordinary minds could fathom. When I sought your financial assistance, you denied me, yet now, in the face of trouble, you wish to shift the burden onto me. Xie Qingyao was particularly sensitive to matters of responsibility and glared at Enliner. He had long intended to utilize the money at hand to clear away the chaotic debts, seeking a life unencumbered. After all, the dance hall was not devoid of profit potential. He had merely taken a small portion, which could be recalculated during the profit sharing. However, Enliner, with her stubborn disposition, was unwilling to lend a hand. It is your debt, and you are the one who has attracted this trouble. And Linner struggled to contain her emotions and, after a pause, could not help but exclaim, "No more quarrels. Our greatest dilemma lies with those people outside. We must stabilize them first. When faced with adversity, one must seek solutions. Their bickering would prove futile, and every penny owed must be repaid, lest they harm their mutual sentiments." Upon hearing her words, Xie Qingyao begrudgingly restrained the raging flames within him, took several deep breaths, and nodded, though his expression remained frosty, as if someone had defaulted on a debt to him. "Have you ever computed the total amount we owe externally?" And Linner dispatched someone to stand guard outside and inquired in a subdued tone. To eradicate the external debts, they needed to gather everyone in one place and negotiate terms. This question momentarily stumped Xie Qingyao. He was aware they needed to repay the money, yet he had not meticulously calculated the specific amounts. They demanded a certain sum, and he endeavored to provide it, adhering to this method throughout this period. "You haven't even calculated this?" And Linner regarded his expression with a hint of inquiry and barely concealed dissatisfaction in her dark eyes. Yet, she was adept at distinguishing priorities and, forcing herself to suppress her inner turmoil, waved her small hand to summon paper and pen, intending to seize the opportunity to tally the accounts. "I cannot recall precisely. Their demands are trivial and not extensive. You should invite them in for a thorough reckoning." Xie Qingyao observed her demeanor and understood her intent, but shook his head, indicating his limited recollection. Such irresponsible remarks caused veins to bulge on Linner's forehead. She exerted all her self-restraint to quell her discontent. Regardless, they must invite those debt collectors inside. Some repayment was inevitable. "The funds we currently possess include a portion belonging to Brother Liu. How can we use that indiscriminately?" And Linner approached him, her voice laced with a barely restrained fury. She yearned to cast off this troublesome situation and leave it behind, seeking relief. Xie Qingyao's countenance turned icy, and he could not help but mock. "However, my share is also included therein. I previously informed you that as long as I receive my portion, it suffices. Your reluctance to comply has forced this matter to the forefront." His words were tinged with emotion, and by venting them, he felt somewhat relieved, while Linner, having restrained herself several times, found it increasingly difficult to endure his irresponsible attitude. "I envisioned that marrying you would allow us to weather the storms together, Helang. Did we not enjoy sweetness during our time at the border? Why, upon returning, have you become unwilling to assist me?" And Linner could not help but question him, her tone growing firmer. Since following Xie Qingyao back, the storms had arisen because of him, and the support she had hoped for had remained largely unvoiced. Now that Xie Qingyao was no longer in the residence, what more could you possibly expect me to do? "'Cause a rift so vast it could bring down mountains? Eliminate her directly?" Xie Qingyao felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. With Xie Qingyao having a powerful backing, he could begrudgingly accept it, but now even Linner, emboldened by her modest earnings, dared to critique him? "That is not what I meant." And Linner defended herself, her initial bravado swiftly subdued, her eyes brimming with tears. Her feelings stifled. "What you propose to do for me differs vastly from what I desire." That unique and unparalleled affection was what she sought. Had it not been for Xie Qingyao, she would not have remained estranged from those individuals for so long. If he truly allowed his power to flourish, a dire fate awaited her. She had heard tales of those who betrayed being captured, relegated to a life devoid of dignity, akin to livestock.
"Linner,
I have endeavored to consider our livelihood. Why can't you show some understanding? Must you drive me to the brink?" Xie Qingyao, irritated, rubbed his forehead and, faintly hearing the commotion outside, had no choice but to soften his tone, attempting to soothe her. "Let us first resolve the issues at hand, after which we can contemplate other matters. Those individuals seek merely money. They will not truly harm us. As long as we can provide the funds, they will depart. They are but lowly thugs from the gambling den. No matter how much one complains, the silver must ultimately be paid." And Linner gradually calmed her expression, wiped her tears, and summoned the debt collectors inside. "We are merely agents tasked with collecting debts, and we harbor no excessive demands. We heard that you two have recently come into considerable wealth, prompting our visit." The leading figure, Steward Cui, spoke with a smile, exuding a certain authority among the group, gesturing for his companions to fall silent. And Linner discerned his status, and after a brief glance at the subdued crowd, she replied with a smile, "We were merely deliberating on how to address the debts, which delayed us momentarily. We were uncertain of the exact amount owed, and have yet to reach a conclusion. If you are not in a hurry, I would like to consult with others to clarify the situation before we discuss it further, if that is agreeable. Her tone was gentle, her speech coherent, and bolstered by the backing of several million in silver. She stood there, composed, gazing at them with confidence. There is no need to consult others. The debts are clearly documented in black and white. If the young lady has doubts, she may examine the documents I hold, as my companions possess copies as well. Steward Chui smiled as he produced the items he carried. They contained signatures and seals from the Qin family, and Enliner pursed her lips, calculating before gritting her teeth. How could it possibly amount to 10 million taels? Chapter 92. Seizing the dance hall, her business had been profitable largely due to the opening of a new establishment, which attracted numerous dignitaries with its novelty. That had merely compensated for some losses. However, compared to the inherent costs and her future expansion plans, several million was utterly insufficient. 10 million might slightly satisfy her ambitions. But to secure a river, she would need to negotiate with others, navigating the intricacies of human relationships. By that time, the expenses would only escalate. These were the terms the Qin family insisted upon, with the He family acting as guarantors. Thus, we were willing to lend the funds, which have now accumulated interest to reach this current figure. Should you doubt this, feel free to inquire elsewhere. Steward Chui accepted a cup of tea offered by a nearby woman, took a sip, and a flicker of amusement glimmered in his dark eyes as he reached out to touch the delicate fingers of the young girl. Startled, she instinctively recoiled, causing the teacup to clatter to the ground, generating quite a commotion. The maid accompanying me is no ordinary girl. Since you have come to collect debts today, do tell me how much you seek. And Enliner gently guided the girl away, and then calmly faced those debt collectors. I have no extra silver to spare. And I know you would not be satisfied with a lesser amount. I shall send someone to inquire with Madame Qin later. But you must understand that we certainly cannot provide 10 million. She stood before them, speaking with poise, casting a glance at Xie Qingyao, who feigned calmness, while a wave of bitterness surged within her. Others may find men who shelter them from storms, yet she, blinded by her choices, found someone who offered no assistance and expected her to forge ahead instead. Is that girl suggesting a refusal to pay? Steward Chui narrowed his eyes, displaying evident displeasure as he made a partial accusation. As his words settled, the previously calm crowd outside stirred restlessly, eager to voice their discontent. It is not a matter of refusal, but rather a need for clarity. You need not pressure me with such words. The Qin family is on the brink of exile. If you possess the capability, seek your debts from them, not from me. And Enliner explained, her voice tinged with irritation. She had never relished interactions with such strangers, especially concerning the complex matters of finance, which felt all the more burdensome. This establishment is indeed our song and dance house. Do not harbor illusions of pressuring us. If you had the ability, you would have approached the Dali Temple to lodge a complaint. Resorting to these tactics only indicates your certainty that resolving matters through the authorities would be futile. Xie Qingyao, sensing the malice in Steward Chui's gaze, instinctively drew Enliner closer, unable to suppress his retort. However, in some respects his assertion was valid. The He family, being a prominent official household, must safeguard their reputation. Should this matter escalate, it would reflect poorly on them. Yet, the continuous coercion by Steward Chui and his associates, coupled with their surreptitious usury, constitutes an unlawful act. Should anyone report to the authorities and let Xie Qingyao exert some pressure, these individuals would surely relent. Why not test the waters, General? Without the protection of the princess, do you believe your title will hold any sway over us? Steward Chui smiled as he offered this reminder, his eyes glinting with both amusement and a thinly veiled threat. They had refrained from overly aggressive actions, mindful of the bond between Xie Qingyao and the Empress, yet the Empress had been absent from the palace lately, creating a window for some to contemplate dealing with the He family. Moreover, He Kuei had cultivated relationships with officials over the years, enhancing his standing. And while His Majesty may not pursue the matter, it does not imply ignorance. He merely seeks to protect Xie Qingyao's reputation. It is often said that money can open doors, and we trust in your capabilities. And Enliner interjected before Xie Qingyao could counter, tugging at his sleeve and smiling as she directed her praise towards Steward Chui. Our current request is to reduce the interest and to forge a friendship with you all. We cannot repay this money right now. A delay may offer us a chance. And Enliner maintained her smile, fully aware that in a place like the capital, those capable of casually producing 10 million taels of silver were undoubtedly formidable figures. Behind them, there could be significant influences at play. Xie Qingyao, having navigated the corridors of power over the years, should possess greater insight than she, a mere weak woman. Yet he foolishly believed a bit of leverage could turn the tides. Little did he realize, previously basking in the light of his childhood connection with Xie Qingyao, he was often met with flattery or favors, bearing little true expectation from others. The entire capital knows that a single word from a young princess could cause the empress considerable distress, and should she choose to report grievances, they might find themselves reprimanded by His Majesty for transgressions they were unaware of. Since you have sincerely proposed a solution, I shall reluctantly offer you a path. If you are willing to relinquish this song and dance house to me, we can consider our dealings settled, and I shall repay your debts in full. Steward Chui regarded Enliner's expression, smiling with composure as he revealed his terms. He reflected inwardly, deeming his request not unreasonable. The establishment had only profited handsomely on its opening day. Its future success would depend on the management and the absence of external pressures. Chui was confident in his ability to navigate these storms. This is absolutely unacceptable. Enliner quickly shook her head, feeling a pang of distress at the thought of surrendering her hard work to such a person. With a stern expression, she declared, "This song and dance house is not solely mine. There are other investors involved." Steward Chui's demeanor instantly turned cold, his eyes narrowing with a slight warning. "No matter. I can easily resolve any minor blemishes. Even if others await their share, it matters not," for Chui was certain he could oust them. What he sought was a legitimate opportunity to enter the song and dance house, for only then could he execute his plans gradually. And Enliner, listening to his assured tone, could not help but let out a dry laugh, inwardly yearning for someone to rescue her from this predicament. Meanwhile, Xie Qingyao, observing Enliner's verbal skirmish, could not help but think of Xie Qingyao. Had she been present, these individuals would not dare to act so brazenly. Yet Enliner still wished to resist, reminding him, "Without my ideas, this place would be no different from any other establishment." Chapter 93. Watching the show, she had invested considerable effort into this song and dance house and would not allow anyone to trample upon it recklessly. Upon hearing this, Steward Chui nodded with a smile, scrutinizing Enliner before extending an invitation. "If that is the case, why not accompany me for a while? To demand money is one thing, but to attempt to take a person away is utterly intolerable. Staying by the side of such a spineless individual will lead you nowhere. However, if you are with me, I assure you that your future will be secure, and the well-trained women within this establishment may even find opportunities within the palace." Chui spoke with conviction. His words were not mere idle chatter. Furthermore, with his connections, he would inevitably engage with the elite, making it far easier for Enliner to achieve her goals than if she remained by Xie Qingyang's side. Love, after all, is inherently unreliable. As this conversation unfolded, a wave of anxiety surged within Xie Qingyao. He grasped Enliner's hand and lowered his voice. "When my mother arrives, she will bring Xie Qingyao with her. They are not sending someone to inform the authorities. It is merely a matter of convenience. They may not know Xie Qingyao's residence, but if they send Madame Qin to stir up trouble at the Hor family, they will surely uncover her whereabouts." Madame Qin was fortunate. After some self-reflection, as she disembarked from the carriage, she spotted Xie Qingyao's carriage and, disregarding status, rushed forward without hesitation. Had it not been for the skillful driver, she might have been trampled by the horse. Though Madame Qin had not garnered much respect among the ladies in her circle, she was still a woman of noble rank, and it would be unbecoming for her to collapse here, in a bloodied heap. "Yao Yao, I have matters I wish to discuss with you privately." Madame Qin spoke earnestly. Her words quickened as if calamity were imminent. At this moment, Xie Qingyao's thoughts were somewhat swayed. Mama Yu cast her a glance, appearing uncertain, her eyes reflecting a hint of vigilance. "The crowded environment here is hardly suitable for conversation. Please come with me." Qin pulled Xie Qingyao into the carriage, gripping her hand tightly as if fearing she might escape. This display gradually calmed Xie Qingyao's previously flustered mind. She resolved to leave this place. "Even if the sky were to fall, it would not be my responsibility to handle your family's troubles. I shall not meddle in the affairs of the He family." However, Xie Qingyao found herself unable to leave, as Qin's grip was firm, her eyes filled with anxiety until the carriage halted at the entrance of the song and dance house, where many stood, wielding clubs as makeshift weapons, exuding an intimidating presence. "Have you lost your senses? You fail to recognize Monsieur?" A matron beside Qin immediately exclaimed. Invoking the Empress Dowager's name for support, She is the favorite of the Empress Dowager. The individuals present had been forewarned by Steward Cui and were aware of the connections entangled with the He family. Upon hearing this name, they exchanged glances and stepped back in unison, creating a narrow passageway for Miss Xie to enter. "Is this what you hurriedly summoned me for?" Xie Qingyao revealed no displeasure at being deceived, moving with the crowd inside. The guards had already sent word, and at this moment, Steward Cui and others stood, bowing respectfully to Xie Qingyao, demonstrating a degree of cleverness and respect. "Miss Xie, this is merely a private matter of repaying debts. Involving outsiders will only tarnish our reputations," Steward Cui cautioned, not daring to issue further warnings. "If the money is to please the Empress Dowager, then it is of little concern." And Liner and Xie Qingyao exchanged a glance, exhaling in relief, their eyes filled with anticipation for Xie Qingyao to quell the situation. "Steward Cui, you need not concern yourself with me. I am merely a hapless individual summoned here, still trying to grasp the nature of these events." Xie Qingyao waved her hand, indicating her intention to refrain from involvement. Her words acted as a calming balm for the previously anxious Steward Cui. However, Liner and Xie Qingyang's expression soured. And Qin stood nearby, her dark eyes betraying a hint of irritation. "We merely borrowed 7 million taels. How did it escalate to such a terrifying amount?" Qin had already heard from a servant about the situation and now spoke with a tone of indignation, condemning their excessive behavior. "This was never a large sum. How has it ballooned into such a nightmarish figure?" Madam Qin, the Qin family has fallen from grace, has it not?" Steward Cui reminded her with a smile. "Surely, we must expend more effort. Do those brothers outside not require sustenance? Pursuing debts is no trivial matter, especially with such esteemed figures, who demand substantial sums. That amount should not be necessary." Qin had never anticipated that within a mere month, 7 million could swell to 10 million. Xie Qingyao had previously contributed some funds, yet the gap remained unfilled. "The decision lies with those brothers outside, Madam Qin. If you wish to settle this matter promptly, that would be ideal. If not, perhaps you should consider my earlier proposition," Steward Cui remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Linu. "A discerning woman deserves a good life in these tumultuous times. However, if she resolutely chooses to be a pawn to another man, there is little I can do." Qin sensed that their prior conversation boded ill, glancing at Xie Qingyao and Liner before whispering, "What if we are all unwilling?" A dagger was thrust into the table with precision, the sharp blade exuding a palpable sense of danger as Steward Cui's brothers entered, a dark mass that seemed to exert their will effortlessly. Even if they were to kill, Steward Cui could easily arrange a scapegoat, remaining unscathed behind the scenes. "This is my response. One cannot be so greedy. If one desires everything, they shall end up with nothing," Steward Cui sneered, then gestured for Xie Qingyao to rest aside, expressing his disdain for the disruption caused by the uncouth rabble. And Linu and Xie Qingyao, despite their disdain for Xie Qingyao, recognized that she was their only hope of mediation. Meanwhile, Qin sat in stunned silence, her eyes reflecting a vague sorrow, realizing the enormity of the pit she had dug for herself. Yet, she attributed some blame to Xie Qingyao's cold demeanor. Had he shown warmth, perhaps the Qin family would not have collapsed, and the debts would have remained their burden, sparing Xie Qingyao from distress. "Do we not share a bond as husband and wife? Must you disregard our past so completely?" Xie Qingyao approached Xie Qingyao, softly questioning, his slightly harsh words prompting her to pause, unable to suppress a laugh. Overcome with excitement, Xie Qingyao trembled, tears of mirth glistening in her eyes, clutching her stomach. Clearly amused, "You think you can speak of our bond after your betrayal? While you conspired over my dowry, you abandoned all notions of marriage. Now, in your hour of need, you feign sincerity? I assure you, had I known you summoned me merely for entertainment, I would have come running to witness your downfall. I long to see your family stripped of all." Xie Qingyao straightened, mockingly regarding the exaggerated expressions of Liner and Xie Qingyao. "Steward Cui, you must expedite your investigations. Do not allow them to devise means to obscure their funds, lest you end up empty-handed," she urged, her tone still laced with a sense of detached amusement. "Look at this song and dance house. It retains value now, but in time, they may find it impossible to procure funds." Just then, Xingzhou arrived, his gaze icy as he assessed the scene, relieved only upon confirming Xie Qingyao's safety. "I awaited your arrival for so long, and had it not been for prior notice, I would not have expected you here," he remarked, approaching her side. Upon seeing this pair before him, Xie Qingyang's fury surged, his dark eyes nearly spilling over with rage. Laced with sarcasm, "Your audacity grows. You dare to appear with your lover?" Steward Chui's expression shifted as he instinctively gestured for his men to withdraw. Remaining vigilant and observing the unfolding situation, Xie Qingyao, seizing the moment, hurled her cup at Xie Qingyang, shattering it against his head, a spray of blood erupting. A horrifying spectacle. "Should your tongue be foul, let it be stitched shut. If your mind is muddled, perhaps it requires replacement," she declared. Fire igniting in her eyes as she strode towards Xie Qingyang, delivering a resounding slap. A man who indulges in incessant prattle is no different from the gossiping harlots outside. It is utterly distasteful. A flicker of anger crossed Xie Qingyang's eyes. At this moment, unable to endure any longer, he raised his arm high, but in the next instant, it was seized by Xie Qingyao, as a general who possessed greater strength and capability than he, easily tossing him aside. The sound of crashing furniture echoed, accompanied by Xie Qingyang's muffled groan, his gaze filled with resentment as he coldly glared at them. "I shall not rest until we meet our end." Though the Empress Dowager was currently in seclusion, she wished to see the county princess. This general was acting on imperial orders, yet faced such slander. Today's reprimand was merely a small punishment to serve as a warning. Should there be a next time, none would be able to protect your life. Xie Qingyao's voice was cold and unyielding, imbued with righteousness, making Xie Qingyang's earlier slander seem all the more ludicrous. Qin and Enliner were already stunned by the scene. Enliner, more experienced, quickly reacted, rushing over to support Xie Qingyang with a hint of pity in her eyes. "Why must you confront them so fiercely? Even if we speak the truth, it is we who suffer." Her voice was sharp, and tears flowed as she carefully assisted Xie Qingyang into a nearby chair. Yet every step he took sent sharp pangs through his thigh. He had initially dismissed the pain as trivial, but upon looking down, he realized it was a splinter from either the table or chair, now lodged in his leg. "Is my dignity as a man worth so little? Am I speaking nonsense? You two know better than anyone. Do you think silencing me will prevent others from speaking?" Xie Qingyang gasped in pain, yet stubbornly clung to his words. Enliner shook his arm, signaling him to relent, while Qin quickly placed herself between Xie Qingyao and Xie Qingyao, fearful of further harm. "My son has merely been confused lately. I implore you, do not hold this against him. Upon our return, I shall ensure he remains home." Silenced, and unable to harm others with his words, Qin was on the verge of kneeling to plead for their agreement. It was indeed pitiable for a mother to be driven to such a state by her own child. Seeing Qin's tearful countenance, Xie Qingyao sighed. Although she knew she should not feel compassion for such a person, a hint of sympathy stirred within her. With a frown, she remarked, "If he cannot be controlled, then perhaps this tongue should be silenced." Her tone was flat, tinged with disdain, yet the authority in her words compelled obedience. Qin nodded repeatedly, her expression cautious, eager to leave. However, the steward Chui blocked their path. "You haven't received your payment yet. Where do you think you're going? We can offer you a portion. But if you desire 1,000,000 or the rights to the entertainment house, that's out of the question. The He family must continue to thrive. We cannot give you all our funds." Enliner had the authority to provide some funds, taking a deeper breath before addressing the steward. "I have but one request, 800,000. At this moment, I will give you 100,000, and the remainder will be settled within a year. You must not disturb our lives again." She gritted her teeth, upholding everything in Xie Qingyang's furious absence, her voice resolute. Xie Qingyao's gaze settled on her, emotions fluctuating, tinged with regret, yet she did not dwell on it. "Let us go. Grandmother will be anxious if we keep her waiting." Chapter 95. Spreading the news she truly believed the Empress Dowager sought her audience. Once they boarded the carriage, Xie Qingyao whispered, "That person has hidden within the He family and has not been seen since. We cannot wait much longer. Primarily, Xie Qingyao will have no time to entangle herself further with these individuals. Once she returns to the He family, Xie Qingyang will surely not let her off easily. Then let us attempt to lure the snake from its hole. I believe those involved will not sit idly by," Xie Qingyao suggested, casually mentioning several names, individuals she knew Xie Qingyang had dealt with in her past life. They were already fifth-ranked officials, not insignificant in the court. Yet they were spies from outside, and their loyalty could not be trusted. "Are you certain of these individuals?" Xie Qingyao's pupils constricted upon hearing the name of a particularly loyal official. He did not doubt how Xie Qingyao had acquired this information, for everyone had their own means of gathering intelligence. However, neglecting to investigate a loyal minister could prove detrimental to the court. Xie Qingyao lowered her gaze. Contemplative, this is merely a matter of spreading rumors, intended to unsettle them. There is no need to pursue them immediately. Some of those old-timers may already wish to align with us. Life at the frontier is harsh. Everyone struggles to survive. The spies dispatched have long assimilated into their culture, and many of their ideas have been co-opted. There is an opportunity for them to submit, rather than to create enmity. Xie nodded in understanding and immediately reported to the emperor, also mentioning his recent closeness to Xie Qingyao. The emperor, holding the memorial in his fingers, subtly probed, "What if I were to grant you the hand of Princess Rongan as your wife?" Since ancient times, beautiful women have been the graves of heroes. Over the years, Xie had been stationed far from the court, appearing rather aloof, yet how could a young man be devoid of thoughts? The Hu family had but one heir left. It was time to consider securing the family line. Your father was my closest brother and the most sincere protector. Should we restore peace soon, he may rest in peace. The emperor broached the subject again, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Although Xie did not serve the emperor closely, years of caution allowed him to swiftly grasp the emperor's insinuations. He bowed his head slightly, stating, "My only concern is to quell the turmoil within the realm for your majesty and not to indulge in personal matters." Recently, the southern pirates had begun to stir. The northern plains remained unsettled, and the western regions had sent numerous threats disguised as trade. The emperor, weary from his efforts, handed the memorial to Xie, his dark eyes carrying a subtle chill, shaking his head with a smile. "Enough, I should not burden you with so much." This dismissive tone was clearly a signal for Xie to take the initiative. "I have spent these years in the western regions, while General He has guarded the plains. Since they are once again causing disturbances, I am willing to share the burden for the peace of the world." Xie understood and knelt, raising the memorial above his head. "Once the Empress Dowager returns safely to the palace, I will request to take action." His voice was resolute and powerful, carrying an air of determination that even the emperor felt invigorated by. He patted Xie's shoulder, smiling. Young men should possess such fervor. "Once peace is restored to the realm, a prosperous era awaits you." Though the emperor did not openly agree, his current attitude indicated a decision to act. They had remained silent for too long. It was time for some to realize that this ancient lineage, steeped in tradition, would not be easily oppressed. Upon returning, Xie was consumed with worry. Once he departed, he would be unable to see Xie Qingyao for an extended period. Before leaving, he needed to clarify everything. Regardless of the outcome, he required closure. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Xie Qingyao did not return, while Xie Qingyao seemed to have been imprisoned as they had suggested, with no trace of him. This brought her a measure of comfort. However, Enliner's entertainment business was not thriving, and Xie's influence could not be overlooked in this regard. The discord between Xie Qingyao and Xie Qingyao has spread throughout the capital, and now, some are acutely aware of the rift between the Hua and He families, slowly distancing themselves from them, hoping to catch the eye of Xie. Recently, the military has begun to mobilize, clearly indicating the signs of impending conflict. Upon returning, Mama Yu found Xie Qingyao sitting alone beneath the flowering tree in the courtyard, her figure cast in a poignant solitude that tugged at the heartstrings. "My lady, what weighs on your mind?" Mama Yu approached, her eyes betraying an uncontainable concern. This inquiry jolted Xie Qingyao from her deep contemplation. She shook her head in silence. "I merely feel that this matter has been prolonged for too long. I am not a particularly patient person, and, at this moment, I find myself reluctant to wait any longer. There should be results shortly. General Hua has been making preparations, and it is likely that he will soon be ready to march into battle. The Empress Dowager must return to the palace at all costs." Mama Yu nodded, relaying the information she had gathered. These words caused Xie Qingyao's pupils to constrict in surprise. Why was I not informed? If he must leave, he should at least bid me farewell, rather than departing without a word. Perhaps the general simply did not know how to convey it to you. Given the current state of your relationship, too much communication might feel intrusive, Mama Yu suggested thoughtfully, carefully observing Xie Qingyao's expression, a faint smile gracing her features. Moreover, it is not certain that General Hua will indeed go to war. It could very well be General He instead. Mentioning Xie Qingyao failed to reclaim Xie Qingyao's attention, and she could not help but cast a few glances in the distance. The two families have always been close in the past. Xie would watch her from the trees. Xie Qingyao was not oblivious to this. yet she felt that their relationship would not encounter significant turbulence, which is why she had refrained from speaking out. However, the knowledge that Xie Qingyao might head to the battlefield transformed her inner landscape entirely. Enough. I had initially wished to remain uninformed about such matters. Xie Qingyao suppressed her restless thoughts, her fingers clenched into a fist before slowly relaxing again. Unable to stifle a self-deprecating smile. She had not offered Xie Qingyao any affirmative response, yet now she found herself yearning for his respect. Desiring everything, a temperament that was not her own. I am somewhat fatigued. If anyone from the Hue family comes bearing gifts, refuse them all. I do not wish to be disturbed by unnecessary matters for the next few days. With this, Xie Qingyao swiftly made her way to her room, a rare sense of panic overtaking her. Chapter 96. Private conversation. Her mind was in disarray. Whatever she attempted to engage in felt entirely different from before. The neatly arranged books on the shelf, which she could previously peruse for long stretches, now seemed uninviting as she flipped through several volumes without finding satisfaction. As noon approached, Mama Yu brought in a platter of fruits. Though not particularly extravagant, they represented a thoughtful gesture. My lady, these fruits have just been prepared by the servants. Do come and taste them, Mama Yu said with a smile, her voice tinged with a hint of coaxing. The nearby maidservant hesitated, and upon catching the scent of sweetness, Xie Qingyao realized who was behind this offering. It was rather amusing that a general, on the brink of battle, would concern himself with such trifles. Take it away. I see you have grown increasingly presumptuous. Disregarding my words, Xie Qingyao quipped, exposing Mama Yu's deception, a flicker of discontent in her dark eyes. Yet, her fingers nervously twisted the hem of her garment, her mood evidently unsettled. Having cared for her for many years, Mama Yu recognized Xie Qingyao's subtle movements and sat beside her, smiling gently. You once called me Aunt Yu, and I took the liberty of addressing you as such in return. Life is fleeting, and happiness is often elusive. At your age, my lady, you ought to experience various facets of life. There are not many men like Xie Qingyao, whose heart is as cold as a wolfess. Having suffered once, can you not avoid such pitfalls in the future? Or do you now feel a sense of inferiority? Mama Yu's words struck a chord with Xie Qingyao. A woman who has been married before stands in stark contrast to a young general yet to wed. Xie Qingyao, favored by the emperor, has military achievements sufficient to grant him titles. His current lack of formal recognition merely reflects an unspoken understanding between them. In this context, the emperor's failure to confer titles is inconsequential. Once he does, Xie Qingyao's position will be indisputable. That is not true. Xie Qingyao interjected, her voice faltering. Regardless, I am still my grandmother's most cherished grandchild. Though I may not currently hold the title of a princess, the yellow card has yet to be removed. I still count as part of the royal family. As she spoke, she lifted her chin slightly, attempting to convey pride, though her eyes revealed a hint of urgency. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Mama Yu, who regarded her with a knowing smile, Xie Qingyao sighed deeply, resigning herself as she rested her head on the table. In truth, I am not as remarkable as I appear. Matters of the heart are invariably intricate. He is under no obligation to choose me, and I should not cling to the idea of choosing him. After all, even Xie Qingyao could face rejection. Xie Qingyao had never dared to envision herself as the exceptional one, and now she found herself increasingly entangled, uncertain if she should take that step forward. It was not mere obsession, but an endeavor to lead a life that belonged to her. My lady, your future should be vibrant and flourishing. If you truly decide to remain isolated, even the Empress Dowager's departure would leave her with lingering concerns, Mama Yu advised, her tone that of a seasoned mentor. Tenderly ruffling Xie Qingyao's hair. Why not give it a try? You have already faced failure. What does another setback matter? Mama Yu continued, mapping out a potential path for her. If even Xie Qingyao, your childhood companion, can be cast aside, then it matters not if your views differ from Xie Qingyao. With little expectation, there can be no disappointment. If you succeed, you gain someone who desires to love you. Is that not a pleasing prospect? Xie Qingyao still sighed. Yet her gaze began to brighten gradually. That night passed in tranquility, with Mama Yu rejecting all offerings from the Hue family, seemingly intent on severing ties with Xie Qingyao. Each morning, Xie Qingyao would gaze in a particular direction, her heart restless, yet she showed no inclination to seek. Mama Yu observed this quietly, occasionally chuckling to herself, refraining from intervening, even as other maidservants approached, only to be pulled back. We, as servants, ought to find ways to alleviate Our Lady's burdens. Are you not afraid she might catch a chill if left alone? One maidservant queried, puzzled. Her heart is troubled. Even if you accompany her, it would be of little use. It is better to maintain a distance and allow her to reflect in peace, Mama Yu replied, her attention drawn to the figure approaching in the distance. Finally, he had arrived. Xie Qingyao stood silently beneath the eaves, his dark eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions, hesitating as he pondered whether to advance. Please withdraw for now. Do not disturb Our Lady, Mama Yu instructed softly, hastening to meet him. The maidservants, heeding her command, left cautiously, glancing back at the pensive Xie Qingyao. At that moment, she remained unaware that she was utterly alone. Noticing the empty water jug, she turned and caught sight of his silhouette. He stood silently, the moonlight cascading upon him, seemingly enveloped in an endless solitude that elicited a twinge of sympathy. It was late, and General Hua had not returned to his residence for rest. Rather, he had come here, suggesting some pressing reason for his presence. Upon catching sight of him, Xie Qingyao's heart skipped a beat, and she inquired, her tone noticeably frosty. This question stirred something within Xie Qingyao. He reflected on the gifts he had been repeatedly declined over the past few days, as well as Xie Qingyao's gradually frigid demeanor, and he silently observed the woman before him. Their gazes locked, and the silence lingered, causing an awkwardness to bubble within Xie Qingyao. She rose to leave, letting out a soft huff, which, while playful, only added to her charm. I have sent many things your way these past few days, yet you have not accepted any. I was merely curious. Do you not like them? Xie Qingyao caught up to her, wishing to take her hand, but hesitated, feeling it improper, and let his fingers fall in resignation as he softly asked. His voice carried an inconspicuous hint of grievance, provoking a smile from Xie Qingyao. On my birthday,
You went out of your way to gift me something.
today, I offer you these merely to demonstrate my affection. Xie Qingyao explained again, his dark eyes fixed on Xie Qingyao, reminiscent of an abandoned puppy. The truth is, I have yet to determine how to navigate our feelings. These matters linger, and the He family remains unyielding. Being with me will inevitably draw criticism. Xie Qingyao exaggeratedly mimicked the scorn of others, dismissing it as inconsequential to her, while Xie Qingyao, known for his integrity and cherished by many, could not afford to tarnish his reputation. Yet, he seemed not to absorb her words. Rather, he fixated on the phrase being with me. If you do not mind, I would dare take you before His Majesty right now, so he may formally bless our union. That way, no one will dare to bully you. Xie Qingyao spoke with conviction, his gaze serious. It was as if, should Xie Qingyao nod now, she would be swept into an unwavering commitment. She hesitated, yet recognized the wisdom in the words of Mother Yu. These matters were not beyond experimentation. Moreover, Xie Qingyao was indeed a commendable sanctuary. I wish to wait until I have resolved my affairs before contemplating romance. If you truly care for me, would you be willing to wait? Once her matters were settled, she would regain her freedom to pursue whatever she desired. Such a sentiment was not mere empty rhetoric. After years of waiting, Xie Qingyao had endured. Now, if he could restrain his emotions for a few more days, a breakthrough might be at hand. Very well. Xie Qingyao acquiesced, taking 2 steps forward and enveloping Xie Qingyao in his arms. The faint fragrance of the young girl intoxicated him. Her soft form was the object of his longing. His restraint, tinged with a hint of possessiveness, caused her body to tense slightly, and surprise flickered in her dark eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she reciprocated the embrace. Sometimes, a hug stirs deeper emotions than a kiss. Xie Qingyao felt an unmistakable warmth that did not belong to her. And Xie Qingyao blushed deeply, falling silent as he swiftly departed the scene. What should have been a tender moment turned comical, prompting Xie Qingyao to laugh, feeling as if a heavy burden had finally lifted from her heart.
Min Wille, unlinear.
Having negotiated the repayment of debts and returned all the available funds from the dance hall, found herself in the He family, wrestling with her anxieties before finally mustering the courage to approach the establishment. Since learning of the Hua family's stance, the steward Cui and others had caused quite a stir, and the business of the dance hall had significantly declined. Additionally, the young gentlemen frequenting the place had previously withdrawn their funds, now growing increasingly cautious about parting with their money. Days passed, and the earnings dwindled, to the point where they could hardly afford to pay for the performances. Miss N. Several of our sisters are resentful, blaming us for this predicament. They cannot obtain their wages, and somehow, The responsibility has fallen entirely upon us. The serving girl, upon seeing Enlinu approach, appeared as if she had spotted a savior. The establishment, which had barely opened its doors, was supposed to thrive. Yet, it seemed to be declining day by day, leaving them uncertain how long it could endure. I had warned you all from the start that we would share all burdens. Now, the dance hall situation is merely unfortunate, yet you still maintain a good reputation.
What is all this uproar about?
Enlina scolded upon witnessing the clamoring girls unwilling to work. She had thought they gathered to pursue their dreams, yet at the first sign of adversity, they raised a ruckus, appearing almost pathetic. It's been several days with hardly any patrons, and the accounting department has provided only a few IOUs without a single coin. Miss Sin, your family is in trouble. Surely you can find a way to resolve this without using our funds? One girl, sharp-tongued and cold, voiced her discontent without reservation. The sisters had come here to make a living. As long as they received their due, they would do anything. But now, with only a reputation and IOUs to show, who could endure this way of life? Had it not been for me, you likely wouldn't have seen so much silver. Instead of showing gratitude, you quibble over trifles. Do you think me an easy target? And Ru Yang chastised, her time spent in the frontier lending her a fierce demeanor. She glared at them, her eyes cold and menacing. The sudden chill caused the surrounding girls to exchange glances, their expressions revealing a sense of unease, yet they clearly harbored different thoughts. You remain here merely to serve my interests. If you are obedient, there will be sustenance for you. If not, I assure you, I have ways to ensure your lives are far from peaceful. And Linu warned, observing the expressions of the girls before swiftly retreating to her quarters. She appeared fierce. Yet inside she was fraught with anxiety, her dark eyes reflecting a tangle of emotions as she resolved to seek out the owner of the establishment. Brother Liu, I confess my earlier missteps. Now that the trouble has arisen, I am at your disposal, whatever you choose to do. And Linu arrived with gifts in hand. Even if those items meant little to the owner, she brought them as a gesture of sincerity and contrition, hoping for an opportunity to earn forgiveness. In my eyes, you and my sister are indistinguishable. There is no need for formalities. How is your family situation? Do you require assistance? The owner did not regard the gifts but rather inquired, appearing genuinely willing to help. Such pure goodwill caused Enliner to pause. Her dark eyes growing complex as she replied, "The situation is manageable, Brother Liu. You need not worry. I will resolve my family matters swiftly and continue to earn for you." She shook her head like a clapper, tears cascading down her cheeks, evoking a sense of pity. The proprietor of the building stepped forward with a gentle smile, reaching out to caress her face and wipe away her tears. A woman as beautiful and capable as you should be adored wherever you go. Yet, alas, you have chosen poorly, entangling yourself with such a wretched individual. Perhaps it would be wise to sever those ties and join me in business instead, he suggested, his tone softening, laced with evident temptation. Chapter 98. Doubts of infidelity. Such a forthright invitation, devoid of any lascivious undertones, caused Enliner to stiffen momentarily. She could discern that the proprietor harbored genuine admiration for her, devoid of any possessive desire. It was only such character that could serve as a worthy partner in her endeavors. Brother Liu, I understand your sincere concern, but I find myself mired in a quagmire, burdened by the debts incurred by the He family, which I must also bear. I do not wish to bring further distress to our establishment, she articulated calmly, unwilling to involve him in her plight. We are all friends, and we should seek prosperity together, rather than reducing everything to mere monetary concerns. That would be rather disingenuous. He replied, unabashed in his praise for her. Your presence is the very foundation of our establishment. Without your talents, our success would likely falter. A young woman, capable of discerning the cracks in a situation, even managing to rejuvenate the flourishing establishments within the capital, was indeed a testament to Enliner's success. It was lamentable that she lacked influential support and was constantly undermined due to Xie Qingyang's actions, possessing a wealth of knowledge, yet unable to express it fully. Upon hearing such commendations from Brother Liu, Enliner felt tears welling in her eyes, longing to unleash her emotions in a heartfelt cry. I will give you some time to ponder this. A talent like yours should not confine herself to a limited sphere. That would be a tremendous loss for the world, he urged, his words resonating with sincerity. As their proximity gradually diminished, it remained within acceptable bounds. However, just as Xie Qingyao, bearing gifts to apologize, arrived, he beheld this scene. From his perspective, the pair appeared to be embracing, and had he not intervened, who knew what impropriety might have ensued. What do you intend to do? Xie Qingyang's voice boomed, laced with fury, as he strode forward, disrupting their closeness. Have you no shame?
Unlinear.
Do you no longer hold me in your thoughts? His tone was tinged with a heart-wrenching desperation, as though he were a man betrayed by love. The proprietor observed the unfolding drama with lowered eyelids, his dark eyes glimmering with a hint of mockery. A selfish and greedy man like Xie Qingyao, if he genuinely cared for another, would not keep Enliner in such an ambiguous position. We have done nothing improper. Our actions are above reproach. How can you so narrowly judge us? Enliner retorted, a spark igniting in her gaze at his outburst. Had it not been for her efforts to alleviate the He family's troubles, why would she have subjected herself to the indignity of seeking an apology from Brother Liu?
Now.
Having labored without gratitude, she found herself facing unjust accusations. Where was the justice in that? However, Xie Qingyao would not listen. His eyes were consumed by rage. He stepped forward, seizing Enliner's wrist, forcefully dragging her away. The gifts he had brought were also taken with him. I will not return with you. I intend to stay here and earn a living. Enliner protested, struggling to free herself from his grasp. Yet, the disparity in their physical strength was stark. Especially as Xie Qingyao was a martial man, he easily subdued her, lifting her and placing her inside the carriage. If you continue this nonsense, I shall not hesitate to take action, he warned coldly, causing Enliner to stiffen, her breath quickening as she gazed into his now unfamiliar eyes. Fully aware, he meant his threat. When did we arrive at such a juncture? Enliner lamented, closing her eyes momentarily, unable to suppress her anguish. I have always been sincere towards you, striving for our family's well-being. Why can you not place your trust in me? Her words carried a tinge of pleading, gradually calming Xie Qingyang's tumultuous heart. Yet, recalling the matters concerning Xie Qingyao and Xingzhou, he could not help but unleash his frustration upon Enliner. All women speak sweetly, yet are fickle at heart. Surely, you must be yearning to escape to another man? He scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain, as if wounded. However, Enliner felt no obligation to shoulder his emotional turmoil. Her eyes widened, filled with a mixture of pity and defiance. Heaven and earth bear witness to my loyalty. Should I ever betray you, let me meet a dire fate. Her heartfelt declaration softened Xie Qingyang's ire slightly, prompting him to take several deep breaths to regain his composure. I fear losing you, Enliner. You are my most cherished presence. I would forsake all else but will never release your hand. He enveloped her in his embrace, his words imbued with sincerity. Yet, only he knew the veracity of those sentiments. Fortunately, Enliner sought merely to stabilize his emotions. She leaned into the embrace, her voice tender. I will not leave you. We are lovers bound by love. However, I must speak with Brother Liu regarding our financial matters. We have already incurred expenses, and the earnings in the coming days will be too scant to fill this void. Enliner's words were carefully crafted from Xie Qingyang's perspective. His expression faltered, turning ashen, and he grunted heavily. That is indeed a pressing concern. If the establishment cannot secure further business, I will have no means to repay our debts. Those madmen will surely drain the He family dry. The mere thought of this outcome stirred his anxiety. Should I return to apologize to Brother Liu?
Enliner ventured cautiously.
Fully aware of his temperament, it seemed unlikely he would humble himself again. This might be her chance to escape from the He family. Go, tread carefully, and do not stir trouble. Remember your demeanor, Enliner. We are husband and wife. Xie Qingyao meticulously adjusted her appearance before solemnly advising her.